Chapter 507. A storm is brewing. In next to no time, the Yin clan higher-ups had gathered together. The Yin clan's patriarch, Yin Zheng, had an extremely gloomy expression. I presume all of you know the cause and effect of the matter. I've called everyone together mainly because of this matter, to seek the opinion of everyone and seek justice for Jay. The Jay that Yin Zheng spoke of was precisely Yin Jay, his own son, and his most outstanding son. Patriarch, Duan Ling Tian is simply too audacious for daring to make a move against young Master Jay. I suggest that we head to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy and demand him right now. A curly-bearded man was filled with righteous indignation as he spoke in a sonorous voice. Exactly, a surviving trash of the Seven-Star Sword sect actually dares to provoke our Yin clan. He's simply courting death. Many people agreed with the curly-bearded man's words. Grand Elder, what do you think? Yin Zheng's gaze descended onto the old man below him, and he spoke slightly respectfully. The old man had his eyes closed all along, and he only slowly opened his pair of muddy eyes when he heard Yin Zheng. It's best for our Yin clan to wait and see in this matter. Wait and see. Many people shook their heads and had unwilling expressions. Grand Elder, could it be that we should just let this matter go? Young Master Jay was the future hope of our Yin clan. Now that young Master Jay is crippled, if our Yin clan doesn't take any actions, other would think that our Yin clan is afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, Grand Elder, the Yin clan's dignity prevails over everything else. For a time, the Yin clan's audience hall went into an uproar. Dignity prevails over everything else. The old man slowly lifted his head, and his pair of muddy eyes abruptly flashed with a strand of bright light. Are you sure the rise and fall of the clan is inferior to that illusory dignity? The clan's rise and fall. The old man's words caused most of the people present to be puzzled. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Of course, there were also many people that understood the meaning in the old man's words. Grand Elder, you're afraid of Duan Ling Tian's natural talent. Yin Zheng took a deep breath before asking. The old man nodded and said slowly, I've just obtained news that Duan Ling Tian is not only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, but has even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. All of you ought to know what this means. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the expressions of all the Yin clan higher-ups, including Yin Zheng, became gloomy. They'd heard of Duan Ling Tian stepping into the first level of the void-prying stage, so they weren't surprised. Half-step advanced lightning force. Yin Zheng felt his heartbeat suddenly quicken. Grand Elder, is what you said true? This matter is something that grandson of mine used his monthly chance to leave the academy and notify me of. The old man had a serious expression. Instantly, the others no longer doubted it. Even though the natural talent of the Grand Elder's grandson was inferior to the Patriarch's son, Yin Jie, it wasn't bad, and he was one of the Yin clan disciples that were recommended into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time. Not yet 25 years of age, but possesses a cultivation at the first level of the void-prying stage and half-step advanced force. I originally thought that surviving trash of the Seven-Star Sword sect only had monstrous natural talent, but I never imagined that his comprehension ability was so monstrous as well. The words of many Yin clan higher-ups were filled with fear. Grand Elder, could it be that we can only swallow the humiliation silently? There were also some Yin clan higher-ups that were exceedingly unwilling. Could it be that all of you have any brilliant ideas? The old man asked indifferently, causing the former to be at a loss of what to say. The old man continued. Duan Ling Tian is a surviving trash of the Seven-Star Sword sect, and is a person that the Azure Forest Tri-sect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of and celebrate after. Do all of you think that the Azure Forest Tri-sect will sit idly by once they know that Duan Ling Tian has appeared? The old man's words caused the gazes of the Yin clan higher-ups to light up. The strength of the Azure Forest Tri-sect far surpasses our Yin clan. If the Azure Forest Tri-sect is helpless against Duan Ling Tian, then do all of you think our Yin clan can do anything to that Duan Ling Tian? Instead of taking a risk and offending a great enemy in the future, isn't it better to watch the tigers battle from the top of a mountain? The old man's words obtained the approval of everyone. Patriarch, I'm afraid there are already people who have spread the news of Duan Ling Tian's appearance to the Azure Forest Tri-sect. But the person passing the message probably still doesn't know that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. The old man looked at Yin Zheng, and a strand of cold light flashed within his muddy eyes. Patriarch, Send someone to notify the Azure Forest Tri-Sect of the matter of Duan Ling Tian having comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Grand Elder is wise. Yin Zheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, as he'd guessed the old man's intentions. Grand Elder is wise. All the Yin clan higher-ups reacted to it and all their faces revealed evil smiles. If the Azure Forest Tri-Sect found out that Duan Ling Tian, who was a potential threat, had not only broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage, but had even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force, they would probably want to get rid of Duan Ling Tian desperately. They didn't doubt this in the slightest. In next to no time, an enormous eagle soared into the sky from within the Yin clan estate, and it carried along a person as it transformed into a bolt of lightning that headed out of the imperial city. Based on its speed, this eagle was obviously a demon beast. The Azure Forest Tri-Sect was a combination of the former Origin Convergence Sect, Demonic Lotusblade Sect, and Snow Moon Sect, whereas the Snow Moon Sect's location was the closest to the imperial city. The location of the former Snow Moon Sect was situated at the north of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was a world of ice and snow, where snow gleamed white all year round. Today, this world of ice and snow had an unexpected guest. A black figure flashed past the horizon, and it was exceptionally conspicuous in this world of ice and snow. Before long, the black figure stopped and revealed its true form. It was a flying beast with an appearance of an eagle. The reason this demon beast had stopped was because a figure had appeared ahead and obstructed its path. Slight terror appeared in the sharp eyes of the demon beast when facing the middle-aged scholar with graceful bearing before it. Who's trespassing into the branch sect of my Azure Forest Tri-Sect? The middle-aged man wore a silk headdress and held a feathered fan, and he had a calm expression, yet slightly cold lights flickered deep within his eyes. Greetings, sect leader Shui. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that sat on the demon beast swiftly stood up and respectfully bowed to the middle-aged scholar. Who are you? The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former Snow Moon Sect's leader, Shui Rui, and was also one of the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect as of now. As a higher-up of the Yin clan, the middle-aged man had once seen Shui Rui, so he recognized Shui Rui. Sect leader Shui, I'm a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City's Yin clan. I've come here under the orders of the Patriarch to pass information to sect leader Shui. The middle-aged man spoke respectfully to Shui Rui. Yin clan, the Yin clan whose reserves and resources are sufficient to compare with a first-rate sect. Shui Rui's brows raised as he asked indifferently. Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded. Speak, what is it? Shui Rui didn't take the Yin clan seriously. As far as he was concerned, a clan that was comparable to a first-rate sect would have 2 weak void initiation stage martial artists in the clan, and it was difficult for them to be thought highly of. Not to mention comparing with the current Azure Forest Tri-Sect, even if it was the former Snow Moon Sect, it still wasn't something the Yin clan could compare to. Sect leader Shui, the Patriarch asked me to tell you. The surviving trash of the 7-star sword sect that your Azure Forest Tri-Sect wishes for nothing more than to get rid of and celebrate after, has already appeared in the Imperial City's Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Said the middle-aged man. 7-star sword sect surviving trash. At the beginning, Shui Rui didn't react to what these words meant, but after a short moment, his face went grim. You're talking about Duan Ling Tian. Obviously, Shui Rui still didn't know of the news that Duan Ling Tian had appeared. Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly. Duan Ling Tian, I never expected that you really dared leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Shui Rui's eyes contained cold lights that were piercingly cold, and his mood surged. The day, his personal disciple, Lu Yu, had learned of news about Duan Ling Tian, and he'd originally thought that with 3 guardian elders making a move, that Duan Ling Tian would die for sure. Unexpectedly, only 2 of their Azure Forest Tri-Sect guardian elders had returned. Only at that time did he know that the tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom actually possessed a mysterious expert with extremely terrifying strength concealed within it. That mysterious expert didn't even show himself before directly killing one of their guardian elders. Even in the entire Azure Forest Tri-Sect, the strength of that guardian elder was a top-rate existence, an expert at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. Since that time, he knew that it was impossible for them to kill Duan Ling Tian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They could only wait for Duan Ling Tian to come out himself. They were always waiting for a chance. Whereas now, this chance seemed to have arrived already. Sect leader Shui, the member of the Yin clan continued. Duan Ling Tian has already stepped into the 1st level of the void prying stage, and not only that, he He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. What? You said he has already broken through to the void-prying stage? Shui Rui's face became gloomy, and the imposing manner on his body was like a rainbow as it shot into the sky and swept out into the surroundings. Instantly, that member of the Yin clan and the demon beast that carried over started shivering, and it was even to the extent they were in danger of losing strength at any moment and dropping to their deaths. Sect leader Shui, I haven't finished. The Yin clan member struggled to speak. Finally, Shui Rui's imposing manner was restrained by him. Whereas the Yin clan member and that demon beast seemed as if they'd lost all strength. When they caught their breath, the demon beast flapped its wings in retreat over 10 meters. Speak. Cold lights flickered in Shui Rui's eyes and his voice was exceedingly cold and indifferent. The matter of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the void-prying stage had caused him to be extremely shocked, and he felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Duan Lingtian seemed to not even be 25 years old this year, right? Sect leader Shui, not only has Duan Lingtian's cultivation broken through to the void-prying stage, he has even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. As soon as he finished speaking, the member of the Yin clan urged the demon beast to fly off. Sect leader Shui, I'll be taking my leave. Shui Rui didn't pay any attention to the member of the Yin clan. He stood in the sky and his body unconsciously trembled. First level void-prying stage, half-step advanced lightning force. A strand of coldness emerged within Shui Rui's heart. If Duan Lingtian doesn't die, then my Azure Forest Tri-sect will surely die in the future. No matter what price must be paid, we must get rid of Duan Lingtian to prevent any future troubles. Shui Rui's figure flashed, transforming in a white-colored stream that instantly left the original location of the Snow Moon sect. He wanted to tell this matter to the other two sect leaders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. This matter was related to the rise and fall of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Chapter 508. Flute Fairy, Ziyan. Duan Lingtian naturally knew nothing about what happened outside. He was currently quietly cultivating in the inner hall of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. At the same time that he was improving his cultivation, he didn't forget to cultivate martial skills and comprehend force of an even higher level. Comprehending half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force at the first level of the void-prying stage is an accomplishment that even the rebirth martial emperor didn't achieve all those years ago. Duan Lingtian flashed through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, even when the second lifetime of the rebirth martial emperor stepped into the first level of the void-prying stage, although he'd comprehended two types of force as well, only one of them was at the half-step advanced stage. The other type of force was only a force seed. Today seems to be the last day of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's registration. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and arrived at the courtyard. Presently, the inner hall was extremely bustling. There were outer hall students that entered the inner hall to challenge the inner hall students from time to time, as they wanted to win even better treatment in the academy. Ji Feng. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out, and it attracted Duan Lingtian's gaze. Presently, there was a young man around the age of 35 standing outside a courtyard in the inner hall. Duan Lingtian had an impression of that courtyard. It was precisely the courtyard that the Ji clan's Ji Feng stayed in. Ji Feng was the first person Duan Lingtian was acquainted with on arriving at the imperial city. Although they couldn't be considered to have a friendly relationship, Duan Lingtian was still interested to watch when there was someone challenging Ji Feng now. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the young man. Duan Lingtian noticed his cultivation at the first possible moment. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. Looks like Ji Feng is probably going to be kicked out of the inner hall. HMPH. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from Ji Feng's courtyard. Subsequently, Ji Feng's figure appeared before Duan Lingtian. Zi Gang. Ji Feng walked out of his courtyard and looked at the young man outside. A person like you is worthy of challenging me. If it's your Z clan's zither young master, Zi Shang, I might be slightly afraid. As for you, I don't take you seriously. Shameless boasting. Zi Gang sneered as he suddenly took a stride forward. Instantly, 1,500 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes were condensed into form in sky. Half-step void stage. Instantly, many spectating outer hall students couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Half-step void stage. When he saw the cultivation revealed by Zi Gang, Ji Feng's indifferent expression slightly tightened. I truly never expected that you'd actually broken through to the half-step void stage. But do you think that you're able to defeat me because you've broken through to the half-step void stage? As he finished speaking, Ji Feng took a stride forward as well. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled as 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared, and they were accumulating force while waiting to be deployed. Half-step void stage. Duan Ling Tian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene, as he never expected that Ji Feng had actually broken through to the half-step void stage during these past few days. The expression of Zhigang, who was originally filled with confidence, had become slightly gloomy. How about it? Do you still want to challenge me? Ji Feng asked indifferently. HMPH. The raging origin energy on Zhigang's body seemed to have transformed into a ball of white flames that enveloped his entire body within it. He'd used his actions to respond to Ji Feng. Then I'll play with you. Ji Feng's figure moved. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Zhigang. After a short moment, the two of them were in a fierce battle. In the beginning, neither of them utilized spirit weapons, and only relied on their origin energy to battle. Before long, the two of them utilized grade 6 spirit weapons at the same time. For a time, the two of them were equally matched. I truly never imagined that it had only been a few days and Ji Feng had already broken through to the half-step void stage. The two of them are equally matched, and it was probably difficult to distinguish the victor. Many outer hall students whispered in discussion. Some of the inner hall students that were spectating had almost similar thoughts. Only Duan Ling Tian's gaze never left Ji Feng from the beginning until the end, and unknowingly, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Ji Feng has really concealed his strength deeply. At almost the same instant that Duan Ling Tian's thought had emerged, the grade 6 spirit sword in Ji Feng's hand emitted strands of a sharp and peerless aura. Instantly, another 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient mammoth silhouettes that had appeared from the amplification of his spirit sword. But these ancient mammoth silhouettes that had appeared weren't stable, and they fluctuated from 70 to 100 from time to time. However, even then, he still relied on this extra strength of almost 100 ancient mammoths to defeat Zhigang in one go. Phew! Zhigang was knocked flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was shaking when he descended to the ground, seeming to be in a slightly sorry state. You actually comprehended a sword force seed. Zhigang's voice seemed to contain slight fear mixed within. Sword force seed. The surroundings went into an uproar, and the gazes of everyone shot onto Ji Feng. Obviously, they never expected that Ji Feng still had this ability. Ji Feng's comprehension ability isn't bad. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Compared to the saber force seed that the saber young master, Long Yun, executed that day, the sword force seed Ji Feng comprehended had undoubtedly surpassed it slightly. Of course, this didn't say that Ji Feng was stronger than saber young master. After all, 2 years had already passed since he fought saber young master the last time. The strength of saber young master now would have surely advanced by leaps and bounds. Even to the extent that he'd have already broken through to the void prying stage. Saber young master. Demonic Lotus Blade sect. When he thought of the saber young master, Long Yun, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall the former demonic Lotus Blade sect. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was one of the chief culprits that had annihilated the 7-star sword sect, and the saber young master was the foster son of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Besides Zishang, there isn't a second person in your Z clan's younger generation that can make me take them seriously. Ji Feng looked at Zhigang as he mocked. Zhigang's face became gloomy as his body lightly trembled, and he felt extreme humiliation. Right at this moment, a chilly voice suddenly sounded out. Then let me, this person that you don't take seriously, properly experience your ability. Along with this chilly voice sounding out, a violet-colored beautiful figure that was accompanied by a wave of fragrance appeared in the inner hall to stand before Zhigang. Under the sleeve that was lined with gold borders, a white wrist slowly extended out and flicked out a medicinal pill, and it shot directly at Zhigang. After Zhigang caught the medicinal pill and swallowed it, he bowed respectfully to the person that had arrived. Young Miss Ziyan. Meanwhile, the beautiful figure turned around, her gracefully slender and delicate body that was like a devil's, and her face that was beautiful like an angel had appeared before the eyes of everyone. Even Duan Ling Tian's eyes couldn't help but light up. In terms of appearance, this young woman wasn't inferior to his two fiancés. The young woman wore violet clothes. As she stood there, she first emitted a lofty aura, then she emitted a type of enchanting aura. Lofty and enchanting, a conflicting combination, and it caused the young woman to seem even more difficult to fathom. Young Miss Ziyan, she's the younger sister of Zither young master, Flute Fairy, Ziyan. Instantly, some people couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. I heard long ago that the flute fairy, Xian, is the #1 beauty of our imperial city. Now that I've seen her here today, she really does deserve her reputation. The speed she entered the inner hall earlier was so swift. I've only heard that the flute fairy, Xian, had extremely high accomplishments in music, and even frequently does a flute and zither ensemble with her brother, and it could be said to be the sound of nature. Looks like the natural talent in the martial Tao of this young Miss Xian isn't low. The Z clan only possesses 2 recommendation quotas. Since young Miss Xian is able to occupy one of them, I presume her cultivation is extraordinary as well. I actually didn't know in the past that young Miss Xian had such a high natural talent in the martial Tao. Young Miss Xian has an elder brother like Zither young master, so even if her natural talent in the martial Tao isn't bad, it would surely be covered by Zither young master's brilliance, and cause us to have no knowledge of it. After all, our gazes were mostly on Zither young master. The crowd of outer hall students discussed animatedly. Young Miss Xian, Jifeng still have a calm expression when facing Xian. Injuries are bound to happen in a battle. I hope that young Miss Xian doesn't act rashly. Otherwise, if I accidentally injure young Miss Xian, then it would be difficult for me to give Zither young master an explanation. Who in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City didn't know that Zither young master was extremely fond of this younger sister of his? If he were to injure Xian, then Zither young master would surely not let the matter go. Since you look down upon my Z clan members so much, then I'll prove to you that what you said is wrong. Xian's white wrist stretched out of her sleeve once again, and a jade flute that was translucent and crystalline to appear in her hand. Grade 5 spirit weapon. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian just happened to have been inspecting Xian's cultivation with his spiritual force, and his spiritual force flashed past the jade flute in Xian's hands on the way, yet he noticed that it was a grade 5 spirit weapon. Looks like Jifeng is going to suffer. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. He noticed earlier that this flute fairy, Xian, was similar to Jifeng. She was in existence at the half-step void stage as well. Since young Miss Xian insists, then Jifeng can only be rude. Jifeng took a deep breath as the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand jerked, then his eyes gradually became cold. Young Miss Xian, make your move. Under the gazes of everyone present, Flute Fairy slowly raised her hand to place the grade 5 spirit flute on her bright red lips, then her hands lightly pulsed on the spirit flute as she breathed gracefully into the spirit flute. Whereas the spirit flute started to emit strand of origin energy that became more and more deep. Instantly, the sound of the flute rose and it was filled with the intent of slaughter. This was a song of slaughter. Instantly, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form in the sky. This flute fairy, Xian, is actually at the half-step void stage as well. Instantly, the group of outer hall students were greatly shocked. In next to no time, when everyone saw the 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared beside the existing 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes, their faces were filled with shock. Grade 5. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Oh my god, the flute fairy, Xian, has a grade 5 spirit weapon like her brother, Zither young master. At this moment, besides Duan Ling Tian, who had a calm expression, everyone else was completely shocked. Chapter 509, Ironwall Sword Body. At this moment, besides the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that a half-step void stage martial artist possessed, there was another 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. It formed an extremely great contrast to the extra 570 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were above Jifeng. This was the difference between a grade 5 spirit weapon and grade 6 spirit weapon. An ordinary grade 5 spirit weapon was able to amplify strength by 48%. Whereas an ordinary grade 6 spirit weapon was only able to amplify strength by 38%. The difference was an entire 10%. To a half-step void stage martial artist, 10% was equivalent to the strength of 150 ancient mammoths. So what if it's a grade 5 spirit sword? I've comprehended a sword force seed and I'm not much inferior to you. Ji Feng's face became slightly grim. He instantly concentrated and his body moved to fly out, choosing to strike first and gain the advantage. After all, even if his sword force seed's fluctuation in strength hit the limit, it would still be inferior to the flute fairy by the strength of over 10 ancient mammoths. If he wanted to win, then he had to take her by surprise. But would Jifeng be able to succeed? Suddenly, the spirit flute that lay horizontal before flute fairy's scarlet lips emitted a melody that became more and more hurried, and the origin energy within it even became completely material. As Ji Feng's figure moved, a sword flashed out, seeming like a meteor that flashed in the night sky, and it went straight for the spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hands. As far as he was concerned, so long as he struck down the grade 5 spirit flute, it would be sufficient for him to firmly grasp victory. In this way, he would also not injure the Flute Fairy. Right at this moment, the melody that Flute Fairy played and originally contained the tune of slaughter abruptly changed to become exceedingly exalted. Whereas at this instant, the Flute Fairy blew gracefully as origin energy condensed on the spirit flute on her hand before pulsating according to the tune, and numerous light blades that were condensed from origin energy whistled as they flew out to greet Ji Feng. The following scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck. The Flute Fairy is actually condensing origin energy into blades and executing attacks via the spirit flute. Duan Ling Tian's heart couldn't help but shake when he saw the scene before him. Before his eyes, the Flute Fairy stood there with her violet clothes that fluttered without the wind, and the tips of her fingers on her delicate pair of hands ceaselessly pressed onto the spirit flute. Numerous light blades condensed from origin energy whistled as they flew out to flash directly towards Ji Feng. These light blades seemed like a rain that wouldn't stop forever, and they ceaselessly descended onto Ji Feng. The grade 6 spirit sword in Ji Feng's hand had swung out for an unknown amount of swings, and every time it swung out, it would destroy a light blade. But the light blades were truly too numerous. Later on, his movements seemed to be in slightly difficult state, whereas Flute Fairy on the other hand stood there with a composed expression, and she gracefully blew in the spirit flute. Along with a deafening tune of slaughter sounding out, the numerous light blades that flashed out became even more fierce, swift, and peerless. Ah! Suddenly, Ji Feng shouted out explosively, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, then the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand returned to revolve around his body, and his origin energy transformed into numerous sword lights that twined around his body. Subsequently, Ji Feng's body flashed out, and he actually relied on the protective barrier formed by these sword lights to charge towards Flute Fairy. Those light blades descended in patches onto the protective barrier around Ji Feng's body, and then transformed into nothingness. It's the Li clan's Earth rank defense martial skill, Ironwall Sword Body. Instantly, many people had recognized the martial skill Ji Feng executed. Earth rank defensive martial skill. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. According to his knowledge, an Earth rank defensive martial skill mostly relied on Earth force and Earth concept to be utilized. Just like the high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill that came along with the 6th form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, it was a defensive martial skill that was powered by Earth concept. Earth rank defensive martial skills and profound rank defensive martial skills were two completely different notions. After one was at the origin core stage, the effects of a profound rank defensive martial skill were negligible. Whereas because force and concept had been fused into an Earth rank defensive martial skill, then if one is able to cultivate it to a certain extent, although it couldn't completely block an opponent's attacks, it was able to temporarily stop the opponent's attack and buy time for oneself. This was the charm of an Earth rank defensive martial skill. Now, although it was difficult for the Earth rank defensive martial skill Ji Feng executed, the Ironwall Sword Body, to continuously take Flute Fairy's light blade attacks head-on, relying on his Ironwall Sword Body, he was still able to buy a large amount of time for himself. At least, before the Ironwall Sword Body was destroyed, he'd have already approached near the Flute Fairy. Finally, the sword light defense around Ji Feng's body that was condensed by relying on the Ironwall Sword Body had been completely shattered by Flute Fairy's light blades that covered the sky. Meanwhile, Ji Feng had already arrived near the Flute Fairy. Ji Feng made his move, his sword flashed out, and after it crushed a few light blades, it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that stabbed towards Flute Fairy. Ji Feng has obviously seen through the Flute Fairy's weakness. The Flute Fairy attacked by using a tune of slaughter to condense light blades, and she's more adept in far-range battle. Now that he has approached her, it's difficult for her to withstand his sword with an advantage of the strength of only over 10 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He originally thought Ji Feng would lose, but he never expected that Ji Feng would give him such a large, pleasant surprise. Ji Feng's live combat experience had exceeded his expectations. Right when most people broke out in cold sweat for Flute Fairy, the movements of Flute Fairy's fine fingers on the spirit flute became faster and faster, whereas that tune of slaughter became more and more rapid. That is, in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's acute spiritual force had noticed the changes on the origin energy that twined the spirit flute in Flute Fairy's hands at the first possible moment. There seemed to have been something added between that origin energy. Duan Ling Tian hadn't returned to his senses when Flute Fairy blew gracefully, and numerous light blades were condensed through the spirit flute once again. Numerous light blades lines up into an orderly line to intercept Ji Feng's sword that stabbed towards her. Break! Ji Feng's eyes were crimson red as he shouted out explosively, and he intended to smash all these light blades and defeat Flute Fairy. But in next to no time, his face went pale. Because the light blades that were lined into a row were completely different than the light blades from before, and it seemed to have extra strands of light azure-colored energy that was extremely gorgeous. Whereas now, another 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared in the sky above the existing 2,220 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Of course, these 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes weren't stable, and they fluctuated to 70 and 80 from time to time. The first light blade collided onto the grade 6 spirit sword in Ji Feng's hand, causing Ji Feng's body to shake lightly. The second light blade continued to blast over, and Ji Feng's face instantly became ghastly pale. The third light blade caused Ji Feng's face to flush red. The fourth light blade caused Ji Feng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Until the sixth light blade, Ji Feng's palm split open and blood dribbled down, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was struck flying before dropping to the ground with a clang. Whereas when the remaining 3 light blades looked to be about to pierce into Ji Feng's chest and kill Ji Feng, a violet-colored figure seemed like a violet-colored ghost that followed up to the blades like a shadow and destroyed the 3 light blades with a raise of the hand. The translucent and crystalline jade flute descended onto Ji Feng's chest and blasted him flying. Ji Feng fell onto the ground in a sorry state, and he had an aggrieved expression. Whereas the violet-colored ghost's figure finally stopped and revealed Flute Fairy, Ziyan's, true appearance. What a formidable woman! Duan Ling Tian gasped. This Flute Fairy was the younger sister of Zither Young Master. Based on her age, she was much younger than Zither Young Master from 1 year ago. In other words, her natural talent obviously surpassed Zither Young Master. Especially comprehension ability, Flute Fairy had already comprehended her wind force seed to the extreme. Earlier, when faced with Ji Feng's attack that could be considered to be flawless, she utilized her wind force seed in a timely manner and crushed Ji Feng in one go, and she was extremely decisive. Wind force seed. No matter if it was the outer hall students or the inner hall students, they were all shocked by Flute Fairy's ability. Your strength isn't bad, being able to force me to use my wind force seed at the half-step void stage. If I didn't have a grade 5 spirit flute, I might not be a match for you. Flute Fairy glanced indifferently at Ji Feng. Ji Feng took a deep breath. There's no ifs. If I have a grade 5 spirit weapon, I would use it as well. A loss is a loss. But I never imagined that as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy actually possessed such a formidable natural talent and comprehension ability. If it's up to me, Flute Fairy isn't inferior to Zither Young Master in the slightest. Ji Feng's words were spoken with extreme sincerity, but Flute Fairy didn't appreciate it. HMPH. My brother is much stronger than me. If you dare talk bad about my brother again, I'll absolutely not let you off. Instantly, Flute Fairy's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and it was extremely icy cold. Her words contained extreme protection towards Zither Young Master. For a time, the outer hall students that originally wanted to say similar things had obediently shut their mouths. That Zither Young Master actually has a younger sister like this. I really don't know how many years he cultivated to receive this fortune. Duan Ling Tian slightly sighed with emotion in his heart when he saw the Flute Fairy, who'd instantly transformed into a female lion. You're Duan Ling Tian. Right at the instant that Duan Ling Tian was absent-minded, a chilly voice sounded out by his ear. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and only now did he notice that Flute Fairy had looked towards him suddenly. Her pair of beautiful eyes contained coldness mixed within and were filled with hostility. Right, I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he wasn't surprised by Flute Fairy's hostility. After all, 1 year ago, he'd caused Zither Young Master to lose all face at the 7-star sword sect's Dubi Peak. Perhaps along with the annihilation of the 7-star sword sect, this incident didn't spread out, but as the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Flute Fairy ought to know of it. I heard from my brother that you know demonic techniques. Flute Fairy's gaze was cold as she stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. I want to experience your demonic technique. Demonic technique. As soon as Flute Fairy finished speaking, everyone present looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knows demonic techniques. Many people were dumbstruck. I'm sorry, I don't know any demonic techniques. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard Flute Fairy, then he shook his head before turning around and leaving. Chapter 510, Demonic Technique Displaying Its Might. Stop. Duan Ling Tian had only just turned around when he heard a light shout coming from behind. At the same time, a blast of strong wind assaulted him. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he slightly exerted force with his feet. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly dodged Flute Fairy's sneak attack. Flute Fairy wasn't surprised that Duan Ling Tian was able to dodge her attack, and her pair of chilly eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. "Didn't you use a demonic technique to defeat my brother that day? What? Dare to do the deed, but not admit it?" Flute Fairy's words caused a stir in the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian defeated Zither Young Master using a demonic technique. Although they didn't know what a demonic technique was, they faintly realized that Duan Ling Tian might not have won honorably, otherwise, Flute Fairy ought to not babble about it endlessly. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with you?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank when being sneak attacked by Flute Fairy, and now that he heard Flute Fairy's aggressive words, his brows couldn't help but frown. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the people present to be speechless. They never expected that Duan Ling Tian was actually able to say such a thing to a beauty. Although this beauty had indeed gone too far earlier, as a man, he should at least have some tolerance when facing a woman, right? Of course, all this was only their personal way of thinking. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be considerate when facing Flute Fairy just because she was beautiful. Moreover, not to mention, he already possessed two fiancées whose appearance and qualities weren't inferior to Flute Fairy. Even if he didn't, he still wouldn't act humble when dealing with a woman that had no manners. As far as he was concerned, Flute Fairy's appearance was unable to affect him. You. Flute Fairy was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and with a raise of her hand, she actually placed the grade 5 spirit flute on her bright red lips. Suddenly, the tune of slaughter rose once more. At the same time that origin energy twined on the spirit flute, strands of wind force seed suffused out. When facing Duan Ling Tian, Flute Fairy used her full strength right off the bat. Numerous light blades condensed from origin energy whistled out, lining up into a line as they flashed straight towards Duan Ling Tian, seeming to want to pierce through Duan Ling Tian's body, and her wind force seed followed like a shadow amongst the light blades. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he heard the wave of a lofty tune of slaughter, and when faced with Flute Fairy's attack, at the same time that he snorted coldly, he raised his hand. Duan Ling Tian's origin energy raged as he pointed out, and he only used the half-step advanced lightning force to condense an incomplete tempest point to intercept Flute Fairy's light blade attack. In terms of speed, Duan Ling Tian's tempest point far surpassed Flute Fairy's light blades that were condensed from origin energy combined with the tune of slaughter. In terms of strength, Duan Ling Tian's tempest point carried the strength of 2,500 ancient mammoths, and it completely crushed Flute Fairy's strength of 2,300 ancient mammoths. The tempest point tore through the sky, piercing the sky to the point the airflow in the sky flew apart, and it pointed towards the origin energy light blades that had formed a line. Poof. 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 A wave of shattering sounded out. It was Duan Ling Tian's tempest point piercing through those numerous origin energy light blades like sweeping through dry leaves, and it crushed Flute Fairy's attack. Subsequently, the tempest point's momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it shaved past Flute Fairy's beautiful face as it flashed by before entering the wall at the side with a bang, and then passing through it. Pooh. Whereas Flute Fairy's countenance went ghastly pale at this moment, then her beautiful face flushed red before she spat out a mouthful of blood. After she spat out the blood, Flute Fairy's delicate figure trembled slightly. She had an extremely ghastly pale countenance and was on the verge of collapse, and she seemed delicate and touching. Duan Ling Tian is too ruthless. He's even able to lay his hand on such a beauty. If it was me, I'd surely not retort nor counterattack when faced with Flute Fairy's curses and attacks. The wave of sighing sounding out by his ears caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from smiling bitterly. Have these outer hall students not seen a woman in their entire lives? Duan Ling Tian, you actually dare be disrespectful to young Miss Ziyan. I'll kill you. An explosive shout sounded out, and it was Zi Gang who was defeated by Ji Feng earlier that charged towards Duan Ling Tian before smashing out with his fist that descended towards Duan Ling Tian's head. You're courting death. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, then his body jerked before leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone at the scene only felt something flash before their eyes. It was Duan Ling Tian who'd kicked Zi Gang flying with a raise of his leg, causing Zi Gang to knock onto the far-away wall and directly faint. This scene caused the hearts of everyone at the scene to be unable to help but go cold. Some of the outer hall students that were still feeling injustice was done to Flute Fairy had directly shut their mouths, and they didn't dare speak another word, who knew if Duan Ling Tian would suddenly attack them. They were afraid when they saw what happened to Zhigang. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that although Flute Fairy was injured by his tempest point to the point her face went ghastly pale, her chilly eyes were instead exceedingly firm, and she still stared fixedly at him. "Why don't you use your demonic technique?" Flute Fairy's voice was filled with a feeling of being not resigned. She wanted to prove to everyone that the reason her brother, Zither Young Master, had lost at Duan Ling Tian's hand 1 year ago was because Duan Ling Tian used a demonic technique, and not like the news that the members of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect spread out, that Duan Ling Tian had used his own strength to defeat her brother. She wanted to redress it for her brother. Duan Ling Tian never expected that Flute Fairy was so stubborn, and for a time, he viewed her in a different light. Demonic technique. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Flute Fairy with a spurious smile on his face. "You really want to experience my demonic technique?" Although he didn't think that a soul skill was a demonic technique, since others said this, he couldn't be bothered to refute it. "Exactly." Flute Fairy nodded, and her chilly eyes were exceedingly firm. Then looked carefully. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a dim light that was difficult to notice slowly appeared deep within his eyes. Subsequently, his spiritual force fused into the soul brand. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian executed the soul skill he possessed, and created an illusion space at Flute Fairy's locations. Whereas currently, Flute Fairy was enveloped by the illusion space, the scene before her eyes flashed, and she noticed that the place she was at had changed completely. The sudden changes caused Flute Fairy's beautiful face to change slightly, and her body shivered. Duan Ling Tian really knows demonic techniques. "How did he send me here?" Flute Fairy sized up the surroundings. She noticed that it was a desert and not a trace of human habitation could be seen in all directions. "What is this place?" Flute Fairy's countenance was ghastly pale as she couldn't refrain from exclaiming in fear. Whereas at this moment, all the people in the inner hall were stunned when they saw Flute Fairy losing her composure. "What's this Flute Fairy doing? Isn't this the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall? Is she possessed?" She was still fine before, but at this moment, she seems as if she has suddenly become a different person. No matter if it was the crowd of outer hall students or inner hall students, they were all dumbstruck at this moment. The scene before them had completely exceeded their imagination. "What's going on?" Presently, even Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, and Sima Yang were stunned. Flute Fairy said Duan Ling Tian is able to use some demonic technique earlier. Could it be that this is Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique? Ji Feng's gaze quickly became clear, and an unbelievable thought arose in his heart. This thought wasn't something even he himself didn't dare believe. The Flute Fairy wouldn't be working together with Duan Ling Tian to put on a show, right? Ji Feng said to himself. He didn't dare believe it, nor was he willing to believe that such a strange thing existed in the world. What demonic technique? As far as he was concerned, all of this was a bunch of nonsense. In next to no time, the crowd of people that had just recovered from their shock were dumbstruck once more. Under the gazes of everyone present, Flute Fairy moved like the wind as she ludicrously dashed towards Duan Ling Tian. "Don't leave, brother. Brother, don't leave. Don't leave Ziyan by herself. Ziyan is afraid, Ziyan is afraid." Everyone saw that when Flute Fairy dashed to arrive nearby Duan Ling Tian, she suddenly stopped as grief and despair appeared on her face, and she muttered. "Brother, how can you be so cruel? Leaving Ziyan all alone here. Brother." Unknowingly, 2 streams of clear tears had flowed down Flute Fairy's face. This scene caused everyone present to be flabbergasted. They're putting on a play. This thought suddenly emerged within the hearts of everyone. They didn't know that everything Flute Fairy faced now was completely different from what they saw. Within that illusion space, Flute Fairy was within a boundless desert that she couldn't find the way out from, and she was at an extreme loss. She searched for a very long time within there, yet she didn't find the way to leave. Gradually, she despaired. Whereas it was at this moment that she saw Zither Young Master, the brother that doted on her the most. But Zither Young Master was extremely cold and indifferent towards her, and even headed towards the distance. She wanted to chase after him, yet after chasing for a while, Zither Young Master had completely vanished before her eyes. In the end, she could only be laden with grief by herself. "Are you satisfied now?" When Flute Fairy felt extremely despaired, an indifferent voice sounded out by her ears, and it caused her to awaken as if awakening from a dream. When she returned to her senses, she noticed that the surrounding environment had changed once more, and she'd returned to the inner hall of Dragon and Phoenix Academy, whereas before her, a violet-clothed young man stood there as he looked at her with an expressionless face. Flute Fairy recalled the scene from before and her face went gloomy. Earlier, at the desert without any signs of habitation. At the beginning, she was still curious how Duan Ling Tian had sent her here, but along with the passage of time at that place, she completely forgot everything about the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall, and she even forgot Duan Ling Tian was executing his demonic technique on her. Meanwhile, Flute Fairy noticed that the people present looked at her with extremely strange gazes, exactly what happened earlier. Flute Fairy's gaze descended onto Ji Feng, and she asked via voice transmission. Ji Feng, what did you see earlier? Ji Feng cursed in his heart when he heard Flute Fairy's voice transmission. If you're acting, then act, why did you make it so real? Could it be that you don't know what you did yourself? Of course, Ji Feng only thought like this in his heart. Subsequently, he sent a voice transmission, and he explained everything that happened earlier with a lack of interest. Chapter 511, Soul Skill, Soul Shaker. Ji Feng's voice transmission entered into Flute Fairy's ears, and it caused her to be dumbstruck. Under the gazes of everyone present, she'd cried and made noises as if she'd gone mad. All her behavior in the strange desert earlier was seen by everyone present. Instantly, Flute Fairy's face became deathly pale, and boundless shame arose in her heart. She wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide within it. Ji Feng had an expression of disdain when he saw Flute Fairy's expression, and he cursed in his heart. Fuck off. Go on, pretend. Do you really think I'm unable to discern that you were putting on an act earlier? Presently, there were many people with similar thoughts as Ji Feng, because everything that happened earlier had completely exceeded their scope of understanding. You're really capable of demonic techniques. Flute Fairy stretched out her hand to point at Duan Ling Tian in embarrassment. Her slender and smooth finger lightly trembled as she was extremely agitated. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Flute Fairy with waning interest, then shrugged. If you think it's a demonic technique, then it's a demonic technique. Now, you wanted to experience my demonic technique and I've allowed you to. Don't disturb me anymore. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian returned to his own courtyard, then walked into the house in the courtyard and directly closed the door, leaving behind Flute Fairy whose beautiful face was angered to the point it flushed red and her eyes were filled with traces of shame. This Duan Ling Tian actually caused her to make a fool of herself in public. However, when she thought of how she made Duan Ling Tian utilize his demonic technique, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Her hard work was repaid. At least, she proved the fact that Duan Ling Tian knew demonic techniques. HMPH. If it wasn't for relying on being able to use demonic techniques, how could this Duan Ling Tian be a match for my brother that day? Flute Fairy's voice raised slightly, and she wanted to use the people present to spread out this truth, and redress the outcome of fight for her brother. But she quickly noticed that most of the people present looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot, and they obviously didn't believe what she said. All of you. Flute Fairy was anxious. She's racked her brains to make Duan Ling Tian use his demonic technique, and she'd even acted ludicrously in public, yet what she got in return was actually such an outcome. She wasn't resigned. I'm speaking the truth. Duan Ling Tian really knows how to use demonic techniques. Earlier, I don't know how, but I'd arrived at a desert that didn't have the slightest trace of habitation. When Flute Fairy spoke up to hear, she didn't continue, because she noticed that the gazes of everyone present had become even stranger. Young Miss Ziyan, so long as it's a normal person, they would be able to discern that you and Duan Ling Tian had joined together to put on a show earlier. Although I don't know what the two of you seek by doing this, I still want to tell you that unless someone has something wrong in their head, otherwise, no one will believe you. Ji Feng looked at Flute Fairy and sent a voice transmission in goodwill. Flute Fairy's delicate figure trembled slightly, and her beautiful face flushed red. Everything she said was true, yet why did no one believe it? She wasn't resigned to this fate. Duan Ling Tian, come out. In next to no time, Flute Fairy strode forward to arrive before the courtyard that Duan Ling Tian stayed at, and she shouted out with a chilly voice. Duan Ling Tian had only just sat cross-legged since entering the room and intended to cultivate when he heard Flute Fairy's cold shout. He instantly frowned, then opened the door and walked out. Woman, are you done yet? Duan Ling Tian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice as he spoke impatiently. You asked me to let you experience the demonic technique, and I've done so. now you still try to climb all over me. Duan Ling Tian, tell them that I didn't deceive them. You indeed know how to utilize demonic techniques and can send me to a strange place, said Flute Fairy to Duan Ling Tian in an extremely hurried tone. So long as I say it, you won't disturb me any longer. Duan Ling Tian asked cautiously. He didn't want to be bothered by this woman, otherwise, he would basically be unable to cultivate. Yes, Flute Fairy didn't hesitate in the slightest and nodded hurriedly. As far as she was concerned, so long as Duan Ling Tian was willing to admit it, it ought to be sufficient to make the people present to be convinced and stop saying she was speaking false words. I hope you can keep your promise. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Flute Fairy, and his icy cold and fierce gaze caused her to be unable to stop herself from shivering. Everyone, Flute Fairy didn't deceive all of you, I indeed know how to utilize demonic techniques. Right, if anyone is interested, I can allow you to try the feeling of being an emperor, and even being a martial emperor isn't a problem. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the outer hall and inner hall students present as he spoke in all seriousness, but his serious words instead caused the crowd of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students to break out with laughter. Remember your promise. Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly and indifferently at Flute Fairy after he finished speaking, then he returned to his room once again and started cultivating. Flute Fairy heaved a sigh of relief, but in next to no time, she was dumbstruck once again. All of you. She noticed that not only did the gazes of the people present not change, it even became stranger. At this moment, she finally realized that if she didn't make these people personally experience it, it would be impossible for them to believe Duan Ling Tian knew how to use demonic techniques. In the end, she could only walk over to the courtyard that originally belonged to Ji Feng and now belonged to her with a bitter expression, then return to her room. Duan Ling Tian, I'll make everyone believe the fact that you know demonic techniques sooner or later. After she returned to her room, Flute Fairy had her back to the door and was aggrieved to the point that tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks, and she spoke with an enraged expression. Since she was born, this was the first time she'd suffered such a great injustice. That feeling of being misunderstood by everyone caused her to feel extremely unhappy. Now she finally understood the meaning of the words her brother spoke to her 1 year ago before leaving the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yan, brother is going to follow master and cultivate. I'll surely find a way to defeat Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique and wash away this humiliation. He caused me to lose all face, and caused me to encounter the doubt of everyone from the 7-star sword sect. Those were the words her brother, the zither young master, Zi Shang, said to her before leaving the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was difficult for her to understand the rage and grievance in her brother's heart. But now, she understood it completely. Because, she'd lost all face before the crowd of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students, and suffered the doubt of the crowd at the same time. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely help my brother find a way to overcome your demonic technique. Zi Yan lightly clenched her white teeth, and her beautiful face was extremely firm. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know about everything that happened outside. Currently, he was silently cultivation the 5th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the lightning worm form. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian awoke after he felt the origin energy in his body had reached a saturated state once more. Squeak squeak. Right at this moment, a wave of familiar cries sounded out. Subsequently, he saw a bolt of golden lightning flash before his eyes before his shoulders slightly sunk, and a fluffy little gold thing had appeared there. It was precisely the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Little gold, you've awoken. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Hee hee. Big brother Ling Tian, I've finally broken through. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears and it was filled with excitement and delight. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this, then his spiritual force stretched out, and he discovered the little gold mouse's current cultivation at the first possible moment. Little gold had finally broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. Little gold, your spiritual force. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at the little gold mouse with a burning gaze. But he saw the little gold mouse's shiny jade-green eyes had instantly gone dim. Then she drooped her little head as she said via voice transmission, Big brother Ling Tian, I still haven't awakened my soul brand and was unable to comprehend the elementary soul skills of my jade-eyed heavenly mouse race. A trace of a sense of loss that was difficult to notice flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard this, but he still consoled. It's all right, work hard and cultivate properly. Make your cultivation and spiritual force advance by a few levels and you'll surely be able to awaken your soul brand. Out of the blue, An unexpected event suddenly occurred at this moment. Duan Ling Tian saw that the little gold mouse suddenly raised her head, and her pair of jade green eyes that were originally dim had abruptly lit up. Not only that, he saw that within the little gold mouse's pair of jade green eyes, a strand of imperceptible golden flames had emerged in each of them. What's that? Right when wonder emerged in Duan Ling Tian's heart, he felt a formidable spiritual force that was swift to the extreme sweep over, and before he had the time to react, it had already pierced into his soul. In the next moment, his soul shook, and the little gold mouse before him and everything within his field of vision had become blurry. Not only that, he also noticed that at this moment, the origin energy that he mobilized from his entire body was gradually on the verge of collapse from the shaking of his soul. After a short moment, he noticed that the formidable spiritual force that attacked him had completely vanished. Whereas his consciousness gradually became clear, everything returned to normal. Little gold, you little fellow. You actually deceived me. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he glared angrily at the little gold mouse. He was naturally able to guess what happened earlier. It was obviously the little gold mouse who'd relied on her soul brand that had awoken to utilize her soul skill to trap him. Hee. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm formidable, right? The little gold mouse raised her little head proudly, and asked with slight complacency. Yes. When he recalled the scene from before, Duan Ling Tian nodded with a slight lingering fear in his heart, and at the same time, he asked curiously. Little gold, what soul skill did you execute earlier? Everything that happened earlier in that instant was something he wasn't willing to experience a second time in this lifetime. At that moment, he even had the feeling that his life had escaped his control. Big brother Ling Tian, that's the first soul brand that I awakened after my spiritual force broke through into the void initiation stage. The soul skill that's paired with this soul brand is called Soul Shaker. The little gold mouse's voice transmission slowly entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it caused his mood to surge. Soul Shaker. What an overbearing soul skill. This soul skill, Soul Shaker, ought to belong to offensive soul skills, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. At that instant earlier, he was able to clearly feel that the little gold mouse's spiritual force had instantly pierced into his soul. Chapter 512, Counter-Tracking. Yes, it's an offensive soul skill. The little gold mouse replied, then continued saying via voice transmission. But, it's only an elementary soul skill, and isn't able to directly crush another's soul. It's only able to cause others' minds to be unguarded for a short period of time, causing one's mind to be unguarded. When he recalled the scene of the little gold mouse's spiritual force piercing into his soul and the torture he'd suffered at that instant, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. At that instant, even a body-tempering stage martial artist was probably able to kill him by relying on a weapon. At that moment, he was undoubtedly at his weakest. Abnormal. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook. In next to no time, after communicating with the little gold mouse, Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding towards the little gold mouse's Soul Shaker. Soul Shaker's scope of effect was almost similar to his 1,000 illusions. Besides being useless against existences who possessed spiritual forces that were stronger than themselves, it was also useless when facing inscription's masters who possessed a similar level of spiritual force and variant demon beasts who had similarly awakened their soul brand. In other words, so long as they aren't inscription masters or demon beasts that have awakened their soul brand, Little Gold Soul Shaker would be able to affect martial artists and demon beasts with the same cultivation as her spiritual force. Duan Ling Tian came to a complete understanding. Presently, Little Gold's spiritual force is at the first level of the void initiation stage. In other words, even if it's an ordinary first-level void initiation stage martial artist, then so long as the martial artist isn't an inscription master, Little Gold would be able to use Soul Shaker to cause the martial artist's mind to become unguarded. When Duan Ling Tian thought up to here, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If I make a move and attack the first-level void initiation stage martial artist at this time, then the martial artist would die for sure. In other words, as long as I cooperate with Little Gold now. Then so long as we don't encounter a person whose spiritual force is at a higher level than Little Gold and an inscription master with a spiritual force at a similar level as Little Gold, then I can walk unhindered in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of excitement in his heart when he thought up to here. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm tired, I want to rest for a while. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the little gold mouse had fallen asleep. The little gold mouse slept for an entire night and day. Little gold, what happened to you yesterday? Duan Ling Tian asked impatiently after the little gold mouse awoke. Big brother Ling Tian, after I used the soul shaker, my spiritual force seemed as if it was completely sucked out. Even now, it still hasn't completely recovered. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to jerk. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and asked, Little gold, then can you utilize that soul skill, soul shaker, now? The little gold mouse shook her head. No, the state of my spiritual force must attain its peak condition before I'm able to utilize soul shaker. Then how long do you need to recover after using soul shaker once? Duan Ling Tian asked. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that he had perhaps gotten happy too early. Little gold's soul skill, soul shaker, seemed to have some restrictions. Almost around half a month, replied the little gold mouse via voice transmission. Half a month. Looks like he'd indeed gotten happy too early. In this way, little gold's soul shake can only be used once every half a month. Duan Ling Tian sighed to himself and was slightly disappointed. With a quick thought he came to a sudden understanding. As expected, the hearts of people are never content. Even if it's half a month once, it's still sufficient to be shocking. After all, little gold is only a 7th level void prying stage demon beast now, and being able to use soul skills to affect ordinary 1st level void prying stage martial artists and demon beasts is already extremely abnormal. Little gold, tell me when your spiritual force has recovered to its peak. At that time, I intend to use the chance to go out this month, said Duan Ling Tian to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse's pair of jade green eyes lit up when she heard this, and they were like two dazzling and resplendent gemstones. Big brother Ling Tian, you want to go look for materials that can advance the grade of spirit swords? Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Not only do I want to find materials to advance the grade of spirit swords, I still want to buy some materials to refine medicinal pills that assist void prying stage martial artists in their cultivation. When she heard Duan Ling Tian, the little gold mouse was exceedingly excited. Half a month passed extremely swiftly. It had already been 20 days since Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Although outer hall students would occasionally enter the inner hall to issue a challenge, it wasn't as bustling as half a month ago. Now, the 10 students in the inner hall was basically fixed. Big brother Ling Tian, my spiritual force has recovered to its peak. Let's go out. Early in the morning, the little gold mouse excitedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded, then brought the little gold mouse along as he left the courtyard. The inner hall was completely silent, as the 10 inner hall students were either in their rooms cultivating or not in the inner hall. Besides having a path that led to the outer hall, the inner hall also had another shortcut that could directly lead to the gate of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Duan Ling Tian chose the shortcut. After a short moment, he'd arrived the academy gate. At that place, 2 old men were standing like guardians at the sides of the gate, and they didn't move like a mountain, seeming to be 2 statues. Whereas before the stone table at the side of the academy gate sat an old man. This old man was precisely the person that was in charge of registering the entrance and departure of academy students. Senior. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the old man behind the stone table was the exact same old man that registered him 20 days ago. Duan Ling Tian. The old man frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Didn't I tell you that it's best that you not casually leave that academy? Senior, I have something to do and must go out. Duan Ling Tian knew the old man meant well, and his heart felt warm. The old man persuaded Duan Ling Tian for a moment longer, and when he saw Duan Ling Tian remained unmoved, he could only compromise and help Duan Ling Tian register himself. Before Duan Ling Tian left, the old man reminded. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid the matter of you arriving at our Dragon and Phoenix Academy has already spread to the Azure Forest Tri-Sect long ago. If you go out, return as soon as possible so as to avoid any troubles from occurring. Yes, Senior. Duan Ling Tian replied before leaving the academy. Duan Ling Tian hadn't left for long before he noticed 2 concealed gazes locked onto him by relying on his acute spiritual force and counter-tracking ability. They aren't together. What caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised was that these 2 people were actually not together. One of them was a 1st level void prying stage martial artist, the other one was a 9th level void prying stage martial artist. I can deal with this 9th level void prying stage martial artist if I rely on Little Gold's Soul Shaker. But, Soul Shaker can only be used once a month, and I can't waste it like this. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had come to a decision in his heart. Avoid the 9th level void prying stage martial artist. As for the 1st level void prying stage martial artist, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind as he instantly vanished at the end of the street. Whereas in the shadows, 2 figures appeared and chased after him. In next to no time, they noticed that they'd lost the tracks of their target. Where is he? The 2 of them were at different places, yet both had dazed expressions. I'll first report to the 2 guardian elders about the news of Duan Ling Tian leaving the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I presume that with the ability of the 2 guardian elders, it isn't difficult for them to stop Duan Ling Tian from returning to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. One of them was a middle-aged man, and he muttered before intending to leave the remote alley he was in now. But when he walked forward, he instead noticed that a figure had appeared ahead. This figure was familiar to him. Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man recognized the person before him, and his heart shook as his face went pale. He was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed him since long ago, and had intentionally lured him here. Without any hesitation, he directly stepped on the air to soar up. Although he was a 1st level void prying stage martial artist like Duan Ling Tian, he knew his limitations. He was absolutely not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was an existence that had comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. Squeak squeak. The middle-aged man has just soared into the sky when he heard a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind. Subsequently, he saw a fluffy and chubby little gold mouse had appeared not far ahead. The little gold mouse stood in the air, looking harmless and extremely cute. However, at this moment, his body unconsciously stopped as his pupils constricted and he had an expression of extreme astonishment. Because, above the little gold mouse that had appeared before him was an enormous silhouette that curled downwards as it condensed into form, and it looked ferocious. It was an ancient horned dragon silhouette. 7th level void prying stage. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with trembling. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian had arrived behind the middle-aged man as well. You're a member of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and asked indifferently. No, I'm not a member of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, you're mistaken. The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head. How would he dare admit he was a member of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect at this moment? As an elder of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect that had taken part in the process of annihilating the 7-star sword sect, he was extremely clear of the enmity between the Azure Forest Tri-Sect and Duan Ling Tian. If he allowed Duan Ling Tian to know that he was an elder of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, then he would die for sure. Mistaken. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he said indifferently, if I'm not wrong, you were present when our 7-star sword sect was annihilated by your Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Let me think. At that time, you should have been in the demonic Lotusblade sects group. Since when did an Azure Forest Tri-Sect elder not dare admit his own identity? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had a ridiculing smile on his face. Although he wasn't able to remember the faces of all the Azure Forest Tri-Sect members that invaded the 7-star sword sect that day, he still clearly remembered the faces of the group of Azure Forest Tri-Sect elders, and it was engraved into his heart and bones. This middle-aged man was one of them. The middle-aged man's expression became ghastly pale when he saw Duan Ling Tian had recognized him, and his gaze became complicated. Then his gaze occasionally swept to the left, then occasionally to the right. She will tear you to pieces if you dare flee. Duan Ling Tian's voice was filled with extreme coldness, and it caused the middle-aged man's figure to shiver and not dare make any rash movements. Chapter 513, Weapons Craftsman Guild's Main Guild. How many of people from your Azure Forest Tri-Sect have come for the sake of getting rid of me? Duan Ling Tian's voice slowly sounded out, and it was exceedingly empty without the slightest emotion. Coldness appeared at the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw the middle-aged man keeping his mouth shut, and he threatened. If you don't cooperate, then I'll kill you right now. You won't kill me if I cooperate. The middle-aged man imperceptibly shook as he took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. I won't kill you if you cooperate. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief when he obtained Duan Ling Tian's agreement. I came with 2 guardian elders. Normally, the 2 guardian elders would wait for news at the inn and I would come out to look out for your whereabouts. The two guardian elders have given orders to notify them at the first possible moment once I notice you leaving the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The middle-aged man continued. So in other words, the guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect don't dare to forcefully trespass into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The middle-aged man went silent. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy was an academy established by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and was protected by the imperial family. Although their Azure Forest Tri-sect was extremely influential in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it wasn't to the extent of being able to go against the imperial family, so they naturally didn't dare offend the imperial family. Who are the two guardian elders that have come from your sect? Duan Ling Tian asked. Actually, Duan Ling Tian already had a guess in his heart, and he just wanted to confirm it a step further. It's Elder Huo and Elder Ming, the middle-aged man hurriedly said. Speak their names. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold, and at this instant, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to go down slightly. The middle-aged man's figure shook as he added. It's Elder Tang Huo and Elder Zhao Ming. Tang Huo, Zhao Ming, it really is them. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile of ridicule, then he glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. After the Azure Forest Tri-sect obtained the news of my appearance this time, it ought to be Tang Huo and Zhao Ming who took the initiative to request for the assignment to kill me, right? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Although he was curious why Duan Ling Tian would know this, he didn't dare ask. Zhang Lin didn't come. Duan Ling Tian asked again. Tang Huo and Zhao Ming's appearance was within his expectations, as the two of them were presumably unable to forget the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But Zhang Lin not coming had exceeded his expectations. He still remembered that when he mentioned the 10,000-year stalactite milk that day, that Azure Forest Tri-sect elder, Zhang Ling, was present as well. Logically speaking, Zhang Lin probably wouldn't miss a good opportunity to capture him. Elder Zhang Lin died 1 year ago, said the middle-aged man. Dead? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. How did he die? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious. That Zhang Lin was a 6th-level void initiation stage expert, after all, and people who could kill him in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom could be counted on one's fingers. I heard he was killed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even I'm not too clear about the specifics. The middle-aged man continued. Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he thought of the mysterious expert from that day at the first possible moment. That mysterious expert hadn't shown himself, yet deterred the 3 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect to flee merely by relying on his matchlessly formidable imposing manner. Could it be that Senior did it? Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Which inn are that Tang Huo and Zhao Ming staying in? Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse after he obtained the last piece of information he wanted to know from the middle-aged man. Little gold, I'll leave it to you. Duan Ling Tian's voice abruptly went cold. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out excitedly, and her jade-green eyes locked tightly onto the middle-aged man. You deceived me. You said you wouldn't kill me. Coldness emerged from the middle-aged man's heart when he was locked on by the little gold mouse. His body shivered as he pointed at Duan Ling Tian in panic. I only said that I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say I wouldn't let her kill you. Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm and didn't carry any emotion within it. The middle-aged man revealed an expression of despair, and his figure flashed out, intending to flee. But he didn't even have the time to move before a tiny sword light that was swift as a bolt of lightning had already slashed past the sky to swipe past his throat. Squeak squeak. When she saw the middle-aged man die and his corpse crashing to the ground, the little gold mouse swung her pocket-sized spirit sword about and was extremely happy. With a raise of his hand, a strand of blue flames leapt up on Duan Ling Tian's palm. Subsequently, the flames descended onto the middle-aged man's corpse. The middle-aged man's corpse didn't even land on the ground when it had already transformed into ash that covered the sky and dispersed with the wind. Grade 4 weapon flame was exceedingly overbearing. Little gold, let's go. We're going to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. He called out to the little gold mouse. After he asked for directions from someone, Duan Ling Tian quickly found the Weapons Craftsman Guild. This Weapons Craftsman Guild was also the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. As the main guild of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, it was extremely bustling, with streams of people moving in and out endlessly. Duan Ling Tian noticed many weapons craftsmen. Based on the crest that they wore on their chests, they were mostly grade 8 and grade 9 weapons craftsmen, and he could occasionally see 1 or 2 grade 7 weapons craftsmen. As for a grade 6 weapons craftsman, Duan Ling Tian instead didn't see a single one. A grade 6 weapons craftsman is considered to be an extremely rare existence in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After all, because there are no grade 5 weapons craftsmen in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, grade 6 weapons craftsmen can reign supreme. Duan Ling Tian quickly came to an understanding. The Weapons Craftsman Guild's hall was extremely spacious. When Duan Ling Tian entered, he noticed that the various counters in the hall were almost filled with people. A portion of these people were weapons craftsmen that had come to accept assignments or buy materials, and another portion were ordinary martial artists that had come to put up assignments. The clamorous atmosphere in the hall caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly unaccustomed to it. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian arrived before the counter that had just become empty, and he went straight to the point. "I want to see your guild master." The worker behind the counter was a beautiful woman in pretty attire, and she was stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Then she said, "Little brother, our guild master is extremely busy, and he isn't someone you can meet on a whim." Normally, even I, the beautiful woman hadn't finished speaking when she stopped abruptly. Her pair of watery eyes sprang wide open at this moment. Her proud and delicate body lightly trembled and was filled with charm, and it caused one to have the desire of pouncing over before pressing her onto the floor and ravaging her. All of this came from Duan Ling Tian's actions. With a raise of his hand and with an angle that only the beautiful woman was able to see, a strand of raging and explosively rising flames burned on Duan Ling Tian's palm. Weapon flame. If it was an ordinary weapon flame, the beautiful woman would naturally not react like this. The problem was the weapon flame on Duan Ling Tian's hand was blue in color. 4. Grade 4 weapon flame. The beautiful woman fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and her light voice trembled intensely. As a worker of the Weapons Craftsman Guild, she was extremely clear of what a grade 4 weapon flame meant. Even she had only heard of a grade 4 weapon flame, but had never seen one. The beautiful woman only recovered from her shock after Duan Ling Tian put out the grade 4 weapon flame on his hand, and when she looked at Duan Ling Tian once more, her gaze was completely different. She didn't dare look down on Duan Ling Tian because of his age anymore. She knew that this was a respected grade 4 weapons craftsman. "Do I have the qualifications to see your guild master now?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Respected Lord Grade 4, guest, please follow me." The beautiful woman intended to address Duan Ling Tian as Lord Grade 4 weapons craftsman, but when she saw the fierce gaze that Duan Ling Tian shot at her, she instantly changed it. She was able to discern that this grade 4 weapons craftsman didn't want others to know his identity. The Weapons Craftsman Guild's hall was extremely large, and the departure of Duan Ling Tian and the beautiful woman didn't attract the attention of others. Duan Ling Tian followed behind the beautiful woman to walk into the inner hall behind the hall. There was a staircase that led upstairs within the inner hall. The beautiful woman led the way at the front, and Duan Ling Tian followed behind. All along the way, the shock in the beautiful woman's eyes was difficult to be restrained. A grade 4 weapons craftsman was sufficient to make her shocked. But now, what truly made her shocked was the age of the young man that followed behind her. The young man looked to be not over 25. Even if he took good care of his appearance, he wouldn't be more than 30 years old. Such a young grade 4 weapons craftsman had completely overturned her past knowledge. Not to mention the Tao of weapons refinement is more difficult as it advances. Condensing a grade 4 weapon flame requires a cultivation at least at the first level of the void prying stage. Since this young man is able to condense a grade 4 weapon flame, I presume his cultivation has already stepped into the void prying stage. The beautiful woman was able to feel that her heartbeat was speeding up. Young geniuses in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that are below 30 years old and have stepped into the void prying stage can be counted on one's fingers. Let alone a person who also has such attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement. The beautiful woman took a deep breath and guessed the identity of the young man behind her in her heart. Could it be that he's from the Darken Dynasty? Or perhaps, he's from the foreign lands? While the beautiful woman made a variety of guesses, they'd finally arrived at their destination. Duan Ling Tian followed behind the beautiful woman and had arrived at the 3rd floor. Guild Master. The beautiful woman stood at the stairway on the 3rd floor and respectfully bowed. There was a door there that was covered by a curtain. "Come in," an aged voice sounded out from behind the curtain. "Guest, please." The beautiful woman took a stride forward and pulled open the curtain, then she gestured Duan Ling Tian in. The instant that Duan Ling Tian strode in, he noticed a formidable spiritual force instantly sweep out to lock onto him. At this instant, he even had the feeling of being stripped naked. this spiritual force seemed as if it could see through everything. What a formidable spiritual force. It isn't much inferior to Elder Kong. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook. Elder Kong was precisely that old man that Duan Ling Tian had become acquainted with in the city governor's estate of the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City, and he was an inscription master. An inscription master whose art of inscriptions could be said to be at the top in the entire Darken dynasty. Chapter 514, Jadewave Grass. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the owner of this formidable spiritual force. This was an old man in green robes, his figure and face were both gaunt, yet his eyes were brimming with spirit and flickered with a frightful bright light. Presently, the old man's gaze had descended onto Duan Ling Tian and his brows were tightly knit. Guild Master. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman entered behind Duan Ling Tian and said respectfully, "This guest said he wants to see you." "See me?" The green-robed old man's white brows frowned, and he had an unhappy expression as he said with a deep voice, "Could it be that it's your first day in the Weapons Craftsman Guild? Did I say since long ago to not bring any random person here?" The beautiful woman smiled bitterly, and she wasn't surprised by the old man's reaction. "Guild Master, this guest is special," the beautiful woman added. "Special?" A trace of bewilderment appeared on the old man's face. "Guild Master, this guest." The beautiful woman had only just started speaking when she shut her mouth, because she saw the young man beside her flip his palm and a strand of blue-colored flames leaping about on his palm. She knew that at this moment, there was no need for her to introduce him any longer. Whereas the old man's pupils abruptly constricted at this moment, his gaunt face slightly twitched. Grade 4 Weapon Flame, you're a Grade 4 weapons craftsman." The old man's voice trembled slightly, and amongst the trembling, his voice was filled with shock. "Didn't you already see it, Guild Master?" Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression when faced with the old man's question, and with a flip of his palm, he put out the Grade 4 weapon flame on his hand. The old man finally recovered from his shock when he saw the Grade 4 weapon flame vanish from his sight, then he took a deep breath before looking at the beautiful woman. "You can leave now. You're not allowed to mention this master to anyone." As he finished speaking, the old man added emphasis to his words. "Yes, Guild Master." The beautiful woman didn't dare hesitate, and she hurriedly replied before turning and leaving. For a time, only Duan Ling Tian and the old man remained at the scene. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's leader, Luo Rong, greets this master. The old man slightly bowed to Duan Ling Tian. In the Tao of Weapons Refinement, the one that has attained the higher grade was the senior. Although in terms of age, the young man was even able to be his grandson, but in the Tao of Weapons Refinement, he was the junior. "Guild Master Luo, don't bother." Duan Ling Tian smiled light as he was able to understand Luo Rong's feelings. Even if it was a Grade 5 weapons craftsman, a Grade 6 weapons craftsman still had to address the person as master. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian, who was one grade higher, a Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Luo Rong stood up and his gaze was extremely complicated. "May I know your name?" Luo Rong asked respectfully. "Guild Master Luo, just call me Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly. "Duan Ling Tian." Luo Rong's face froze as his figure shook, and even his voice slightly trembled. You're the genius disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect, Duan Ling Tian." 7-Star Sword Sect? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. The 7-Star Sword Sect doesn't exist any longer. At most, I'm currently a disciple of a perished sect. You're really that Duan Ling Tian? Luo Rong was completely dumbstruck when he obtained Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. He never imagined that this Grade 4 weapons craftsman was actually the 7-Star Sword Sect genius disciple whose name was spread and gave rise to much discussion in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the existence that was publicly acknowledged to transcend the 5 great young masters. Looks like the rumors weren't false. 5 great young masters, they're utterly incapable of comparing with him. Luo Rong gasped in his heart. As far as he was concerned, the 5 great young masters were entirely not on the same level as Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, not to mention Duan Ling Tian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao, even Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the Tao of weapons refinement caused him to feel deeply ashamed. During his life, he'd studied the Tao of weapons refinement for a few tens of years, but until today, he was still only a Grade 6 weapons craftsman. He suddenly felt that he'd wasted living all these years. Could it be that the identity of Duan Ling Tian is worth to be faked? Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he saw the old man's dumbstruck expression. Luo Rong was slightly embarrassed, Then he said, "Don't be angry, Master, I was just slightly surprised." "All right, Guild Master Luo. Don't call me Master in the future, calling me Duan Ling Tian is enough." Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and said, "Luo Rong doesn't deserve it." Luo Rong had a fearful expression when he heard Duan Ling Tian. As the Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's leader, Luo Rong's infatuation to the Tao of weapons refinement was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. In his eyes, the Tao of weapons refinement was extremely sacred. A grade 4 weapons craftsman was worthy of him extending the highest respect. Duan Ling Tian didn't say anything further when he saw Luo Rong insisting on sticking to it. "Master, did you need something from me?" Luo Rong asked. He believed that it was quite unlikely that a grade 4 weapons craftsman would come look for him if the person didn't need something. "Guild Master Luo, I'll get straight to the point. I came here today mainly because I wanted to get some materials from Guild Master Luo." Duan Ling Tian declared his intentions. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian declared a few materials, and they were all core materials used for refining grade 4 spirit weapons. These materials were sufficient to advance the grade 5 spirit swords in his and the little gold mouse's possession into grade 4 spirit swords. At that time, the strength of himself and the little gold mouse would acquire a great improvement. These materials. "Master, you intend to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon?" Luo Rong's gaze lit up and even his breathing became hurried. "Master." Luo Rong's face flushed red as he looked at Duan Ling Tian yet hesitated to speak. Duan Ling Tian said, "So long as you find these materials that I require, I can allow you to personally observe when I refine the grade 4 spirit weapon. Not only that, I can even guide you, and allow you to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman within a year." Earlier, when Luo Rong's formidable spiritual force flashed over, Duan Ling Tian had sensed a trace of faint aura within Luo Rong's spiritual force. That trace of aura was precisely related to a weapons craftsman. He clearly sensed from that trace of aura that Luo Rong had already found his way to the door towards the grade 5 weapons craftsman, but he was unable to break through for so long because he didn't have anyone to guide him. "Master, is what you said true?" Luo Rong's breathing became hurried, his chest rising and falling like a bellows, and it couldn't calm down for a long time. "I'll be back after a month. I hope that you've already prepared it by then." Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the excited Luo Rong, then turned and left, and only leaving behind the view of his back to Luo Rong. Luo Rong's feelings gradually calmed down after Duan Ling Tian's figure vanished before his eyes, and after a short moment, he left hastily to go prepare. He only had a month of time, and he knew that this was his opportunity that he couldn't let slip. If it was any other person that said they were able to allow him to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman within a year, he wouldn't believe the person, even if he was beaten to death. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian was a grade 4 weapons craftsman himself. Just Duan Ling Tian being able to possess such high attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement at such a young age was sufficient to make him deeply believe Duan Ling Tian's words. So during this month, even if he had to exert his utmost strength, he would still gather all those materials for Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already left the Weapons Craftsman Guild. He naturally didn't know of Luo Rong's loss of composure after he left. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder and cried out twice. "Big brother Ling Tian, will that geezer be able to gather the materials you want within a month?" "Don't worry." Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. "As long as he wants to break through to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman, then he will prepare all those materials on time. This is his chance, and he won't let it slip by." The little gold mouse nodded, seeming to not fully understand. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse walked into the biggest trade market at the center of the Imperial City. As the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City's biggest trade market, how bustling it was beyond Duan Ling Tian's imagination. At the trade market, carriages formed dragons that flowed without end. Duan Ling Tian went to a few medicinal stores and finally bought most of the medicinal materials, and he only lacked a core material. Although that jadewave grass can't be considered to be extremely rare, it's extremely difficult to come by. Perhaps I have to go to a large medicinal store to buy it. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Then he continued to go up and down the trade market. After half an hour, he found a large medicinal store that he was looking for. No matter if it was the space it occupied or the level of floors it possessed, the scale of this large medicinal store was a few times larger than a small medicinal store. Customer, may I know what you need? Duan Ling Tian had only just walked into the medicinal store's door when an attendant came over to greet him. Do you have jadewave grass here? Duan Ling Tian asked. The attendant's gaze lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he confirmed a step further. Sir, you want a jadewave grass? Jadewave grass was the main medicinal material needed to refine a void condensing pill. One jadewave grass was sufficient to refine 100 void condensing pills, whereas a void condensing pill was something a void prying stage martial artist required to cultivate, and this also caused the price of jadewave grass to be on the high side. Nearly a single jadewave grass was worth 10 million gold. Yes, do you have one in your store? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Customer, your luck is good. There just happens to be one jadewave grass remaining in our store. The attendant revealed a brilliant smile as he brought Duan Ling Tian upstairs. He was able to obtain quite a large amount of commission from selling a jadewave grass. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian followed behind the attendant to arrive at the counter on the east side of the medicinal store's second floor. Manager Wang, this customer needs a jadewave grass, said the attendant to the old man behind the counter. The old man raised his eyes to glance at Duan Ling Tian when he heard this. Customer, a jadewave grass is 10 million gold. Will you pay on the spot, or do you need us to follow you to withdraw it? The old man said this because he saw that Duan Ling Tian was young and felt that Duan Ling Tian ought to not have brought so much money with him. After all, a young man carrying so much money was extremely dangerous. There's no need, I'll pay right now. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and he raised his hand, intending to withdraw some gold bills, but right at this moment. I want this jadewave grass. A sonorous voice sounded out, and it was filled with overbearingness. Subsequently, a robust figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes the instant Duan Ling Tian frowned and turned around. Chapter 515, Yin Zong's Death. This was a robust middle-aged man who wore embroidered clothes and was obviously of extraordinary birth. Fifth Master Yin. Whereas the attendant by Duan Ling Tian's side went pale and respectfully bowed to the middle-aged man. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his gaze and a large stack of gold bills appeared on his hand before he counted 10 million from it. The thick stack of 10 million gold was pressed onto the counter by Duan Ling Tian. Manager Wang, this is 10 million gold. Please count it. Manager Wang nodded and stretched out his hand to pick up the stack of gold on the counter. Kid, are you dead? I've already said that I want that jadewave grass. The middle-aged man's face was extremely gloomy as he shouted in a stern voice. Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he didn't hear the middle-aged man's words, and he silently looked at the old man behind the counter that was counting his gold bills. Whereas the middle-aged man seemed to not dare flare up at the old man, and he only targeted Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes flickered with cold lights as he said, Kid, do you know who I am? Duan Ling Tian still remained indifferent. 10 million gold, it's correct. Meanwhile, the old man behind the counter nodded, and after he put away the gold, he withdrew a spirit grass that flowed with jade lights with a raise of his hand before passing it to Duan Ling Tian. It was precisely the jadewave grass. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand to receive it, then put it away into his spatial ring under the middle-aged man's gaze that was filled with killing intent. Thank you, Manager Wang. After he put away the jadewave grass, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he thanked the old man. The old man knew why Duan Ling Tian thanked him. Everything depends on order of arrival. Since you've produced 10 million gold, this jadewave grass is naturally yours. Duan Ling Tian nodded and bid his farewell to the old man. Little brother, this person is the Yin clan's fifth master, Yin Zhong. Try your best to walk through places that are crowded after you leave here. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose both your wealth and life. Duan Ling Tian had just walked a few steps when he received a wave of voice transmission. He was able to discern that it was Manager Wang who was warning him. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian maintained his expression as he expressed his gratitude, and then he left the medicinal store. Of course, Duan Ling Tian noticed someone was following him when he left. It was precisely the robust middle-aged man, Yin clan's fifth master. Could it be the fifth uncle of that Yin Jay that I crippled 20 days ago at the Gate of Dragon in Phoenix Academy? Duan Ling Tian's gaze was slightly strange. HMPH. Dare to seize my jadewave grass. It's fine as well, I'll save the 10 million gold as well. Not only that, I ought to be able to earn a sum of money. Yin Zhong silently followed behind Duan Ling Tian and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Earlier, this person actually dared to disregard him. He would kill this person, seize the jadewave grass, and seize everything this person possessed. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's cry sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear. Big brother Ling Tian, that fellow has followed us over. Little gold, you only noticed now. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. It seemed that although little gold had awakened her soul brand and comprehended a soul skill, yet her ability of utilizing spiritual force was far inferior to Duan Ling Tian, who was an inscription master. Unfortunately, although I can inscribe inscriptions that are sufficient to annihilate all void-prying stage martial artists, the materials required by those inscriptions are truly too difficult to obtain, to the point that they can only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Duan Ling Tian sighed, then thought to himself, otherwise, I can kill this Yin clan's fifth elder solely by relying on inscriptions. After he merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions was extremely advanced. So long as his spiritual force fulfilled the conditions, he would be able to easily inscribe any inscription. But, the higher the grade and might of the inscriptions, the more valuable the material required were. Duan Ling Tian was currently capable of inscribing many formidable offensive inscriptions, but he was unable to inscribe them because he didn't have the materials. But, although the material required by high-grade offensive inscriptions are rare, the materials required by many high-grade auxiliary inscriptions were rare, yet not impossible to obtain. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, perhaps I should find the time to obtain some materials, then inscribe some auxiliary inscriptions. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian had left the trade market, and then he made a turn and went into a remote area. He's only just entered the remote area. An ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out. It flashed from behind him like a bloodthirsty fierce beast that opened up its blood mouth to bite Duan Ling Tian. Whereas at the instant the howl of the wind sounded out, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he possessed foresight, and he moving aside in time to cause the person who launched a sneak attack from behind to hit nothing. First level void prying stage. The person that launched the sneak attack was precisely the Yin clan's fifth master, Yin Zhang, and he was slightly surprised when he looked at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above the violet-clothed young man that dodged his attack. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse on the violet-clothed youth's shoulder. A bright light flashed in his mind. You're Duan Ling Tian. Bright lights shot out from Yin Zhang's eyes and his tone was filled with excitement. Truly an honor. The Yin clan's fifth master actually knows me. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he looked at Yin Zhang. You know me. Yin Zhang frowned, then he grunted. It's surely that old goat Wang Pin that told you. That old goat really doesn't know how to mind his own business. Does he really think I don't dare do anything to him? The Wang Ping that Yin Zhang mentioned was precisely the manager Wang at the second floor of the medicinal store. But, how could that old goat Wang Ping have known that you wouldn't listen to his advice, ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Yin Zhang started laughing loudly. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression when faced with Yin Zhang, who laughed arrogantly. Are you done laughing, Duan Ling Tian? Finally, Yin Zhang restrained his laughter, and a cold light appeared in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. I truly never imagined that I would encounter you under such circumstances. Looks like the heavens want to allow me to take revenge for my pitiable nephew. You crippled my nephew's arm and destroyed his life. Today, I'll take your life. Yin Zhang's ruthless words had just finished sounding out when he'd already shot out. Everywhere he passed, dust and dirt suffused up into the air. In the sky, 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This Yin Zhang was obviously a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Yin Zhang seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly arrived before Duan Ling Tian, then his fist shot straight out as if it had transformed into a cannonball that fiercely smashed towards Duan Ling Tian's head. He seemed as if he wanted to blast open Duan Ling Tian's head with a single punch. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of fierce and swift strong wind sweep over, and it brushed past him to the point his cheeks hurt. But he maintained his composure from the beginning until the end when faced with Yin Zhang's strike, and he even didn't blink his eyes. Coldness appeared on the corners of Yin Zhang's mouth, and he thought that Duan Ling Tian had given up on resistance, when Yin Zhang's fist was about to collide with Duan Ling Tian's head. Squeak! An ear-piercing cry tore open the sky. Subsequently, Yin Zhang saw a gold light flash out from Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, and it fiercely collided with his fist that shot out. He hadn't even has the time to react when his fist was already struck by the gold light. Instantly, a wave of piercing sounds of bones breaking sounded out. Subsequently, he felt a wave of intense pain come from his fist, causing him to feel a heart-rending pain, and he couldn't refrain from emitting a sad and shrill cry. At the same time, a terrifying force lifted him up and sent him flying. In his dazed state, he clearly saw the gold light that was swift like a bolt of lightning transform into a cute and fluffy little gold mouse. Whereas in the sky above the little gold mouse, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it moved in circles. 7th level of the void prying stage. The instant his body fell to the ground in a sorry state, Yin Zhang recovered from his shock and his face went ghastly pale. You schemed against me since long ago. You intentionally lured me here. After Yin Zhang consumed a healing medicinal pill, he struggled to stand up, and he gnashed his teeth as he stared at Duan Lingtian. What do you think? Duan Lingtian's expression still remained calm as he asked rhetorically. I never expected that I, Yin Zhang, swept past unhindered in my entire life, yet was annihilated in the hands of a little devil like you in the end. But you won't be able to be complacent for long. The Azure Forest Tri-sect will spare no expense in killing you. Yin Zhang seemed to have realized that he was in imminent danger, and simply let go, but he wasn't able to finish his words in the end, because a tiny sword light had completely ended him. Squeak squeak. After the little gold mouse pierced Yin Zhang's throat with a single strike, her fluffy body flashed out, using her butt to knock Yin Zhang's face and putting him to the ground. Subsequently, the little gold mouse plunged down and removed Yin Zhang's spatial ring in a practiced manner before sending it to Duan Lingtian and taking credit. Big brother Lingtian, I want a huge meal. I want a huge meal. In the past, during the time she followed Duan Lingtian to gain experience and tempering, she'd helped Duan Lingtian gather the spoils of the battle on countless occasions. All right, you can eat whatever you want, said Duan Lingtian generously. After he established ownership over Yin Zhang's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was actually 30 million gold within it. As for other things, like low-purity medicinal pills, low-grade spirit weapons, etc., they were all useless things to him. 30 million gold. The gains aren't bad. With a raise of his hand, a strand of grade 4 weapon flame blazed on Duan Lingtian's palm. Then he went to a nearby restaurant to have a meal after burning Yin Zhang's corpse into nothingness. Duan Lingtian started pondering deeply as he gazed at the little gold mouse gobbling down her food. According to what that Azure Forest Tri-sect elder said, besides him, only Tang Huo and Zhao Ming have come from the Azure Forest Tri-sect to the Imperial City this time. Duan Lingtian frowned. Who is that 9th level void prying stage martial artist? Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he'd just left the Dragon and Phoenix Academy today, besides noticing the Azure Forest Tri-sect elder, he also noticed another person. That person was a 9th level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian thought for a long time, yet couldn't wrap his head around it. He simply didn't continue thinking and brought the little gold mouse to return to the academy after they ate their fill. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the inner hall when Duan Lingtian saw a handsome young man in red clothes standing there silently with his eyes closed as he rested his mind. Suddenly, the red-clothed young man raised his head, and his fierce gaze looked towards Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian. The red-clothed young man's voice was filled with hostility. Chapter 516, Battling Flame Young Master. Right, I'm Duan Lingtian. Do you need anything? Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, his spiritual force stretched out, at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian noticed that this red-clothed young man was actually a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist. This person looks to a little over 30. In terms of natural talent, he's even able to compare with the figures that are on the level as the 5 great young masters. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. I've seen 4 of the 5 great young masters. Could it be that he's the Flame Young Master that's ranked 2nd? Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, the 3rd prince of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and the most outstanding genius in the martial Dao of the imperial family's younger generation. Duan Lingtian had once heard of him when he was wandering about. I heard you bullied Ziyan. When the red-clothed young man mentioned Ziyan, there seemed to be slight tender affection mixed within the depths of his sharp eyes. Flute Fairy. Duan Lingtian was stunned, then frowned. When did I bully her? HMPH. You still dare give excuses? The red-clothed young man's face sank, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Bullying Ziyan is equal to going against me, Zhang Yan. I heard that not only have you broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage, you've even comprehended half-step advanced lightning force. I'll properly experience your great moves today. I only hope that you don't disappoint me. Zhang Yan took a step forward, and the origin energy on his body leapt up as his sharp eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. It's really him. Duan Lingtian completely confirmed it when he heard Zhang Yan announce his name. He was able to discern that Zhang Yan had feelings towards Flute Fairy, and he was standing up for Flute Fairy now. I've already said that I didn't bully her. As for the incident the other day, it was she who brought it onto herself. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that although Zhang Yan was hostile towards him, it was only limited to teaching him a lesson and didn't have any malice towards him. So he explained with extreme patience. As for if Zhang Yan listened or not, that wasn't something that he could interfere. If Zhang Yan really wanted to battle, he wasn't afraid as well. This Zhang Yan is a second-level void-prying stage martial artist, and merely his origin energy is able to exert a strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. Even if the force he comprehended is only an elementary force, his strength would still surpass mine slightly. At this instant, Duan Lingtian's thoughts revolved. But, it isn't so easy if he wants to defeat me. When faced with an opponent that matched his strength, Duan Lingtian felt the blood in his body had signs of boiling. Battle. Duan Lingtian, I'm not afraid. If you want to fight, then we'll fight. No matter what, you caused her to lose face in public. Today, I'll surely make you know not to make a mistake like this again. Sharp lights flickered within Zhang Yan's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. Considering that you're only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, I won't use force when I fight you today. Won't use force. Zhang Yan's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned, then he couldn't help but smile. This Zhang Yan was interesting. Perhaps, as far as Zhang Yan was concerned, he would be able to completely crush Duan Lingtian even if he didn't use force. Although the commotion between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yan wasn't loud and didn't alarm the outer hall, the other 9 students from the inner hall heard the sounds and came out. Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Ji Feng, Sima Yang, and the others were shockingly present. It's Flame Young Master. Flame Young Master has come. Some inner hall students couldn't refrain from exclaiming in shock. A few inner hall disciples whose cultivations were at the bottom had their brows frowned tightly together, and they had an expression of perturbed and worried expression. The arrival of Flame Master also meant that one more person would be eliminated from the inner hall. Although Flame Young Master and Duan Lingtian were ready to cross swords at this moment, they didn't think that the one eliminated would be Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian lost at the hands of Flame Young Master, and his place in the inner hall was seized, he could challenge an inner hall student again and occupy a place in the inner hall once again. Zhang Yan, a violet-colored fairy-like figure, walked out from one of the courtyards, and it was a beautiful young woman. The young woman had a graceful figure, and as she stood there, her extreme charm attracted the gazes of everyone. It was precisely the Flute Fairy, Ziyan. Along with Flute Fairy walking out, Zhang Yan turned around, and the cold and indifferent expression vanished to be replaced by a warm smile. Ziyan, look as I teach Duan Lingtian a lesson for you. Zhang Yan, I don't need you to interfere in my business. Flute Fairy instead didn't appreciate the kindness and spoke indifferently. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be astonished. After all this, it turned out that Flame Young Master was thinking wishfully. Ziyan, you're my fiancé. If I don't interfere in your business, then who will? Zhang Yan didn't get angry because of Flute Fairy treating him coldly. A smile hung on his face since the beginning until the end, and his eyes were filled with extremely gentleness and tenderness. It was as if he was spellbound as he looked at the young woman with infatuation. Who's your fiancé? Flute Fairy's voice went slightly cold. I told you long ago, don't hope that I'll agree to the marriage contract. I won't marry you even if I die. Ziyan, I'll make you fall in love with me. Flame Young Master spoke with extreme patience. You two slowly chat. Duan Lingtian yawned when he saw Flame Young Master and Flute Fairy chatting in full swing, and he intended to return to his room and rest. Don't move. But Duan Lingtian had only just taken a few steps when a figure that had transformed into wind blocked his path. At this moment, Zhang Yan didn't have the humbleness when facing Flute Fairy, and his expression was cold as if he was a different person. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely help Ziyan properly vent her anger. Zhang Yan shouted in a light voice, then he pounced at Duan Lingtian, and his swaying body was exceedingly nimble. At this instant, Duan Lingtian had a misconception. It was as if Flame Young Master had transformed into a nimble loach that caused it to be difficult for others to touch him in the slightest. When Flame Young Master flashed towards Duan Ling Tian, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky, and they dashed out in tow with imposing manners that shot into the sky like rainbows. Instantly, Flame Young Master raised his hand and pointed out, and the point tore open the sky as it stabbed towards Duan Ling Tian. A material point force condensed from origin energy shot at Duan Ling Tian, and it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls. Finger martial skill. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised as he never expected that the martial skill Flame Young Master executed was a finger skill as well. Early on before Flame Young Master had attacked, Duan Ling Tian had already been ready, and now his entire body shot out accompanied by the surging of wind and thunder, dodging past Flame Young Master's attack that approached in full fury. The origin energy finger's momentum didn't slow down as it shot into the ground, and it easily pierced a bottomless little hole. But no one noticed this at this moment. The gazes of everyone seemed to have pre-disgusted and had descended onto the sky above Duan Ling Tian in unison. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes floated there. Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the second level of the void prying stage. An inner hall student couldn't help but be greatly surprised. No, it's force. Duan Ling Tian used force earlier. He's still a first-level void prying stage martial artist. An inner hall disciple that had a much more discerning eye spoke out. Force. What force is able to bestow Duan Ling Tian with the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes? Many people were deeply puzzled. Force was divided into 3 stages. Ordinarily speaking, elementary force was able to bestow a martial artist with the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force was able to bestow a martial artist with the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. Advanced force was able to bestow a martial artist with the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. There was no force that bestowed the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths to a martial artist. The questions of the people present was Zhang Yan's question at the same time. Duan Ling Tian, I never expected that you're actually able to execute the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. I've really underestimated you, but I've said I won't use force, so I won't. I'll use the same strength to defeat you. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, his figure swayed one more, seeming to have transformed into a slippery loach that flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian moved as well, and in terms of speed, he wasn't inferior to Flame Young Master. Whereas unlike Flame Young Master who only had pure origin energy beneath his feet, at the same time that Duan Ling Tian flashed out, there was also force besides origin energy. This time, Duan Ling Tian's force was clearly displayed before the eyes of the group of inner hall students. It's not only one type of force. The crazy young master, Luo Zan, who was spectating was the first to react, and his gaze completely focused onto Duan Ling Tian's legs. Besides half-step advanced lightning force, there's still another type of half-step advanced force. Wind. It's wind force. Half-step advanced wind force. After he discerned the ability that Duan Ling Tian executed, Luo Zan's heart shook and a wisp of bitterness unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. A first-level void-prying stage martial artist comprehending a single type of half-step advanced force was already sufficiently shocking. Duan Ling Tian had instead comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced force. My natural talent and comprehension can be considered to be at the top in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But until now, I haven't even comprehended half-step advanced fire force. A wisp of imperceptible bitterness flashed deep within Luo Zan's eyes. At this moment, all the inner hall students were dumbstruck as they looked at the 2 swift figures that flashed before their eyes. Duan Ling Tian actually wasn't disadvantaged in the slightest when facing a second-level void-prying stage martial artist. Half-step advanced wind force. The old man outside the exquisite house stared blankly at the scene in the inner hall, and he was slightly absent-minded. The 2 types of half-step advanced force that appeared at the same time while that violet-colored figure flashed caused him to be greatly shocked in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, take this. Zhang Yan lightly shouted as he pointed out his finger with a raise of his hand. The point force condensed from origin energy tore open the sky and emitted piercing howls that were deafening as it shot towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian abruptly turned around, copying Zhang Yan's movement and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, a material finger condensed from origin energy shot out from the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger. Not only that, a strand of light violet energy and a strand of light azure energy accompanied this finger to shoot out. Half-step advanced wind force. The 2-point forces condensed from origin energy collided with each other. An enormous bang sounded out as the two formidable origin energies collided with each other, then they were dispersed together in the end, transforming into nothingness. Right when the bodies of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yan shook at the same time, and they retreated a few steps. At the place where the two origin energies collided, the airflow blasted out, causing a wave of strong winds that swept out towards the surroundings, and it struck the clothes of the group of inner hall students to the point they fluttered with the wind and emitted flapping sounds. But no one cared about this now. The gazes of everyone had descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Chapter 517, Luo Rong's Shock. Perhaps, when Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique earlier, most inner hall students didn't notice his wind force. However, when Duan Lingtian pointed out that finger earlier, the wind force that twined around it was noticed by them. Besides half-step advanced lightning force, there was actually half-step advanced wind force within the finger martial skill that Duan Lingtian executed earlier. An inner hall student couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. His words caused all the inner hall students present to recover from their shock. Duan Lingtian, sword young master, had a complicated gaze. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed him by so much. Abnormal as expected, Ji Feng and Sima Yang gasped. HMPH. Chai Jin's expression was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a vicious expression. He has actually comprehended two half-step advanced forces. Flute Fairy stood there. Her beautiful face was slightly moved, and her watery eyes contained disbelief mixed within. Even if it was the person concerned, Zhang Yan, the flame young master who was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he was now flabbergasted. Duan Lingtian's ability had exceeded his expectations. He was originally a proud person and had always refused to admit anyone was superior to him. Even if it was Crazy Young Master who was the top ranked amongst the 5 great young masters, he similarly didn't feel that he was weaker than Crazy Young Master. But now, when he was before this violet-clothed young man, he couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness. Let's stop here. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhang Yan, then walked into the courtyard with large strides and returned to his room. This time, Zhang Yan didn't stop Duan Lingtian. After this battle, the group of inner hall students of Dragon and Phoenix Academy could be considered to have completely understood Duan Lingtian's strength. The level of monstrousness of the 7-star sword sect's genius disciple had exceeded their imagination. After a short moment, Zhang challenged an inner hall student, and that person directly admitted defeat. The remaining inner hall students gradually dispersed. The inner hall returned to calmness. Time flowed by, and dusk quickly arrived. Within an inn in the imperial city, 2 old men were gathered together. What's going on? He Li has actually not returned. Could it be that something happened? If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize that these 2 old men were exactly the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming. Can it be that Duan Lingtian noticed him? Tang Huo's face sank. Zhao Ming's eyes flickered with cold lights as he said in a low voice, Tang Huo, we have to think of a way to capture that Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be unable to refrain from killing him. Although Zhao Ming urgently wanted to obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk, when he thought of how Duan Lingtian had destroyed his son and grandson, a wave of evil flames couldn't help but emerge within his heart. Don't worry, Elder Ming. We'll find a chance. Tang Huo's eyes flickered with cold lights as he spoke slowly. It won't be long before the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will probably give the group of students a mission to gain experience in tempering. At that time, with our Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples delivering us information, are you still afraid we'll be unable to find an opportunity to capture Duan Lingtian? Zhao Ming's expression eased up slightly when he heard this, yet his eyes still flickered with frightful cold lights. For a month, Duan Lingtian stayed and cultivated within the academy's inner hall, and he didn't leave his courtyard. Whereas during this month of time, the news of him fighting to a tie with Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, was like a gale that swept through the entire academy, and it caused most of the academy students to be filled with adoration towards him. 1 month later, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and enjoyed the bath of the sun. I hope that Luo Rong has already prepared all the materials I require. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Just thinking about it caused him to be unable to refrain from feeling a wave of excitement in his heart. Once he successfully refined a Grade 4 Spirit Sword, he would have the confidence to make the Grade 4 Spirit Sword possess the ability to amplify his strength by 60%. What sort of a notion was 60% of strength? Take Little Gold for example. Little Gold was a 7th level void prying stage demon beast, and she was able to exert the strength of one ancient horned dragon by merely relying on her origin energy. One ancient horned dragon was equivalent to the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. If this strength was amplified by the grade 4 spirit sword he refined, it would be able to provide an increase of an entire 6,000 ancient mammoths worth of strength. In other words, once Little Gold relied on the grade 4 spirit sword in her possession, she would be able to exert the strength of one ancient horned dragon plus 6,000 ancient mammoths. If Little Gold utilized her advanced lightning force on top of this, her strength would be even more terrifying. At that time, she would only be the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths away from the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. Little Gold, let's go. Duan Ling Tian called the Little Gold Mouse before leaving the inner hall with her. When Duan Ling Tian registered himself at the gate of the academy, Duan Ling Tian specially observed for a while, and in the end, he noticed that only a 9th level void prying stage martial artist was watching him from the shadows. Looks like it's still that person from before. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the 2 old goats of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect would personally come to monitor the movement at the gate of the academy. The facts proved that those 2 old goats didn't do this. Otherwise, he would really not dare leave the academy like this. After he finished registering, Duan Ling Tian increased his speed, and in next to no time, he shook off that 9th level void prying stage martial artist. HMPH. I'll properly deal with you after I refine a grade 4 spirit sword for Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian floated high above in the sky as he looked down at the azure-clothed middle-aged man that was looking around and seemed to be looking for something, and his face sank slightly. The azure-clothed middle-aged man searched in the vicinity before going to look at another place. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian descended from the sky and returned the place he shook off the azure-clothed middle-aged man earlier. Subsequently, he directly went to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. The Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild was as bustling as the last time. After Duan Ling Tian entered, he went towards the counter that the beautiful woman was at. The beautiful woman was registering an assignment for a weapons craftsman, and when she noticed a gaze focus onto herself, she looked over unconsciously. With just a glance, it caused her delicate figure to tremble. Finish your work first. When he saw the beautiful woman wanting to stop the registration of the weapons craftsman's assignment, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to stop her. The beautiful woman nodded, and she looked at Duan Ling Tian after she finished, then said via voice transmission, "Respected Lord Grade 4 Weapons Craftsman, the Guild Master has instructed that if you come, I should directly invite you over to see him." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Under the lead of the beautiful woman, Duan Ling Tian once again arrived at the 3rd floor of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. "Lord Guild Master, the Lord Grade 4 Weapons Craftsman has arrived." The beautiful woman stood before the staircase and spoke respectfully towards inside the room. Unlike the last time, a voice didn't sound out from within this time. A figure that was like the wind arrived before the door and pulled open the curtain. "Master, please come in." The old man that pulled open the curtain was precisely the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong. Presently, Luo Rong was looking respectfully and reverently at Duan Ling Tian. The beautiful woman's delicate figure trembled when she saw this scene. Even though she was mentally prepared since long ago, she had never expected that their Lord Guild Master would actually be so humble before this Lord Grade 4 Weapons Craftsman. After all, even if he met the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor, their Guild Master would only nod lightly. Duan Ling Tian nodded and walked in. "You can leave," Luo Rong instructed the beautiful woman before turning around and following Duan Ling Tian. "Guild Master Luo, did you find the things I asked you to find?" Duan Ling Tian stopped his steps and turned around to look at Luo Rong. "I was fortunate enough to not fail." Luo Rong nodded, and excitement that was difficult to restrain appeared on his face. During this month, he'd practically used the entire network of relationships he possessed. In the end, he finally completely gathered all the materials 3 days ago. He still remembered how fast his heart beat at that moment. That was excitement. Because, by gathering all these materials, he would be able to witness the birth of a Grade 4 spirit weapon with his own 2 eyes. This was a dream to him. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then received the materials from Luo Rong before withdrawing his own violet myrtle flexible sword. "Little Gold, your sword." Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Duan Ling Tian suddenly speaking caused Luo Rong to be unable to help himself from being stunned, and his gaze descended onto the little gold mouse along with this. When Duan Ling Tian had come the last time, his spiritual force had noticed that this little gold mouse wasn't simple, and he knew that it was a demon beast. As for the little gold mouse's specific cultivation, he didn't know it. After all, he couldn't compare to Duan Ling Tian. Besides being able to use his spiritual force to detect another's cultivation, Duan Ling Tian was also able to rely on the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor to infer the person's cultivation. Luo Rong was completely dumbstruck when he saw a pocket-sized spirit sword appear with a rays of the little gold mouse's claw. Such a small spirit sword was something that he knew was impossible for himself to refine. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse excitedly passed the spirit sword over to Duan Ling Tian, and her pair of jade-green eyes were filled with anticipation. Master, you refined this spirit sword. Luo Rong fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and asked Duan Ling Tian with slight hesitation. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he casually put the little gold mouse's pocket-sized spirit sword with his own violet myrtle flexible sword. Master, what grade is this spirit sword? As far as Luo Rong was concerned, even if it was only a grade 9 spirit sword, such a small spirit sword was already shocking. After all, there were very few weapons craftsmen that were able to refine such a small spirit sword. At least, even if he tried, it would be impossible for him to refine such a small grade 9 spirit sword. Grade 5 spirit sword. After Duan Ling Tian answered Luo Rong, his expression turned serious. I'm going to start refining. Watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of blue flames blazed in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Grade 4 weapon flame. The grade 4 weapon flame was raging and restless, and in the blink of an eye, it melted the violet myrtle flexible sword and the pocket-sized spirit sword into liquid that combined together. Luo Rong took a deep breath and watched with utmost concentration. At this moment, his feeling surged extremely. Grade 5 spirit sword. That small spirit sword was actually a grade 5 spirit sword. According to the Tao of weapons refinement that I understand, even a grade 1 weapons craftsman might not be able to refine such a small grade 5 spirit sword. Where exactly did this master learn his weapons refinement technique? Luo Rong's heartbeat grew quicker and quicker. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary old man, the old man would have probably been shocked to the point his heart stopped since long ago. Chapter 518. Top grade amongst the top grade. After the pile of materials Duan Ling Tian withdrew combined with the few types of materials that Luo Rong had prepared, the grade 4 weapon flame rose explosively to melt all the materials into liquid and fused them together. Not only that, under Duan Ling Tian's urging, the liquid formed from the melted materials fused with the material formed from the two melted spirit swords, and they slowly combined together, attempting to fuse. But the fusing of these two pools of liquids was obviously slightly difficult. How could these possible fuse together? Luo Rong frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions. The scene before him was completely going against all the knowledge he had of the Tao of weapons refinement. According to his knowledge, the Tao of weapons refinement's biggest taboo was being greedy for success and rushing like this to combine the liquids formed from materials and liquids from existing spirit weapons. If it was him, and he wanted to advance a grade 7 spirit weapon to a grade 6 spirit weapon, the first step he would need to do was to melt the grade 7 spirit weapon into liquid, then try his best to remove the impurities within it. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for the liquids formed from the spirit weapon to fuse with the liquid formed from the materials, because the impurities were too many and it would affect the fusing. However, after a short moment, Luo Rong was dumbstruck, because he clearly saw that Duan Ling Tian had really fused the two types of liquids together, and Duan Ling Tian didn't remove the impurities within the grade 5 spirit sword beforehand. How could this be possible? Luo Rong revealed a shocked expression. The scene before him had completely overturned his knowledge towards the Tao of weapons refinement. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare believe that someone was able to do this. Along with the passage of time, the shock on Luo Rong's face eased up. However, Luo Rong's shock hadn't even had the time to fade away when his expression flushed red. Because Duan Ling Tian had already started refining now. Perhaps it was for the sake of taking care of Luo Rong, Duan Ling Tian intentionally slowed down his speed of refinement. Extremely profound weapons refinement techniques came easily in Duan Ling Tian's hands. But even if Duan Ling Tian intentionally slowed down, Luo Rong still saw things in a blur. Miraculous. Miraculous. Too miraculous. At this moment, Luo Rong was almost able to hear the sounds of his heartbeat. Such a profound weapons refinement technique was something that he'd never seen or heard of. He suddenly felt when compared to the weapons refinement technique that this young man possessed, the weapons refinement technique he mastered was simply inferior to trash. Looks like the inheritance of the Tao of weapons refinement that this master has obtained isn't simple. Luo Rong thought to himself. As far as he was concerned, this young man was able to possess such ability in weapons refinement at such a young age was surely because he had a great teacher behind him, whereas that great teacher was at least in existence that was a grade 3 weapons craftsman or above. Perhaps, the teacher of this master in the Tao of weapons refinement is from the foreign lands. When he thought up to here, Luo Rong's heart shook. The reverence in the depths of his gaze grew. Because of having to take care of Luo Rong, Duan Ling Tian intentionally slowed down. An entire 3 hours passed before Duan Ling Tian split the liquid that had completely fused perfectly into one and was leaping about on his weapon flame into 2 pools. One of these pools was extremely small. Master wants to refine 2 grade 4 spirit swords. Luo Rong felt himself go slightly numb. It was as if anything that happened in the hands of the young man before him wasn't worth being surprised about. Refining 2 grade 4 spirit weapons at the same time. He didn't know how to describe the young man before him. Luo Rong's guess was correct. Duan Ling Tian was precisely intending to refine 2 grade 4 spirit swords at the same time. One for him and one for the little gold mouse. With a raise of his hand, the 2 pools of liquids gradually compressed into form. His profound weapons crafting technique appeared once more. 1 hour later, 2 sword embryos had shown their preliminary form, and they emitted strands of fierce aura. That was the sword's sharp aura. The spirit swords haven't even been completed, yet they're already extending out such an aura. Looks like the amplification ability of the spirit swords that Master is about to refine is extremely extraordinary. As a grade 6 weapons craftsman and the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong naturally know the reason such phenomenon appeared. I'm afraid these 2 grade 4 spirit swords that Master is refining will be able to amplify strength by at least 59%. A grade 4 spirit sword that could provide an amplification of 59% could be considered to be top grade. Of course, this top grade was towards grade 4 spirit swords. Ordinary grade 4 spirit swords were at most able to amplify strength by 57% or 58%. Whereas grade 4 spirit swords that were at the top grade were instead able to amplify strength by 59%. Profound weapons refinement techniques came easily in Duan Ling Tian's hands and continued without end. This caused Luo Rong to be unable to refrain from smiling bitterly. Now, he was already completely unable to catch a trace of Duan Ling Tian's weapons refinement technique. Of course, he knew that Duan Ling Tian had to speed up now. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the sword embryo to truly take form. Another hour passed. The 2 sword embryos had finally taken form, and the fierce aura that was emitted from them was even more pure. After the sword embryos were formed, the follow-up refinement became easy. After an hour, Duan Ling Tian successfully refined 2 grade 4 spirit swords. One was a dark violet-colored conventional spirit sword, the other was a dark violet pocket-sized spirit sword. Little Gold. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian tossed the pocket-sized spirit sword to Little Gold and smiled. Try it, squeak squeak. When Duan Ling Tian was refining, the little gold mouse didn't dare make a noise and disturb him, and she was extremely bored since long ago. Now, when she received the pocket-sized spirit sword, she jumped for joy. Squeak. The little gold mouse emitted a sharp cry, and a lifelike ancient horned dragon appeared above her and slowly coiled downwards. The strength of one ancient horned dragon. Luo Rong's pupils constricted. Never had he imagined that this little gold mouse was actually a 7th level void-prying stage demon beast. It was entirely impossible to discern from only outward appearance. In the next moment, his pupils that had constricted tightly hadn't even had the time to ease up when his face was covered in shock. What had he seen? In the sky, the ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared around the ancient horned dragon silhouette grew more and more numerous. 1, 000, 2000, 3000. When it arrived at 5000, it still increased endlessly. In the end, the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes was fixed at 6000. With the strength of one ancient horned dragon as the foundation, an amplification of the strength of 6000 ancient mammoths. 60% amplification. Luo Rong had a dumbstruck expression as he muttered. He naturally knew clearly what a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 50% meant. If it was said that a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 59% was top grade amongst grade 4 spirit swords, then a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was top grade amongst top grade. Squeak squeak. After the little gold mouse experienced the might of the grade 4 spirit sword, her pair of jade green eyes flickered with a sheen of excitement that was difficult to fade after a long time. Not too bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded and wasn't too pleasantly surprised. Refining a grade 4 spirit sword that could provide a 60% amplification wasn't surprising to him. After all, he completely followed according to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's weapons refinement technique when refining the grade 4 spirit sword earlier, and it was not much different to Rebirth Martial Emperor himself refining it. If one were to speak about a difference, then it would be that Duan Ling Tian's current weapon flame was far inferior to the Rebirth Martial Emperor possessed at his peak. Rebirth Martial Emperor's weapon flame at the peak was a royal grade weapon flame. Royal grade weapon flame that was able to refine royal grade spirit weapons. Royal grade spirit weapon, I wonder how much time I must spend before being able to refine it. Duan Ling Tian sighed to himself. According to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, if one wanted to condense a quasi-royal grade weapon flame and refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, then one's cultivation must attain the Martial Monarch stage. The Martial Monarch stage was a stage that transcended the Void Transformation stage, whereas if one wanted to condense a royal grade weapon flame and refine a royal grade spirit weapon, then one's cultivation must have attained the Martial Emperor stage. In other words, only after I become a Martial Emperor would I be able to condense a royal grade weapon flame and refine a royal grade spirit weapon. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he thought in his heart. By the time he became a Martial Emperor, he didn't know what year it would be. But, suddenly, seeming to have recalled something, Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. When the Rebirth Martial Emperor's second lifetime underwent rebirth, the great treasure trove that he originally intended to leave for his third lifetime contains quite a few royal grade spirit weapons. Once I arrive at the foreign lands and follow along the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories to take out that great treasure trove, I'll be able to obtain a royal grade spirit weapon. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of excitement. Royal grade spirit weapon. The strength amplified by a royal grade spirit weapon was more than double of the user's strength. After all, a grade 1 spirit weapon was already able to amplify strength by around 90%. Whereas a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was able to amplify one's strength by 100%. Guild Master Luo, how much did you see clearly earlier? After Duan Ling Tian put away the other grade 4 spirit sword, he looked at Luo Rong and asked, but he quickly noticed that Luo Rong was in a daze. Not bad. Luo Rong was stunned on the spot, and the corners of his mouth twitched intensely as he recalled what Duan Ling Tian said causally earlier in his mind. Refining a grade 4 spirit sword that provided a 60% amplification and could be called top grade amongst the top grade, it was only not bad. He even wondered if this young man said this to intentionally anger others. Guild Master Luo. Luo Rong only recovered from his shock after Duan Ling Tian called out a second time, and he said fearfully, "Master, is there something you need?" Luo Rong was even more respectful when facing Duan Ling Tian after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's weapons refinement ability with his own two eyes. "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you, how much did you see clearly of my weapons refinement technique from before?" Duan Ling Tian repeated his question. Luo Rong smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Master, forgive Luo Rong for being slow-witted and was unable to follow your actions." Luo Rong's reply was within his expectations. "How about this? I'll come here once a month in the future and pass down some weapons refinement techniques to you," Duan Ling Tian said to Luo Rong. Since Luo Rong had helped him gather the materials, he would naturally keep his promise and help Luo Rong become a grade 5 weapons craftsman. "Thank you, Master." Luo Rong's eyes lit up. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian spent an afternoon's worth of time guiding Luo Rong. When dusk arrived and when he saw Luo Rong was still pondering deeply, Duan Ling Tian silently left the Weapons Craftsman main guild. "Little Gold, get ready. Someone has sent himself over to offer sacrifice to your sword." After Duan Ling Tian passed through a few streets, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He noticed that the 9th level Void Prying Stage martial artist was following him again. Chapter 519, Experience Mission. The azure-clothed middle-aged man looked left and right in the remote alley for a while before stepping up into the sky. "Where is he?" The azure-clothed middle-aged man frowned. "This is the third time already. Could it be that he's noticed me?" Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring howl of the wind sounded out from behind him. It caused the azure-clothed middle-aged man's face to go grim, and his mind became strained. At the same time, he heard an indifferent voice sound out from behind him. Are you looking for me? Duan Ling Tian stood in the air as he looked with a calm expression at the middle-aged man that turned around slowly, and he asked indifferently. This azure-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist that was following him earlier. Duan Ling Tian, you really did notice me. The azure-clothed middle-aged man gasped when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Who exactly are you? Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that the azure-clothed middle-aged man knew him, and his gaze abruptly became fierce. Little Gold, be ready to annihilate him at any moment. Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered into the little gold mouse's ears in a timely manner. Squeak squeak. The little gold nodded, then raised her claws and a spirit sword that emitted a sharp aura appeared. It was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian had refined for her. The azure-clothed middle-aged man seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian's hostility, and he said with a bitter smile, "Don't misunderstand. I'm a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. It's the Vice Dean that instructed me to protect you from the shadows." A member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Do you have proof? With a raise of his hand, a command token had appeared. You ought to recognize this command token, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the command token. Duan Ling Tian had a slight impression of this command token. The command token of Dragon and Phoenix Academy workers is similar to this command token. Duan Ling Tian confirmed the azure-clothed middle-aged man's identity. He was a friend and not an enemy. Okay. After Duan Ling Tian confirmed the azure-clothed middle-aged man's identity, he nodded before slowly descending from the sky. When he saw Duan Ling Tian leaving, the azure-clothed middle-aged man followed him down, but he hadn't even followed him through a few streets before being shaken off by Duan Ling Tian. What assignment did the Vice Dean give me? This Duan Ling Tian has shaken me off repeatedly. Is there any meaning in following him? The middle-aged man laughed with bitter helplessness. The night slowly arrived, and Duan Ling Tian returned to the academy on time. The academy's rule was that a student had a chance to go out once a month, yet they weren't allowed to spend the night. After he returned to the inner hall and walked into his room, Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged. He consumed a void-condensing pill and started cultivating. The void-condensing pill that Duan Ling Tian refined had a purity above 90%, and it was far from something an ordinary void-condensing pill could compare to. Under the assistance of the void-condensing pill and relying on Duan Ling Tian's natural talent that was at the limit, the speed the origin energy in his body advanced had practically arrived at an astonishing degree. The boundless origin energy ceaselessly flashed about within Duan Ling Tian's body. According to this speed, it won't be long before I should be able to break through to the second level of the void-prying stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian was roused from his sleep by the clamorous noise outside. Duan Ling Tian heard someone calling out to him. He opened the door and walked into the courtyard, and he noticed that the person who was calling out to him was Jifeng. Is there something you need? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian, the academy has issued missions for us to gain experience in tempering. Look, everybody has headed to the square at the center, said Jifeng. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that none of the group of inner hall students remained, and he was only in time to see numerous figures that moved into the distance. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then brought along the little gold mouse as he followed up to the other inner hall students with Jifeng. Within Dragon and Lake Academy, besides the inner hall and outer hall occupying a vast area, the square at the center occupied an extremely vast area. Presently, many people had gathered at the square at the center. 8 inner hall students stood at the foremost of these people, and the others were all outer hall students. Unlike the inner hall students that were brimming with energy and vitality, all the outer hall students had bleak and dim expressions, and they seemed as if they were malnourished. Obviously, this was related to the food and drink they normally received. Inner hall students received fine wine and delicacies for every meal, and it could be considered to be godly enjoyment, whereas outer hall students only had rice soup and a manto for every meal, and it was simply the difference between heaven and earth when compared with the treatment of the inner hall students. It's Duan Ling Tian, someone exclaimed in surprise, causing the gazes of the group of outer hall students to shoot at Duan Ling Tian, and their gazes were filled with burning admiration. Duan Ling Tian was a legendary figure of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. When before Duan Ling Tian, it was difficult for them to have the heart to compare themselves with him, and there was only reverence in their hearts. Of course, a small amount of outer hall students had gloomy expressions, These people were precisely the comparatively outstanding disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect that were recommended to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Lu Yu. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was quickly attracted by a figure. The young woman before him wasn't unfamiliar to him. A long time ago, before the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated, and before the Azure Forest Tri-sect existed, he'd seen this woman at the martial competition of the 5 great sects that was held by the demonic Lotusblade sect, the former Snow Moon sect's leader's personal disciple, Lu Yu. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Yu was looking at Duan Ling Tian as well. Lu Yu had a complicated gaze. That day during the martial competition of the 5 great sects, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Saber Young Master, Long Yun, and it caused her to feel a wave of helplessness. At that time, she'd secretly resolved that she would surely surpass Duan Ling Tian one day. However, when she arrived at the academy and heard of Duan Ling Tian's strength, that heart of hers that compared herself with Duan Ling Tian shattered into bits. She knew that it would be difficult for her to surpass Duan Ling Tian in her entire lifetime. Lu Yu, when my 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day. If I'm not wrong, you and the few people beside you were there at the time and had even killed many people of my 7-star sword sect. Ghastly coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and his voice transmission pierced into Lu Yu's eardrums. He might have no impression of the other Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples, but Lu Yu and the few disciples by her side were all elite disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. When they joined the fray that day, countless 7-star sword sect disciples had died at their hands. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. So long as he found an opportunity, he would absolutely not let Lu Yu and the others off. Whereas Lu Yu's face went pale when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, as she was able to discern the killing intent contained within Duan Ling Tian's voice. A trace of coldness emerged in her heart for no reason. Ji Feng, who saw Duan Ling Tian stopping to stare at Lu Yu and had recognized Lu Yu's identity as a Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple, was able to sense the smell of gunpowder between the two. Suddenly, a figure appeared within Ji Feng's field of vision. Duan Ling Tian, Vice Dean Kai has arrived. Ji Feng reminded Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and nodded before heading towards the other inner hall students. He utterly didn't take Lu Yu seriously. As far as he was concerned, an Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple that had only stepped into the half-step void stage yet was unable to occupy a spot in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's inner hall, was unable to be of any threat to him. When Duan Ling Tian walked into the ranks of the inner hall students, he was able to notice 2 sharp gazes looking at him at the same time. The owners of the 2 gazes were respectively the Flute Fairy, Ziyan, and Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you don't disappoint me in the competition between geniuses 10 months from now. At that time, not only will I use force, I'll even use a spirit weapon. I'll use my entire strength to battle you. Zhang Yan's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was filled with traces of fierce hostility. I'll take you on to the end. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and was indifferent. Meanwhile, the group of outer hall students saw Vice Dean Kai Ming as well, and they discussed animatedly. I wonder what sort of experience mission the Academy would issue to us. No matter what it is, I'll do my best. Supposedly, if we're able to obtain sufficient mission points, we're even able to exchange grade 6 spirit weapons, earth rank martial skills, and even high-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruits. Hee. I never considered the competition between geniuses when I came to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the first place. My objective is to obtain mission points and exchange it for the things I want. Yeah, there are supposedly only 5 spots for the competition between geniuses, and it isn't something we can interfere in. The group of outer hall students whispered in discussion, and it was all heard by Duan Ling Tian. Mission points, exchange grade 6 spirit weapons, earth rank martial skills, and even high-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruits. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder the various powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom recommended so many people to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. So it turns out that most of the powers weren't interested in the martial competition, but this. They didn't have any thoughts towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What they really cared about was that the mission points of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy was able to be exchanged for various prizes, whereas the mission points were obtained from experience missions. There are even spirit fruits. I wonder what spirit fruits. It would be great if it's a spirit fruit that can improve spiritual force, or perhaps a spirit fruit that is able to advance the cultivation of a void-prying stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian was dreaming in his heart. Silence. Meanwhile, the academy's vice dean Kai Ming had arrived before the group of students, and he shouted out in a loud voice. After the group of students went quiet, Kai Ming said, "In the next half a month, all of you will leave the academy and go complete an experience mission." Experience mission. Everyone including Duan Ling Tian had held their breaths. They were all curious what sort of experience mission it would be. Kai Ming continued and said, "Recently, a band of formidable bandits of unknown origin have appeared in the Blackwind Ridge that's east of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. Many small towns and villages surrounding Blackwind Ridge have been tormented and have been tragically plunged into misery and suffering. Your mission is to be responsible for wiping out these bandits and allow the small towns around Blackwind Ridge that survived to avoid suffering the same fate." Kai Ming finished speaking with a single breath. Bandits. Duan Ling Tian's face sank slightly. When he was gaining experience and tempering himself before, what he loathed the most were bandits. Those bandits were utterly devoid of a conscience, and would frequently annihilate an entire town or village. So every time he encountered them, he would teach them a lesson. "So it's bandits." Kai Ming's words caused many people to heave a sigh of relief. As far as they were concerned, how strong could mere bandits be? There was no lack of existences at the void-prying stage amongst them. Wasn't killing a few bandits extremely easy? HMPH. Kai Ming seemed to have discerned the thoughts of this group of students, and he grunted coldly. "Don't look down on these bandits. According to my knowledge, there are no less than 10 existences at the void-prying stage amongst these bandits." Chapter 520. Void Refining Fruit. No less than 10 bandits at the void-prying stage. As soon as Kai Ming finished speaking, no matter if it was outer hall students, or inner hall students, all the academy students became serious in expression. Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious as well. "Vice Dean Kai, since those bandits are so formidable, then why didn't out Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom directly send out the army to exterminate them?" Crazy Young Master, Luo Zan, asked in a deep voice. "Army." Kai Ming shook his head. "According to my knowledge, the weakest amongst that band of bandits are existences at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, they're extremely skilled in concealment and have completely taken Blackwind Ridge to be their home. So, the army is completely unable to deal with them. Originally, His Majesty was prepared to send out experts to exterminate them, but in the end, His Majesty thought of all of you, then intended to hand over this mission to all of you." As he finished speaking, Kai Ming's gaze abruptly lit up. "During this mission, besides being able to exchange for various rare and valuable items after your mission points have arrived at a certain level, due to the difficulty of the mission this time, His Majesty has prepared an additional reward for the person whose mission points are ranked number 1 during this mission." Additional reward. Kai Ming's words caused the eyes of all the void-prying stage inner hall disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, to light up, because they had the best chance of obtaining the highest amount of points in the mission this time. After all, their strengths were the strongest. That additional reward is a void refining fruit. Void refining fruit. Kai Ming's voice had only just sounded out when the expressions of everyone was filled with shock. A void refining fruit was a spirit fruit that was extremely difficult to come by, and it was able to greatly increase the cultivation of a void-prying stage martial artist. Supposedly, once a 9th level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehend concept consumed a void refining fruit, the martial artist would be able to break through to the void initiation stage within a short period of time. If an ordinary void-prying stage martial artist consumed it, the martial artist would at least break through a level within a short period of time, and those with good natural talent were even able to break through 2 levels within a short period of time. The eyes all the outer hall students went red with desire, but they knew that no matter how good the void refining fruit was, it wasn't something that they could have a hand in. Void refining fruit. Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried. He never expected that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor would be so generous and give out a void refining fruit as the additional reward for the person with the highest points during the experience's mission this time. Number 1. The eyes of Crazy Young Master, Luo Zan, and Sword Young Master, Xianxia Shuai, were filled with yearning. Number 1, they were determined to obtain it. "The first is surely mine." Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed as he clenched his fists tightly. As the third son of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor, Zhang Yan naturally knew that the Imperial family had obtained a void refining fruit not too long ago. If it was any ordinary time, that void refining fruit would surely be his, but it just so happened that he'd run into the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Although the young geniuses of their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be able to kill their way into the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But, even if they were able to smoothly advance in the Darkstone Empire, their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would surely obtain awards from the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because of this that they took out the Void Refining Fruit to become the additional reward for the first experience mission of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. This was something that he'd known of since long ago, and he didn't blame his Imperial father for it, because he knew that his Imperial father had done this all for the sake of the bigger picture. What he needed to do now was to rely on his own strength and seize first in the mission this time. In this way, he would be able to obtain the Void Refining Fruit in a perfectly justifiable manner. Once he obtained the Void Refining Fruit, he would be able to directly break through to the 3rd level of the Void Prying stage and even be able to charge towards the 4th level of the Void Prying stage in a short amount of time. At that time, he would perhaps be able to become eminent in Darkstone Empire, and ascend the stage of the Darken Dynasty. Just thinking about it caused him to feel a wave of excitement. Number 1. I must obtain number 1 in the mission this time. Chai Jin took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with a grim light. His gaze imperceptibly descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and it flickered with slight ruthlessness. Once I obtain that Void Refining Fruit, my cultivation will break through in a short amount of time. At that time, I'll fully return all the humiliation that this Duan Ling Tian gave me. This first is mine. Duan Ling Tian didn't notice Chai Jin's gaze. At this moment, his eyes were similarly filled with yearning. So long as he obtained the Void Refining Fruit, his cultivation would be able to swiftly advance in a short amount of time, and this had always been something he eagerly wished for. My goal now is to break through to the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, I'll be able to use that Jade Sword, the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, to contact the other 8 people and open the Sword Monarch's treasure together. Duan Ling Tian had made a plan for his future. He had the feeling that the Sword Monarch's treasure would be a turning point for him. Presently, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is only 4 years away. If I don't have a great fortuitous encounter during these 4 years, it would be extremely difficult for me to go against the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the various dynasties. This was something that Duan Ling Tian already knew. There was no need to go so far, just that big brother Zhang of his, Zhang Shouyang, had already broken through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage 1 year ago and had even comprehended 5th level Earth concept. If he cultivated according to routine, then not to mention 4 years, even if he was give 5 or 6 years, he might not be able to catch up to Zhang Shouyang. So he needed a turning point now. He needed a fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter could be a spirit fruit, and it could be other things. Vice Dean Kai, how are the points during the mission this time counted? Duan Ling Tian looked at Kai Ming and asked curiously. During the mission this time, all of you will obtain different points based on the targets you kill. Bandits below the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage are worth 1 point. Bandits at the 7th level of the Nascent Soul stage are worth 2 points. Bandits at the 8th level of the Nascent Soul stage are worth 3 points. Bandits at the 9th level of the Nascent Soul stage are worth 5 points. Bandits at the half-step Void stage are worth 8 points. Bandits at the 1st level of the Void Prying stage are worth 15 points. Bandits at the 2nd level of the Void Prying stage are worth 30 points. Bandits at the 3rd level of the Void Prying stage are worth 50 points. As he spoke up to here, Kai Ming stopped for a moment before continuing. Killing a bandit at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage or above is worth 200 points. Kai Ming's words caused all the students present to go silent, and this included the few Void Prying stage inner hall students including Duan Ling Tian. The group of outer hall students drooped their heads and were low in spirits. They knew that the highest points in the mission this time were bound to be unrelated to them. Even if it's a bandit at the half-step Void stage, it's only worth 8 points. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Vice Dean Kai, what you mean is, amongst the 10+ Void Prying stage bandits, there's an existence at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage or above. Crazy young master, Luo Zan, frowned as he asked. Kai Ming nodded. According to the intelligence we received, the leader of that group of bandits is a 4th level Void Prying stage martial artist. His strength is also the strongest amongst all the bandits. 4th level Void Prying stage. Kai Ming's words caused all the inner hall students including Duan Ling Tian that were at the Void Prying stage to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. 4th level Void Prying stage. How would they kill the bandit? Seeming to have discerned the helplessness of Duan Ling Tian and the others, Kai Ming continued. If you really encounter bandits that all of you are unable to defeat on your own, all of you can choose to work together. But, once you work together, it would also mean that you will share the points equally. Share the points equally. Kai Ming's words caused the few void-prying stage inner hall students to be unable to refrain from frowning. Once the points were shared equally, it would also mean that the person who joined forces with them would be on the same starting line as them. They would not have any advantage. If it isn't necessary, then I'll absolutely not join forces. All the void-prying stage inner hall students including Duan Lingtian said to themselves. During the mission this time, you can choose to hunt bandits by yourself, or you can choose to form a small team with others. But, once you form a small team, the points obtained from hunting bandits will be considered as team points, and it's to be freely distributed by the members of the team. Kai Ming continued. Besides Duan Lingtian and the other void prying stage inner hall students remaining indifferent when they heard Kai Ming's words, the gazes of most people lit up. Sima, let's join forces. How about it? Ji Feng looked at Sima Yong and suggested. Split the points equally, said Sima Yong. Deal. Ji Feng didn't hesitate to agree. He and Sima Yong were both at the half-step void stage and had equal strengths. No one was taking advantage of the other. Meanwhile, many outer hall students started to form small teams. Besides that, during the mission this time, there will be someone counting your score from the shadows throughout the duration of the mission, so don't think about cheating. Also, besides spirit weapons, you're not allowed to rely on the assistance of any other external source of strength. Kai Ming added. Most people had no objections towards this, external sources of strength. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. In this way, Little Gold would at most be able to execute her soul skill, Soul Shaker, to help me. After all, if she attacks directly, it would be equivalent to relying on the assistance of an external source of strength besides a spirit weapon. As for the soul skill, Soul Shake, unless it was an inscription master, otherwise, it was almost impossible for someone to sense that Little Gold had utilized her spiritual force to attack. Alright, all of you go prepare and leave after lunch at noon. After he finished speaking, Kai Ming left. Whereas Duan Lingtian, Crazy Young Master, and Sword Young Master left after him and returned to the inner hall. As for Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, he took large strides towards the beautiful young woman, Flute Fairy. Ziyan, I'm determined to obtain that void refining fruit. Forgive me for being unable to form a small team with you. Zhang Yan's words contained a slight apologetic tone mixed within. HMPH. Flute Fairy grunted lightly, and said with slight detest, even if you wanted to form a small team with me, I would be unwilling. After she finished speaking, she paid no further attention to Zhang Yan before turning around and leaving. Even if Flute Fairy's expression towards him wasn't good, Zhang Yan's face still had a smile on it, and his eyes were filled with infatuation as he looked at Flute Fairy's beautiful figure vanishing into the distance. Ziyan, one day, I'll make you fall in love with me, Zhang Yan said in his heart. You make a trip to the inn and notify the two guardian elders about the experience mission this time. In a corner, Lu Yu ordered. An Azure Forest Tri-Sect disciple agreed before leaving, then headed towards the direction of the academy gate. Lu Yu's eyes gradually narrowed as a cold light flashed within. Duan Lingtian, you're bound to die in Blackwind Ridge this time. Chapter 521. Ninth Leader. A morning quickly passed by. At noon, after he finished eating the fine wine and delicacies brought over by the academy workers, Duan Lingtian left his courtyard. Squeak squeak. The chubby little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with a round stomach. In next to no time, the inner hall students walked out of their courtyard successively. At the center square of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, the 10 inner hall students and the group of outer hall students had gathered together once more. Depart. The Vice Dean, Kai Ming, personally led the group of students to leave the academy. Blackwind Ridge was situated not far away to the east of the Imperial City. The group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students that dashed like the wind only spent an hour before arriving around Blackwind Ridge. It's best if all of you act within the limits of your ability in Blackwind Ridge. If you encounter bandits that you're unable to go against and face imminent death, there will be someone who will save you. Those that are saved will be taken to have failed in the mission, and their points will be 0. Kai Ming had a serious expression as he spoke. This was him announcing the final rule, 0 points. The group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students couldn't help but shiver. Alright, everyone split up now. Along with Kai Ming's loud shout, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students swarmed into the Blackwind Ridge like bees. Amongst these people, there were lone wolves and there were many small teams. Duan Ling Tian followed behind everyone and entered into Blackwind Ridge. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was able to clearly notice that after the group of Academy students entered Blackwind Ridge, the group of martial artists at the void-prying stage and above followed up to them. These void-prying stage martial artists were obvious in charge of recording the score and protecting the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students. The hidden resources and reserves of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family are shocking. There are at least almost 100 people when all these void-prying stage martial artists are added up, right? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. Although these void-prying stage martial artists were mostly only at the first, second, and third level, their number was still shocking. After entering Blackwind Ridge, the group of Academy students split up themselves. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian headed deeper into Blackwind Ridge by himself. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that there was only one person remaining behind him. Moreover, this person wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian. It was precisely the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's Vice Dean, Kai Ming. I never imagined that I had such high standing. Vice Dean Kai is actually personally recording my score. Duan Ling Tian was slightly overwhelmed by the sudden favor. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that besides recording his score, the reason this Kai Ming was following him was mostly for the sake of protecting him. After all, the natural talent and strength he'd revealed now ought to have already obtained the attention of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family. Whereas Kai Ming would probably not let anything happen to him before he participated in the competition of geniuses. If it wasn't for this, Kai Ming wouldn't have sent someone to protect him from the shadows when he left the academy earlier. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed out at full speed, and he entered deep into Blackwind Ridge in the blink of an eye. It wasn't long before Duan Ling Tian discovered a small lake. There are actually lakes in Blackwind Ridge. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Along with Duan Ling Tian soaring up into the sky and looking down in a large area beneath his feet, he instead noticed that besides the lake that he'd noticed, there wasn't a second lake anywhere within the vicinity of this area. Those bandits are concealed in Blackwind Ridge. Normally, they wouldn't be able to do without replenishing their food. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Water is a necessity to them. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian plunged down and concealed himself behind an enormous rock that was behind the lake. Hide and wait. It was Duan Ling Tian's current plan. Squeak squeak. When the little gold mouse saw Duan Ling Tian leaning on a rock and resting, she couldn't help but ask curiously via voice transmission. Big brother Ling Tian, what are you hiding here for? Little gold, I'm waiting for those bandits to arrive. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Waiting for the bandits to arrive? The little gold mouse was slightly puzzled, and her pair of jade green eyes were filled with a perplexed expression. Big brother Ling Tian, you're not going to look for those bandits. Could it be that those bandits will come over by themselves? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Little gold, Blackwind Ridge occupies a vast area. Even if I search everywhere, I'll at least need to spend 1 or 2 months of time to completely search it. Moreover, those bandits are extremely cunning, and they might not stay at the same place all the time. Whereas this place, so long as there are bandits concealed nearby, they will surely come here. Duan Ling Tian finished speaking with a single breath. Why? The little gold mouse still didn't understand. Big brother Ling Tian, why are you so sure they will surely come? You'll know extremely soon. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously, and he hid behind the rock while looking at the movement in the surroundings of the nearby lake. At dusk, the sky was fully crimson, causing the entire Blackwind Ridge to seem as if it had transformed into a sea of flames. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse lay on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder drowsily, and she said slightly impatiently, Big brother Ling Tian, how much longer must we wait? You little fellow, they've come. Duan Ling Tian wasn't able to finish speaking to the little gold mouse when he noticed some movement ahead. After a short moment, 3 burly middle-aged men walked out from the nearby bushes to arrive nearby the small lake. Fuck, I'm thirsty to death. A middle-aged man stood before the lake and stretched out his hand to scoop up some water before pouring it into his mouth. The other 2 people took out some water canteens to gather water. 9th leader is too cautious. Our brothers were all thirsty to death since the morning, yet he didn't allow us to come out and gather water, and he insisted on it being dusk and almost night before allowing us to come out. Another middle-aged man grumbled. All right, don't grumble anymore. Ninth leader did this because he was worried that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family would send people over. Only by being cautious will our brothers be able to live long, said the last middle-aged man. Quickly gather the water and we'll leave. In next to no time, the three middle-aged men gathered the water and intended to leave. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse lightly cried out by Duan Ling Tian's ear. Big brother Ling Tian, you want to let them leave? The little gold mouse asked via voice transmission. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he silently followed them. These three people were only 9th level nascent soul stage martial artists, and if he wanted to kill them, he would be able to kill them all in the blink of an eye. Now, Duan Ling Tian was following them precisely because he wanted to find where they concealed themselves. Duan Ling Tian followed behind the three of them, yet the three of them didn't notice in the slightest and chatted amongst themselves. I heard 7th leader brought along over 10 brothers and slaughtered 2 villages during these past few days, and he'd even seized many women. It's truly enviable. A middle-aged man spoke as he drooled, and his eyes flickered with a sheen of lust. If I knew earlier, I'd have followed 7th leader at that time. Although 9th leader is loyal, he has been busy breaking through lately, and it's been an extremely long time since he brought our brothers to leave Blackwind Ridge to raid homes and plunder houses. Another middle-aged man sighed. Alas, I haven't savored the taste of a woman for half a month. But when I recall that woman from half a month ago, it was truly satisfying. Unfortunately, her temper was too violent and she took her own life after being played with me once. Back luck. As the last middle-aged man finished speaking, he had an expression of pity. You still have the nerve to say that? You killed her husband and son before her eyes. It would be weird if she didn't take her own life. Duan Ling Tian followed behind these three people and heard the three of them ceaselessly speaking about their own glorious deeds. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's fists were already clenched tightly, and his eyes even flickered with frightful cold light. Now, he wished for nothing more than to directly kill these three people, but he still endured it in the end. Based on what they said, they have a total of 9 leaders. In other words, this bandit group had a total of 9 bandits in charge. Now, they're divided into 9 groups that are scattered around Blackwind Ridge. Duan Ling Tian found out some information from the conversation of the three. 9th leader is at the first level of the void prying stage. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into an evil expression. I never expected that. It's only the first day I've arrived at Blackwind Ridge, yet I've encountered a big fish. Little gold. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse that was burning with eagerness on his shoulder, then warned. Don't interfere when I make a move later. Otherwise, don't think of eating meat in the future. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the Duan Ling Tian to be like a deflated rubber ball. She drooped her little head as she said via voice transmission, then I'll go to sleep. The little gold mouse did as she said. She grabbed tightly onto the clothes on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, and fell asleep in next to no time. This little gold is similar to little black and little white. They're simply like the reincarnation of pigs. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly distant when he thought of the 2 little pythons. I wonder how little black and little white are now. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were pulled back to reality, because the bandits that he'd followed all the way had returned to their hiding spot. This place was an inconspicuous gorge. The entrance was only a single line that was extremely narrow and was merely able to accommodate 1 person entering sideways. After the 3 bandits entered, Duan Ling Tian followed in and concealed himself nearby. 9th leader, we've returned. After the 3 bandits entered the gorge, they shouted out loudly. Water! Water! Instantly, the group of bandits swarmed over to receive the water from the 3 bandits before fiercely taking a mouthful. You didn't notice anything off, right? Right at this moment, a voice that was like muffled thunder abruptly sounded out, and it resounded within the gorge. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian, who was concealed on the large tree that was at the side of the entrance to the gorge, noticed that a robust man that wore worn-out armor walked out from the wooden house in the gorge. The robust man had dense brows and large eyes. There were 3 saber scars on his face that were like 3 centipedes. The most hideous scar started from below his eyes, and it was just a little bit away from crippling his eye. No, 9th leader, water. One of the 3 bandits that went to gather water walked out and respectfully passed over a water canteen. That's good. The robust man nodded, then received the water before starting to drink with large gulps. After he finished drinking, he tossed the water canteen to the side, then turned around and looked at the bandits under his command. Brothers, I'll be able to break through in 3 days at most. At that time, I'll bring all of you along to go around to see blood and play with women. Chapter 522. Slaughter. Coldness appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he heard the words of the bandits' ninth leader, breakthrough in 3 days at most. In other words, this ninth leader of the bandits was still a first-level void-prying stage martial artist now. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out and detected the amount of bandits in the gorge at the first possible moment. There were an entire 30-plus people, and the ninth leader was the strongest amongst them. The ninth leader was the one and only void-prying stage martial artist amongst the 30-plus people. After he finished detecting them, Duan Ling Tian's figure moved to descend from the tree and completely exposed himself before the band of bandits. Whereas when the band of bandits saw an unfamiliar person had suddenly appeared in the gorge they hid within, and it was even a young man, they were all dumbstruck. "Kid, where did you come from?" A bandit shot his gaze at Duan Ling Tian then asked with a low voice. "He's probably some young master that came to play in Blackwind Ridge and has gotten lost." Some bandits noticed the little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. They only thought it was a pet and couldn't help but laugh. "Old Wang, didn't you like this type of handsome young master with white and smooth skin? This young master that has delivered himself to us ought to suit your taste, right?" One of the bandits looked at another rugged bandit and spoke with a smile. Instantly, the band of bandits roared with laughter, and they didn't realize entirely of the arrival and danger. Even the ninth leader of the bandits didn't take Duan Ling Tian seriously. After all, as far as they were concerned, the violet-clothed young man before them was only a young man that was no more than 25 years of age. A young man like this posed no threat to them. "He's indeed not bad, he's rather handsome, I just don't know how he is when played." The rugged bandit had a lustful expression as he walked towards Duan Ling Tian. But he hadn't finished speaking when he'd already stopped abruptly, because a material point force condensed from origin energy had torn through the sky and interrupted him. The rugged bandit's body crashed onto the ground. A hideous bloody hole had appeared between his brows, and beautiful and dazzling fresh blood was still endlessly spraying out from it. After a short moment, his head was completely wet from blood. First level void prying stage. A bandit was the first to recover from his shock, and he just happened to see the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Duan Ling Tian. The 2,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form, and they brought an extremely great pressure to everyone. Many bandits had ghastly pale expressions, and their legs shivered. A void-prying stage expert wasn't someone they could go against. Presently, only the bandit's ninth leader and the 3 bandits standing behind him were comparatively composed amongst the bandits present. These 3 bandits were all existences at the half-step void stage. Having a cultivation that has stepped into the void-prying stage at a young age. "I wonder which one of the 5 great young masters you are." The ninth leader's face sank as he questioned with a shout. 5 great young masters. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and he shrugged. "I'm none of them. You're not a figure amongst the 5 great young masters." The ninth leader sneered when he heard this. "No matter if you are one or not, since you killed my brother today, you're dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the ninth leader flashed out. The ninth leader's body moved like the wind as a saber appeared in his hand. Origin energy suffused onto it before raging and rising explosively. In the sky, along with the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out with him, another 560 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This was the amplification of the spirit saber. The ninth leader's saber was a grade 7 spirit saber. Along with the ninth leader and seeming to have transformed into a fierce beast that had opened its bloody mouth as it pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, the spirit saber in his hand had an extra strand of vast aura. This strand of aura was extremely faint, and if one didn't carefully sense it, one would be unable to notice it. Instantly, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 2,560 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Elementary saber force. Die! The ninth leader shouted out explosively as he exerted his full strength, and his saber descended down towards Duan Ling Tian's head while carrying along the might to split a mountain. He seemed as if he wanted to split Duan Ling Tian into 2. Terrifying origin energy leapt about on the saber, and as it crashed downwards, saber force suffused within it. "Kill him!" The other 3 half-step void stage bandits followed behind the ninth leader to charge towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above them was 1,500 ancient silhouettes respectively. Subsequently, they withdrew their respective spirit sabers. Om. 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 Another 3 sabers descended down, and they seemed to have transformed into the bloody mouths of fierce beasts that bit at Duan Ling Tian. Futile effort. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain when facing the 9th leader's saber slash that contained the strength of 2,760 ancient mammoths, and he shouted out coldly. Subsequently, with a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian's origin energy once again condensed into point force that tore through the sky. The origin energy point force flashed out to intercept 9th leader's saber that seemed to be able to split a mountain. Following around the origin energy point force was strand of azure-colored energy and violet-colored energy that twined around each other, seemed to be like an azure snake and a violet snake that leapt about. Instantly, another 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had executed the Tempest Point at the mastery stage that contained half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. No, impossible. The 9th leader's saber descended downwards at Duan Ling Tian's head, and his gaze didn't leave Duan Ling Tian from the beginning until the end. At the beginning, when he saw Duan Ling Tian condense an origin energy point force to defend against his saber slash, he couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart. However, when he saw the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that suddenly joined together above the head of Duan Ling Tian, he felt coldness surge up from his feet and shoot directly into his head. The Tempest Point tore through the sky, and by relying on the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, it blasted the spirit saber in the 9th leader's hand flying. The hand the 9th leader used to hold his saber split apart as expected, and fresh blood dripped down. You. After the 9th leader was blasted back a few steps, he looked at Duan Ling Tian in terror. But he hadn't even had the chance to speak when another material Tempest Point flashed over and easily pierced through between his brows. 9th leader's body dropped to the ground, dead. He followed in the footsteps of the rugged bandit. Avenge the 9th leader. The eyes of the 3 bandits that charged at Duan Ling Tian went crimson red, and origin energy skyrocketed on the sabers in their hands that descended towards Duan Ling Tian. The 3 of them attacked out with rage and used their full strength. But, no matter how angry they were, it was unable to change the fact that they were only at the half-step void stage. Duan Ling Tian's figure moved, seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that easily avoided their attacks. As his body moves, Duan Ling Tian suddenly raised his hand and pointed out thrice. 3 Tempest Points tore through the sky and pieced the chests of the 3 half-step void stage bandits and killed them. Along with the 3 bandits crashing onto the ground, the gorge was deathly silent. In the blink of an eye, 1 first-level void prying stage and 3 half-step void stage martial artists had all died. The 4 bandits that were killed were also the bandits with the strongest strength amongst those present here. For a time, the remaining bandits all went pale. Lord, spare us! Lord, spare us! Instantly, many bandits knelt on the ground as they kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian with shivering bodies. When they realized they were approaching death, they were afraid. With someone taking the lead, the remaining bandits knelt down onto the ground and begged for mercy with grievous voices. They knew clearly that unless the violet-clothed young man before them showed mercy, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Duan Ling Tian stood before the group of bandits with a calm expression, and his gaze was extremely cold and indifferent. All of you know to be afraid now. Finally, Duan Ling Tian spoke with a tone that was filled with extremely icy cold killing intent, and it caused the group of bandits to all go ghastly pale. Lord, spare us. So long as you spare us, we guarantee to not be bandits in the future. Yeah, Lord, spare us. I won't be a bandit anymore. The group of bandits made promises. When he heard the promises of these bandits, not only did Duan Ling Tian not feel pity in his heart, he instead had slight disgust in his heart. If the scene before him were to be placed in his previous lifetime, it was no different to promising to the court after killing someone. I won't kill anyone in the future, let me live. Everyone had to be responsible for the things they do. Only one of you can live. Duan Ling Tian took a few steps backwards and stood at the entrance of the gorge to block off the way out for the bandits, then spoke indifferently. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, before many bandits were able to react, another bandit had swung out his saber to kill his former companions that were beside him. The actions of this bandit jolted all the other bandits awake. For the sake of surviving, the group of bandits all raised their sabers against each other, attacking their former companions. After a short while, blood flowed into a river within the gorge. In the blink of an eye, only a few bandits remained standing. The condition of these bandits weren't so good, and they more or less had injuries on their bodies. In next to no time, As if they'd discussed it previously, the remaining bandits attacked out at the same time and unleashed a chaotic battle. Duan Ling Tian watched coldly from the side. Right at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Vice Dean Kai, all of them killing each other like this ought to be able to be counted into my mission points, right? The old man that stood in the sky and was concealed within the clouds and mist above the gorge received Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. He actually noticed me. The old man was slightly moved, and he was shocked in his heart. No wonder when I sent someone to follow and protect him the last time, it was see-through by him. Duan Ling Tian is actually even able to notice where I'm concealed. The old man was precisely the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's Vice Dean Kai Ming. You didn't use the assistance of external sources of strength, whereas they killed each other because of what you said. These dead bandits naturally are counted in your mission points. Kai Ming replied Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. That's good. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Chapter 523. Duan Ling Tian is captured. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses once more, he noticed that the remaining bandits had all fallen down. Only one bandit remained with his last breath, and he obviously wouldn't live for long. Lo, Lord, save me. The bandit struggled to plead for help from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian glanced at him indifferently and asked, "Do you know where the other leaders of your bandit group are?" I don't know." The bandit shook his head with difficulty. Even if he consumed a healing medicinal pill, he was still out of breath. He'd suffered 2 heavy injuries, and the low-grade healing medicinal pills in his possession weren't able to provide any effect. Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to this bandit and woke up the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. After the little gold mouse woke up, she cried out in surprise when she saw the tragic condition within the gorge. "Big brother Ling Tian, when did you become so bloody?" The little gold mouse's naive voice of a young girl entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. "I'm bloody." The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Even if there was someone in the world that had the qualifications to call him bloody, it would absolutely not be the little gold mouse. In terms of both being ruthless and bloody, he felt he couldn't compare to this little fellow no matter how hard he tried. "Little Gold, help me gather the spoils." Under Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse's cleaning up, the spatial rings of the group of bandits had become Duan Ling Tian's. Whereas during this period of time, that bandit that had survived the battle had died because of his heavy injuries. This time, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have obtained an excellent harvest. With all these bandits combined, my mission points ought to have passed 100, right? Before Duan Ling Tian left, he glanced indifferently at the pile of bandit corpses within the gorge and thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian brought the little gold mouse along and left the gorge. Duan Ling Tian's face became gloomy right after he left the gorge, because he noticed that 2 extremely familiar auras were approaching with extremely swift speeds. Shit. Duan Ling Tian's face was gloomy, then his figure flashed out, intending to flee. Duan Ling Tian's half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force gathered beneath his feet, and he seemed to have transformed into the wind as he flashed towards the distance. "Duan Ling Tian, you still want to flee before the 2 of us?" Right at this moment, 2 aged figures seemed as if they'd appeared out of thin air before Duan Ling Tian. Of course, they didn't appear out of thin air. Whereas it was their speeds that had attained a certain level that caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to catch sight of their figures. Zhao Ming, Tang Huo. Duan Ling Tian's expression was unsightly when he saw the 2 old men that floated before him. He never expected that Zhao Ming and Tang Huo would appear in Blackwind Ridge. It's surely Lu Yu who informed them that the students of Dragon and Phoenix Academy were coming out to gain experience in tempering. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian guessed the reason. "Duan Ling Tian, we were unable to do anything to you in the Crimson Sky Kingdom that day. Let me see who can help you today." The corners of Tang Huo's mouth curled into a cold smile. Zhao Ming's icy cold gaze stared at Duan Ling Tian, yet didn't say a single word. Right at this moment, another aged figure appeared to stand before Duan Ling Tian, and the figure protected Duan Ling Tian behind himself. It was precisely the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's Vice Dean Kai Ming. Kai Ming couldn't help but be slightly moved when he saw Tang Huo and Zhao Ming. He wasn't surprised that the members of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect wanted to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. But what surprised him was that for the sake of Duan Ling Tian, the Azure Forest Tri-Sect actually send out 2 guardian elders. It was truly unbelievable. Even if the Azure Forest Tri-Sect regarded Duan Ling Tian as even more important, it still wouldn't be to the extent of sending out 2 guardian elders, right? Kai Ming felt that there was surely a secret hidden behind this. Elder Tang Huo, Elder Zhao Ming. Kai Ming looked at Tang Huo and Zhao Ming with a calm expression and said with a low voice, Duan Ling Tian is an inner hall student of our Dragon and Phoenix Academy now, and he's undergoing an experience mission right now. I hope that the both of you can leave quickly. Kai Ming, could it be that you think you alone are able to stop both the two of us? Tang Huo obviously knew Kai Ming, and he sneered. Kai Ming's face went gloomy. Tang Huo, don't forget. Duan Ling Tian is a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy now, and he's protected by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family. If you dare touch him, then it's going against the Imperial family. As far as Kai Ming was concerned, the Imperial family was sufficient to press down on Tang Huo and Zhao Ming to the point they couldn't catch their breaths. However, the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Imperial family, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming looked at each other when they heard Kai Ming, then couldn't refrain from laughing. What, after your Azure Forest tri-sect combined, you even look down on our Imperial family? Kai Ming spoke with a low voice. Kai Ming, if you're sensible then leave quickly. We're taking this Duan Ling Tian for sure today. Tang Huo's words didn't have the slightest room for discussion. Imperial family. Perhaps they would have to restrain themselves within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But now, everything was too far away, whereas Duan Ling Tian was before their eyes and about to become their prey. How could they let this opportunity slip by? After all, once they captured Duan Ling Tian, it would also mean that they would obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Once they consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, they would be confident in charging into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. At that time, so what if it was the Imperial family? The only reason the Imperial family was able to monopolize the kingdom was because of the 7th level Void Prying stage expert. So long as they captured Duan Ling Tian and forged out the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk from him, 7th level Void Initiation stage experts would appear in their Azure Forest tri-sect. Moreover, it wouldn't only just be one person. At that time, their Azure Forest tri-sect would be unafraid of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial family anymore. Duan Ling Tian stood there and silently watched the development of the situation. He noticed that the development seemed to not be going smoothly. Tang Huo and Zhao Ming seemed to want to capture him even at the hazard of offending the Imperial family. As for the reason the two of them did this, Duan Ling Tian was able to guess it. Did they really think that I'd take them to the 10,000-year stalactite milk if they capture me? Duan Ling Tian sneered in his heart towards how naive Tang Huo and Zhao Ming were. HMPH. Finally, Kai Ming grunted coldly, and the origin energy on his body fluxed, causing his robe to flutter without wind. In the sky, 8 lifelike ancient horned dragons gradually condensed into form. Kai Ming revealed his cultivation. He wasn't inferior to Zhao Ming or Tang Huo. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised when Kai Ming revealed such a cultivation. His spiritual force had detected Kai Ming's cultivation since long ago. Kai Ming, if you really want to look for trouble, then don't blame me and Elder Ming for being hard on you. I presume that you ought to be clear that you aren't a match for the both of us together. As Tang Huo spoke, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him, whereas above Zhao Ming, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form as well, and they wriggled as they descended. In next to no time, strands of material blue energy leapt about on the origin energy on Kai Ming's body. Subsequently, another 5 ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky above Kai Ming. 5th level water concept. The corners of Tang Huo's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. Then as the origin energy on his body moved, strands of crimson-red energy leapt about, and the scorching aura caused the air to stagnate. 6th level fire concept. At the same time, 5th level wind concept appeared within Zhao Ming's origin energy, and the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him became 13. Both of you really want to touch someone that's protected by our Imperial family? Kai Ming's face was gloomy, and he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. He never expected that Tang Huo had actually comprehended 6th level fire concept. 6th level fire concept was already not countered by his 5th level water concept. Originally, he planned to use his water concept to counter Tang Huo's fire concept, then pull Zhao Ming into the battle and fight for a chance for Duan Ling Tian to flee. But now it would seem that his thoughts had failed. Merely Tang Huo alone had surpassed him, and he was utterly unable to divert his attention to deal with Zhao Ming. Whereas at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts were spinning. Even if I lend my grade 4 spirit sword to Vice Dean Kai Ming, he probably might not be able to suppress Tang Huo and Zhao Ming. Looks like I'm bound to suffer misfortune today. Unknowingly, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of helplessness. He didn't flee because he knew that it was impossible for him to flee under the eyes of Tang Huo and Zhao Ming. Elder Ming. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard an explosive shout. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw that the azure clothed on Zhao Ming's body swayed as he transformed into a gust of wind with extremely swift speed and flashed directly towards Kai Ming, and he became locked in battle with Kai Ming. In terms of attack, the two of them were equal. In terms of speed, because Zhao Ming had comprehended wind concept, he was superior. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a wave of the sound of the air tearing apart sweep towards him, and the sound approached closer and closer, and a scorching aura enveloped down onto him. Shit. Duan Ling Tian's face went ghastly pale when he saw Tang Huo pouncing at him. A powerful hand descended onto his shoulder, and the formidable origin energy shackled all the origin energy within his body. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian was brought up into the clouds and swiftly flew into the distance. Within Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, Kai Ming and Zhao Ming went further and further, and in the end, they transformed into two black dots that gradually vanished before his eyes. During this period of time, Kai Ming wanted to save him on many occasions, yet was stopped by Zhao Ming. Duan Ling Tian, you've fallen into my hands in the end. Tang Huo's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Elder Tang Huo, you better be a bit lighter. If you hurt me, then I might accidentally forget the location of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and that wouldn't be good. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the hand that Tang Huo grabbed onto his shoulder with and spoke indifferently. HMPH. Tang Huo's face sank from being threatened by Duan Ling Tian, but his hand still loosened slightly. When he saw Tang Huo being so cooperative, Duan Ling Tian knew that his guess from before was correct. Tang Huo and Zhao Ming utterly didn't think of directly taking his life. The objective of the two was indeed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Elder Tang Huo, where do you plan to take me? Duan Ling Tian noticed that Tang Huo actually brought him all the way east, and he couldn't help but be curious. Tang Huo paid no attention to Duan Ling Tian. Tang Huo only stopped moving when he arrived atop a precipitous mountain that was at the eastern border of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Then he held on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder as he stood in the sky. Duan Ling Tian sized up this precipitous mountain and didn't notice anything special about it. Chapter 524, Duan Ling Tian's Plan. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian saw a person swiftly flying over from the west. Zhao Ming. Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he saw this person that arrived. He understood that this place turned out to be the meeting point of Zhao Ming and Tang Huo. After a short moment, Zhao Ming arrived by Tang Huo's side, and his hateful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke coldly. Duan Ling Tian, don't play tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you at the first possible moment. Duan Ling Tian shrugged when he heard Zhao Ming's threats, and said indifferently, then go ahead and kill me, Elder Ming. We don't have to go find any 10,000-year stalactite milk. You think I don't dare? Zhao Ming burst into rage, and his origin energy raged with a raise of his hand. 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down and accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Elder Ming. Tang Huo frowned then stopped Zhao Ming, and he said via voice transmission. So long as we've found the 10,000-year stalactite milk, are you afraid you won't have a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian? He's provoking you to anger, don't fall into his trap. Zhao Ming took a deep breath when he heard Tang Huo, then suppressed the rage in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, where's the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Tang Huo looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a low voice. Elder Tang Huo, both of you will let me off if I bring both of you to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian asked with a vigilant expression. Yes. Tang Huo wasn't surprised by Duan Ling Tian's request, and he didn't even think before agreeing to it. How about Elder Zhao Ming? You're willing to let me off? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Ming. HMPH. Zhao Ming grunted coldly and paid no attention to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, don't worry. So long as you bring us to the 10,000-year stalactite milk, I and Elder Ming will let you off, said Tang Huo to Duan Ling Tian. Then both of you establish a vow under the 9 heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, I'd rather die than take the two of you to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian had an expression as if he was indifferent towards what happened. You. Zhao Ming's face went gloomy. Elder Ming. Tang Huo frowned, then persuaded via voice transmission. So what if we do as he say and establish a vow? So long as we obtain the 10,000-year stalactite milk, we'll surely be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. At that time, with our strengths, even if we forcefully trespass into the Dragon and Phoenix Academy to kill Duan Lingtian, I presume the imperial family wouldn't say anything about it. As he finished speaking, Tang Huo had a confident expression, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of himself breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Zhao Ming pondered for a short moment when he heard this, then he agreed. Subsequently, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Zhao Ming and Tang Huo pinched open their fingers, then used their own blood and the 9 heavenly tribulation as the witness to establish the vow. Once they locate the 10,000-year stalactite milk under Duan Lingtian's help, they would allow Duan Lingtian to leave and not make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw Tang Huo and Zhao Ming establish the vow. He was able to sense the yearning the two of them had towards the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so he had nothing to fear. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out by Duan Lingtian's ears and said via voice transmission, "Big brother Lingtian, you really intend to bring them to the 10,000-year stalactite milk?" Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, "Of course I wouldn't. Then what's the use of making them establish this vow?" The little gold mouse asked curiously. "I asked them to establish this vow only for the sake of giving them a preconceived impression, and make them think that I'm really willing to bring them to the 10,000-year stalactite milk." Duan Lingtian explained via voice transmission. "Otherwise, if I don't make them establish the vow, they might think that I'm playing some sort of trick. In that way, it wouldn't be easy to implement my plan." Plan? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with a bewilderment. "You'll know very soon." Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with mystery. The little gold mouse lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her pair of jade green eyes flickered with slight anticipation. "We've already established the vow. Now you can take us to the 10,000-year stalactite milk, right?" Tang Huo asked Duan Lingtian with a low voice. "Duan Lingtian, don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, I'll surely kill you." Zhao Ming spoke out in a timely manner that was in perfect harmony with Tang Huo. "What tricks can I play?" Duan Lingtian shrugged. "Both of you are 6th level void initiation stage experts. Could it be that you're afraid that a little 1st level void prying stage martial artist will play tricks on you?" Subsequently, under Duan Lingtian's directions, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming carried him along as they flew at full speed towards northwest. After they arrived nearby the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Lingtian pointed towards the north. "Over there, Duan Lingtian, it's the territory of the Darkstone Empire ahead." "Are you sure the 10,000-year stalactite milk is in the Darkstone Empire?" Tang Huo looked at Duan Lingtian with slight doubt. "Elder Huo, if you don't believe me, then you can kill me right now." "How about it?" Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Tang Huo instantly went silent. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. "So what if you're a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist? Aren't you being completely played by me? When I was at the Crimson Sky Kingdom the last time, I almost forgot that place. If I thought of it at that time, even if that mysterious expert wasn't there, I would be able to escape them as well." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was convinced that once Tang Huo and Zhao Ming were trapped in that place, they would most likely be trapped to death. Phoenix Nest City. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was carried by Tang Huo and Zhao Ming to flash past in the sky above Phoenix Nest City. "I wonder if Tian Wu, City Governor Feng, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu have already left." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Not long after, under the guidance of Duan Lingtian, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming carried Duan Lingtian to descend in a spacious gorge. Within the forge was a ball of gas that were like clouds and mist that had fathered together, and the condition within it couldn't be seen clearly. "What place is this?" Zhao Ming and Tang Huo curiously sized up the surroundings. In the end, their gazes descended onto the ball of mist and clouds that was before them. The clouds and mist revealed various mysteriousness that caused them to feel it wasn't simple. "Elder Tang Huo, you can let me go now, right? If you don't let me go, how do I lead the way?" Duan Lingtian looked at the hand Tang Huo held his shoulder with and spoke indifferently. Tang Huo instead disregarded him. "Then you can go look for it yourself." Duan Lingtian shrugged and had an expression of being indifferent and not anxious. "Duan Lingtian, I hope you don't play tricks on us. Otherwise, you ought to know the consequences. Tang Huo threatened with a low voice. At the same time, he relaxed the hand that grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Even if I want to play tricks on the two of you, I need to have the strength to do it, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Ming had approached the ball of cloud and mist ahead, and a wisp of disdain couldn't help but appear on the corners of his mouth. Unless Zhao Ming was an inscription master as well, otherwise, don't hope of recognizing that inscription formation. Inscription formation. This place was precisely the place Duan Lingtian had come to with Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. That ball of cloud and mist was precisely an inscription formation. And the former Solkleen's pool was within the inscription formation. However, because the nether soul fruit was already eaten by Little Gold, that pool of water had become ordinary water. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and cried out lightly, then said via voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, why did you bring them here? You little fellow, you still can't guess what I want to do. Duan Lingtian said via voice transmission, you're too stupid. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was instantly unhappy when she heard Duan Lingtian. Elders, please follow me. Duan Lingtian called out to Tang Huo and Zhao Ming, then walked over to the ball of clouds and mist with large strides, intending to enter into it. HMPH. That place can't be entered at all. Zhao Ming couldn't help but laugh in ridicule when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions. Earlier, he'd tried to walk into the ball of clouds and mist, yet he noticed that there was a shapeless energy blocking him out. It was as even someone had set some sort of restriction here. But in the next moment, he was completely dumbstruck when he saw the ball of mist and clouds actually split open when Duan Lingtian walked over with large strides. Tang Huo was stunned as well. He naturally didn't know that the ball of clouds and mist was the image formed by the inscription formation. Whereas at this moment, it was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd stretched his spiritual force out and successfully opened the inscription formation. Elders, the 10,000-year stalactite milk is inside. Duan Lingtian walked first into the mist and clouds that had split open, and his figure slowly fused into the dusky and light mist, when they saw Duan Lingtian vanish before their eyes. Let's go in. Tang Huo called Zhao Ming and the two of them followed in. After the two of them entered, they were stunned on the spot. Their faces were filled with surprise as they looked at the spacious lake before them. Both of them never imagined that there was actually such a scene behind the ball of clouds and mist within the gorge. At this moment, they completely didn't notice that the clouds and mist behind them was swiftly closing, and it completely closed together not long after. Whereas beside them, a wisp of a grin appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he took 2 steps back. At almost the instant Duan Lingtian's figure moved and charged towards the clouds and mist, an exit that would only accommodate him appeared there. Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he passed through the exit and charged out to return to the gorge. Whereas meanwhile, that exit instantly closed. Meanwhile, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming who were within the inscription formation behind the cloud and mist both jolted awake from their shock. Duan Lingtian has fled. The two of them went gloomy and their figure flashed out to arrive at the spot Duan Lingtian stood at before he fled. They wanted to go out from here, yet they noticed a shapeless energy sealing them within and causing them to be unable to go out. Damn it, we've been played by that Duan Lingtian. Tang Huo was slightly exasperated. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Ming let out an alarmed shout, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. A spirit sword appeared out of thin air within his hand, then his 5th level wind concept fluxed as he stabbed towards the barrier before him that was formed from the shapeless energy. However, only a muffled sound sounded out in reply to Zhao Ming's attack. Zhao Ming was unable to break open the barrier condensed from the shapeless energy when exerting his full strength. Chapter 525, continuing the assignment. What kind of fucking place is this? Zhao Ming's face was grim. From the beginning until the end, Tang Huo had been watching Zhao Ming's actions. He's originally thought that when Zhao Ming attacked with full force, Zhao Ming would be able to easily obliterate the barrier condensed from the shapeless energy. However, the outcome instead exceeded his expectations. Zhao Ming's full force strike was actually unable to blast open this barrier. Zhao Ming, let's join forces. Tang Huo shouted out coldly, and his face was filled with visible rage. He never expected that he, who'd lived for more than half his life, was actually tricked by a little fellow around the age of 20. This was absolutely a terrible humiliation. All right, Zhao Ming replied. Subsequently, the two great 6th level void initiation stage experts joined forces to blast towards a point on the barrier before them. However, the outcome was the same. The barrier didn't budge an inch. Damn it, how did Duan Lingtian go out? Zhao Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He rushed out from here. I didn't notice exactly how he went out. Tang Huo's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Let's look around and see if there's an exit. Subsequently, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming looked around, intending to find an exit. In the end, they instead noticed that the lake they were at was completely enveloped by the barrier formed from the shapeless energy. That barrier had even pierced deep into the ground, and it caused them to be unable to dig a way out. Damn it, exactly what sort of fucking place is this? How exactly is that layer of barrier formed? Zhao Ming had an exasperated expression. Subsequently, Zhao Ming looked at Tang Hu and was almost roaring. It's all because of you. All of this wouldn't have happened if we killed Duan Lingtian directly. Tang Huo's face sank. Zhao Ming, you get it straight. If it wasn't for you coveting the 10,000-year stalactite milk as well, would you let me keep him alive? After all is said and done, all this is because of our greed. Greed. Zhao Ming's figure shook and he was at a loss of what to say. That's right, if it wasn't for me being greedy towards the 10,000-year stalactite milk Duan Lingtian spoke of, all this wouldn't have occurred. At this moment, he felt extreme regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Once I go out, I'll surely burn Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. I, Zhao Ming, don't want any 10,000-year stalactite milk anymore. Zhao Ming spoke with an unsightly expression. HMPH, it's uncertain whether we're able to go out now. But, if we're able to go out, I won't allow Duan Lingtian to live before me for a moment longer. Tang Huo was enraged as well, and his eyes burned with extreme flames of rage. Within the inscription formation, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming were exasperated. Whereas outside the inscription formation, on a large tree in the spacious gorge, Duan Lingtian lay on the tree with his leg crossed over the other as he cozily bathed under the sun. Big brother Lingtian, you're too bad. You actually tricked them to come here. The little gold mouse stood on the tree trunk, and her body swung up and down like a swing. Bad. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then extended his hand to block out the burning sun. If I didn't do this, I'll be killed by them sooner or later. Even if I really take them to the 10,000-year stalactite milk on Megrez Peak, they'd abide by the vow and let me off for a time, but it wouldn't be long before they'd surely make a move against me once more. Hee. I was curious earlier about why Big Brother Lingtian would bring them here. So it turned out that it was to trap them. The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered with a cunning smile. They can only blame themselves for being unfortunate. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curved slightly, and a wisp of disdain appeared. The things that happened today were smooth, to the point it caused him to feel slight disbelief. Of course, he knew that all this was because Tang Huo and Zhao Ming didn't have any knowledge towards the Tao of inscriptions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be tricked easily. Big brother Lingtian, they wouldn't force their way out, right? Should we leave here quickly? The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained fear mixed within. No matter if it was Tang Huo or Zhao Ming, they were both 6th level void initiation stage experts, and they were far from someone she could go against. There's no need. The senior that left that inscription formation behind is in existence at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Unless a void transformation stage expert lends a hand, or perhaps a few experts at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage and above join forces. Otherwise, don't dream of breaking open this inscription formation. Then wouldn't that mean that they'd be trapped to death within it? The little gold mouse said in shock. If nothing unexpected happened, they'd surely be trapped to death within it. Of course, if they're able to find that abode and obtain the experiences in the Tao of inscriptions left behind by that senior, they might have a chance of breaking open the formation and leaving, Duan Lingtian said slowly. They have a chance to come out. The little gold mouse was slightly afraid. Don't worry, the Tao of inscriptions is greatly profound. They'd at least need to spend over 10 years of study to have some accomplishments in the Tao of inscriptions and obtain the ability to break open the formation. Duan Lingtian wasn't worried in the slightest. If I'm still afraid of them after over 10 years, then I can directly kill them myself. Over 10 years. Not to mention over 10 years, even if it was the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was 4 years from now. If he didn't have a cultivation at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, it would probably even be difficult for him to become eminent. the little gold mouse eased up. When she heard this, "I'll go bid my farewells to them, then we'll return to Blackwind Ridge. No matter what, I must obtain the most points in the mission this time. Only the person that is ranked number 1 is able to obtain the void refining fruit." Duan Ling Tian stood up and his gaze descended onto the ball of mist and clouds in the gorge. Subsequently, his spiritual force fused into it, and he opened a tiny gap on the inscription formation. Next, his voice transmission passed through the inconspicuous little gap and entered into the ears of Tang Huo and Zhao Ming, who were trapped within. "Elder Tang Huo, Elder Zhao Ming. The both of you can live in seclusion in the future. There are many fishes in the lake and it ought to not cause the two of you to die from starvation." Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission was filled with ridicule. Whereas at the instant that Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission was severed by the little gap on the inscription formation that had closed up. Duan Ling Tian, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming's flames of rage was lighted by Duan Ling Tian once more. However, it was useless no matter how they vented. They weren't able to forcefully break open the inscription formation in the end. "Little gold, let's go." Whereas at this moment, Duan Ling Tian sat onto the back of the little gold mouse that had enlarged herself and headed towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Presently, the little gold mouse wasn't the little gold mouse of the past. As a demon beast whose cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage, the little gold mouse's speed was extremely swift. Only 3 days had passed when she brought Duan Ling Tian back to Blackwind Ridge. "That two old fellows have wasted so much of my time. I wonder if there are people who have surpassed my previous points." Duan Ling Tian muttered, and he had an unhappy expression. If Duan Ling Tian's muttering was heard by Tang Huo and Zhao Ming, who were trapped in the inscription formation, their expressions would surely be extremely brilliant. The urgent task at hand is to find Vice Dean Kai Ming first. Otherwise, if there's no one to record my score, it would be useless no matter how many bandits I kill. After spending half a day of time, Duan Ling Tian had finally found Kai Ming. When he found Kai Ming was sighing. "Vice Dean Kai." Kai Ming's thoughts that had drifted away were pulled back when Duan Ling Tian called out to him. Duan Ling Tian." Kai Ming was completely dumbstruck when he saw Duan Ling Tian. At the beginning, he even thought that he was seeing things, but before long, he confirmed it. The person that stood before him was indeed Duan Ling Tian himself, without a doubt. "Duan Ling Tian, how did you escape from the hands of those two old fellows?" Kai Ming asked curiously. "It's a long story, I'll slowly tell Vice Dean when I have time in the future. Now that I speak of it, they've already wasted 3 days of my time." "Vice Dean Kai, are there people who have surpassed my points now?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes." Kai Ming nodded and said slowly, "Not long ago, crazy young master found the lair of the 7th leader of the bandits like you did, and killed all 50+ bandits. Besides that, the 7th leader was a martial artist at the 2nd level of the void prying stage." 7th leader, 0.50+ bandits. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he sighed in surprise. "I never imagined that crazy young master's luck was so good. The 7th leader was at the 2nd level of the void prying stage, and he was equivalent to 30 points, then adding on another 50+ bandits to that. It's very likely that crazy young master's points now have already passed 200. Duan Ling Tian felt pressure. "Vice Dean Kai, I want to continue," said Duan Ling Tian to Kai Ming. Kai Ming nodded. "Go." Kai Ming had a complicated gaze as he looked at Duan Ling Tian transforming into a bolt of violet lightning and vanishing before him. Duan Ling Tian's sudden return had exceeded his expectations. "Now, I'm slightly hoping that this Duan Ling Tian is able to seize the first in the experience mission this time. If he gets to consume that void refining fruit, his cultivation would transcend above all the inner hall students." At the same time that Kai Ming followed Duan Ling Tian, his gaze flickered. "Moreover, he's extremely mysterious. Perhaps he even possesses many abilities that are beyond others' expectations." The reason Kai Ming guessed like this was because Duan Ling Tian was able to shake off the 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect and return safely. After all, those 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect were 6th level void initiation stage experts, and being able to return under their gazes was sufficient to show how extraordinary Duan Ling Tian was. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian can represent our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to become eminent on the Darkstone Empire's stage and obtain the qualifications to head to the Darken Dynasty to compete with the young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty and the various empires. When he thought up to here, Kai Ming felt a wave of excitement. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you can go even further and create a legend of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A young expert that is able to compare with the most outstanding young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty has never appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kai Ming followed behind Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. He was looking forward to Duan Ling Tian obtaining the most points and winning the first in the experience missions this time. Chapter 526, Taking Revenge. Kai Ming believed that under the boost of the void refining fruit, Duan Ling Tian would be able to go higher and further. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know of Kai Ming's thoughts. Presently, he was searching for the tracks of the bandits on Blackwind Ridge as if he'd gone mad. Not only was Duan Ling Tian searching, the little gold mouse was helping him search as well. The little gold mouse was unable to help Duan Ling Tian kill the bandits, but helping Duan Ling Tian find the bandits before Duan Ling Tian attacked them himself was possible. This was something that even Kai Ming didn't say anything about. After all, this didn't count as breaking the rules. The mission this time was only for a duration of half a month. Where 4 days had already passed, and only 11 remained. After searching for 3 days, Duan Ling Tian didn't discover the tracks of a single bandit, no matter if he searched on the ground or searched by looking down from high above in the sky. Unfortunately, the area my spiritual force can extend out is limited. If my spiritual force was able to cover the entire Blackwind Ridge, then those bandits would surely have no way to hide. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was only thinking. The Blackwind Ridge was so large that even rebirthed Martial Emperor at his prime all those years ago would perhaps be able to cover it completely when he used his spiritual force to search it, but the rebirthed Martial Emperor was in existence at the Martial Emperor stage during his prime. Presently, not to mention the highest known cultivation stage in Cloud Continent, the Martial Emperor stage, Duan Ling Tian was even quite a distance away from the Void Initiation stage. Suddenly, the movement ahead attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. Duan Ling Tian approached and looked from afar, and he noticed a few familiar figures. These few people weren't bandits, yet Duan Ling Tian sank slightly. Lu Yu, the people that had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's field of vision was precisely the people from the Azure Forest Tri-sect. When he recalled Tang Huo and Zhao Ming, and recalled the 7-star sword sect disciples that had died at the hands of these people on that day, Duan Ling Tian's chest was almost filled by flames of rage. Vice Deal Kai, Duan Ling Tian didn't move to meet Lu Yu's group, nor did he let the void-prying stage martial artist behind Lu Yu's group, and he concealed himself at a side first. What? Kai Ming was slightly puzzled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. Those Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples. Can you do me a favor? Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission was filled with boundless killing intent. Kai Ming was first stunned when he heard this, then he noticed Lu Yu's group as well. He naturally knew the meaning of Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian wanted him to take a bribe and allow Duan Ling Tian to kill these few Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples. If it was in the past, Kai Ming would directly refuse. But now, when he recalled those 2 guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect that didn't respect the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, a trace of evil flames couldn't help but emerge within the heart of Kai Ming, who was one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family. Kai Ming was a person as well, and he had emotions. Because of the actions of Tang Huo and Zhao Ming a few days ago, he didn't have the slightest favorable impression of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had said it clearly now, it was to give him a favor. Perhaps, the favor Duan Ling Tian owed was nothing at this moment, but what about in the future? He looked extremely favorably upon Duan Ling Tian's future. In the end, Kai Ming gritted his teeth and agreed. Then make it clean. I'll instruct the people that are following behind them to not interfere in the matter between you and them. At this moment, Kai Ming had a slight guilty feeling. But when he recalled Tang Huo and Zhao Ming's arrogance before him, the guilty feeling vanished completely. It wasn't worth for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family to protect the members of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Thank you, Vice Dean Kai. Duan Ling Tian is indebted to your favor. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when Kai Ming agreed. He was really worried that Kai Ming wouldn't agree. If that was the case, then even if he hated Lu Yu's group to the extreme, he would have no way of doing anything. Of course, he was able to guess that a portion of the reason Kai Ming agreed so readily was surely because of Tang Huo and Zhao Ming capturing Duan Ling Tian a few days ago. At that time, Tang Huo and Zhao Ming had caused this Vice Dean to lose all face. Senior Sister Lu Yu, it has already been 4 days and we haven't even encountered a single bandit. Where exactly are they hiding? An Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple smiled bitterly as he looked at Lu Yu. You're asking me, how would I know? Lu Yu said angrily. Senior sister Lu Yu, don't get angry. So what if we have no gains from coming to Blackwind Ridge this time? Presently, the two guardian elders would have probably already killed that Duan Ling Tian, and that's a great merit. Another Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple grinned. Right, once Duan Ling Tian is dead, the three sect leaders will surely be happy. At that time, all of us are people who have rendered meritorious service and will obtain the rewards of the sect. After all, it's we who told the two guardian elders of Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. The eyes of the last Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple glowed, and it was as if he'd already seen the rewards bestowed by the sect. Lu Yu's expression eased up slightly when she heard this. Indeed, nothing could be more delightful than this. When she thought of how Duan Ling Tian was already dead, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A few days ago in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, the icy cold gaze Duan Ling Tian looked at her with caused her to have nightmares successively for a few days. In those nightmares, she was killed by Duan Ling Tian several times. I can finally have a good night's sleep tonight. Lu Yu was rather happy in her heart, and the depression from being unable to find a bandit was completely tossed to the back of her head. It really was all of you that leaked the news. It was at this moment that a voice that was like a ghost caused the expression of Lu Yu's group to go grim. Especially Lu Yu, this voice was one she'd heard countless times during her dreams in these past few days. Of course, they were all nightmares. Duan Ling Tian had approached Lu Yu's group since long ago, and he'd clearly heard what Lu Yu and the others had said. He was originally suspicious that it was Lu Yu's group that had leaked the matter of the experience missions in Blackwind Ridge. Presently, Lu Yu's group had admitted it themselves. Satang Huo and Zhao Ming were brought over by them. Duan Ling Tian, you can deal with this matter however you want. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. It was precisely Kai Ming. Obviously, Kai Ming had heard the conversation of the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's finished speaking, his figure moved to appear before Lu Yu's group. Squeak squeak. The jade-green eyes of the little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder flickered with cold lights as she stared at Lu Yu's group. Duan Ling Tian. Besides Lu Yu, who was mentally prepared, the other three Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples went pale when they saw Duan Ling Tian. What we said earlier was heard by Duan Ling Tian. Also, Duan Ling Tian actually didn't die. Could it be that the two guardian elders haven't made a move? Lu Yu, and you three. You killed the disciples of my 7-star sword sect that day, and owe my 7-star sword sect numerous debts of blood. Today, the time for payback has come. Duan Ling Tian stared coldly at Lu Yu's group, and he spoke indifferently. His words didn't contain any emotions. However, anyone would be able to feel the killing intent that swept out from Duan Ling Tian. Along with the terrifying killing intent on Duan Ling Tian's body sweeping out, it enveloped onto Lu Yu's group and caused all their faces to go pale. Duan Ling Tian's killing intent was obtained from his career of bloodshed in his previous life. How would it be something that Lu Yu's group was able to endure? Duan Ling Tian, don't you forget that we're undergoing the experience mission of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and there's someone following behind us to record our score. The Academy won't let you off if you dare kill us. Lu Yu took a deep breath, and she could feel her heartbeat ceaselessly increasing in speed. Really? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Are you sure the Academy won't let me off? Duan Ling Tian's words caused Lu Yu's group to become absent-minded. It was at this instant that Duan Ling Tian attacked. Duan Ling Tian pointed out with his finger, and a material point force condensed from origin energy howled as it flew out. A piercing howl sounded out, and an Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple beside Lu Yu directly fell to the ground. On his head, a savage bloody hole had appeared, and blood flowed endlessly from it. Ah! One of their fellow disciples from the same sect was killed, and it terrified Lu Yu's group to the point their faces instantly went ghastly. Pale. Duan Ling Tian, you really dared kill him. Lu Yu's voice was slightly trembling. As far as she was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was simply a madman. But in next to no time, when she noticed that there was no movement behind her, terror appeared on the faces of Lu Yu and the others. Where's the person from the Academy? Isn't there someone following us to record our scores? The three of them took the person from the Academy that recorded their scores as their life-saving straw. However, that person of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy didn't appear. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Yu's group looking left and right, he said in ridicule, "You don't have to look. All of you are bound to die for nothing here." After the experience mission ends, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will announce that the disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect didn't heed advice and wandered arbitrarily in the Blackwind Ridge before disappearing. The expressions of Lu Yu's group went deathly pale. Duan Ling Tian pointed out once more, and the point force condensed from origin energy howled as it killed another Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple. It pierced through between the brows again, a similar death with the previous Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple. After killing 2 Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples successively, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained expressionless from the beginning until the end. These 2 Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples had killed countless 7-star sword sect disciples on that day. Today, he was only making them repay their debts of blood with blood. Flee. Besides Lu Yu, the last remaining Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple had a ghastly pale expression when he saw 2 of his senior brothers falling to the ground, and he turned around and fled. But could he flee? After all, even Lu Yu couldn't arouse the thought to flee now, because Lu Yu knew that it was impossible for them to flee under Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Flee. When Duan Ling Tian saw the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple turn around intending to flee to the distance, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. With a raise of his hand, 2-point forces condensed from origin energy whistled out and hit directly on the legs of the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple. The body of the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple who had 2 bloody holes pierced on his legs shook before his body crashed to the ground. He fell near Lu Yu. "Senior sister, save me." The Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple struggled to stretch out his hand and grab onto Lu Yu's legs, then said in panic, "Senior sister, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Lu Yu had a bitter expression on her face. Save. Presently, she was hardly able to protect herself, let alone save another. Chapter 527, Good Luck. "You don't want to die." Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly and indifferently at the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple by Lu Yu's feet, then ridiculed. "Do you think that the 7-star sword sect disciples that died at your hand wanted to die?" The Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple's figure trembled when he heard Duan Ling Tian, then he turned to lie before Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, let me off. Let me off. I beg you, I beg you. Those 7-star sword sect disciples that died at your hand. At the instant they were killed by you, they similarly despaired like you are now. If you have a second lifetime, remember well. When you've done something bad, you have to return what you owe sooner or later." Duan Ling Tian glanced in disgust at this Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple, then he abruptly raised his hand. The exceedingly condensed origin energy point force flashed out. In the next moment, the sounds of begging of the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple came to an abrupt stop. His figure crashed to the ground and he was devoid of any further movement. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Lu Yu. "Duan Ling Tian, it's useless even if you kill me now. The 2 guardian elders of our Azure Forest Tri-sect have already found out of your whereabouts, you're dead." Lu Yu realized that danger was imminent, and she directly tore off all pretenses and was without any worries. "You're talking about Tang Huo and Zhao Ming." Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Tang Huo and Zhao Ming already found me 4 days ago." "No, impossible." Lu Yu's complacent smile instantly froze, then she was almost roaring. "You're lying, you're surely lying." As far as she was concerned, if the 2 guardian elders found Duan Ling Tian 4 days ago, then it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be standing here now. She didn't believe what Duan Ling Tian said. "Lying? Do you think there's any need for that?" Duan Ling Tian smiled extremely brilliantly. Lu Yu's figure shook. "Right, Duan Ling Tian seems to have no need to lie to me." But she was unable to wrap her head around it. How exactly did this Duan Ling Tian escape this calamity? Unfortunately, Lu Yu would never find out. Duan Ling Tian's origin energy point force tore through the sky, and it easily entered between Lu Yu's brows. When facing Duan Ling Tian, Lu Yu didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Lu Yu's corpse fell down, dying without peace. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as if he was worlds apart when he recalled the scene of meeting Lu Yu for the first time in the demonic Lotus Blade sect all those years ago. Knowing that Kai Ming was concealed nearby, Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize his pill fire or weapon flame. He casually took out a fire piston and burnt the corpses of all the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples. It wasn't long before the 4 of them had completely vanished from this world. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he watched, and his gaze didn't contain the slightest emotion. Azure Forest Trisect, this is only the beginning. When he recalled the horrifying scene of the former 7-star sword sect being slaughtered, the killing intent deep within Duan Ling Tian's eyes was awe-inspiring. Vice Dean Kai, thank you. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses, then thanked Kai Ming via voice transmission. If it wasn't for Kai Ming, it would be impossible for him to take revenge for his fellow disciples that had died. He's remembered this favor in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's figure moved to flash out. There's still another 8 days of time, I must find the next bandit lair. According to Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, the pack of bandits that were the target of the experience mission of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time was divided into 9 groups, and they were scattered all around Blackwind Ridge. They were respectively led by a bandit leader. The group of bandits that were led by the 9th leader was annihilated by Duan Ling Tian a few days ago. Besides that, Crazy Young Master had annihilated the group of bandits led by the 7th leader. As of now, there were another 7 groups remaining. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian's luck was good. 2 hours later, he encountered a middle-aged man that was entering the Blackwind Ridge from outside. The middle-aged man wore the clothes of an ordinary village, his figure thin and small, and he was cautious all along his way. There's something strange about this person. Duan Ling Tian concealed himself at the side and his eyes focused on the man. As a mercenary who'd walked out of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had an especially acute sense of smell towards blood. Presently, he'd smelled an extremely dense smell of blood from this thin and small middle-aged man. He could be sure that this person that wore the clothes of a villager was absolutely not an ordinary villager. This smell of blood on this person was at least achieved from killing over 100 people. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a bandit without a doubt. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he silently followed from behind. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder cried out. Big brother Ling Tian, isn't he a villager? Why are you following him? The little gold mouse had followed Duan Ling Tian when he wandered about to gain experience in tempering for some time, and her experience wasn't inferior to a human, so she recognized the middle-aged man's clothes with a glance. Villager. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Little gold, you'll know soon. Under the little gold mouse's bewildered gaze, Duan Ling Tian followed the thin and small middle-aged man to pass through a dense forest. Needless to say, this thin and small middle-aged man was exceedingly cautious. He took numerous circles before walking back. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian followed the thin and small middle-aged man to walk into a small gorge. The surrounding walls of the small gorge were overgrown with weeds, and some weed were even taller than a person. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted and he had a surprised expression. Nearby, the small and thin middle-aged man pulled open the weeds that were taller than a person, then his entire body was concealed within it and vanished. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out and asked Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Big brother Ling Tian, where is he? Let's go. Duan Ling Tian used his actions to respond to the little gold mouse. Duan Ling Tian lifted apart the weeds at the place that the thin and small middle-aged man lifted open the weeds. A cave passageway that could accommodate one person to move in and out appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It's really concealed. If I came looking for it myself, I'd surely be unable to find this place. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he brought along the little gold mouse to enter the pitch-black cave passageway. Not long after, a small dot of light appeared at the other end of the cave passageway. Along with Duan Ling Tian walking forward with large strides, the small dot of light became larger and larger, and an exit appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian walked out the exit and looked out. An enormous cave that was brightly illuminated by lamps appeared before his eyes. Around this enormous cave was 50 or 60 small caves, and it was a peculiar scene. Within the enormous cave, along with the return of the thin and small middle-aged man, a group of people walked out of the small caves and all of them looked excitedly at him. Thin monkey, what's the condition like outside? An emaciated old man walked out of a cave at the center, and the old man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. 6th leader. The old man's appearance caused the group of people including the small and thin middle-aged man to greet him respectfully. 6th leader. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. Although he guessed that the thin and small middle-aged man was a member of the bandits, Duan Ling Tian never expected that there actually was such a big fish behind him. Let's see what his cultivation is like. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart and stretched his spiritual force out. Under the detection of his spiritual force, the cultivations of the bandits were unable to escape his detection. the sixth leader of the bandits was a second-level void-prying stage martial artist. Besides the sixth leader, there was another first-level void-prying stage bandit. As for the other people, they were all martial artists below the void-prying stage and were of no threat to Duan Lingtian. The second level of the void-prying stage is able to exert the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. His spirit weapon ought to be a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian started to calculate the strengths of himself and the enemy. When utilizing a grade 7 spirit weapon, his offensive capability wouldn't surpass the strength of 3,800 ancient mammoths. Whereas I possess a strength comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and when amplified via my grade 4 spirit sword, my offensive capability is able to arrive at the strength of 3,200 ancient mammoths. If force is not considered, I'm inferior to him. Whereas in terms of force, unless he has comprehended a half-step advanced force. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to compare to me. He looks to be extremely old and probably doesn't have any comprehension ability, so it isn't likely that he's able to comprehend half-step advanced force. When he thought up to here, cold lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. In other words, it isn't difficult for me to kill him. Whereas while Duan Lingtian's thoughts were spinning, sixth leader, it's calm and tranquil outside, and I didn't notice anything off. Besides that, I noticed a village that not only has plenty of food, there's also plenty of women. As the small and thin middle-aged man finished speaking, a smile of lust appeared on his face. Women. Instantly, the gazes of the other bandits lit up brightly. Damn it, I've been holding back for a month, I must sleep with a few more this time. Many bandits wished for nothing more than to kill their way into that village, slaughter the village, seize the food, and steal the women. Thin monkey, you've done well. After we deal with that village, I'll let you choose the women first. The sixth leader nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, sixth leader. The thin and small middle-aged bandit had an excited expression. The other bandits instead had expressions of envy and jealousy. Sixth elder, when are we leaving? A man with a saber scar on his face had eyes that emitted light. All of you don't have to leave anymore. The sixth leader hadn't even had the time to respond when a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out and resounded within the entire cave. Who is it? The sixth leader was the first to react, and his face became grim. Whereas at the instant the sixth leader spoke, a violet-colored sword light that was difficult to perceive tore through the sky, and it tore through the night sky like a swift shooting star. The man with a saber scar on his face that asked the sixth leader the question earlier didn't even have the time to react when his throat was pierced by a sword, and fresh blood splattered out. The person that attacked was naturally Duan Lingtian. After killing this first-level void-prying stage bandit, only the second-level void-prying stage sixth leader remains. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword, he heard the sixth leader's alarmed shout. After succeeding, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew towards the sixth leader. Duan Lingtian, who exploded out with his entire strength and stood on half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force, arrived before the sixth leader in an instant. You're courting death. The sixth leader was in a violent rage. Wish a raise of his hand, the origin energy on his saber rages and elementary saber force suffused it. The saber tore through the sky as it slashed towards Duan Lingtian. Under the fueling of the strength of 4,000 ancient mammoth, the saber's speed was extremely swift. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's sword was even swifter. At almost the exact same instant that the sixth leader attacked, Duan Lingtian made his move. Chapter 528, Minimum 60% Amplification. A sword light that was swift to the limit flashed. Right at this instant, 4,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Besides the white color that belonged to origin energy, there was another strand of violet and a strand of azure within the sword light. This sword strike of Duan Lingtian's contained the 60% amplification of the grade 4 spirit sword that amplified his base strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The amplification was the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Besides that, the half-step advanced lightning force and half-step advanced wind force bestowed the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths onto Duan Lingtian. In total, it was the strength of 4,200 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than the bandit's sixth leader. Most importantly, the sword-drawing arts that Duan Lingtian had executed now was originally adept at speed. His strength was stronger than the sixth leader, combined with the speed of his sword-drawing arts. The speed of the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand completely crushed the speed of the saber in the hands of the sixth leader. A clear sound resounded out, and practically all the bandits present didn't see Duan Ling Tian's movements clearly. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed to dodge to the side. Whereas the sword in the hand of sixth leader fiercely flashed towards the place Duan Ling Tian was standing earlier. But his movements still didn't change in the slightest even after Duan Ling Tian had left the spot. Of course, it wasn't that the reaction of sixth leader was slow, but was instead that a fine rip had appeared on the throat of the sixth leader, and then it started to spew out dazzling and resplendent blood. Blood splattered all over the floor and seemed to have transformed into numerous red roses. The sixth leader and his saber were carried away fiercely by momentum, and they scraped the floor all the way. After a short moment, the sixth leader lay there on the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. Silent. The spacious cave was deathly silent as all the bandits were dumbstruck. In the blink of an eye, the sixth leader that was the strongest amongst them and the first-level void-prying stage bandit that was the sixth leader's right-hand man were both killed, and the scene before them almost made them unable to recover from their shock. After a short while, the bandits all went ghastly pale after they recovered from their shock. Flee. When facing the violet-clothed young man that had killed two void-prying stage experts in the blink of an eye, they didn't have the slightest battle intent and only thought of fleeing this place right away, but would they be able to flee? Along with the grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand flashing, the bandits perished beneath his sword one after the other. Lord, spare me, Lord, the numerous bandits pleaded for mercy ceaselessly, but Duan Ling Tian was currently like a bloodthirsty asura that had crawled out from hell, and he reaped the lives of the bandits to his heart's content. Not long after, the spacious cave had returned to calm, as all the bandits were dead. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Kai Ming, who'd followed Duan Ling Tian in and was concealed at the side long ago, had finally recovered from his shock. When Duan Ling Tian attacked and killed the sixth leader, he'd guessed that the spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand might be a grade 4 spirit sword, but he didn't dare confirm his suspicions. After all, a grade 4 spirit sword was too shocking. Normally speaking, a grade 4 weapons craftsman was only present within those dynasties. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare. Duan Ling Tian knows a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Kai Ming was greatly shocked, and he gasped in his heart. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Ling Tian had a grade 4 spirit sword in his possession, it meant that Duan Ling Tian had a good relationship with a grade 4 weapons craftsman. I originally thought he was only a 7-star sword sect disciple. I never imagined that he was related to a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Kai Ming sighed in his heart. Vice Dean Kai, please do the count. After he put away all the spoils of the battle, Duan Ling Tian's gaze shot onto Kai Ming once more. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian left the cave and followed along the passageway to arrive outside. Duan Ling Tian wasn't anxious to leave, and he counted his spoils as he waited for Kai Ming. Firstly, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the spatial ring of the sixth leader. Similar to the spatial ring of the ninth elder, there was a large amount of gold and silver, but these things didn't have much allure to Duan Ling Tian. Before long, Duan Ling Tian noticed a dim green-colored pearl within the sixth leader's spatial ring. The reason this pearl caught Duan Ling Tian's attention was entirely because when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force touched the pearl, a faint fluctuation of spiritual force was transmitted from it. Of course, the spiritual force fluctuation within the pearl was without an owner. What's going on? Not only that, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that when his spiritual force touched the dim green pearl, the spiritual force within had actually gradually fused in his spiritual force and ceaselessly strengthened his spiritual force. What exactly is this pearl? Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and searched the memories of the rebirth martial emperor to see if there are any record of this pearl. Soul Peel. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian found records relating to this pearl. A soul pearl was in existence similar to a spirit fruit. Ordinarily speaking, if one used special methods to gather the lunar force, then there would be a chance to condense it into a soul pearl after a few tens of years. Lunar force was the energy of the moon in the night sky. The soul pearl was sourced from pure lunar force and it contained spiritual force that was able to easily fuse into the spiritual force of a human. Ordinarily speaking, there are methods to gather lunar force and condense a soul pearl, and an inscription formation is one of those methods. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. It was precisely because of this that the rebirth martial emperor would know of the existence of soul pearls. During his prime, the The rebirth martial emperor had once gathered lunar force with an inscription formation and condensed a soul pearl to bestow upon his personal disciple. A soul pearl was able to improve spiritual force. Although its effects weren't great, it wouldn't be like spirit fruits that have diminishing medicinal effect after each consumption. So long as one had sufficient soul pearls, one's spiritual force could be improved directly. Of course, a heaven-defying item like a soul peel had some limitations. A soul pearl was at most able to improve the spiritual force of a martial artist or demon beast below the martial monarch stage. Once one's spiritual force stepped into the martial monarch stage, the soul pearl wouldn't have any effect any longer. My spiritual force has broken through. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he noticed that his spiritual force had actually broken through. It had broken through to the third level of the void-prying stage. Although it was only the breakthrough of his spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian was still wildly happy. Although there were some differences between the characteristics of a soul pearl and a spirit fruit, it was no different to a spirit fruit in pushing forward the level of spiritual force later on. Later on, once my cultivation breaks through to the second level of the void-prying stage, my spiritual force will be pushed to the fourth level of the void-prying stage. It will forever maintain being 2 levels higher than my cultivation. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the soul pearl. Presently, the dim green-colored soul pearl had become a crystalline and translucent crystal pearl. Pop! It was at this moment that the crystal pearl was enveloped by Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force and instantly shattered into bits before vanishing without a trace. As a miraculous item that is able to improve the spiritual force of a void transformation stage expert, the effects of a soul pearl were small as expected. My spiritual force was only at the first level of the void-prying stage, and after consuming a soul pearl, it actually only advanced to the third level of the void-prying stage. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. He could imagine that the higher the level of his spiritual force, he would need to absorb even more soul pearls to break through. I wonder where this sixth leader obtained the soul pearl. Duan Ling Tian noticed that there was only one soul pearl within the sixth leader's spatial ring, and it caused him to be unable to help himself from being disappointed. But, my spiritual force advancing to the third level of the void-prying stage can be considered to be an unexpected cause for happiness. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air and he felt he was too greedy. With my current spiritual force, so long as I don't encounter the first leader of these bandits, then even if they were at the third level of the void-prying stage, I can use my soul skill, 1000 illusions, to easily obtain victory against the other leaders, as long they aren't inscription masters. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's feelings surged. Meanwhile, Kai Ming walked out from the cave. Vice Dean Kai, how many points did these bandits give me? Duan Ling Tian looked at Kai Ming as he asked. Kai Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian as if looking at a monster, then said after a short while, 236 points. Coupled with the points from before, 378 points. 0.378 points. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Continue. When he saw Duan Ling Tian walk out with large strides, Kai Ming followed as well. Vice Dean Kai, you. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Kai Ming didn't conceal himself, and he couldn't help but be slightly curious. At the same time, he noticed that Kai Ming had something difficult to voice out. Vice Dean Kai, speak frankly if you have anything you want to say. Duan Ling Tian smiled. He owed Kai Ming a favor, and he remembered it in his heart. As far as he was concerned, if he had the opportunity to return the favor earlier, he would be able to feel slightly at ease in his heart. He wasn't willing to owe a favor. Kai Ming took a deep breath and asked. Duan Ling Tian, the spirit weapon you used earlier was a grade 4 spirit sword. I was wondering what was troubling Vice Dean Kai. Yes, what I used earlier was indeed a grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian nodded. You know a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Kai Ming stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. It was difficult for his gaze to move in the slightest, and it was as if it had rooted onto Duan Ling Tian. Sort of. Kai Ming was stunned. How could Kai Ming have imagined that the grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession was refined by Duan Ling Tian himself, and the grade 4 weapons craftsman he spoke of was Duan Ling Tian himself? Vice Dean Kai, Duan Ling Tian, discerned that Kai Ming was interested towards the grade 4 spirit weapon, and he said straightforwardly. If you're interested in a grade 4 spirit weapon, I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. Just take it as me returning that favor I owe you. Of course, Vice Dean Kai has to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Ling Tian added in the end. I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. I can ask that grade 4 weapons craftsman to refine one for you. At this moment, only these words remained and ceaselessly resounded in Kai Ming's ears. Gradually, Kai Ming's face flushed red as he asked. Really, Vice Dean Kai, why would I deceive you? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, moreover, I can guarantee that the grade 4 spirit weapon refined by that weapons craftsman for you will have a minimum amplification of 60%. Chapter 529, First Leader of the Bandits. Duan Ling Tian, you said an amplification of 60%. Are you sure? Duan Ling Tian's words caused Kai Ming's figure to tremble, and he shook while having an expression of disbelief. A grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 60% amplification. That was a grade 4 spirit weapon that was the top grade amongst the top grade. Even in the entire Darken Dynasty, it was an existence that could be called a treasure. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. The grade 4 spirit weapons refined by that weapons craftsman are all able to attain the effect of a 60% amplification. But, Vice Dean Kai, are you sure you want to use the favor I owe you on this grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Ling Tian looked at Kai Ming and asked. Kai Ming went silent when he heard this. After a short moment, he took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After this mission ends, tell me what spirit weapon you want to be refined. At that time, I'll contact that weapons craftsman and make a custom grade 4 spirit weapon for you. Of course, only after I see that weapons craftsman would I know what materials are needed to refine your spirit weapon. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely happy that he was able to return the favor he owed Kai Ming so easily. As for the matter that he himself was the grade 4 weapons craftsman was something he didn't say. After all, it was too unbelievable. All right, Kai Ming nodded and his face flushed red in excitement. At that time, pass the detailed list of materials to me and I'll be responsible to find it for you. It wasn't that Kai Ming didn't think of the future value of this favor Duan Ling Tian owed him, but the temptation of a grade 4 spirit weapon was truly too great. He was unable to endure the temptation. Of course, many years later, Kai Ming would be extremely regretful every time he recalled the decision he made today. All these were matters of the future. Duan Ling Tian left the gorge and continued searching forward swiftly. Days passed by, one by one. 3 days remained to the end of the mission, and Duan Ling Tian's mission points were still stuck at 378 points. In the mission this time, Crazy Young Master, Luo Zan, is in the lead at the moment. Luo Zan's points are at 462 points. Behind him is the Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshuai with 422 points. Then it's Flame Young Master with 406 points. Kai Ming's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. You're currently ranked number 4. No matter if it's Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, or Flame Young Master, they'd similarly annihilated 2 groups of bandits like you. Kai Ming added. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then he sighed. As expected of figures amongst the 5 great young masters, they're really not simple. Duan Ling Tian, you're actually already not bad. Compared to them, you don't have any knowledge of Blackwind Ridge. Whereas the 3 of them have frequently battled fierce beasts in Blackwind Ridge to temper themselves. Kai Ming said, so, their understanding of Blackwind Ridge far surpasses yours. This is also the reason that they found 2 groups of bandits each. Although there were no demon beasts in Blackwind Ridge, fierce beasts gathered like the clouds in Blackwind Ridge. All along the way, a great number of fierce beasts had died at his hand. But unfortunately, no matter how strong a fierce beast was, it didn't carry even a single point. If he wanted points, then he had to kill bandits. I, Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master have annihilated 2 groups of bandits each. Then wouldn't the others have no points? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. How could that be possible? Kai Ming shook his head. The others many killed many bandits that were by themselves. Not everyone has your courage, daring to drive straight into the enemy's den, and enter the lair of the bandits to carry out a slaughter. That Chai Jin found a group of bandits as well. But he was extremely unfortunate, as the bandit leader of that group was a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist. Kai Ming said, in the end, he was nearly killed. Fortunately, our people saved him. Chai Jin, he'd fought Chai Jin and knew that although Chai Jin was a 1st-level void-prying stage, he didn't comprehend force. He belonged to the 1st-level void-prying stage martial artists whose strength was at the bottom. But, that Chai Jin is unfortunate indeed. According to the rules of the mission this time, he was saved by another and escaped with his life, so his points will be 0. Duan Ling Tian felt sorrow for Chai Jin. Vice Dean Kai, could it be that the group of bandits remaining now are the group led by the first leader? Duan Ling Tian asked. Exactly. Kai Ming replied, then reminded. Duan Ling Tian, Luo Zan and Zhang Yan have already found the location of the first leader of the bandits and his group. But, they're both unwilling to join forces, so they've been constantly at a stalemate while hiding in the shadows. After all, if they joined forces, then even if they killed the first leader of the bandits, the points would be shared equally. Of course, what was most important was that even if they joined forces, they weren't certain in being able to kill the first leader of the bandits. Kai Ming's words caused Duan Ling Tian's figure to shake. Crazy Young Master and Flame Young Master had already found the location of the bandits' first leader. Looks like I have to make the best use of my time. 2 days later, Duan Ling Tian had finally found the location the first leader of the bandits was hiding. Presently, outside the gorge that the first leader of the bandits was hiding in. Besides Duan Ling Tian, there was also Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master hiding here. Besides Chai Jin's points being cleaned out to 0 and was automatically disqualified, all the other first-level Void Prying stage students of the academy were all gathered here. Continuing on like this is useless. The mission this time will end in a day. When he saw Duan Ling Tian arriving late, the Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshuai, spoke out to break the silence. If that first leader is a 4th-level Void Prying stage martial artist, then unless the 4 of us join forces, otherwise, it's utterly impossible for us to kill him. Said Luo Zan. I have no objections, said Zhang Yan. In next to no time, the gazes of the 3 shot at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the 3 of them, then he shrugged. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Not interested. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the 3 of them to be stunned. Flame Young Master's face sank. Duan Ling Tian, even if just one of the 4 of us is lacking, it would probably be difficult for us to take the first leader down. Even if the 4 of us attack together, we don't have sufficient certainty. If you don't work together with us, then even if the mission time ends, that first leader of the bandits would surely still be well and living. At that time, the academy would very likely determine our missions have failed. Mission failure. Flame Young Master's words caused the expressions of Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master to become serious. If the mission this time was really determined to be a failure by the academy because the first leader of the bandits was alive, then their actions earlier would be seen as useless, let alone fight for the void refining fruit. I know that there's some conflicts between us, but I hope you won't be petty at this time. The gaze Flame Young Master shot at Duan Ling Tian became fierce. Petty. Duan Ling Tian laughed and glanced deeply at Zhang Yan. Flame Young Master, you think too much of yourself. It isn't because of the conflict between you and me that I don't want to join forces with all of you. It's instead because I feel there's no need. I alone am sufficient to annihilate the first leader of the bandits. Duan Ling Tian's voice was filled with confidence. It caused Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master's faces to freeze. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was able to feel 3 pairs of doubtful gazes. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth lightly curled up as a wisp of an indifferent smile appeared. The facts would prove everything. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian moved. He flashed into the gorge that the bandits' first leader and his subordinates hid in. Duan Ling Tian is simply courting death. When he saw Duan Ling Tian really charging in, Flame Young had an expression of disdain. I'm going to watch as well. Sword Young Master's figure flashed and he followed up. Crazy Young Master followed closely behind. I want to properly watch the scene of Duan Ling Tian being saved from the hands of the first leader of the bandits by Vice Dean Kai. At that time, Duan Ling Tian's points will be reduced to 0. Flame Young Master followed up, and he had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. He'd never thought that Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill the first leader of the bandits. Although Duan Ling Tian had fought him to a tie that day, he didn't use force or a spirit weapon that day. As far as he was concerned, his force might be inferior to Duan Ling Tian, but his strength was instead comparable to Duan Ling Tian's strength and force together. Whereas as the 3rd prince of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, he possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon. This was something that was too high for Duan Ling Tian to reach. After Duan Ling Tian entered the gorge, he noticed that besides Vice Dean Kai, Crazy Young Master's group of 3 had followed as well. He couldn't help but frown. Vice Dean Kai, if I kill that first leader of the bandits? Would they be able to reap the rewards of my victory and slaughter those other bandits? Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to ask Kai Ming, who was concealed at the side. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Perhaps, the mission points from a single bandit was little, but when added together, it was undoubtedly an extremely considerable number. Just like the 378 points Duan Ling Tian possessed currently. Amongst these points, the 3 void-prying stage martial artists only gave him 60 points, and the remaining points were all from the other bandits. Even if it's the first leader, he's only worth 200 points. Perhaps, he isn't worth more than the group of bandits subordinate to him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He didn't wish for someone to reap the benefits of his victory. Logically speaking, doing this can't be considered to be going against the rules. If you have the confidence to kill the first leader, then try your best to kill more of the other bandits with comparatively stronger strengths. Kai Ming replied via voice transmission. Although he felt it was unbelievable that Duan Ling Tian wanted to challenge the bandits' first leader by himself, but when he thought of Duan Ling Tian's mysteriousness, he had an extra sense of anticipation in his heart. I can only do that. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised when he obtained the answer. Kill. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as his figure flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that swept towards the bandits nearby the entrance to the gorge. As expected of the bandit lair that is led by the first leader of the bandits. There was a half-step void stage bandit and 2 9th-level nascent soul stage bandits amongst these bandits. The bandits only reacted when Duan Ling Tian appeared before them, and they instantly attacked Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, numerous lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Chapter 530, Demonic Technique reappears. Unfortunately, their speeds were nothing worth mentioning when compared with Duan Ling Tian. With just a swing of his sword, Duan Ling Tian had annihilated these bandits. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian charged into the gorge, and all the bandits within the gorge were alarmed. The eyes of the bandits went red as they charged desperately towards Duan Ling Tian. Origin energy skyrocketed atop the sabers in the hands of the bandits as they flashed out fiercely. But unfortunately, no matter how many there were of them, they were bound to be the souls of the dead under Duan Ling Tian's sword, killing a man every 10 steps, unhindered for 1,000 miles. This saying was exactly portrayed by the current Duan Ling Tian. Kill. 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 The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was like a death god's scythe, the brush of the judge that decided life and death. Every time he attacked, it would take away the life of one or more bandits. It wasn't long before nearly half of the bandits in the gorge were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Because of Kai Ming's reminder, almost all the bandits Duan Ling Tian killed were at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage or above, and there was even 3 first-level void-prying stage elite bandits amongst them. Relying on his spiritual force to judge the cultivation of the bandits caused the entire process to be exceedingly easy. In a short moment of time, the strongest amongst the remaining bandits were only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. These bandits were scared shitless by Duan Ling Tian and all of them retreated. Right at this moment, a swift figure dashed out from within the cave, and in the sky, 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out behind him. The person that arrived emitted waves of a vast and majestic aura. This aura came from the strand of earth and yellow energy on the origin energy on the person that had arrived. Earth Force. 5th level of the void-prying stage. Half-step advanced Earth Force. Without using his spiritual force to detect it, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern the strength of the person who derived just from the 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that the person had condensed into form from drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth. In next to no time, a curly-bearded man in a gray robe appeared before Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew that this person ought to be the first leader of the bandits. When the curly-bearded man saw the corpses that covered the floor, crimson red suffused his eyes. Subsequently, he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian and shouted out angrily. "Kid, you killed my brothers. You deserve death." Whereas now, Kai Ming, who was concealed in the shadows, went gloomy. 5th level of the void-prying stage. This first leader of the bandits has actually broken through. The breakthrough of the bandits' first leader had exceeded his expectations. Although even if the first leader had broken through, he was nothing in Kai Ming's eyes. But to Duan Ling Tian, it undoubtedly brought about an even greater level of difficulty. Now, he'd already accumulated strength while waiting to attack out, and he was prepared to save Duan Ling Tian at any moment. Although in this way, Duan Ling Tian's score would be wiped clean, and perhaps would cause the void refining fruit to slip past Duan Ling Tian's fingers, but this was still better than being killed. Only when one was alive did one have hope. 5th level of the void prying stage. Crazy young master, sword young master, and flame young master that were hiding in the shadows like Kai Ming went pale. They originally thought that the first leader of the bandits was only at the 4th level of the void prying stage, and this was why thoughts of joining forces arose within their hearts. But now, when they saw the 5th level void prying stage cultivation of the bandits' first leader, they were completely dumbstruck. At the same time, strands of coldness arose within their hearts. As far as they were concerned, since the first leader of the bandits was at the 5th level of the void prying stage, then even if they'd joined forced with Duan Ling Tian, it would still be impossible for them to be a match for him. At that time, they might even have approached a situation that was deathly dangerous because of this and make the person behind them that was responsible for recording their scores to save them, whereas their score would be reduced to 0. Duan Ling Tian, I really should thank you for protecting my points. Flame young master's eyes flashed and he was slightly taking pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. But in the next moment, he was dumbstruck. Within Flame young master's field of vision, the first leader's figure flashed and had gone berserk as he attacked Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. It was at this moment, as if they'd discussed it earlier, all the 7,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes dispersed at the same time within an instant, and they vanished without a trace. Whereas the first leader's figure stopped halfway and was staring blankly on the spot. In next to no time, he saw Duan Ling Tian attack. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian pointed out and a piercing howl sounded out. As the origin energy point force shot out from the top of his finger, the half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force suffused into it. Hiss. With only a single point, he's pierced through the throat of the bandit's first leader. Subsequently, a bloody hole appeared on the throat of the first leader, and his body crashed to the ground. You. He struggled to raise his head, then he pointed at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. The first leader of the bandits struggled for a moment before his head fell down fiercely, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he looked at the scene before him, and he wasn't surprised. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm tired, I want to sleep. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's exhausted voice transmission sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Okay, rest well. Duan Ling Tian replied as he strokes the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Only he knew that the reason he was able to kill the first leader of the bandits was all because of the little gold mouse's contribution. At the critical moment, the little gold mouse had executed her soul skill, Soul Shaker, in a timely manner, causing the first leader to instantly become dazed, and it gave Duan Ling Tian an opportunity to take advantage of. The instant the first leader was affected by the little gold mouse's soul skill, it was equivalent to losing all guard and to become a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, a piece of fish of the chopping block. Duan Ling Tian had killed him with just a finger. This. Kai Ming's eyes sprang wide open like saucers. Although his heart contained a trace of imagination, and he felt that perhaps Duan Ling Tian would be able to bring him a pleasant surprise, but he never imagined that this pleasant surprise would be so shocking. A 5th level void prying stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian didn't even use a spirit sword or force, and he'd only used a pure origin energy point force that killed the martial artist. He saw it clearly, the strength of that finger force of Duan Ling Tian's was only comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths, and Duan Ling Tian had relied on this strength to kill a 5th level void prying stage martial artist that had comprehended half-step earth force. If he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes, he wouldn't believe it was real even if someone bashed him to death. As for the crazy young master, sword young master, and flame young master, they were completely dumbstruck. At the first possible moment, the same though arose in their hearts. Motherfucker. Were they putting on a play? Otherwise, why did the bandit first leader suddenly stop and disperse his origin energy? The scene from before caused them to feel disbelief. After a short moment, crazy young master was the first to recover from his shock, and he pounced towards the remaining bandits. There were still many bandits remaining as Duan Ling Tian had only killed less than half earlier. After crazy young master made a move, sword young master and flame young master recovered from their shock as well, and they both pounced onto the remaining bandits. For a time, the shrill cries of the bandits sounded out without end, and it rose and fell continuously. Only Duan Ling Tian turned around and walked out without the slightest interest. He left Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master to launch a one-sided slaughter on the group of bandits. Duan Ling Tian, aren't you afraid they'll surpass you? Kai Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions. After all, although all of these were only ordinary bandits, they were superior because of their great number. Tell me that when they surpass me. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression. At the beginning, Kai Ming didn't understand the meaning within Duan Ling Tian's words, but in next to no time, he came to realize the truth. He noticed to his astonishment that amongst the group of bandits that Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master were killing, the bandit with the strongest strength was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. When all of the bandits had died at the hands of Crazy Young Master's group of 3, Kai Ming's heart shook. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian killed all of the bandits with a cultivation at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and above earlier? An absurd thought suddenly emerged within his heart. During the chaotic battle earlier, many bandits hadn't even had the time to attack. It was difficult for him to imagine that under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian was still able to kill all the bandits at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and above. At this moment, he knew that Duan Ling Tian was the worthy number 1 in the mission this time. They're actually all at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or below. Flame Young Master had an unsightly expression as he glanced fiercely at the distant Duan Ling Tian. This Duan Ling Tian's luck is really good, all the bandits with a high cultivation have actually been killed by him. During the experience mission this time, the lower the cultivation of the bandit killed, the lower the points obtained. Especially bandits that haven't even stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, they were even lower in points. When they heard Zhang Yan, both Crazy Young Master and Sword Young Master disapproved. They didn't think that this was Duan Ling Tian's luck. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Duan Ling Tian with were filled with terror. They knew that Duan Ling Tian was far more terrifying than they'd imagined. So long as they recalled the scene from before, they couldn't help but shiver. The first leader of the bandits, a 5th level void-prying stage martial artist that had even comprehended half-step advanced earth force, actually didn't have the chance to attack before Duan Ling Tian. At that instant, the first leader of the bandits seemed as if he'd suddenly lost his soul, and was at Duan Ling Tian's mercy. In next to no time, the two of them seemed to have thought of something at the same time, and they looked at each other. Could it be Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique? Looks like Flute Fairy wasn't putting on a show with Duan Ling Tian that day. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian really does know demonic techniques. Sword Young Master and Crazy Young Master communicated via voice transmission, and they quickly confirmed this fact. After all, the scene from before was truly too unbelievable. If they were to look at it according to conventional logic, it was practically impossible for the same to occur. So they could only determine that it was Duan Ling Tian executing his demonic technique. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that Duan Ling Tian had executed his demonic technique. But they just didn't believe it the other time. This time, they had no choice but to believe it. At the instant that first leader of the bandits was driven to distraction, there was no fluctuation of inscriptions. In other words, Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize an inscription. Kai Ming's heart shook. Could it be that he really knows demonic techniques? That day, he'd noticed the scene of Flute Fairy, Ziyan, losing her composure in the inner hall. At that time, he didn't believe Duan Ling Tian knew demonic techniques just like everyone else. He had no choice but to have doubts. Chapter 531. Number 1. No matter how Kai Ming and the others thought, Duan Ling Tian had indeed killed the 5th level void-prying stage first leader of the bandits. Although the process was bizarre, they were unable to discern that Duan Ling Tian had used an external source of strength. Once the bandits' first leader perished, the remaining bandits were only strays that were scattered all about, and they were unable to cause any more trouble. In next to no time, the mission this time was officially brought to a successful close. The group of students once again gathered outside Blackwind Ridge and prepared to return to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the Imperial City. Where are Lu Yu and the others from the Azure Forest Trisect? Before long, some students noticed that some people were missing. Amongst the people present, besides the few disciples from the Azure Forest Trisect, everyone had arrived. It's true, Lu Yu and the others have gone missing. Many students exclaimed in surprise. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and he imperceptibly met gazes with Kai Ming. You were responsible for recording the score of Lu Yu's group. What's going on? Kai Ming looked at a middle-aged man in black clothes and asked in a low voice. The black-clothed middle-aged man sighed. Vice Dean, early this morning, Those Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples didn't heed my advice and wandered arbitrarily in Blackwind Ridge. I didn't follow after them. Kai Ming frowned, then said with a low voice, "You and a few more people go look for them again." Yes, a few black-clothed middle-aged men left together. These black-clothed middle-aged men were the people that followed behind the group of students into Blackwind Ridge and were responsible to record the mission results of the students. Let's return first. Under Kai Ming's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the other left Blackwind Ridge and headed towards the Imperial City. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian could notice the gazes that frequently descended onto him. Besides the Vice Dean, Kai Ming, the owners of these gazes was Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Flute Fairy. Especially that Flute Fairy, Ziyan, looked at him with a slightly complicated gaze. Duan Ling Tian was able to guess that perhaps Flute Fairy already knew about the matter of him killing the first leader of the bandits. Duan Ling Tian wasn't wrong. Flute Fairy did indeed already know of this matter, and it was Flame Young Master that told her via voice transmission. His demonic technique is actually able to help him kill the fifth leader of the bandits. That's at the fifth level of the void prying stage. Flute Fairy's heart trembled as her beautiful face slightly went grim. Although she wasn't the only one in the academy that agreed that Duan Ling Tian knew demonic techniques anymore, she was instead unable to feel happy. The stronger Duan Ling Tian's strength was, it would mean the more danger her brother, Zither Young Master, was in. After all, her brother's goal was precisely to overcome Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique and defeat Duan Ling Tian. Whereas now, Duan Ling Tian was actually even able to kill a fifth-level void-prying stage martial artist, and her heart was filled with worry towards her brother, Zither Young Master. Blackwind Ridge wasn't far from the Imperial City, and Duan Ling Tian and the others quickly returned to the Imperial City and to Dragon and Phoenix Academy. At the center square of Dragon and Phoenix Academy, besides the students from the Azure Forest Tri-sect, all the other students were gathered here. Whereas now, the Vice Dean, Kai Ming, stood before everyone, and he held a small book in his hand. On it was the records of everyone's scores. Presently, besides Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Flute Fairy, everyone was looking at Kai Ming in anticipation. They wanted to know who exactly obtained the number 1 position in the experience mission this time. After all, the person that obtains the highest points during the experience mission this time would be able to obtain a void refining fruit. I wonder which void prying stage student obtained the number 1 position. At any rate, it surely isn't Chai Jin. You've heard of the incident with Chai Jin as well. Of course, I'm afraid amongst the people present now, there's probably only a few people that don't know Chai Jin mistakenly entered into a bandit lair and almost died at the hands of the bandits' 5th leader. Chai Jin is really unfortunate. Almost 100 points are gone with the wind just like this. Chai Jin stood in the ranks of the inner hall students. As he listened to these irritating whispers of discussion, it caused him to be angered to the point his figure trembled, and his expression is unsightly to the extreme. At this moment, he felt too ashamed to show his face. As a void prying stage inner hall student, he'd obtained a 0 in the experience mission this time, and he was bound to become a joke. Everyone did well this time. Besides some people that didn't heed advice and wandered arbitrarily in Blackwind Ridge. Kai Ming spoke slowly, and an expression of rage appeared on his face as he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh to himself when he saw this scene. If that Lu Yu and the others were to hear Kai Ming's words now, then even if they were on the path to hell, they would probably be enraged to the point their lungs exploded, right? Calm your anger, Vice Dean Kai. There's no need to be angry for the sake of a few people that don't abide by the rules. Many students persuaded Kai Ming. Kai Ming's gloomy expression gradually eased up, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from sighing with emotion. This Vice Dean Kai really knows how to act. Just from the surface, one can't perceive a single flaw. If he wasn't a concerned party, perhaps he would be deceived. The person that obtained the number 1 rank in the experience mission this time has already been decided. Kai Ming spoke once more, and he stopped at the critical moment, successfully attracting the gazes of everyone. The person whose points is the highest obtained 736 points. It's precisely the inner hall student, Duan Ling Tian. Kai Ming announced in one go. Instantly, the gazes of everyone including Crazy Young Master and the others who were mentally prepared since long ago had descended onto Duan Ling Tian. 736 points. Number 1. Duan Ling Tian had become the center of attention as expected. 736 points. Duan Ling Tian is really abnormal. Yeah, I and my small team worked together and used all-out energy, yet we only gathered 32 points. Moreover, it's team points. Duan Ling Tian instead obtained 736 points by himself. As expected of the matchless genius martial artist of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The sounds of praise rose and fell. The gazes of all the outer hall students were filled with reverence as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, if Duan Ling Tian was only slightly stronger to them, and they had the chance to chase after Duan Ling Tian, they would rouse feelings of envy within them. But Duan Ling Tian's current accomplishments were something they were too behind to catch up to, so they only had reverence when facing Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao had always been exceedingly monstrous. Once he consumes the void refining fruit this time, I wonder what extent his strength will attain. Yeah, at that time, on the stage of the Darkstone Empire, Duan Ling Tian might have the chance to head to the Darken Dynasty to obtain the qualifications to compete at the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If he's really able to advance to the Darken Dynasty, then our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would obtain great honor. At the same time that many outer hall students whispered in discussion, they had expressions of anticipation. As for the others, so long as you have points, you can head to the Swimming Dragon Hall tomorrow in exchange for cultivation methods, martial skills, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, etc. At that time, the points of every one of you will be displayed on the bulletin board at the door of the Swimming Dragon Hall. As Kai Ming finished speaking, he waved his hand. Disperse. The group of students dispersed, and for a time, only Duan Ling Tian and Kai Ming remained. Duan Ling Tian, I'll make a trip to the Imperial Palace to get the void refining fruit now. I'll pass it to you in the afternoon, said Kai Ming to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Vice Dean Kai. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then said, Vice Dean Kai, may I know what type of grade 4 spirit weapon you want? Grade 4 spirit weapon. Kai Ming's gaze blazed, and with a raise of his hand, a glove appeared in his hand. Grade 6 spirit weapon. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian had recognized the grade of this spirit weapon glove. The glove was dark gray and made of special materials that were very extraordinary. If it's possible, I hope you can tell that weapons craftsman to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon for me according to this glove. Kai Ming passed the glove in his hand to Duan Ling Tian. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. In another few days, I'll go look for that weapons craftsman and see what materials he needs. Sorry for troubling you. Kai Ming smiled lightly, then bid his farewells before turning and leaving. When he left, Kai Ming's face revealed slight excitement. Although he was a revered elder of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, he only had a grade 6 spirit weapon with an amplification of 38%. Presently, he had the opportunity to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 60% amplification, and it caused him to be wildly delighted. So long as he changed his spirit weapon, his strength would be able to improve by the strength of almost 2 ancient horned dragons. After Kai Ming left, Duan Ling Tian returned to the inner hall. He'd only just entered into the inner hall when he noticed a burning gaze. It was precisely Flame Young Master. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw that Flame Young Master left his own courtyard and walked over, then looked at him. I'm interested in that void refining fruit. State a price. Duan Ling Tian stopped his footsteps and raised his head to look at Zhang Yang before saying indifferently. I'm extremely interested in the void refining fruit as well. If you're able to find one more for me, you can state any price. You. Zhang Yan's face sank and was slightly angry from embarrassment. If you don't have anything else you need, then don't block my way. Duan Ling Tian's gaze seemed to have an extra sense of coldness. Zhang Yan's heart jerked. Only now did he remember the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing the first leader of the bandits at Blackwind Ridge this morning. This Duan Ling Tian was even able to kill a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist. At this moment, even though Zhang Yan was unwilling, he could only move aside. This morning, after the first leader of the bandits was killed by Duan Ling Tian, he knew that he was far from a match for Duan Ling Tian, even to the extent that Duan Ling Tian had already held back when fighting him the other time. Otherwise, once Duan Ling Tian executed that demonic technique, he would probably be completely crushed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move. Looks like Little Gold is really tired. After he returned to his room, Duan Ling Tian grabbed the little gold mouse that lay on his shoulder and lightly placed her on the table. It was all thanks to Little Gold today. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to kill the bandit's 5th leader. I truly never imagined that the first leader of the bandits was actually a 5th-level void-prying stage martial artist. When he recalled the scene from this morning, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. But it was fortunate that the first leader of the bandits wasn't an inscription master at the first level of the void initiation stage or above, or an ordinary martial artist at the second level of the void initiation stage. Chapter 532. Unintentional Events. After all, the little gold mouse's spiritual force was only at the first level of the void initiation stage now, and its limitations were extremely great. Afternoon that day, Kai Ming came over and passed the void refining fruit to Duan Ling Tian. The void refining fruit was completely milky white, crystalline and translucent. With just a glance, it would cause one's mouth to drool with envy. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed. He consumed a void condensing pill after consuming the void refining fruit, and then he started cultivating. Along with the medicinal strength of the void condensing pill and void refining fruit fusing into his body, the origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body started to strengthen endlessly. Duan Ling Tian circulated his mental cultivation method, and the origin energy in his body ceaselessly strengthened and improved, as if it never knew of exhaustion. In his cultivation, Duan Ling Tian forgot the time. Whereas Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was undergoing a tremendous change, it wasn't long before Duan Ling Tian's cultivation at the first level of the void prying stage had arrived at its extreme bottleneck, and then it broke through the bottleneck to step into the second level of the void prying stage. After he broke through to the second level of the void prying stage, the medicinal strength of the void condensing pill and void refining pill was still powerful, and they fused into Duan Ling Tian's origin energy to continue circulating with the lightning worm method's mental cultivation method. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating when he felt the origin energy in his body had the feeling of being saturated. Haste doesn't bring success. At the same time, he was able to feel clearly that there was still a large amount of the medicinal strength of the void refining fruit remaining and was hidden within his dantian, whereas the medicinal strength of the void condensing pill was instead completely absorbed by him. Once I completely assimilate the medicinal strength of the void refining fruit, I ought to be able to break through to the third level of the void prying stage or even higher in a short amount of time. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, and flowing lights flashed within. My spiritual force has broken through a level along with my cultivation. Presently, my spiritual force is still 2 levels higher than my cultivation. The 4th level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian revealed a smile. Needless to say, his gains this time were extremely great. Squeak squeak. A wave of cries sounded out by his ears, and only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that the little gold mouse had already awoken since an unknown time. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was extremely urgent. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then he got off the bed and opened the room door before walking into the courtyard. I'll go ask them to prepare good food for us now. Actually, I'm hungry as well. The little gold mouse transformed into a gold light that firmly descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse ate delicious delicacies. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian took the opportunity to ask the worker about the time. The answer he obtained had exceeded Duan Ling Tian's expectations. I've actually cultivated for 10 days. In other words, I can go out again now. At the first possible moment, Duan Ling Tian thought of the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong. According to the agreement between him and Luo Rong, he would go guide Luo Rong in the Tao of weapons refinement every month. Little gold, quickly finish your food. Let's go out, said Duan Ling Tian to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse nodded excitedly, then started gobbling down her food. After a short moment, she'd completely cleaned up the 2 portions of delicacies. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian brought along the little gold mouse and left Dragon and Phoenix Academy. When he left this time, Duan Ling Tian felt his mind was refreshed. It wasn't only because his cultivation and spiritual force had attained a breakthrough, it was even more because he noticed no one was following him. Time is still sufficient, let's go around the Imperial City. Duan Ling Tian was clear that the 2 great guardian elders of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect were trapped into the inscription formation by him. So the members of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect ought to not carry out any great movements against him in the short time. So, he had no worries. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the little gold mouse cried out and asked curiously via voice transmission. Big brother Ling Tian, what place is this? It's so fragrant. The little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder sized up the luxurious building before her with interest. Duan Ling Tian glanced over and saw the large words on the plaque, Spring Night House. Presently, at the entrance of the Spring Night House stood a group of women with heavy makeup that were ceaselessly pulling on people that passed by as they spoke and giggled with pleasant voices. Their targets had a similarity, they were all men. Duan Ling Tian was naturally able to guess what this place was: a flower shop, a brothel than men sought for pleasure at. Spring Night House. This name is rather similar to the Spring Breeze House of Black Armor City. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a trace of reminiscence. That time when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Aurora City, he joined the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp for the sake of obtaining a spot in Paladin Academy. During the days in the Genius Camp, he'd passed through many types of tests along the way. In the end, the final test he faced was to go to the neighboring kingdom's Black Armor City to drive a wedge between the Lien clan and the Black Armor Army. At that time, he used the Black Armor Army commander's only son's weak point of being fond of women to successfully complete the mission. Genius Camp. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. When he recollected the numerous scenes from that time, it seemed as if it was yesterday, but in fact, many years had passed instead. Young master, have you come to have fun? You're rather handsome, how about I accompany you? A woman with heavy makeup walked out from the Spring Night House, then walked towards Duan Ling Tian and smiled seductively as she moved to grab Duan Ling Tian's hand. Duan Ling Tian frowned and his figure flashed to avoid the woman. The woman frowned before grinning as she grunted. HMPH, if you aren't here to have fun, then why are you staring blankly at the door of our Spring Night House? Go away. Duan Ling Tian didn't intend to fuss about it, and he intended to turn around and leave. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a wave of piercingly cold sounds of the wind sound out from behind him. Subsequently, a clear sound of a slap sounded out. Young Master Chen, why did you hit me? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard the voice of the prostitute who assumed a haughty air earlier. But, the voice of the prostitute now instead revealed humbleness that came from the heart. Lowly servant, do you know who he is? Do you think a person like you can mock him? Subsequently, a familiar voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, who originally intended to leave, heard this voice, and then his body stopped moving before turning around. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw the sword young master, Chen Xiaoshuai, whose clothes weren't clean and tidy. Presently, a woman with a delicate and pretty appearance hung on sword young master's body. This woman was much more beautiful than the woman with heavy makeup. The expression of the woman with heavy makeup went pale when she heard sword young master. Sword young master, who's this young master? I'm extremely curious. The woman, who had her hands coiled over Chen Xiaoshuai's neck and hung on him, spoke with a pleasant and light voice as she asked. His surname is Duan, what do you think? Sword young master lowered his head to kiss the woman's cheek. Duan. The woman's face froze when she heard this, then said in astonishment after a short while. Could it be that he's the 7-star sword sect genius disciple Duan Ling Tian? The most monstrous genius martial artist that is publicly acknowledged in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Exactly. Sword young master nodded, then looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, since you come to the door of Spring Night House, want to go in with me and play? It's my treat, how about it? Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Sword young master, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't like these type of places. Sword young master glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian when he heard this. Subsequently, sword young master's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's nether regions, and asked with a deep meaning hidden within his words. Duan Ling Tian, it wouldn't be that you have something wrong in that department? Fuck off. Duan Ling Tian said angrily, you have something wrong in that department. You should control yourself, watch out or you might empty your body and affect your cultivation. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian turned around and left, and he didn't pay any attention to sword young master anymore. But the chance encounter today had imperceptibly pulled closer the distance between the two of them. The woman in heavy makeup was scared to the point her figure trembled when she found out of Duan Ling Tian's identity. Although she was a prostitute, she'd heard of the rumors that gave rise to much discussion in the Imperial City. The former disciple of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian, had obtained the first in the experience mission of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy this time, and had obtained a spirit fruit that void-prying stage experts coveted. A figure like this only had to say a single word to make her die a graveless death. When she saw Duan Ling Tian turn around and leave, and he didn't fuss about it with her, She was unable to hold on any longer, she fell to the ground, and her countenance that was ghastly pale to the extreme had recovered slightly, whereas the surrounding spectators reacted to what had just happened. So he's Duan Ling Tian. As expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He's really young. The crowd of people watched Duan Ling Tian walk off into the distance, and they only gradually dispersed after Duan Ling Tian's figure vanished before their eyes. Little beauty, let's continue. The sword young master embraced the woman in his arms and fiercely kissed her before flying up into the Spring Night House. The door of the Spring Night House returned to calm once again. You can fuck off. In the future, our Spring Night House doesn't have a person like you anymore. Right at this moment, a woman that looked like a madam walked out from the Spring Night House, and she had an unsightly expression as she angrily rebuked the woman with heavy makeup that was on the ground. This is your indenture contract, scram quickly. I'll take it as I'm fucking unfortunate. Obviously, the madam was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would come get even later. The woman looked at the indenture contract in her hand, and she wasn't able to recover from her shock for a long time. She never imagined that she would actually get a blessing in disguise. During these past few years, her greatest desire was to earn sufficient money and buy back her freedom. But until now, the money she'd collected was utterly inadequate. Today, a great pie had fallen onto her head just like this. Under numerous strange gazes, the woman with heavy makeup knelt on the floor and respectfully kowtowed 3 times towards the end of the street. Only she knew why she was kowtowing and to whom. Duan Ling Tian had walked around for the entire morning, and after he had a meal at a restaurant, he'd once again arrived at the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. It was still that beautiful woman that respectfully and reverently brought Duan Ling Tian to the 3rd floor. Guest, you can enter yourself. The beautiful woman told Duan Ling Tian respectfully before turning around her well-shaped delicate figure and left. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then lifted the curtain on the 3rd floor before walking in with large strides. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had only just entered when he heard a surprised voice sound out from within. Chapter 533. Crazy Young Master's Shock. Duan Ling Tian had only heard his voice but not seen him. Yet Duan Ling Tian was able to confirm that the owner of the voice wasn't the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong. This was the voice of a young man. Moreover, in this instant, Duan Ling Tian felt the voice to be extremely familiar. When Duan Ling Tian raised his head, he saw a familiar figure. Crazy Young Master. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the young man before him. The person that stood before him was none other than the Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan. That was a Dragon and Phoenix Academy student as well. At the time, Luo Zhan was also the first ranked amongst the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. Never had Duan Ling Tian imagined that he would encounter Luo Zhan here. Luo Zhan, Luo Rong. Could it be? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he couldn't help but start guessing. Duan Ling Tian, why have you come here? You came to ask my grandfather to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. After his surprised, Crazy Young Master asked curiously. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. The Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, was the grandson of Luo Rong, the grandson of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's master. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his status isn't inferior to Flame Young Master. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, was the 3rd son of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, the imperial family's 3rd prince. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his status was lofty. Whereas the Weapons Craftsman Guild was an existence that's separate from the control of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, even if the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor met Luo Rong, the emperor would have to treat him courteously and with due respect. No, Crazy Young Master was stunned. Then you came to look for my grandfather for. Master, you've come. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from within the inner room. Subsequently, an old man with refreshed spirits walked out, and he respectfully and reverently bowed to Duan Ling Tian. The nearby Crazy Young Master was completely dumbstruck. His grandfather had bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, his grandfather had respectfully addressed Duan Ling Tian as master. At this moment, Luo Zhan felt his brain wasn't powerful enough to understand what was going on. If Duan Ling Tian was changed into a gray-haired old man, he might have not felt surprised. But Duan Ling Tian was a young man that was even younger than him. Guild Master Luo. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. This scene entered into Crazy Young Master's eyes and caused him to be flabbergasted. His grandfather, the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, had bowed to a 25-year-old young man, and it had already caused him to feel disbelief. Now, the person his grandfather bowed to, the young man that was shockingly young, had actually frankly accepted all this. Who can tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? He was almost driven to madness from irritation. Zan. Luo Rong saw Luo Zan staring blankly as he stood there at the side, then he frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Quickly come over and bow to this master. Grandfather, are you mistaken about something? He's similar to me, and he's only a student in Dragon and Phoenix Academy. How can he be some master? Luo Zan said with a bitter smile. Unexpectedly, Luo Zan had only just finished speaking when Luo Rong seemed to have transformed into the wind to flash to the side of Luo Zan, then slapped straight onto the back of his head. Ah! Luo Zan felt pain and cried out. Bo! Luo Rong's gaze became fierce, and it caused Luo Zan's entire body to be unable to refrain from trembling. In his entire lifetime, it was the first time he'd seen his grandfather be so serious. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that if he continued to disobey his grandfather, he would absolutely not come to a good end. Master. In the end, Luo Zan braced himself and nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and it could be considered as saluting Duan Ling Tian. You call that a salutation? Luo Rong's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and his tone had become much heavier. It scared Luo Zan to the point his body trembled again, and he hurriedly bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Master. Duan Ling Tian was slightly at a loss of whether to laugh or cry as he watched the scene before him. Master, this grandson of mine is impolite, I hope you don't blame him. Luo Rong had an apologetic expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Guild Master Luo, don't mention it. It's exactly as crazy young master said, I'm just like him, I'm only a student in Dragon and Phoenix Academy. In the future, we'll each have a separate relationship. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Master, what ability does this kid have to be worthy of you calling him crazy young master? Master, don't hesitate to just call him Little Zan in the future. Luo Rong spoke respectfully and reverently to Duan Ling Tian. The nearby Luo Zan had a helpless and bitter expression. Duan Ling Tian, exactly what medicine have you given my grandfather? Why do I suddenly feel he has gone senile? Crazy young master's slightly helpless voice transmission sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Your grandfather isn't senior, he's extremely sober. Duan Ling Tian replied with all seriousness. This is considered as sober. The corners of Luo Zan's mouth twitched when he heard this, yet he didn't dare say it out. In the end, Duan Ling Tian used actions to prove everything. Along with Duan Ling Tian raising his hand and flipping his palm, a strand of blue-colored flames lit ablaze on his palm. The blue-colored flame raged and moved restlessly, and it seemed as if it could burn everything. Blue-colored weapon flame, this is a grade 4 weapon flame. Luo Zan was completely stunned on the spot as he looked at the grade 4 weapon flame in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and it was difficult for him to believe that everything before his eyes was real. He only recovered from his shock when Duan Ling Tian put out the weapon flame. Now, he finally understood. No wonder grandfather is so respectful to Duan Ling Tian, and he even called Duan Ling Tian as a master. So it turns out that Duan Ling Tian is not only a genius martial artist, he's even a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Just thinking about it caused his heart to be unable to refrain from trembling. As the grandson of Luo Rong, he naturally knew how difficult the Tao of weapons refinement was. Even he himself was unable to set foot into the path of weapons refinement because his natural talent in weapons refinement wasn't sufficient, and this was a lifelong regret of his. Not yet 25 years of age, yet possesses a cultivation at the void prying stage, and his accomplishments in the Tao of weapons refinement can even be called heaven-defying. A grade 4 weapons craftsman. It's truly unbelievable. Luo Zan's feelings surged and it was difficult for it to calm down after a long time. The shock Duan Ling Tian brought to him was too great. Let's begin. Before long, Luo Zan heard Duan Ling Tian's voice, and he noticed that along with Duan Ling Tian speaking, his grandfather, the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, stood to the side like an obedient student and silently listened to Duan Ling Tian talking about the Tao of weapons refinement. Although he knew nothing about the Tao of weapons refinement, he was able to discern that his grandfather listened with extreme interest. Not only that, his grandfather even raised some questions from time to time. whereas Duan Ling Tian would be able to answer his grandfather at the first possible moment every single time, and allowed his grandfather to be enlightened at one. Mad. This world is surely mad. How could such an unbelievable thing possibly happen? At this moment, Luo Zan felt like the world was in chaos. Why would the world give birth to a monster like Duan Ling Tian? If it was said that before today, he still had the thought of comparing himself with Duan Ling Tian, then now, he only felt a wave of powerlessness. Not only did Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao surpass him, Duan Ling Tian's accomplishments in the Dao of weapons refinement even caused the grandfather he respected the most to be too inferior to be compared to Duan Ling Tian, a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Ordinarily speaking, this was an existence that only the various dynasties possessed. Now, an existence like this had appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and had appeared before his eyes. Most importantly, this was a young man that wasn't even 25. An afternoon's worth of time passed by extremely quickly. Your comprehension ability isn't bad, but unfortunately, you didn't have a good teacher's guidance and have tread down many wrong paths. I can guarantee that within half a year, you'll surely be able to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman, said Duan Ling Tian to Luo Rong. Luo Rong said with a humble expression, "It's all because Master is skillful in teaching." "All right, it's getting late, I ought to leave." Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Luo Rong and turned around, intending to leave. "Zan, you accompany Master back to Dragon and Phoenix Academy. Remember to listen to Master in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. If you let me know that you dare be disrespectful to Master, I won't forgive you." Luo Rong looked at Luo Zan as he instructed, and as he finished speaking, his tone became slightly more serious. "All right, grandfather." Luo Zan smiled bitterly as he agreed. "Crazy young master, I hope you won't tell others that I'm a grade 4 weapons craftsman." Duan Ling Tian spoke slowly. "Don't worry, I'm not a big mouth. Besides that, don't call me crazy young master in the future. Otherwise, if my grandfather finds out, I'm afraid he'd directly break my legs." As he finished speaking, Luo Zan had a helpless expression. He feared nothing except the grandfather he respected the most. "Don't call you crazy young master." Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Then I should call you Little Zan in the future. It sounds rather nice." The corners of Luo Zan's mouth twitched. "Can you directly call my name?" "What, you have an objection?" Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Luo Zan. "Do you need me to help give some complaints to your grandfather?" The corners of Luo Zan's mouth twitched when he heard this, yet was at a loss to what to say, and he'd completely frightened. "Duan Ling Tian, you consumed the void refining fruit 10 days ago and you ought to have already broken through to the second level of the void prying stage, right? How about we have a spar?" When he saw the academy was just before their eyes, Luo Zan took the initiative to challenge Duan Ling Tian. "Anytime." Duan Ling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression. Subsequently, the two of them entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, then they casually found an unused space before standing facing each other. "Let me say it first. You can't use your demonic technique." Before they started, Luo Zan added in advance. "Demonic technique?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "The ability you used 10 days ago to make the first leader of the bandits become dazed," said Luo Zan. So it turns out that Luo Zan was speaking of Little Gold's soul skill. "Could it be that you think you're a match for me after I've broken through if I don't use the demonic techniques?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. "We'll know if I'm a match for you after we fight." Strong confidence appeared on Luo Zan's face. At the same time, he took a step out and the origin energy on his body raged and skyrocketed. It was like a strand of flame that was rising. In the sky, 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Chapter 534, I'm that idiot. Third level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Luo Zan. Luo Zan has actually broken through. Subsequently, a strand of red energy appeared in the origin energy on the surface of Luo Zan's body. In the sky, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. It was precisely Luo Zan's elementary fire force. At this moment, Luo Zan's figure flashed out like spraying flames that swept towards Duan Ling Tian, and it seemed as if it wanted to burn Duan Ling Tian into ash. When Luo Zan arrived nearby Duan Ling Tian, he abruptly raised his hand. A spear appeared in his hand, and accompanied by the twining of his raging origin energy and fire force, the spear was like a flame dragon emerging from its cave as it fiercely flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, Another 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Obviously, the spear in Luo Zan's hand was a grade 6 spirit spear. Luo Zan's spear strike flashed out, and when it arrived nearby Duan Ling Tian, he shook the body of the spear, causing the tip of the spear to sweep out like raindrops. The array of stars that covered the sky embellished the sky, and they instantly transformed into numerous shooting stars that swept towards Duan Ling Tian. Luo Zan attacked with his full strength, utilizing both spirit weapon and fire force. His strength was comparable to the strength of 5,700 ancient mammoths. Luo Zan felt his spirits refreshed when he attacked with full force. Presently, his body shot out with his spear as the corners of his mouth slightly curled into a smile, and he seemed as if he's already seen the scene of himself defeating Duan Ling Tian. It's a pretty good spear skill. Unfortunately, it's too fancy and has scattered a large amount of strength. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke. At the same time that he spoke, the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Origin energy suffused into it before half-step. Advanced lightning force and half-step advanced wind force fused into the origin energy. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot and with a raise of his hand and the sword in his hand instantly vanished before Luo Zan's eyes. So swift, Luo Zan's pupils constricted. It was at this moment that Luo Zan clearly saw that in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, there actually was 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength contained in this sword strike of Duan Ling Tian's was the strength of 100 ancient mammoths more than the strength of his full force spear strike. Instantly, Luo Zan's pupils constricted and he was slightly bitter in his heart. Only now did he recall that besides being a genius martial artist with monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, Duan Ling Tian was even a grade 4 weapons craftsman with extremely high attainments in the Dao of weapons refinement. Obviously, the sword Duan Ling Tian used now was a grade 4 spirit sword. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation is at the second level of the void prying stage, and when not using his grade 4 spirit sword and force, he's able to exert the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths. Once he utilized force, he will be able to increase his strength by another strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, when Duan Ling Tian doesn't utilize a spirit weapon and utilizes his full strength, he can only exert the strength of 4,000 ancient mammoths. But now, the corners of Luo Zan's mouth started twitched as he looked at the 5,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. The amplification provided by the spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was actually the strength of 1,800 ancient mammoths. With the strength of 3,000 ancient mammoths as the base, amplifying the strength of 1,800 ancient mammoths. If counted in reverse, Duan Ling Tian's grade 4 spirit sword is actually able to amplify strength by 60%. Luo Zan was greatly shocked in his heart. All these thoughts were completed in only an instant. When Luo Zan returned to his senses, he had a serious expression. Origin energy raged and fire force roared on the grade 6 spirit spear in his hand. The tip of the spear pierced out swift as if it had transformed into a meteor shower that covered the sky. But even then, he still felt slightly lacking in confidence. An ear-piercing howl of the sword slices through the sky, drawing out a mark in the air. Clang. Clang, 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 clang. Everywhere the sword light passed, the ear-piercing sound of iron weapons collided ceaselessly resounded out. It was Duan Ling Tian's spirit sword that had made a circle in the air, easily stopping the sword lights of Luo Zan that descended down in tiny spots. The sword light ceaselessly spun as it passed, and its speed was so swift that it was shocking. Duan Ling Tian, take this. Luo Zan shouted out explosively when he saw Duan Ling Tian break through his spear skill so easily, and his spear shot out like flames as it fiercely stabbed towards Duan Ling Tian. Piercing howls exploded out, and it gave rise to a wave of continuous sounds of air exploding. Bring it on. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and with a raise of his hand, the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand abruptly pierced out to intercept the tip of Luo Zan's spear. At the same time, the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's violet myrtle flexible sword abruptly started trembling. Extreme quake energy. Although quake energy at the extreme was only comparable to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, but under these circumstances, its effect was extremely great. After all, the strength of Duan Ling Tian's sword now was stronger by the strength on Luo Zan's spear by 100 ancient mammoths. Even though he'd surely defeat Luo Zan in a head-on attack, because the difference between his and Luo Zan's strength, Duan Ling Tian would surely be injured even if he defeated Luo Zan. Now, by utilizing quake energy at the extreme, It would be able to help him dampen Luo Zhan's strength and help him finish the battle between him and Luo Zhan as soon as possible. A sword howl sounded out, and when combined with the quake energy at the extreme, it emitted a buzzing sound. Finally, the sword and spear collided. The tip of the sword collided with the tip of the spear, emitting a wave of ear-piercing noises and brought along a string of sparks at the same time. Duan Ling Tian's hand shook, causing the violet myrtle flexible sword to fiercely raise up and hit the body of Luo Zhan's spear. Instantly, Luo Zhan's face went grim as he hurriedly let go and tossed away the spear in his hand. At this moment, his own spirit weapon was like a dreadful monster to him, whereas the hand Luo Zhan held the spear with had split open and blood dripped down from it. What a terrifying method of strength exertion! When he thought of the scene from before, Luo Zhan had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Even though Duan Ling Tian's origin energy was stronger than his, it wasn't much stronger, and he had the strength to fight. But earlier, the origin energy that gushed out from Duan Ling Tian carried along an extremely terrifying force of vibration that directly smashed his origin energy. Not only that, the vibrating force that was carried along by Duan Ling Tian's origin energy was even able to affect the flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs of his entire body. He was sure that if he didn't resolutely toss away the grade 6 spirit spear, the hand which he used to hold the spear would have been crippled. Duan Ling Tian, what ability was that? After he put away his spirit spear, Luo Zhan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slight lingering fear in his heart. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously and didn't answer Luo Zhan, and then walked towards the inner hall after he put away the violet myrtle flexible sword. Luo Zhan's gaze became even more complicated as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that moved into the distance. After he returned to the inner hall, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Kai Ming, who stood outside the small house. Vice Dean Kai, I've spoken with that grade 4 weapons craftsman. He can refine a grade 4 spirit weapon glove for you. Moreover, it will be an improvement with your grade 6 spirit weapon glove as the foundation. What materials does he require? Kai Ming had an excited expression when he heard this. The materials for a spirit weapon glove are much more difficult to come by than the materials for a saber or sword type spirit weapon. That senior said that if you want to advance your grade 6 spirit glove into a grade 4 spirit weapon, you must find. Duan Ling Tian listed out 7 types of materials in one go, and he'd intentionally added slightly extra amounts of materials, because he intended to take the opportunity to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon for himself that could go together with his Tempest Point. I'll gather all the materials as soon as possible, Kai Ming replied with a voice filled with excitement. Originally, Duan Ling Tian's estimation was that if Kai Ming wanted to find these materials, he would at least have to spend a few months of time. When Duan Ling Tian saw the 7 types of materials within the spatial ring that Kai Ming passed to him, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned for a time. Vice Dean Kai, where did you find these materials? 3 of these 7 types of materials are extremely difficult to come by. Duan Ling Tian looked at Kai Ming with a slightly stiff expression. Kai Ming said with a smile, don't forget that besides being the Vice Dean of Dragon and Phoenix Academy, I have another identity. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. Besides being the Vice Dean of the Academy, Kai Ming was also one of the 5 great revered elders of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Presumably, he'd used the might of the imperial family to find these materials. Or perhaps, he'd gone through the vault in the imperial palace. Vice Dean Kai, I'll leave the academy now and look for that senior to refine the grade 4 spirit weapon for you. Duan Ling Tian left after he bid his farewells to Kai Ming. He naturally didn't go to see any senior, but instead directly went to the weapons craftsman main guild. After he ascended to the 3rd floor, he went straight to the point. I intend to refine another 2 grade 4 spirit weapons. Stand aside and observe properly. Luo Rong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he had an excited expression. I can finally see Master refine grade 4 spirit weapons again. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the grade 6 spirit weapon gloves that Kai Ming gave him. Duan Ling Tian didn't go straight to refining, but he instead looked at Luo Rong and asked, can you discern what obvious flaws this grade 6 spirit weapon possesses? Luo Rong's gaze descended onto the gloves in Duan Ling Tian's hand when he heard this. Instantly, his pupils imperceptibly constricted. Duan Ling Tian didn't notice this scene. Luo Rong is slow-witted, please guide me master. Luo Rong looked respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, This grade 6 spirit weapon glove used materials that are superior and utterly didn't require too superb skill in weapons refinement to easily bestow it with the ability to amplify strength by 39%. But unfortunately, the weapons craftsman that refined this spirit weapon glove was truly too stupid. How can that 1,000-year ice silkworm's silk be covered by frigid gold silk? It's truly a reckless waste. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he said, so long as the properties of the 1,000-year ice silkworm's silk in this spirit weapon glove is exposed, it's extremely easy to amplify strength by 39%. Too stupid, too stupid. If the weapons craftsman that refined this spirit weapon glove was before me, I'll surely bluntly call him an idiot. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian ceaselessly shook his head. Master. Meanwhile, Luo Rong looked at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly hesitant to speak. Duan Ling Tian was bewildered as he didn't know what Luo Rong wanted to say. Master, I'm that idiot, Luo Rong said with a bitter smile. Chapter 535. Cage Battle Arena. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched and he was slightly embarrassed. Never had he imagined that the grade 6 spirit weapon glove of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's Vice Dean, Kai Ming, was actually refined by the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's weapons craftsman main guild, Luo Rong. Master, you're refining a grade 4 spirit weapon for Kai Ming. Luo Rong took a deep breath and his eyes contained slight envy mixed within. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes, I owe him a favor. A favor? Luo Rong came to a sudden understanding. Although he was curious what favor did Duan Ling Tian owe Kai Ming, he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't. I'm starting. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Luo Rong then started. Profound weapons refinement techniques came freely in Duan Ling Tian's hands, and it was as if he was assisted by the gods. For the sake of taking care of Luo Rong, Duan Ling Tian intentionally slowed down. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the pile of materials including the 7 materials Kai Ming had found for him. This is 1,000-year ice. This is a 10,000-year-old turtle shell. This is, as the guild master of the weapons craftsman main guild, Luo Rong had excellent sight, and he quickly recognized these rare materials. Looks like that fellow Kai Ming went through a lot of trouble for the grade 4 spirit weapon. Luo Rong thought in his heart. Luo Rong quickly returned to his senses and watched Duan Ling Tian refine seriously. After spending an entire morning, Duan Ling Tian had finally completed the refinement of the grade 4 spirit weapon glove he promised Kai Ming. When Duan Ling Tian wore the glove in his origin energy raged 0.4, 800 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. 60% amplification again. Luo Rong's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction as he'd finally completed his promise to Kai Ming. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian put away the glove and wore a light azure ring on his right index finger. This wasn't a spatial ring, but was instead the grade 4 spirit weapon Duan Ling Tian refined for himself. With a raise of his hand, the tempest point force condensed and tore through the sky, and it pierced through the window on the 3rd floor before it shook towards the sky outside. Above Duan Ling Tian, 5,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This time, the reason there is an extra strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths compared to before was because Duan Ling Tian utilized his half-step advanced lightning force and half-step advanced wind force at the same time. This is an offensive spirit weapon. Luo Rong was dumbstruck. He'd seen it clearly when Duan Ling Tian refined this ring earlier. He originally thought it was only a spatial ring, but unexpectedly, this was actually an offensive spirit weapon. Moreover, it was a grade 4 offensive spirit weapon that provided a 60% amplification. Duan Ling Tian spun the azure-colored ring on his hand with satisfaction, and he revealed a smile on his face. For the afternoon, Duan Ling Tian continued to guide Luo Rong in the Tao of weapons refinement. Whereas Luo Rong improved by leaps and bounds when compared to before. At dusk, Luo Rong reluctantly sent Duan Ling Tian to the stairway on the 3rd floor. Master, take care. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then left the Weapons Craftsman Guild and returned to Dragon and Phoenix Academy. In the following days, besides cultivating in the academy, Duan Ling Tian would leave the academy every month to guide Luo Rong in the Tao of weapons refinement at the Weapons Craftsman Guild. The remaining time was almost all spent on the various experience missions issued by the academy. As expected, Duan Ling Tian obtained the first in every single mission issued by the academy. But unfortunately, the missions issued by the academy later on didn't have any rewards like the void refining fruit. The points Duan Ling Tian collected were all exchanged for various materials. As for cultivation methods, martial skills, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills, he utterly had no need for them. In the blink of an eye, only half a month remained to the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, the people who ranked in the top 5 of the genius competition would obtain the qualification to head to Darkstone Empire's Imperial City and compete with the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and the various Imperial Kingdoms. If they were able to become eminent in the Darkstone Empire, they would be able to head to the Darken Dynasty to compete for the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. There was a vast space at the northern area of the Imperial City. This space was like a sunken gorge. Around the gorge was rows of orderly seats, and it was precisely the seating area. Presently, the seating area was jam-packed, whereas on the even ground in the gorge was an enormous specially made iron cage that enveloped the entire gorge within it, and 2 figures could be faintly seen to be flashing within the iron cage. Presently, on the stairs outside the seating area that led outside was 3 figures. Caged Battle Arena. A young man in violet clothed raised his brows. What's special about this caged battle arena? Squeak squeak. Presently, a little gold mouse stood on the shoulder of the violet-clothed young man, and the little gold mouse looked at the other 2 people with interest. One of these 2 people carried a sheathed sword on his back, and the other was handsome and extraordinary. The 2 of them had a similarity, they were both young men that were a little over 30 years of age. Duan Ling Tian, the caged battle arena is a place filled with hot blood and is able to foster courage. The young man who carried a sword lightly smiled. Exactly, I believe that you will like this place. The handsome and extraordinary young man nodded. The 2 of you are still beating around the bush. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Today, he'd been forcefully dragged to this place by crazy young master and sword young master. Duan Ling Tian, ascend to the highest stairs and you'll naturally know what sort of place the caged battle arena is, Luo Zan said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then his pace quickened slightly. At this moment, Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai had successfully aroused the curiosity in his heart. Caged battle arena. Exactly what sort of place is this? The depths of Duan Ling Tian's gaze was filled with anticipation. He hadn't stepped onto the highest stair when numerous frenzied voices entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, whose heart was filled with curiosity, finally ascended to the higher level of the stairs. With just a glance, he saw that there were innumerable figures either standing or sitting now with their backs towards him. Whereas these people were now looking ahead, and many people had even stood up from their seats in excitement as they cheered loudly without end. The frenzied voices almost influenced Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look over, and only now did he notice that what appeared before his eyes was a large circular ring with an extremely vast area. Whereas within this large ring was many gaps, and at those gaps was numerous stairs that allowed one to go along the stairs and walk inwards. At the sides of these stairs was the boundless seating area. The scene before him caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but recall the Spanish bull ring from Earth in his previous life. But, the bull ring wasn't as bustling as this place. This is the caged battle arena. Luo Zan's voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Presently, Luo Zan was pointing towards the boundless sea of people, and he lightly smiled as he introduced them to Duan Ling Tian. So many people. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised. The people in the area were probably at least numbering a few tens of thousands. Even when he was at the most bustling trade market of the Imperial City, Duan Ling Tian didn't see such a magnificent scene. I've come to the Imperial City for almost a year, yet I actually didn't know there was such a place. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, this was also related to the fact that when he left the academy every month, he would directly head to the Weapons Craftsman Guild to guide Luo Rong in the Tao of weapons refinement. Luo Rong had almost occupied the only time he could leave the academy every month. Otherwise, he'd have gone all around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, and he wouldn't have come to the extent of not knowing of the existence of this caged battle arena. Hee. This caged battle arena is this bustling every day. Chen Xiaoshuai's brows raised as he suggested. Let's go in and find a place to sit. Subsequently, under Chen Xiaoshuai's lead, Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan followed closely behind. During this time of almost a year, Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan had become friends. As for Chen Xiaoshuai, he had a forthright character. Coupled with him clearly casting aside his relationship with the Origin Convergence sect and his disposition, he was extremely fitting with Duan Ling Tian. So, he could be considered to be Duan Ling Tian's friend now as well. During this time of almost a year that Duan Ling Tian had arrived at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, Duan Ling Tian had only gotten acquainted with 2 friends. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 followed along the stairs between the seating areas and walked down. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw the scene ahead. What a large iron cage! The enormous iron cage that covered the entire vast space shocked Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed the man and beast that were fighting within the enormous iron cage. The situation of the battle between the man and beast was horrifying, and that person already had one of his arms torn off. However, he was still desperately resisting. Caged battle arena, caged battle. So that's how it is. Now, Duan Ling Tian could be considered to have completely understood the meaning of the words caged battle arena. Earlier, I felt this place was like the Spanish bull ring of my previous life. But now it would seem like it's more similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum of my previous life. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and his gaze descended onto the crowd of spectators. Whereas these people are the ancient Roman nobles that watched the slaves and wild beasts battle in the Colosseum to their heart's content. The nobles would be excited so long as they saw blood, and it's similar to these people now. Duan Ling Tian slightly sighed with emotion. Although he'd integrated himself into this world, it was still slightly difficult for him to adapt to the slave system. After all, the Earth in his previous life was a world that regarded everyone as equals. But he wasn't unfamiliar to the slaves of this world. All those years ago, as the guardian elder of the boundless sect, Xianxia had been chased after by the Black Fiend sect, and was infected by the origin-sealing parasite, causing his origin energy to be completely sealed. He was captured and branded with the brand of a slave, and had become a slave. Later on, Xianxia was saved by Duan Ling Tian and recovered his origin energy before becoming Duan Ling Tian's follower. Even though Xianxia was a slave, Duan Ling Tian had never taken him to be one and had given him sufficient respect, and this was the reason that Xianxia followed Duan Ling Tian wholeheartedly. Xianxia. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Xianxia now. Chapter 536, Change. I hope that I can head to the foreign lands as soon as possible. So long as I'm able to obtain the resurrection pill within the great treasures the rebirth martial emperor left behind, I'll be able to help Xianxia recover his dantian. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. He'd always felt guilty towards Xianxia in his heart. After all, Xianxia's dantian was crippled and lost his entire cultivation because of Duan Ling Tian. This was something he owed Xianxia. Roar. An enormous roar pulled Duan Ling Tian's thoughts back to reality. Duan Ling Tian saw that within the caged battle arena, after the strong fierce beast bit the human martial artist to death, it was ceaselessly roaring loudly to demonstrate its might. He's dead. Duan Ling Tian's brows frowned when he saw the mangled corpse of the human martial artist. Seeming to have perceived Duan Ling Tian's surprise, the nearby Luo Zan explained. Once one enters the caged battle arena, then no matter if one is a human or a beast, only one can survive. Only when one of the two remains would the caged battle end. Only the winner is able to leave the cage. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard Luo Zan. In other words, every battle in this caged battle arena is a battle to the death. It can be said to be so. Chen Xiaoshui nodded and said slowly, to people with weak strengths, this place is hell. Because, they might be killed by a person or beast at any moment. So this was the caged battle arena. A place that was filled with blood and slaughter. Of course, to people who wanted to ceaselessly become stronger, this place was undoubtedly the best touchstone. 1. The people that were able to survive within the caged battle arena would surely be outstanding powerhouses. Once one stepped into the caged battle arena, one only had one choice: either live or die. The person that was killed by the fierce beast now seems to be a slave. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Yes. Luo Zan nodded. It's not every time that a person dares enter into the caged battle arena. So when there are no people entering, the caged battle arena arranges for the slaves, fierce beast, and demon beasts they reared to enter and slaughter each other. Whereas the caged battle arena would be the bookmaker who opens a wager and obtains benefit from it. Luo Zan finished in one go. Does the caged battle arena have any rules? Duan Ling Tian asked. Chen Xiaoshui introduced. Ordinarily speaking, the slaves or demon beasts sent out by the caged battle arena itself are all of similar strength. Whereas people on the spectating area can only step in battle when their cultivations are similar to the slaves, demon beasts, or fierce beasts. Otherwise, if a person with a cultivation that far surpassed the slaves, fierce beasts, and demon beasts stepped into the caged battle arena, then it would be a one-sided slaughter and have no meaning at all. The caged battle arena doesn't allow a thing like this to happen. Chen Xiaoshuai continued. These rules were understandable, otherwise, wouldn't the caged battle arena lose money to the extreme? Besides that, when the person that dares to step into the caged battle arena and battle a slave, fierce beast, or demon beast with a similar cultivation obtains victory, the person will acquire generous rewards. Luo Zhan added, the rewards are different according to the cultivation of the person. For example, if a void-prying stage martial artist is able to kill the slave, demon beast, or fierce beast of the same cultivation in the caged battle arena, the reward obtained would be far more generous than a nascent soul stage martial artist's. Besides that, the person that enters the caged battle arena is not allowed to use the assistance of any external source of strength. It's any, said Chen Xiaoshuai, any. Duan Ling Tian's brows raise. Could it be that even spirit weapons are prohibited? Yes, Chen Xiaoshuai nodded. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astonished. After all, it was impossible for the slaves in the caged battle arena to use spirit weapons to deal with those fierce beasts and demon beasts of similar cultivation. If it wasn't that way, it would have no meaning. Chen Xiaoshuai continued. He was able to understand the reason behind this rule after Chen Xiaoshuai said this. What rewards would there normally be? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. There are spirit weapons, money, medicinal pills, cultivation methods, martial skills, and there even would be some rare materials and spirit fruits occasionally as rewards. As he finished speaking, Chen Xiaoshuai's gaze burned slightly with desire. Spirit fruits. Duan Ling Tian was similarly filled with yearning when he heard this. It's slightly interesting. Duan Ling Tian grinned. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 had arrived nearby the caged battle arena. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian clearly and thoroughly saw the entire caged battle arena. This caged battle arena was like a football field of his previous life, and the arena was extremely vast, whereas on this vast arena was numerous black iron that crisscrossed across to form an enormous iron cage that sealed the entire arena within it. This is 1,000-year dark iron. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian recognized the material of this iron cage, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. 1,000-year dark iron. Even if it was a void-prying stage martial artist, it would be difficult for the martial artist to forcefully break it open. This caged battle arena truly has deep pockets. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Hee. Duan Ling Tian, this caged battle arena possesses powerful backing. It's the business under the brother of the emperor, Prince Sheng. Chen Xiaoshuai provided the answer to what Duan Ling Tian was wondering about. No wonder. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Those seats. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that this seating area that was nearest to the caged battle arena actually had fewer people than the seating area behind them. After a short moment, he obtained the answer. They'd only just sat down when a middle-aged man walked over with an expressionless face and extended his hand towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Duan Ling Tian had wrapped his head around it. With a raise of his hand, Chen Xiaoshuai withdrew 3 gold bills and passed it to the middle-aged man. 30,000 gold. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He saw extremely clearly that the 3 gold bills Chen Xiaoshuai passed over were all of the 10,000 denomination. Because of their location being at the front, these seats that are near to the caged battle arena have an extremely good field of vision. Thus, one seat is worth 10,000 gold. Luo Zhan noticed Duan Ling Tian's surprise and smiled as he explained. One seat, 10,000 gold. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. In the caged battle arena of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, gold was actually of so little worth. Only watching a battle to the death, only the fee for a seat had cost 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold was 1 million silver. Moreover, the people who sit in the front row have the privilege of having priority when undergoing a cage battle. Chen Xiaoshuai added. Right when Duan Ling Tian's group sat down, the fierce beast within the caged battle arena had left already. A slave with a frosty expression and a slave marked branded on his face walked into the caged battle arena under the lead of an old man. This slave is at the 7th level of nascent soul stage. Is there any guest that wants to battle him? The old man soared up into the sky and stood above the slave, and his voice that contained origin energy transmitted far into the distance. So long as a guest is able to kill him, you'll be able to obtain a 500,000 gold reward from out caged battle arena. 0.500,000 gold. Instantly, many people became agitated in the spectating area, as the temptation of 500,000 gold was great. Duan Ling Tian, if you go down into the arena to battle a slave or demon beast with the same cultivation, would you choose a slave or a demon beast? Luo Zan asked Duan Ling Tian. Demon beast. Duan Ling Tian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Luo Zan looked at Chen Xiaoshuai. Sword young master, what about you? Demon beast as well. Chen Xiaoshuai similarly didn't hesitate, then said slowly, although slaves are inferior to demon beasts and fierce beasts of the same cultivation when not using a spirit weapon. But, no matter how strong demon beasts and fierce beasts are, they're only animals. Even if they've developed intelligence, there's still quite a distance when compared to humans. So, normally speaking, slaves have a will to survive that far surpasses a fierce beast and demon beast. When they're facing imminent death, they'd often explode out with unbelievable potential and launch a counterattack. I've seen too many similar scenes in the caged battle arena, and between a fierce beast, demon beast, and slave of the same cultivation, the latter is more terrifying. As he finished speaking, Chen Xiaoshuai sighed rather emotionally. My thoughts are similar to yours. Luo Zan smiled, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Duan Ling Tian, you ought to be thinking like this as well, right? Under the gazes of Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. No, the both of them couldn't help but be stunned. No, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he sighed. The reason I didn't choose slaves isn't because of how great potential they're able to explode forthwith when they're facing imminent danger, but instead because they are humans. Humans that had blood and flesh just like them. Humans. Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai went silent. Although they don't possess human rights, these slaves are humans after all. They're of the same kind as us. Duan Ling Tian continued. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze became slightly dazed. He suddenly felt that he'd changed greatly when compared to his previous life. During his previous life, for the sake of attaining his goal, he would sometimes stop at nothing and was exceedingly ruthless. But in this lifetime, he'd changed instead. The current him was simply like a different person when compared to his previous life. In his previous life, he killed resolutely, irrespective of right or wrong. In this lifetime, if there was no need, then when he did things and killed, he wouldn't implicate innocent people. Simply speaking, he'd become humane. This was a change in his psychology. Perhaps even Duan Ling Tian himself didn't know that after he came to this world, the him of this lifetime had been unconsciously influenced and changed. Whereas all these changes came from the people by his side. In this lifetime, he had parents, he had fiancés, and he had many brothers and friends. He wasn't all alone like in his previous life. Of the same kind, what a notion. I truly never imagined that amongst the people that came to watch the excitement in the caged battle arena, there's still such a compassionate person. Truly laughable. An ear-piercing voice entered into the ears of Duan Ling Tian's group of three. Subsequently, a young man in embroidered clothes sat at a seat nearby Duan Ling Tian's group of three under the escort of an old man. The words from before were precisely spoke by this embroidered clothed young man. If you're really compassionate, then why are you coming to watch slaves battle? Hypocrite. The tone of the young man in embroidered clothes was as annoying could be. Duan Ling Tian frowned and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the young man. Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai frowned when they heard the mocking of the young man in embroidered clothes, and only eased up their frowns when they saw Duan Ling Tian didn't take any action. Chapter 537, Water Counters Fire. Allow me. An explosive shout sounded out from the east side of the spectating area. Subsequently, a robust middle-aged man left the spectating area and was brought into the caged battle arena by the workers of the arena. Looks like the temptation of 500,000. Gold is extremely great, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. It's not only 500,000 gold. To a martial artist, the battle to the death in the caged battle arena is also an extremely superb method to stimulate the potential in their bodies, said crazy young master, and traces of burning battle intent seemed to be suffused within his eyes. Luo Zan, you look impatient to enter the arena to me. But, you're at the 4th level of the void prying stage now, so there aren't many opponents for you, said Chen Xiaoshuai with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, if there's a 4th level void prying stage slave or demon beast, you can't fight for it with me. Luo Zan said to Duan Ling Tian. Demon beast, mine. Slave, yours. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Since he'd come to the caged battle arena, he naturally wouldn't just watch the excitement. He wanted to experience the pleasure of battling a demon beast of the same cultivation as well. Agreed. Luo Zan nodded. Although between demon beasts and slaves, He was more afraid of the latter. But he wasn't afraid of ordinary 4th-level void-prying stage slaves. It could be seen from the conversation between Luo Zhan and Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian's current cultivation was equal to Luo Zhan, the 4th level of the void-prying stage. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse who stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder cried out, and her pair of jade-green eyes had a burning flowing light flicker within. What, little gold, you want to join in the fun as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and asked via voice transmission. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse nodded enthusiastically, and she said via voice transmission, Big brother Lingtian, if there's an 8th level void-prying stage slave of demon beast, then I want to battle them. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse, and then he asked Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai. Are there demon beasts and slaves at the 7th level void-prying stage and above in this cage battle arena? 7th level of the void-prying stage. Both of them were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, then they shook their heads at the same time. It's impossible for a demon beast or slave at the 7th level of the void-prying stage and above to appear. Luo Zhan said, even if there are slaves or demon beasts at the 7th level of the void-prying stage and above in the cage battle arena, the cage battle arena wouldn't allow them to enter the arena. Existences like that are normally enlisted into Prince Sheng's estate, and they are either auctioned off at high prices or kept to guard and look after the estate. Exactly. If existences at the 7th level of the void-prying stage were to be put into the cage battle arena, it would absolutely be a reckless waste. Confirmed Chen Xiaoshuai. Duan Lingtian came to a suddenly understanding, then looked at the little gold mouse as he said via voice transmission, Little gold, looks like you have no chance of entering the arena. The little gold mouse's little head instantly drooped when she heard this, and she was dispirited. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended into the cage battle arena. Presently, the robust middle-aged man that entered the arena was already locked in combat with the slave. As they were both 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, the two of them were evenly matched. When the two of them fought, punches and kicks went to and fro as origin energy raged, and it caused one to be dazzled by the sight. Roar. Suddenly, the slave abruptly emitted an enraged roar that was like a fierce beast, and it was as if he'd gone mad as he pounced towards the robust middle-aged man. The situation was originally in equilibrium, but now, when he saw the slave suddenly explode out to fight desperately, a wisp of terror appeared in the eyes of the robust middle-aged man. It was precisely because of this instant of hesitation, he lost. Accompanied by the shrill cries that stopped abruptly, he was forcefully torn into two halves by the slave. His mangled body flew out to the sides before crashing onto the ground. This exceedingly bloody scene was like a fuse that completely lit the atmosphere at the scene ablaze. Many spectators stood up in excitement as they swung their fists and cheered. Barbarian. The wave of cheers resounded out and enveloped the entire caged battle arena. Barbarian, it's the name of this slave. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. His sharp gaze passed through the enormous iron cage before him to look at the word branded on this slave's face. Barbarian. Subsequently, the battles within the caged battle arena were carried out like a raging fire. This is a 1st-level void-prying stage demon beast, Flame Lion. Is there any guest at the 1st level of the void-prying stage that wants to enter the arena and battle it? So long as you kill this Flame Lion, you'll be able to obtain 3 million gold. The voice of the old man that floated above the caged battle arena sounded out. In the caged battle arena, a flame lion with an entire body of red-colored hair stood there. The flame lion was like a small hill, opening its bloody mouth every now and then as scarlet red appeared in its fierce eyes. Imperceptibly, it gave others a type of pressure. This flame lion is supposedly a demon beast that is blessed by the heavens. So long as it breaks through to the 1st level of the void-prying stage and becomes a demon beast, then it's able to comprehend elementary fire force. Luo Zhan sighed. Very few 1st-level void-prying stage martial artists are able to defeat this flame lion. Looks like there ought to be no one that enters the arena, said Chen Xiaoshuai. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although in truth, any one of the three of them were sufficient to go against the flame lion when they were at the 1st level of the void-prying stage. But in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were extremely few people that possessed this type of natural talent and comprehension ability. HMPH. A group of bumpkins. Open up your lowly eyes and watch. A 1st-level void-prying stage flame lion can't withstand a single blow from me, this 1st-level void-prying stage martial artist. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group of three. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 noticed that the young man in embroidered clothes that sat nearby had flown out to arrive outside the arena. The young man in embroidered clothes turned around and looked provocatively at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 before entering into the arena under the arrangement of the caged battle arena's workers, whereas the old man that followed by the young man's side stood on the spot and didn't make any movement. He's a first-level void-prying stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. The age of this young man in embroidered clothes couldn't be considered to be old, and was at most around the age of 30. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his natural talent could be considered to be first-rate, as he possessed a cultivation at the first level of the void-prying stage at such an age. Sword young master, did you know that there was such a figure in the Imperial City? Luo Zan frowned as he asked Chen Xiaoshuai. Luo Zan was extremely displeased towards the attitude of the young man in embroidered clothes. A wisp of a smile of comprehension appeared on the corners of Chen Xiaoshuai's mouth. Luo Zan, this person's relationship with the caged battle arena is deep. Obviously, Chen Xiaoshuai had recognized the young man embroidered clothes. Deeply related to the caged battle arena, Luo Zan frowned, yet was unable to guess it in the end, and he cursed. If you know, then speak frankly. What are you beating around the bush for? Alas, I originally wanted to tell you, but your current attitude caused me to not want to tell you. Chen Xiaoshuai pretended to sigh, and he had an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" This caused Luo Zan to gnash his teeth with hatred. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended into the arena. The body of the young man was currently suffused with a layer of origin energy, and his entire body seemed as if it was enveloped in a ball of white-colored flames, whereas within these white-colored flames, there seemed to be strands of blue-colored energy leaping about. Water force. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Although this young man was arrogant, needless to say, he still has some strength. In the sky above the young man was 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually condensed into form. First-level void-prying stage. Elementary water force. Roar. The flame lion's eyes revealed slight fear when faced with the young man in embroidered clothes. Water counters fire. It just so happened that what it comprehended was elementary fire force. Die. Suddenly, the eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes went slightly cold as his figure flashed out extremely gently like a pool of autumn water. Roar. The flame lion naturally wouldn't resign itself to death, and it abruptly pounced out as it opened its bloody mouth. Dense origin energy gushed out from his mouth, transforming into a beam of light that flashed out to fiercely smash towards the young man. It was precisely the elementary flame force. Futile effort. The young man shouted out explosively, and the embroidered clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. He raised his hand and formed a fist, and his origin energy skyrocketed. The young man punched out, his origin energy condensing into the shape of a fist before flashing out fiercely, and strands of blue-colored energy were suffused within it. Origin energy and force that was of little difference. Finally, the origin energy fist of the young man in embroidered clothes collided with the beam of light that gushed out from the bloody mouth of the flame lion, and the collision emitted an enormous bang. The airflow flashed out in the sky, and it seemed to transform into circle after circles of ripples that swept out. A wave of violent winds spread out from every direction. Roar. Suddenly, the flame lion cried out once again. But this roar was slightly low. The origin energy fist print of the young man instantly shattered the origin energy beam of light that gushed out from the flame lion's mouth, and the soft elementary water force extremely easily crushed the elementary fire force. Coupled with the origin energy of the young man that wasn't inferior to the flame lion. After the young man's origin energy fist shattered the beam of light, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest before crashing onto the flame lion's face. Howl. Instantly, the flame lion howled sorrowfully, and its body was blasted flying. The young man seized the opportunity to chase up and his fish smashed down once more. The soft water force completely countered the flame lion. Not long after, the flame lion had its head smashed open by the young man's fist, and it was directly blasted to death. Instantly, the surrounding spectating area emitted waves of cheers that rose and fell. Some young women looked at the young man in embroidered clothes with gazes that were filled with burning desire, as if they wished for nothing more than to be swallowed up by the young man in embroidered clothes. HMPH. He has slight strength. Chen Xiaoshuai snorted coldly. He just had the advantage of the water force. Otherwise, he might not be a match for the flame lion. Luo Zan snorted. No matter what, he won in the end. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when the young man went to receive the reward for killing the flame lion, the old man that presided over the cage battle arena had actually bent down before the young man. It was more like a bow of respect. Looks like this person's identity isn't simple, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes received the reward of a large stack of gold bills and had returned. At this moment, he looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 with a haughty gaze. You're only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, what are you complacent about? Luo Zhan sneered and didn't conceal it in the slightest. Chapter 538, Little Prince. What did you say? Luo Zhan's words were heard by the young man in embroidered clothes, and it caused his expression to go gloomy. Is there something wrong with your ears? Luo Zhan laughed in ridicule and wasn't polite in the slightest. Not to mention a young man whose background was unknown, even if it was Flame Young Master, the third son of the current emperor. Luo Zhan didn't respect him in the slightest. As the grandson of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's master, Luo Zhan had his own arrogance. You're courting death. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes went cold as he shouted out explosively, and his entire body flashed out to pounce towards Luo Zhan. The young man smashed out with his fist, and the origin energy fist condensed before whistling out like a descending meteor. In the sky, 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out behind him. It's uncertain who dies. Luo Zhan sneered, and he even didn't have the intention of standing up. With a raise of his hand, he chopped out with his palm. An origin energy light blade condensed into form and whistles out, instantly chopping apart the young man's origin energy fist. When the origin energy fist of the young man in embroidered clothes was dispersed, the origin energy light blade didn't lose momentum in the slightest and flashed directly towards the young man. Its target went straight for the young man's throat. Luo Zhan had launched a killing blow, whereas the young man was completely stunned when he saw the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared out of thin air above Luo Zhan. Second-level void-prying stage. It caused him to think that Luo Zhan was only a second-level void-prying stage martial artist. He instead didn't know that Luo Zhan's strength was far more than this. When he recovered from his shock, he saw the origin energy light blade was a very short distance away, and his face went ghastly pale. Stay your hand. Right at this moment, the old man by the young man in embroidered clothes that didn't make a movement since the beginning had shouted out coldly. Accompanied by this cold shout, the old man swiftly flashed out. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouettes that was clustered around by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. At the same time that the old man flashed out, his origin energy condensed with a raise of his hand, and a palm print that was condensed into form whistled out. Before the origin energy light blade killed the young man, it shattered the origin energy light blade in a timely manner. The young man in embroidered clothes heaved a sigh of relief when he got his life back. When he returned to his senses, his face went grim and he glared angrily at Luo Zhan. Elder Ping, I want him dead. Obviously, he was speaking to the old man. Little Gold, if this old goat dares act rashly, kill him. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission entered into the little gold mouse's ears, and it was filled with coldness. Squeak squeak. The originally dispirited little gold mouse instantly became excited when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. She stood up and stared at the old man beside the young man with excitement. She had already started to accumulate force. So long as the old man made a move, she would kill the old man. Duan Ling Tian wasn't worried in the slightest if Little Gold was able to kill the old man or not. After all, when Little Gold was only at the 7th level of the void-prying stage, her strength was sufficient to defeat an ordinary 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist by relying on her grade 4 spirit sword and advanced lightning force. Presently, Little Gold was already an 8th-level void-prying stage demon beast, and killing a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist wasn't difficult. Squeak squeak. Little Gold glared at the old man as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws in provocation. But unfortunately, the old man didn't look at her. Who are you? The old man looked at Luo Zhan and asked in a low voice. Looks like some people of your Prince Sheng's estate are really oblivious of the happenings in the outside world. You don't even recognize the crazy young master, Luo Zhan. Truly laughable. Luo Zhan hadn't even spoken when the nearby Xianxia Shuai couldn't help but laugh. Crazy young master, Luo Zhan. As soon as Xianxia Shuai finished speaking, the old man went pale and his eyes revealed deep fear. So it's crazy young master. Now he felt slightly fortunate. Fortunate that he didn't act rashly earlier and attack this young man before him. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to this young man before him, he would die for sure. Crazy young master, Luo Zhan, the person that was ranked at the top of the 5 great young masters. Although he'd never seen crazy young master in the flesh, even if he'd been following the little prince to travel around for many years, the reputation of crazy young master was still like thunder that reverberated by his ears. Supposedly, this crazy young master's background was even more shocking than his natural talent. He was the grandson of the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. The Weapons Craftsman Guild had always been an extremely aloof existence, and even if it was the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that met the Guild Master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, the Emperor would still need to be reverent and respectful, let alone himself who was only a member of the prince's estate. So it's crazy young master. This old man has been impolite. This is my little prince, I hope that you can tolerate any rudeness. The old man took a deep breath and cupped his hands towards Luo Zhan as he admitted his mistakes. As expected, Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Earlier, when the young man in embroidered clothes received his rewards, Duan Ling Tian had noticed that the old man that presided over the caged battle arena was extremely respectful towards the young man. At that time, he had his suspicions. When Luo Zhan attacked the young man, and when the old man by the young man's side shouted out, Duan Ling Tian noticed that face of the old man that presided over the caged battle arena became grim. Obviously, he was worried for the young man in embroidered clothes. At that time, he'd practically confirmed that the young man was a member of Prince Sheng's estate. After all, the caged battle arena belonged to Prince Sheng's estate, and the members of the caged battle arena were members of Prince Sheng's estate. Little Prince. The old man looked at the young man and gave him a look. Obviously, he wanted to make the young man apologize. PFF'd. The young man looked at Luo Zhan and ridiculed. You're the one that's ranked at the top of the 5 great young masters that are publicly acknowledged by our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're nothing great. You're only at the 2nd level of the void prying stage at such an age. So what if it's the 2nd level of the void prying stage? It's fine as long as I can crush you. Luo Zhan sneered, and he didn't reveal his true strength at the 4th level of the void prying stage to make the young man completely shut his mouth. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, there was utterly no need. He didn't take this young man in embroidered clothes seriously, the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate. Prince Sheng's son. To him, that was no different than an ordinary person. The young man was greatly enraged, and he wanted to continue mocking Luo Zhan, yet was restrained by the old man by his side. Little prince, if the prince finds out that you had such a huge conflict with crazy young master, I'm afraid he'll be extremely angry. The young man, which was the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate, went pale when he heard the old man, and his pupils constricted. It was as if his imperial father, Prince Sheng, was a dreadful monster in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Luo Zhan before returning to his seat. Sword young master, you discerned his identity a long time ago. Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshui as he asked. Yes, Chen Xiaoshui nodded. When he sat down there, I noticed that the members of the caged battle arena actually didn't collect the fees for the seat from him. At that time, I felt it to be slightly strange. Later on, I saw that he was slightly similar in appearance to Prince Sheng between his brows, and I recalled that Prince Sheng had a son who was gaining experience in tempering outside year in and year out. So, I had a guess. Chen Xiaoshui spoke slowly. You're good at guessing. Luo Zhan shook his head and smiled, and his eyes contained slight disdain mixed within. I heard long ago that the son of Prince Sheng that was far away had a pretty good natural talent. Now that I've seen him today, he's nothing great. His natural talent is indeed able to be considered as pretty good. Of course, if you compare him to us, then he's naturally greatly inferior. Sword young master said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, that kid is the illegitimate child of the owner of the caged battle arena, Prince Shen, and his name is Zhang Heng. Sword young master said to Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Heng. The matter between Luo Zhan and Zhang Heng was only a farce, and it only caused a stir in the surrounding spectating area that quickly quieted down. The gazes of everyone had once again descended to the caged battle arena. The battles within the caged battle arena were still continuing. Meanwhile, another nascent soul stage slave and demon beast entered the arena. The entire caged battle seemed to have no regular pattern. Roar. A wave of enraged roars that were shocking sounded out. The old man that presided over the caged battle arena had his leg on an enormous beast the size of a small mountain as they stepped into the arena. Everywhere the enormous beast passed, the arena and the surrounding spectating arena experienced a wave of shaking as if the ground was quaking. Earth bear. It's an earth bear. Instantly, Many spectators in the spectating area couldn't refrain from crying out in sharp voices. Earth Bear. Duan Ling Tian's gaze couldn't help but descend onto the enormous beast. This enormous beast had a figure that was enormous like a mountain. The earlier flame lion was simply like a child when compared to it. This enormous beast was a bear-type demon beast. But compared to ordinary bears, it was much more savage and terrifying. Its pair of crimson-red eyes seemed to resent everything. That pair of sharp fangs even seemed as if they could pierce through everything. On its 4 bare paws, its sharp claws flickered with a frightful cold light. Earth Beast, a void-prying stage demon beast. A mature Earth Bear had a strength that was at least at the 4th level of the void-prying stage, and a stronger Earth Bear was at the 5th or 6th level of the void-prying stage. In Duan Ling Tian's mind, the memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed by, and he'd found the record related to the void-prying stage demon beast, Earth Bear. The Earth Bear was an extremely terrifying demon beast. Supposedly, the Earth Bear has a special comprehension of Earth force that's similar to the Flame Lion's comprehension of fire force. In the comprehension of force, no matter if it was the Flame Lion or Earth Bear, they were both outstanding amongst demon beasts. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Roar. When the Earth Bear arrived within the arena and saw the gazes from the surroundings descending onto it, it went completely berserk. On the surface of its body, milky white origin energy skyrocketed. Suffused within the milky white origin energy was strands of earth and yellow energy. Presently, accompanying the Earth Bear's movements, the shaking of the ground became slightly more intense, and the seats where Duan Ling Tian's group sat was even shaken to the point it started to sway. Whereas in the sky above the Earth Bear, 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. 4th level void-prying stage demon beast. Half-step advanced Earth force. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian confirmed the strength of the Earth Bear. Crazy young master, are you confident? Chen Xiaoshuai looked at Luo Zhan and asked with a smile. Luo Zhan had a serious expression as he shook his head, and then as if he recalled something, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I remember Duan Ling Tian said that 4th level void-prying stage demon beasts were his. Luo Zhan looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of anticipation. Chapter 539, Mysterious Blood. Duan Ling Tian sized up the Earth Bear with interest. Presently, the old man that presided over the caged battle arena seemed to be helpless against the Earth Bear and allowed it to be restless. He didn't dare strike a heavy blow onto the Earth Bear, as it still had to earn money for the caged battle arena. If the Earth Bear were to be injured by him, then another would surely gain an unfair advantage against it in the subsequent cage battle. Guests, this is a 4th level void-prying stage demon beast, Earth Bear. If any 4th level void-prying stage guest is interested, feel free to enter the arena and battle the Earth Bear. The old man's voice sounded out clearly. Not only is this Earth Bear at the 4th level of the void-prying stage, it had even comprehended half-step advanced Earth force. It's extremely difficult for a 4th level void-prying stage martial artist to kill it without relying on any external source of strength. Yeah, if a 4th level void-prying stage martial artist encountered this Earth Bear, then the chances of surviving was near to zero. I'm afraid no one would dare enter the arena. Many people discussed animatedly. If no one enters the arena, then will the caged battle arena send out a 4th level void-prying stage slave to have a cage battle with this Earth Bear? Duan Ling Tian asked Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai curiously. Impossible. Luo Zhan shook his head. You're hoping for too much. Once a demon beast or slave at the 1st level of the void-prying stage and above enters into the arena and isn't challenged by someone, they would directly leave the arena. Then, a nascent soul stage slave and demon beast would enter the arena instead. Chen Xiaoshuai nodded as well. Exactly. No matter if it was a slave or demon beast, existences at the void-prying stage and above were an enormous wealth to the caged battle arena. The caged battle arena would usually not allow a slave and demon beast at the 1st level of the void-prying stage or above to fight and kill each other. Just like now, if no 4th level void-prying stage challenges the Earth Bear would be taken out of the arena by members of the caged battle arena. And they wouldn't find a 4th level void-prying stage slave to enter the arena and lose his life. Luo Zhan added, Duan Ling Tian, unless you hold back your strength and want to take a beating. Otherwise, it isn't difficult for you to kill this Earth Bear. Chen Xiaoshuai said with a smile. Luo Zhan nodded with deep agreement, as he was extremely clear of Duan Ling Tian's strength, not to mention his cultivation at the 4th level of the void-prying stage, Duan Tian had even comprehended two types of half-step advanced force. An ordinary 4th level void prying stage martial artist or demon beast being able to comprehend one type of half-step advanced force was already considered to be possessing shocking comprehension, but Duan Tian instead had directly comprehended two types. His comprehension could be called monstrous. There's no rush, let's first see what reward the person that kills the Earth Bear is able to obtain from the caged battle arena. Duan Tian smiled lightly and his gaze descended onto the old man in the arena. Meanwhile, the old man raised his hand, and a drop of fiery red liquid appeared in his hand. The fiery red liquid flickered with a fine light, and it seemed especially dazzling like a crimson star in the night sky. If a 4th level void prying stage guest is able to kill this Earth Bear, then the guest will be able to obtain this drop of mysterious blood. The old man's voice slowly sounded out. Mysterious blood. The old man's words aroused the interest of the group of spectators. What is this mysterious blood? What use does it have? Instantly, many spectators asked in loud voices. Good question, the old man said with a smile. This drop of mysterious blood was obtained by Prince Sheng many years ago by chance. This drop of mysterious blood is something that even a grade 5 alchemist's pill fire was completely helpless against it. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the sounds of gasping rose and fell endlessly in the surroundings of the arena. Even the pill fire of a grade 5 alchemist was helpless against the mere drop of blood. Is it really true? Many spectators spoke out in doubt. After all, the pill fire of a grade 5 alchemist was almost able to melt everything they knew of. That was a grade 5 pill fire. Unless it was a rare material of legend, otherwise, there were very little things that a grade 5 pill fire was unable to melt. Even if everyone doesn't believe our caged battle arena, you ought to believe Prince Sheng's estate, right? The old man smiled lightly as he continued. Not only is a grade 5 alchemist's grade 5 pill fire unable to do anything to this drop of mysterious blood. Even if it's a void initiation stage inscription master, the inscription master's spiritual force was dispersed before it could even come near to the mysterious blood. The old man's words caused the spectating area to become deathly silent. Exactly what demon beast's blood is this? It's actually so peculiar. Many people couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They naturally wouldn't think that this was the blood of a human. It was practically impossible for a human's blood to be so abnormal. Our Prince Sheng's estate has studied this drop of mysterious blood for many years and have paid an extremely great price for it. However, we gained nothing in the end. So, today, our Prince Sheng's estate has taken it out to be the reward for the 4th level void prying stage guest that kills the Earth Bear. The old man said with a sonorous voice, no matter who it is, so long as you kill the Earth Bear, you'll be able to obtain this drop of mysterious blood. I presume everyone already knows very well in their heart about how extraordinary this mysterious blood is. If anyone is able to unearth its secrets, perhaps that person will be able to soar into the sky with a single leap. Needless to say, the old man's words were extremely infectious. For a time, many 4th level void prying stage martial artists were eager to enter the arena. But when they thought of how the Earth Bear had comprehended half-step advanced Earth force, they had an extra sense of hesitation. When faced with an Earth Bear that had comprehended half-step advanced Earth force, even if it was a 4th level void prying stage martial artist that had similarly comprehended half-step advanced force, if the martial artist didn't rely on the assistance of external sources of strength, the martial artist wouldn't dare battle it. The Earth force was a type of force of nature. Once one stood on the ground and executed it, one would be able to draw support from the energy of the earth and would be able to increase one's strength by a certain amount. Roar. Right at this moment, the Earth Bear emitted an enormous roar once again. The earth started shaking once again. This time, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form once again above the Earth Bear's head. But it wasn't 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes this time, but instead was 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of a 4th level void prying stage demon beast was comparable to the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths. The half-step advanced earth force was comparable to the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for the extra strength of 300 ancient mammoths that the Earth Bear possessed, it was instead an amplification of strength from drawing support from the energy of the earth. The earth force was able to fuse into one with the earth and draw support from the energy of the earth. As for how much energy the earth force was able to draw support from the earth, it would depend on the level of comprehension of earth force. At this moment, when they saw the Earth Bear demonstrate its might with their own two eyes, and it drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes, The fourth-level void-prying stage martial artists that were eager to enter the arena were completely terrified. Those that stood up had sat back down, and those that were just intending to stand up moved their butts back. All of them broke out with slight cold sweat. The Earth Bear I too terrifying. Unless it's a fourth-level void-prying stage martial artist that has comprehended advanced force. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to defeat the Earth Bear. Many spectators sighed with emotion. All of them felt that this round of cage battle would probably come to nothing. I heard long ago, when one stands on the ground and executes Earth force, one can draw support from the energy of the Earth. Today, I can be considered to have experienced it. Xianxia sighed with emotion. If it's a space without restrictions, then so long as one soars up into the sky, one would be completely capable of moving away from the ground and causing the human martial artist or demon beast that has comprehended Earth force to be unable to draw support from the energy of the Earth. But the caged battle arena is restricted by that enormous iron cage, and one completely has no way of avoiding the area of attack of the Earth Bear that stood on the ground. Luo Zhan took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with fear. It was precisely because he'd thought of this since long ago that he didn't have the courage to battle the Earth Bear. Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Ling Tian, as they wanted to know Duan Ling Tian's intentions, but they quickly noticed that since an unknown time, Duan Ling Tian sat there with a dazed expression, and he looked at the old man that presided over the caged battle arena with a blank gaze. Precisely speaking, he was looking at the drop of fiery red-colored mysterious blood in the old man's hand. Scarlet Phoenix blood. It's the blood of a scarlet phoenix. It was like a tempestuous storm had arisen in the heart of Duan Ling Tian, who had a dazed expression. What have I seen? I've actually seen the blood of a scarlet phoenix here. The scarlet phoenix was an extremely formidable demon beast. In terms of natural talent, it even surpassed the jade-eyed heavenly mouse slightly. There was a rumor in Cloud Continent. The scarlet phoenix was the descendants of phoenixes. Whereas phoenixes were divine beasts. They were existences that were on par with true dragons, and their strengths were exceedingly formidable. Of course, no matter if it was the phoenix or the dragon that was equally famous, they were both existences of legend. At least, an existence like this hadn't appeared in Cloud Continent. Even if it was the so-called dragon that occasionally appeared, it was only a fellow that was half a WYRM and half a dragon, and it wasn't a true dragon. Furthermore, even if it was these fellows that were half dragon and half WYRM, their strengths were extremely terrifying, and this was only because the blood of a dragon flowed within them. Just like the scarlet phoenix, the blood of the phoenix flowed within it. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he's once obtained an ancient medicinal formula during his first lifetime, and at the side of that medicinal formula was a bottle that was refined from unknown materials. Within that bottle was a drop of scarlet phoenix blood. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. Whereas that medicinal formula recorded a medicinal pill that is refined by using the blood of the scarlet phoenix as a medicinal catalyst. The medicinal pill is called the rebirth pill. Rebirth pill. Resurrection had always been the special ability of the phoenix of legend. Whereas using the blood of the scarlet phoenix, which has the blood of the phoenix flowing within it as the medicinal catalyst, the rebirth pill was instead able to be refined. Of course, the rebirth pill wasn't able to actually allow one to be resurrected. The place the rebirth martial emperor obtained the medicinal formula for the rebirth pill in the scarlet phoenix blood all those years was a mysterious ruins. The 3 lives rebirth technique the rebirth martial emperor cultivated came from that ruins as well. Duan Ling Tian swiftly searched through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor and he found out about many things. Even if it was the rebirth martial emperor who had experienced 2 lifetimes and was at his prime, he was still unable to discern who left that ruins behind. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian had returned to his senses. Scarlet phoenix blood. Burning flames silently blazed deep within Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Chapter 540, Duan Ling Tian's cage battle. Is there any guest that wants to undergo a cage battle with this Earth Bear? The old man within the cage battle arena spoke out to confirm once more. Half-step advanced Earth force and drawing support from the energy of the Earth. The strength of 6,800 ancient mammoths. Slightly interesting. Duan Ling Tian calmed his feelings that were surging because of the scarlet phoenix blood and the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful arc. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian left his seat and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the enormous iron cage that enveloped the entire arena. In the sky, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse stayed at the seat and looked excitedly at Duan Ling Tian, who dashed towards the arena, and it was as if she was cheering for Duan Lingtian. Fourth level void prying stage. The face of Prince Sheng's estate's little prince, Zhang Heng, who sat nearby with feelings of indignant resentment, became extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that the young man that was ridiculed by him earlier actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Most importantly, this young man's age was obviously younger than him by a few years. His age looks to be around 25, yet his cultivation is at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Exactly who is he? The crowd of spectators nearby the spectating area Duan Lingtian sat at were all curious. He came with crazy young master. Could it be that he's a member of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy? Amongst the genius students in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, it seems that only the genius disciple of the former 7-star sword sect, Duan Lingtian, conforms to these conditions. Could it be that he's Duan Lingtian? Besides Duan Lingtian, our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom doesn't have any other monstrous genius like this. In next to no time, the spectators guessed Duan Lingtian's identity from their discussions. Along with the passage of time, practically all the few tens of thousands of spectators in the entire caged battle arena knew that the young man that entered the arena now was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the genius disciple of the former 7-star sword sect. A few years ago, he'd once defeated Saber Young Master and Zither Young Master, causing his name to shake the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Later on, the 7-star sword sect was annihilated and Duan Lingtian had entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and he revealed a natural talent and comprehension ability that was even more monstrous than the rumors said. Since that time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a legend of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Now Duan Lingtian wanted to enter the arena and battle the Earth Bear. For a time, their hearts were filled with anticipation. He's that Duan Lingtian. Zhang Heng's face sank. Although he was wandering about outside of the city for many years and had only returned lately, Duan Lingtian's name was like thunder reverberating in his ears. Duan Lingtian, a peerless and monstrous genius that had suddenly risen to prominence a few years ago. After he rose, he seemed to press down the limelight of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He was called the unprecedented genius martial artist of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The expression of the old man that stood behind Zhang Heng became serious. When Duan Lingtian arrived before the enormous iron cage, the worker of the arena had a reverent expression as he walked forward and opened up the door that led to the arena. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he watched this. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's figure moved, seeming to have transformed into a gale that flashed into the arena. Duan Lingtian stood in midair and looked calmly at the earth bear that was beneath the old man's leg. Roar! The earth bear seemed to know why Duan Lingtian had come, and its scarlet red eyes revealed icy coldness. Not only that, the earth bear continued to struggle beneath the old man's feet, and the origin energy and half-step advanced earth force shot out from its body, causing the ground of the entire caged battle arena to quake. Duan Lingtian, the old man that was in charge of presiding over the caged battle arena, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that revealed slight surprise. The peerless genius of the former 7-star sword sect has a well-deserved reputation as expected. But, are you sure you want to undergo a caged battle with the earth bear? After all, with your natural talent and strength, it isn't difficult for you to win one of the 5 places to head to the Darkstone Empire in the genius competition half a month from now. If I was you, I'd surely not take the risk. The old man spoke word by word. His words seemed to have the intention of persuading Duan Lingtian. Thank you for your concern, senior. But I've already decided. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and was neither arrogant nor humble. Very good, the old man nodded. Since you've decided, then if I say anything further, it would seem to be slightly annoying. Get ready, I'll leave this earth bear after the time of 10 breaths. At that time, between you and the earth bear, only one of you can survive. The time of 10 breaths wasn't long. However, at this moment, the crowd of spectators in the spectating area had all held their breaths. After a short moment, they once again went into an uproar. Duan Lingtian is too rash. Yeah, his future is limitless. There's no need to enter the caged battle arena and take a risk. Although I heard long ago that he'd comprehended 2 half-step advanced forces, he'd only be stronger by the strength of 200 ancient mammoths when compared with the earth bear that has drawn support from the energy of the earth. Not only can the earth bear draw support from the energy of the earth, it even possesses extremely tough fur and skin. If it's combined with earth force and the energy of the earth, it can form an extremely terrifying defense. I hope he can kill the Earth Bear and escape this calamity. Otherwise, our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom will lose an important genius. The hearts of many spectators were at their throats for Duan Ling Tian. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian's situation was extremely bad. HMPH, overestimating your abilities. Zhang Heng laughed in ridicule, and his eyes contained a slight mocking expression mixed within. Daring to enter the arena and undergo a caged battle with the Earth Bear is simply courting death. No matter if he's courting death or not. It's much better than some people. Some people might even not have the courage to enter the arena and not have the courage to battle the Earth Bear. Chen Xiaoshuai spoke indifferently as he ridiculed in return. His words were utterly blunt. Similar to Luo Zhan, he didn't take Zhang Heng seriously in the slightest. What did you say? Zhang Heng's face was gloomy, and the origin energy on his body surged as if he wanted to launch an attack towards Chen Xiaoshuai. Whereas Chen Xiaoshuai wasn't worried in the slightest, and he had a calm expression. His eyes flickered with a fierce sheen, and they were like swords that would shoot out at his call. Little Prince. Zhang Heng was just intending to leave his seat when he was stopped by the old man behind him. Elder Ping, what are you doing? Zhang Heng had an extremely unsightly expression as he asked with a low voice. The old man didn't pay attention to Zhang Heng and instead looked at Chen Xiaoshuai with a burning gaze. If I'm not wrong, you ought to be sword young master, right? Chen Xiaoshuai's eyes that were like swords swept past the old man as he said indifferently, the member of Prince Sheng's estate aren't simple as expected. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshuai had undoubtedly admitted his own identity. Sword young master. When Zhang Heng heard the old man's words, his expression went pale. Now when he heard Chen Xiaoshuai confirm it, he felt his back become chilly. He felt a wave of powerlessness and humiliation in his heart. These three fellows that he looked down upon earlier had actually caused terror to arise from his heart now. This feeling caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. 10 breaths of time is up. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from the arena. Subsequently, the spectators present were able to see clearly that the old man who stood on the back of the Earth Bear and intentionally restrained the Earth Bear has risen up into the sky. Roar. After the old man left, the Earth Bear roared explosively as it regained its freedom, and its pair of scarlet red and fierce eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian stood in the sky with a calm expression. Finally, the Earth Bear moved. Its enormous body abruptly strode forward, and its 4 thick and solid bare paws fiercely descended onto the ground. Rumble. A wave of quaking shook the ground. One of the Earth Bear's paws suddenly raised up, and origin energy condensed and half-step advanced Earth force suffused on its sharp claws. In the sky, 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and accumulated strength while waiting to be deployed. Instantly, accompanied with the Earth Bear's claw flashing out, the vast and boundless origin energy immediately transformed into a material claw mark that flashed directly towards Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as if it wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Duan Ling Tian gazed at the scene before him with a calm gaze, and he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian made a move. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian pointed out. The point force condensed into form by origin energy was accompanied by half-step advanced lightning force and half-step advanced wind force as it swept out. In the sky, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The tempest point force was like a falling meteor as it descended towards the origin energy claw mark. The tempest point force easily shattered the origin energy claw mark and didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it descended and crashed onto the Earth Bear. Roar. Practically at the instant the tempest point force shattered the origin energy claw mark, a layer of material origin energy light barrier had appeared on the surface of the Earth Bear's body. Not only that, half-step advanced Earth force followed like a shadow on the origin energy light barrier. Besides that, the Earth Bear had also drawn support from the energy of the Earth. In the sky above the Earth Bear, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. It was precisely the strength the energy of the Earth had bestowed upon the Earth Bear. The tempest point blasted onto the Earth Bear, and at the same time that it shattered the origin energy light barrier on the surface of the Earth Bear's body, the point force dispersed along with it. The Earth Bear's body only shook, yet wasn't injured in the slightest. What a formidable defense! Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. The exchange of moves between Duan Ling Tian and the Earth Bear had only occurred in the blink of an eye. However, merely a collision of a single move had lifted the atmosphere of the scene. Today, at this moment, the atmosphere in the caged battle arena had almost arrived at the peak. Many spectators cried out sharply with Duan Ling Tian's name. Of course, everyone had different thoughts. Duan Ling Tian is actually like the rumors say and has comprehended two types of half-step advanced force. Zhang Heng's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and strands of flames of jealousy leapt about deep within his eyes. He's so many years younger than me, but on what basis does he have such high comprehension ability? Zhang Heng's feelings were slightly warped and he was extremely not resigned. He felt his natural talent and comprehension ability was already not bad, and it even wasn't much inferior to those 5 great young masters. However, before Duan Ling Tian, he instead seemed to be ordinary to the extreme. He felt it was difficult to accept all this. Chapter 541, Scarlet Phoenix Blood, obtained. Looks like it isn't easy to defeat the Earth Bearer even for Duan Ling Tian. Luo Zan sighed. Yeah, I never imagined that the Earth Bear's defense was actually so terrifying like this. Chen Xiaoshui deeply agreed. In the air above the caged battle arena, the eyes of the old man that presided over the arena revealed slight surprise. Duan Ling Tian is really as terrifying as the rumors say. At such a young age, his cultivation has stepped into the 4th level of the void-prying stage and has even comprehended 2 types of half-step advanced force. It's truly shocking. Duan Ling Tian had shocked the old man. Roar. Although Duan Ling Tian's Tempest Point was unable to injure the Earth Bear, it had successfully enraged it. The Earth Bear raised its head to look at Duan Ling Tian as it emitted an enraged roar that was angry to the extreme, and its pair of scarlet red eyes even didn't contain the slightest feelings. Under the gazes of everyone present, the 4 paws of the Earth Bear abruptly stomped on the ground, and its body that was enormous like a mountain charged into the sky. Although the Earth Bear's body was enormous, its speed wasn't slow in the slightest, and it seemed to have transformed into a giant cannonball as it fiercely blasted towards Duan Ling Tian. Its pair of sharp fangs even flickered with a ghastly and cold sheen, and it seemed as if it could penetrate everything. It could be imagined that if Duan Ling Tian was struck by this Earth Bear's fangs, his body would surely have 2 savage bloody holes penetrated in his body. HMPH. When faced with the Earth Bear's fangs that were suffused with half-step advanced Earth force and possessed raging origin energy, Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and didn't have the slightest fear. Duan Ling Tian's body moved with the wind, and moved to intercept the Earth Bear while accompanied by a wave of the sound of muffled thunder. When the Earth Bear left the ground, it's equivalent to abandoning the advantage of the Earth force, and it's unable to draw support from the energy of the Earth. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that once the Earth Bear left the ground, it was equivalent to giving up the strength of 300 ancient mammoths. Presently, it was charging over, and accompanying it to charge over was only 6,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Duan Ling Tian's hands moved out together as he pointed out with 2 fingers, and his targets were straight towards the Earth Bear's fangs. The point force of the Tempest Point twined around Duan Ling Tian's fingers, and it was as if he was assisted by the god as he moved, intending to collide head-on with the Earth Bear's fangs. Roar. The Earth Bear let out an enraged roar once again, and the origin energy barrier appeared on its body once again, and arising along with it was the half-step advanced Earth force. Obviously, it wanted to repeat the same move and obstruct Duan Ling Tian's Tempest Point. Do you think that you'll be as fortunate as before? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. His fingers pointed out, and the Tempest Point's point force that was twined on his 2 fingers suddenly vibrated intensely. The frequency of the vibrations grew higher and higher. Quake energy at the extreme. Earlier, if I used the quake energy at the extreme, the defensive light barrier that was fueled by the strength of 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes might not be able to defend against it. Let alone now. Disdain emerged in Duan Ling Tian's heart. It was disdain towards the Earth Bear. The fearsomeness of the quake energy at the extreme was something that only people who'd experienced it themselves would know. Om. Om. The frequency of the vibration of the Tempest Point was increased to the limit. Finally, Duan Ling Tian's 2 fingers collided with the Earth Bear's pair of fangs. In the eyes of the outsiders, Duan Ling Tian's physique was utterly unable to be compared with the Earth Bear. The length of a single fang of the Earth Bear was able to compare to Duan Ling Tian's height. Has this Duan Ling Tian gone mad? When they saw Duan Ling Tian wanted to face the Earth Bear that charged over head-on, many spectators couldn't help but shake their heads. They all felt that Duan Ling Tian was overestimating himself. This fellow, Duan Ling Tian, is truly a madman. Chen Xiaoshui and Luo Zan glanced at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. Courting death. When Zhang Heng saw this scene, the The corners of his mouth revealed a smile of ridicule that was filled with delight. At this moment, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's body being pierced by the fangs of the earth bear. Two ear-piercing sounds suddenly sounded out and entered into the ears of everyone in the caged battle arena. He actually broke the earth bear's defense. A wave of astonished voices sounded out in the caged battle arena, and they rose and fell. In the sky above the caged battle arena, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his two fingers, and the two tempest points had actually directly broken off the earth bear's fangs. Not only that, everyone clearly saw that along with Duan Lingtian's fingers continuing forward, the earth bear's fangs shattered and transformed into nothingness in the end. Fu. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's fingers fiercely pierced into the earth bear's skull. Ow! The earth bear let out a deafening shrill cry, and its enormous body started vibrating intensely. Crack crack, the clear sounds of bones breaking and shattering sounded out without end. The grievous howls of the earth bear gradually became lower, then completely vanished in the end. Under the gazes of everyone present, the earth bear's scarlet eyes were spread wide open as its enormous figure crashed onto the ground and fiercely plunged onto the arena. Subsequently, a tremor shook out in the entire arena. Whereas the earth bear was completely devoid of any signs of life. It was dead. The surroundings of the arena was deathly silent. The gazes of everyone sometimes descended onto the enormous body of the dead earth bear, and sometimes shot at the sky above the arena. In the sky above the arena, a violet-clothed young man stood proudly in the air. Drip. Drip. On the pair of index fingers he'd casually placed at his sides, numerous drops of dazzling fresh blood slowly dripped down. That was the blood of the earth bear. At this moment, everyone at the scene felt a chill run down their spines. How did he do it? In the sky above the arena, the old man who was in charge of presiding over the caged battles was completely dumbstruck. The scene from before was something that even he had never expected. He originally thought that even if the earth bear didn't rely on drawing support from the energy of the earth, Duan Lingtian would absolutely be unable to break open its defense. But the facts proved that he'd overestimated the earth bear. It ought to be said that he'd underestimated Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength had exceeded his imagination. Abnormal. Luo Zan's hand that held on the armrest of the chair shook and the armrest was forcefully broken off by him. Freak. Chen Xiaoshuai's figure stiffened. Although the two of them were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian since the beginning, after they witnessed the terrifying defense of the earth bear, they were both slightly lacking in confidence and doubtful. They doubted if Duan Lingtian was really able to kill the earth bear and win this cage battle. The facts proved that they were thinking too much. The earth bear was nothing to Duan Lingtian. No, impossible. How could this be possible? Zhang Heng ceaselessly shook his head, and he was unwilling to believe that the scene before his eyes was real. Duan Lingtian's strength was actually terrifying to this extent. Before him, the earth bear was actually like a piece of paper, and it was unbelievable. As expected of the figure that's able to suppress the five great young master, he's extraordinary as expected. The old man behind Zhang Heng gasped, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that were filled with fear. Duan Lingtian has won. Ha ha, I bet on Duan Lingtian, I've earned a lot of money this time. Fuck, I thought the earth bear was so formidable, but I never expected that Duan Lingtian would kill it with his second move. To think that I bet so much money on the earth bear. I almost bet on the earth bear as well. The crowd of spectators on the spectating areas had mixed thoughts. Of course, there were even more people who stood up in excitement and cheered for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, nice. As expected of the most monstrous genius martial artist in the history of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he deserves his reputation. The presence of Duan Lingtian in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is truly the good fortune of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The group of spectators didn't stint with their praise in the slightest. Whereas Duan Lingtian instead didn't care much about all this. What he cared about was the blood of the Scarlet Phoenix. The mysterious blood that the old man who presided over the arena spoke of. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man that was still staring blankly and took the initiative to remind him. The old man recovered from his shock and glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, then he raised his hand and passed over the drop of fiery red blood to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian received the fiery red blood and kept it into his spatial ring as if he's obtained a precious treasure. He exerted great effort to suppress the excitement in his heart. After he obtained the Scarlet Phoenix blood, Duan Lingtian left the arena and returned to the seating area. Everywhere he passed, the mass of spectators saluted him with their eyes. HMPH. Only that Zhang Heng's face was extremely gloomy, and a ruthless sheen flashed within his eyes. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse transformed into a gold light when she saw Duan Lingtian return, and she was extremely joyous when she descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. It was as if she was happy for Duan Lingtian because he was victorious in the cage battle. Duan Lingtian, you really have ability. That earth bear's defensive strength was so terrifying, yet it was directly broken by you. Luo Zan sighed with emotion. Looks like you've been holding back when you spar with us normally. Chen Xiaoshuai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and didn't say anything further. Presently, all his thoughts were on that drop of scarlet phoenix blood. The scarlet phoenix blood was able to be refined into a rebirth pill, whereas a rebirth pill was a type of extremely overbearing medicinal pill. During the rebirth martial emperor's first lifetime, he only possessed the strength to stand proudly before all the martial emperors in Cloud Continent after consuming the rebirth pill. Most importantly, there was no restriction in cultivation to consume the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his mood surged extremely. If I'm able to successfully refine the rebirth pill before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and consume it, why would I need to worry about being unable to compete with the young geniuses of the various dynasties? A burning sheen appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his eyes were filled with yearning. The cage battles within the arena continued. Numerous fierce beasts, demon beast, and slaves entered the arena one by one. They either fought each other or fought the people that entered the arena, and it was utterly wonderful. Amongst them, there was a third-level void-prying stage slave that entered the arena, and Sword Young Master had entered the arena to have a cage battle with him. Presently, Sword Young Master's cultivation had already broken through to the third level of the void-prying stage, and he was merely a level inferior to Duan Lingtian and Crazy Young Master. Even though he was unable to use a spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long sword light that Sword Young Master condensed on his finger, combined with the half-step advanced sword force he'd comprehended, was capable of destroying any obstacle. The third-level void-prying stage slave was killed by him in a single move, and he'd obtained the corresponding reward. Chapter 542, I Want Him Dead. This Sword Young Master is stronger than that Crazy Young Master. Zhang Heng's pupils constricted. Because Luo Zan only used a cultivation at the second level of the void-prying stage when he attacked Zhang Heng earlier, Zhang Heng determined that Luo Zan's cultivation was inferior to Sword Young Master. At the same time, Zhang Heng didn't forget to mock Crazy Young Master, what first ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. You're even inferior to Sword Young Master. Undeserved reputation. When Zhang Heng's voice sounded out, it caused both Duan Lingtian and Sword Young Master to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Then the both of them smiled as they glanced at Luo Zan. Ha ha, Crazy Young Master, did you hear? You're inferior to me. Chen Xiaoshuai spoke slightly complacently. I'm inferior to you. Want to try? Battle intent leapt about in Luo Zan's eyes as he spoke indifferently. Chen Xiaoshuai angrily rolled his eyes at Luo Zan when he heard this. If you want to try, then try with Duan Lingtian. You're 2 years older to me at any rate. Is it worth taking pride in your cultivation being superior to mine? Time flowed silently by. In next to no time, a 4th-level void-prying stage slave entered into the arena. This time, Luo Zan left his seat impatiently, and this caused Duan Lingtian and Chen Xiaoshuai to be unable to help but look at each other and smile. They were able to perceive that as the Crazy Young Master, and as the one ranked at the top of the 5 great young masters, Luo Zan had his own arrogance. Now, he wanted to use actions to fiercely slap Zhang Heng's face. He wanted to let Zhang Heng know of his true strength. Whereas when Zhang Heng saw Luo Zan sash out in the 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out with him in the sky, he was completely dumbstruck. He actually concealed his cultivation. Zhang Heng's expression was unsightly as he suddenly felt that he was like a clown earlier. Only the group of spectators in the spectating area weren't surprised. Crazy Young Master was the top figure amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, after all. Presently, Sword Young Master had already broken through to the 3rd level of the void-prying stage, so Crazy Young Master breaking through to the 4th level of the void-prying stage wasn't surprising at all. Crazy Young Master. On the spectating area that surrounded the area, the group of spectators stood up excitedly as they cheered loudly. As the figure who was the top figure amongst the 5 great young masters, Crazy Young Master had been famous for a long time, and the people that admired him were innumerable. Whereas at this moment, Luo Zhan walked into the arena. When the 4th level void-prying stage slave saw Luo Zhan stand before him, boundless scarlet red appeared in his eyes. "Crazy young master, I'll kill you." The slave's voice was hoarse and mixed with ruthlessness, and it was like a demon beast that had opened its bloody mouth and was waiting for a chance to swallow Luo Zhan up. "That will depend on if you have the ability." Luo Zhan spoke indifferently, and he completely disregarded the words of the slave. "Ha!" Suddenly, the slave shouted out explosively, then his figure flashed like the wind, and he seemed to have transformed into an eagle that shot towards Luo Zhan. He seemed as if he wanted to tear Luo Zhan in half. When this slave attacked, besides raging origin energy, there were strands of light azure-colored energy mixed within the claw image that covered the sky. In the sky, 6,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the void-prying stage. The claw moved with the wind with extreme speed, and it was shocking. Of course, the swiftness of this speed was only towards ordinary martial artists. In the eyes of Luo Zhan, this slave's speed was nothing. With a raise of his hand, Luo Zhan's origin energy skyrocketed and a punch shot out. On Luo Zhan's fist, a strand of origin energy that had condensed into form stabbed out, and it seemed to have transformed into a 7-foot spear light. Luo Zhan precisely used spears. Now that he was unable to use a spirit weapon spear, it was unavoidable for him to reveal the characteristics of the spear when he attacked. Luo Zhan's perfectly straight punch smashed out, and it was like a wyrm leaving its cave. Whereas the 7-foot-long spear light that flashed out from his fist had strands of red-colored energy, and threads of scorching aura were suffused within the red energy. Fire force. In the sky, another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Obviously, Luo Zhan had comprehended half-step advanced fire force. After exchanging blows, Luo Zhan's fist smashed out as if it was assisted by the gods, and the 7-foot spear light flashed out to pierce through the chest of the slave, causing blood to spurt out. The corpse of the slave fell down, and it was completely devoid of any signs of life. Luo Zhan, victorious. Instantly, a wave of cheering was set off in the surroundings of the arena as expected. I knew that Crazy Young Master wouldn't lose. Although the betting ratio on Crazy Young Master wasn't high, I put my entire wealth on Crazy Young Master and have earned quite a bit. As expected of the top figure amongst the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he has a well-deserved reputation. Crazy Young Master, nice. The spectators all around the spectating area were extremely excited. Besides some spectators that wanted to win from an unexpected winner, the remaining spectators in the caged battle arena had all bet on Crazy Young Master. If they did bet, all of them earned a great sum. The reward Luo Zhan obtained was a weapons refinement material that could be considered to be valuable. But, to Duan Ling Tian, this weapons refinement material was only valuable in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it was in the Darken Dynasty, this material would probably not be considered to be a rare item, but Luo Zhan was as if he'd obtained a priceless treasure. HMPH. When Luo Zhan returned, he intentionally stopped on the way and glanced contemptuously at Zhang Heng. I wonder if Little Prince is willing to enter the arena for a match with a person who has an undeserved reputation like me. You. Zhang Heng's face went gloomy. He pointed at Luo Zhan as his entire body started trembling, yet he just happened to have no way to refute. He wouldn't dare enter the arena with Luo Zhan. Not to mention Luo Zhan's true cultivation was at the 4th level of the void-prying stage. Even if Luo Zhan was only a 2nd-level void-prying stage martial artist, Luo Zhan was still not someone that he could go against. Pussy. After Luo Zhan slowly spat out a word, he returned to Duan Ling Tian and Chen Xiaoshuai's side. This angered Zhang Heng to the point he almost went mad with rage. When Duan Ling Tian and Chen Xiaoshuai saw this scene, they couldn't refrain from laughing, as neither of them had a good impression of Zhang Heng. The caged battles in the arena continued. The disposition of this slave is formed naturally. Looks like he wasn't an ordinary person before he was reduced into a slave. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshuai looked at the slave that appeared in the arena and was slightly surprised as he spoke. Indeed, this person's birth is surely not ordinary. Luo Zhen nodded as he spoke. The words of the two of them caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from looking over curiously. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian's pupils suddenly constricted. In the arena, a slave with a slightly tall figure stood there. This was a young man with disheveled hair that hung loosely on his shoulders. His eyes were lusterless, and the brand that belonged to a slave was obvious. A single word was branded: Song. Duan Ling Tian's hand shook and the armrest of his seat was directly broken off. Duan Ling Tian, what's wrong? Meanwhile, Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai noticed something was off with Duan Ling Tian. They noticed that Duan Ling Tian's gaze stared fixedly at that slave, and his face revealed excitement. Duan Ling Tian, you know him? Chen Xiaoshuai was stunned, then he asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded, his body lightly trembled as he was excited to the extreme. He never imagined that he would be able to see him here. PFF'd. Right at this moment, a laugh of ridicule sounded out. Zhang Heng heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian's group and he said with a laugh of ridicule, I truly never imagined that you, Duan Ling Tian, had a trash slave like this as a friend. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Trash slave. Zhang Heng's words was like a fuse that completely lit up Duan Ling Tian's flames of rage. Duan Ling Tian instantly stood up from his seat. Because of the force exerted from his legs, the tiles on the floor were forcefully shattered, and Duan Ling Tian's rage could be understood from this. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian transformed into a gust of wind that arrived before Zhang Heng. Duan Ling Tian's hand stretched out like a bolt of lightning, and before Zhang Heng reacted, Duan Ling Tian had choked Zhang Heng's neck like an eagle grabbing a chick, and Duan Ling Tian held Zhang Heng up forcefully. Say it one more time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were scarlet red and was filled with killing intent that seemed to be waiting to swallow Zhang Heng up. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast. He'd completely gone mad. Zhang Heng was muddled. Never had he imagined that a single sentence from him would be able to cause Duan Ling Tian to have a reaction like this. Did I say something wrong? At this moment, Zhang Heng's throat was choked by Duan Ling Tian, and he wanted to resist, yet his origin energy had only just risen when it was suppressed by Duan Ling Tian's origin energy. Zhang Heng's countenance gradually flushed red. Ping! Elder Ping, save me! Zhang Heng cried for help from the old man by his side. Meanwhile, the old man had recovered from his shock as well, and his expression went gloomy as he shouted out in a stern voice. Duan Ling Tian, let the little prince down. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, Duan Ling Tian instead seemed as if he entirely didn't hear the old man's words, and he paid no attention to the old man. Listen properly, he isn't a trash slave. The blood red in Duan Ling Tian's eyes was bewitching and extremely evil, and he spoke word by word. Now, no matter if it was Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai who'd rushed over, Zhang Heng, or the old man by Zhang Heng's side, they finally understood why Duan Ling Tian would be so agitated. So it turned out that it was because of the way Zhang Heng addressed the slave in the arena. Duan Ling Tian, I don't care what relationship you have with that slave. But if you dare do anything to the little prince, then that slave is dead. The old man threatened with a cold voice. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian slowly turned around and looked at the old man, and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky and had reached the limits of killing intent. The old man felt a chill run down his spine when he was enveloped by Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. It was difficult for him to imagine how such a young man could possess such a terrifying killing intent, but he still took a deep breath and said with a low voice. I said, if you don't let go of the little prince, that slave is dead. Little gold. Duan Ling Tian suddenly shouted out in a grim voice. I want him dead. I want him dead. Duan Ling Tian's voice wasn't concealed in the slightest. It clearly spread throughout the caged battle arena, and it drew the gazes of everyone. Subsequently, the people present only saw a gold light flash out, and accompanying the gold light was an extremely tiny sword light that flashed by. In the next moment, the throat of the old man that was still holding his head high a moment ago had split open. Dazzling fresh blood spurted out and splashed all over Zhang Heng's face. Chapter 543, Old Friend. Deathly silence. Not a sound could be heard in the entire caged battle arena. The gazes of everyone gathered onto the same place, the spectating area in the south. At that place, an old man had fallen in a pool of blood, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. What's going on? Many people didn't see what happened clearly. Only some of the spectators in the southern spectating area knew the sequence of events. Squeak squeak. A gold-colored figure slowly descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. It was precisely the little gold mouse. Presently, the little gold mouse held a pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand, and drop after drop of blood dropped down from above, and it was dazzling and resplendent. The crowd of people on the southern spectating area couldn't help but gasp. The one that attacked and killed the old man earlier was this little gold mouse. Before this, they'd noticed that crazy young master, Luo Zan, who sat at the front of the spectating area, had once come into conflict with the old man who was killed. At that time, the old man revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the void prying stage, and it was also at that time that they knew the old man was a member of Prince Sheng's estate. Whereas the young man in embroidered clothes that was beside the old man was the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate, Zhang Heng. Earlier, the scene of Duan Lingtian suddenly attacking and choking Zhang Heng's throat before lifting him up had already caused them to be dumbstruck. Later on, they found out that the reason Duan Lingtian had attacked was because Zhang Heng had insulted the slave in the arena. Duan Lingtian seemed to know that slave. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's loss of composure, his relationship with the slave was obviously deep. Most unbelievable to them was still the death of the old man from Prince Sheng's estate. Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively, then subsequently, the old man was dead. What demon beast is this? Too terrifying. I utterly didn't clearly see how many ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed in the sky at the instant it attacked. It attacked too quickly, I didn't see it clearly as well. I truly never imagined that such a harmless-looking little gold mouse actually possesses such a terrifying strength. This little gold mouse is obviously a formidable demon beast, and it's even to the extent it's very likely a void initiation stage demon beast. In the southern spectating area, a single stone raised 1,000 ripples, and it was in a complete uproar. Whereas the statement that Duan Lingtian had a void initiation stage demon beast by his side spread out, and it spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, most people looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with reverence. You dare kill Elder Ping. A hoarse voice sounded out from the mouth of Zhang Heng, whose neck was held up by Duan Lingtian. I'll kill you as well if you dare say another word. Duan Lingtian's blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Zhang Heng, causing Zhang Heng to obediently shut his mouth as slight terror appeared on his face. Whereas at this moment, the band that held Duan Lingtian's long hair had suddenly broke open. His hair fluttered without the wind. As he stood there, he gazed the people nearby a shapeless feeling of pressure. Trash. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Heng and spat out a single word in disdain. Subsequently, he used force in his hand to throw Zhang Heng out. Zhang Heng fell to the ground in a story state, and he fell with his face on the floor. Zhang Heng struggled to stand up, his eyes crimson red from anger, yet he didn't dare say another word as he hurriedly soared up into the sky to leave the spectating area. It was unknown to where he'd gone. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Zhang Heng, and he brought along the little gold mouse to walk step by step towards the arena. At this moment, the gazes of most people were fixed onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes moved along with every step of Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd gone down the path of a devil. Let's follow him and see what happens. Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai looked at each other in the eye, then followed up with slight worry. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian arrived before the enormous iron cage that covered the arena. Open it. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze shot at the nearby worker that was in charge of opening the iron cage. But although this worker was afraid of Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare make any rash movements, because he knew that if he opened the iron cage arbitrarily, he would surely be unable to escape punishment. Little gold. Duan Lingtian's face sank and he shouted out coldly. This cold shout caused the arena worker's face to go deathly pale. Earlier, before the old man of the Prince Sheng's estate died, Duan Lingtian had precisely called out this name. He was in charge of the opening of the iron cage at the side of the southern spectating area, and he'd clearly seen the scene from before. The little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder attacked. A sword light that was exceedingly swift flashed past before the little gold mouse stopped moving. Whereas a door was forcefully cut open on the iron cage before Duan Lingtian, and it was large enough to accommodate Duan Lingtian's entry and exit. Even though the iron cage that enveloped the arena was made of 1,000-year dark iron and was able to confine void-prying stage martial artists and demon beasts that didn't possess spirit weapons to rely on. But once a void-prying stage martial artist or demon beast utilized a spirit weapon, they were able to break open this iron cage made of 1,000-year dark iron. Only the sound of Duan Lingtian's footsteps could be heard in the silent cage battle arena. His heavy footsteps walked step by step into the arena. In the arena, the gaze of the slave with long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders shot at Duan Lingtian. Although it was slightly dirty, but the face beneath his disheveled hair possessed a handsome appearance that was difficult to conceal. As the slave stood there, he faintly revealed a trace of an extraordinary disposition. This 7th-level nascent soul stage slave was obviously of extraordinary background. Finally, the slave opened his mouth and spoke. Duan. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. The slave's voice was hoarse and excited. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Ling Tian walked up quickly and opened his arms to embrace the slave, and crimson red suffused within his eyes. Zheng Song. Exactly, the slave that stood before Duan Ling Tian now was no one else but the son of the former Seven-Star Sword Sect's Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, the inner court disciple who had a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian, Zheng Song. Good, good. Zheng Song tightly held onto Duan Ling Tian, and his body trembled intensely as he was extremely excited. Senior brother Zheng Song, you're alive, you're alive. Duan Ling Tian's voice was filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshui who followed up had roughly guessed Zheng Song's identity. A person that was able to be called senior brother by Duan Ling Tian was most probably a disciple of the former Seven-Star Sword Sect. Moreover, based on this Zheng Song's disposition, he was obviously of extraordinary birth. That slave called Duan Ling Tian his junior brother. Duan Ling Tian called him senior brother. Meanwhile, some of the spectators on the spectating area with comparatively higher cultivations had heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Song. No wonder Duan Ling Tian was so enraged, so it turns out that this slave is his senior brother. Looks like that slave is a disciple of the former Seven-Star Sword Sect. In next to no time, many people guessed Zheng Song's origins. Senior brother Zheng Song, come, we'll go look for a place for you to wash up and get a change of clothes. Duan Ling Tian grabbed onto Zheng Song's hand and wanted to take him away. Zheng Song, the son of the Mizar Peak's master, has helped him quite a lot in the past. Zheng Fan had similarly given Duan Ling Tian a good deal of help and had even put his life on the line to help Duan Ling Tian leave when the Seven-Star Sword Sect was about to be annihilated. Duan Ling Tian would forever be unable to forget this friendship. Today, when he saw Zheng Song was alive, he was extremely excited in his heart. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. I'm only a slave now. Zheng Song had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke slowly. This caged battle arena is a business under the name of the Prince Sheng's estate, and it possesses countless ties with the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Don't offend the Prince Sheng's estate because of me. I've already offended them earlier. It doesn't matter now. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and he had an indifferent expression as he pulled Zheng Song and turned around, intending to leave. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, the old man in the sky above the arena that was in charge of presiding over the arena had recovered from his shock, and he shouted out in a grim voice to stop Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look at the old man with a calm gaze. Senior, this is my senior brother, a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. I want to take him away today. You ought to not stop me, right? Presumptuous. The old man shouted out coldly. Duan Ling Tian, what sort of place do you take our caged battle arena to be? I don't care what identity he had in the past, but since he has become a slave of our caged battle arena, then dead or alive, he's a member of the caged battle arena. You killed a revered elder of our Prince Sheng's estate earlier, and members of our Prince Sheng's estate will ask you for an explanation. But at this moment, there's no way that you're taking away a slave of my caged battle arena. As the old man spoke, the origin energy on his body raged, and a terrifying imposing manner swept out. In the sky above the old man, two enormous figures condensed into form and they wriggled as they descended. It was precisely two ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First level void initiation stage. Instantly, Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshui who followed behind Duan Ling Tian went grim. They never expected that the old man who was in charge of presiding over the arena actually possessed such terrifying strength. Although the 9th level of the Void Prying stage and the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage were only a step away, in terms of strength, it was instead the difference between heaven and earth. Compared to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, besides a qualitative change occurring in the origin energy, the 1st level of the Void Prying stage meant that the martial artist had surely comprehended concept. Concept was the extension and transformation of force, and it wasn't something that force could compare to. Even if it was force at the highest stage, the advanced force, it was only compared to the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Whereas even if it was the lowest concept, the 1st level concept, it was comparable to the strength of a horned dragon. The strength of a horned dragon was the strength of 10,000 ancient mammoths. 1st level concept was a few times stronger than advanced force. The atmosphere within the caged battle arena was tense, and a fight would break out at any moment. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, leave. The current you is unable to win against this caged battle arena, and unable to win against the Prince Sheng's estate. Zheng Song smiled bitterly. Although he very much wanted to leave, to free himself from this life where living was no better than death, but if it would harm Duan Lingtian because of this, then he would rather maintain his present situation. Senior brother Zheng Song, I'll take you away from here today no matter what. No matter who it is, don't hope of stopping me. Anyone who stops me, die. Duan Lingtian's gaze went icy cold as he said with a cold voice. Duan Lingtian's voice wasn't soft and it entered into the ears of everyone present. This matchlessly overbearing words caused the blood in everyone present to boil. This was a true iron-blooded man. Heroism that shot in the sky. Right at this moment, before the old man in the arena was able to speak. What high-sounding sentiments! A cold shout that was filled with rage sounded out from high above in the distant sky. Chapter 544. The death of a second-level void initiation stage expert. Instantly, the gazes of everyone present shot at the location the voice sounded out from. At that place, two people were controlling the air and coming over. One was a gray-clothed old man, the other a young man in embroidered clothes. The cold grunt earlier was an aged voice, and it was obviously from this gray-clothed old man. Lord Manager. The old man who was in charge of presiding over the arena bowed respectfully when the gray old man appeared. Manager. Instantly, a wave of commotion arose in the surrounding spectating area. He's the manager of the caged battle arena. He has never shown himself in the past. I never imagined that he would personally appear today. The crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced indifferently at the gray-clothed old man, and he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to the old man before bringing along Zheng Song to walk out. This scene caused the people present to shudder with fear. After the manager of the caged battle arena appeared, this Duan Lingtian still dares to do what he likes. Is he really unafraid of death? Presumptuous. Right at this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes beside the gray-clothed old man looked down at Duan Lingtian and shouted in a grim voice. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that our Prince Sheng's estate doesn't dare touch you because you're a Dragon and Phoenix Academy student? You have to get it in your head clearly, the academy is established by the imperial family. Whereas the imperial family's relationship has a close relationship with our Prince Sheng's estate. If you're sensible, then leave this slave and kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Then perhaps I'll spare your life. The young man in embroidered clothes was precisely Zhang Heng, who Duan Lingtian choked and lifted up in the air, the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate. Kowtow 10 times. Duan Lingtian stopped moving and looked up. He looked at the young man in embroidered clothes as if he was confirming what the young man said. Yes, 10 times. If these kowtows aren't hard, then I'll make you die a graveless death. Zhang Heng stood by the gray-clothed old man's side, at the side of the manager of the arena, and Zhang Heng borrowed the might of the old man to throw his weight about. At this moment, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained slight pity. As far as they were concerned, if Duan Lingtian didn't do as the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate said, then he would probably be unable to escape calamity. It was exactly as the little prince had said. The Dragon and Phoenix Academy that Duan Lingtian relied on now was only an academy the imperial family established. It was impossible that the imperial family would punish their clan relatives for the sake of a dead genius. Zhang Heng. Luo Zan took a step forward and looked at Zhang Heng with a gaze that was icy cold to the extreme. Only he knew that Duan Lingtian didn't only have a single reliance, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. He believed that if his grandfather was here, his grandfather would have probably become infuriated since long ago and killed Zhang Heng. Duan Lingtian's status in the heart of his grandfather was something he was extremely clear of. Even to the extent that it was all because of Duan Lingtian that his grandfather was able to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman a few months ago. To his grandfather, Duan Lingtian was his teacher, his most respected teacher. Now, the Prince Sheng's estate used the power of their estate to oppress Duan Lingtian. He could imagine that if he were to watch idly by, he would surely be bashed to death by his grandfather when he returned. Crazy young master, this is a matter between Duan Lingtian and out Prince Sheng's estate. I hope you don't interfere. The manager of the arena glanced indifferently at Luo Zan, yet deep within his eyes, there was slight fear. After all, there was a colossus that the Prince Sheng's estate couldn't afford to offend behind Luo Zan. HMPH. Luo Zan grunted coldly, and he'd just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Luo Zan, don't interfere in this matter. This was Duan Lingtian's words. Luo Zan was stunned. When he saw the confidence revealed from within Duan Lingtian's eyes, although he didn't know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, he didn't say anything further. Whereas Luo Zhan's reaction entered into the eyes of the people present, and it caused many people to sigh. Looks like Duan Lingtian and Crazy Young Master's friendship isn't really good. Yeah, if Crazy Young Master interferes, then Duan Lingtian would be able to easily escape from this calamity. Duan Lingtian would surely be sighing emotionally in his heart about not carefully making friends, right? Many spectators whispered in discussion. Luo Zhan was slightly embarrassed when he heard these discussions. Was it that he was unwilling to help Duan Lingtian? Besides Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan, only Chen Xiaoshuai noticed an inkling. He was extremely clear of the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Luo Zhan, and Luo Zhan suddenly stopping had caused him to realize that the matter wasn't so simple. Haha. Zhang Heng stood in the sky and laughed arrogantly. Duan Lingtian, did you see it? This is your friend. Hurry up and kowtow 10 times for your worthless life. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Heng with a calm expression, and he was carefree. Duan Lingtian, didn't you hear what the little prince said? The gray-clothed old man's imposing manner swept out to envelop Duan Lingtian, and he wanted to bend down Duan Lingtian's back, but Duan Lingtian stood there like a mountain, remaining unmoved. HMPH. The gray-clothed old man let out a light shout, and his imposing manner abruptly rose in might, and origin energy raised like flames on his body. In the air, 3 enormous silhouettes condensed into form. They were 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Second level of the Void Initiation stage. Instantly, many spectators gasped. The manager of the caged battle arena was a second-level Void Prying stage expert. For a time, many people looked at the members of the caged battle arena, then looked at Duan Lingtian, and they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. They sighed because there were 2 Void Initiation stage experts on the side of the caged battle arena, whereas Duan Lingtian's side seemed to only have a single Void Initiation stage demon beast. Idiot. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the caged battle arena manager and Zhang Heng, then he spat out a word indifferently. Senior brother Zheng Song, let's go. Duan Lingtian continued to lead Zheng Song out. This scene caused the scalps of many people to go numb. He's paying no attention to 2 Void Initiation stage experts. Does he really think they don't dare touch him? You're courting death. The expression of the manager of the caged battle arena went gloomy as he plunged down like a rock that had spread open its wings that covered the sky, and he plunged towards Duan Lingtian. When he arrived nearby above the arena, he raised his hand and had actually directly tore open the iron cage. The strength of a Void Initiation stage expert was put into full view. The corners of Zhang Heng's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw the scene before him, and it was as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. Little gold. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian shouted out coldly. Squeak. Instantly, a sharp cry resounded in the entire caged battle arena. Subsequently, the people present saw that when the manager of the caged battle arena arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, his body suddenly stopped, and the raging origin energy on his body completely dispersed. The people who observed in detail were even able to notice that the eyes of the caged battle arena's manager was dim and lusterless, and he seemed as if he'd lost his soul. Whereas at this instant, a sword light that was swift to the limit flashed. The people present only recovered from their shock when the body of the caged battle arena's manager that sprayed fresh blood violently fell to the ground. The gazes of the people present swept past the manager of the caged battle arena before descending onto the little gold mouse that stood in the air, and they felt a chill run down their spines. The pocket-sized spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand was slowly dripping bewitching and resplendent blood. That was the blood of the caged battle arena's manager. This scene seemed to be telling everyone. So what if he's at the second level of the Void Initiation stage? I'll still kill him without delay. Squeak squeak. After she killed the caged battle arena's manager, the little gold mouse transformed into a gold light that descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she cried out like she was seeking credit. Meanwhile, the people present reacted to what had happened, and they all had expressions of shock. The first was Zheng Song, who was by Duan Lingtian's side. Zheng Song looked at the little gold mouse that was close to him, and he felt a chill run down his spine. This little fellow that looks harmless actually possessed such a terrifying strength. Killing a second-level Void Initiation stage expert was as easy as if it was slaughtering a chicken. Sword Young Master, did you see it clearly? Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiaoshuai and asked via voice transmission. Chen Xiaoshuai's face was slightly stiff as he nodded. The actions of the manager earlier was exactly like the movements of the first leader of the bandits. But, wasn't that Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique? Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshui had both clearly seen the scene of the manager seeming to have lost his soul before being killed. At that instant, the manager was completely unguarded. If they were able to attack at that moment, the manager would have died for sure. Not to mention this little gold mouse that was stronger than them. What a terrifying demon beast. Not long ago, a 9th-level void prying stage martial artist was killed by it. Now, a 2nd-level void initiation stage martial artist was similarly unable to flee from death before it. Where did Duan Ling Tian get this demon beast from? If I had such a demon beast, then wouldn't I be able to move about unhindered? Dream on. With just your natural talent and strength, do you think that demon beast would be willing to follow you? The spectating area surrounding the arena had become bustling once more. The old man that was in charge of presiding over the caged battle arena shivered as he stood in the sky, and his countenance was pale to the extreme. Their manager, an existence that was even stronger than him, was killed by the little gold mouse by Duan Ling Tian's side in an instant. At this moment, his heart was filled with terror. Even a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert had died at the hands of that little gold mouse, let alone a 1st-level void initiation stage martial artist like him. No, impossible. How can this be possible? Zhang Heng ceaselessly shook his head in the sky above the arena, and he was unwilling to believe that all of this was true. Zhang Heng. Right at this moment, a cold shout jolted Zhang Heng back to his senses, and it caused Zhang Heng's face to go pale. I'll return what you said earlier back to you. Kowtow 10 times in exchange for your life. Otherwise, you're dead. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Heng with a gaze that was extremely icy cold, and he spoke word by word. Zhang Heng's figure shook when he heard this, asking me to kowtow and beg for mercy. Zhang Heng swept the tens of thousands of spectators in the surroundings, and his body shook abruptly. His pride didn't allow him to do this. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, if you're still not kneeling before me and kowtowing to beg for mercy, then I'll surely kill you. Duan Ling Tian's voice contained icy cold killing intent mixed within. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder now looked at Zhang Heng as well, and she cried out a few times as if she was showing support for Duan Ling Tian. The little gold mouse's cry caused the figure of the old man that presided over the arena and intended to interfere to stop in the sky, and he looked at the little gold mouse with eyes filled with terror. Chapter 545. Duan Ling Tian's Rage. This little gold mouse was even able to kill a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert, let alone him. Although he was a member of Prince Sheng's estate and had the responsibility to protect the little prince, he was afraid when he thought of the consequences. He was afraid he would follow in the footsteps of the manager. 7 breaths of time left. Duan Ling Tian slowly spoke out, and his voice seemed to have transformed into a voodoo talisman that caused Zhang Heng's face to go ghastly pale. You, kill him, kill them. Zhang Heng looked at the old man that was in charge of presiding over the arena with a fierce gaze, and he shouted out with a grim voice. The old man laughed bitterly, kill Duan Ling Tian. Do I possess the strength? When he saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze sweep over, the old man took a deep breath before making a decision. From today onwards, I officially separate myself from Prince Sheng's estate and have become a free person. The old man spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a flowing light that vanished before the eyes of everyone. This scene was unexpected by most of the people present. The void initiation stage expert of the caged battle arena has fled. There were also many people that guessed the thoughts in the old man's heart at this moment. They could imagine that if the old man attacked Duan Ling Tian today, then he would die for sure. After all, even the manager of the caged battle arena, an existence at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage, had died at the hands of the demon beast by Duan Ling Tian's side. As a 1st-level void initiation stage expert, how could he possibly be able to kill Duan Ling Tian? Whereas once the old man were to watch idly by and allow the little prince, Zhang Heng, to be humiliated, he would surely have no foothold left in the Prince Sheng's estate. So, he made the best choice. To leave the Prince Sheng's estate. In this way, he wouldn't have to be stuck in between and be in a difficult spot. The old man's departure caused Zhang Heng's expression to go livid. 3 breaths of time remain. Duan Ling Tian's icy cold and indifferent voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it caused Zhang Heng's mind to shake greatly. The approach of death caused him to despair. In the face of death, he suddenly felt that pride seemed to be unimportant, and only surviving was most important. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely return the humiliation today by 100-fold and 1,000-fold in the future. Zhang Heng endlessly roared with rage in his heart, but his body still obediently descended from the sky and knelt before Duan Lingtian, and then he fiercely smashed his head onto the ground. 1 kowtow. 2 kowtows. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and completed the 10 kowtows with force. After he finished, Zhang Heng stood up before soaring into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he'd concealed himself beyond the clouds, vanishing from sight. He wasn't willing to stay for a single moment. Whereas after Zhang Heng left, the booing in the surroundings of the caged battle arena rose and fell continuously without end. I've really broadened my horizons today. When faced with the threat of death, the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate had kowtowed 10 times with great resolve. Prince Sheng's estate has really lost face greatly this time. The crowd of spectators present knew clearly that it wouldn't be long before the incident from today would spread throughout the entire imperial city. Senior brother Zheng Song, let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled to Zheng Song and brought him along to leave. This time, no one obstructed him anymore. The group of workers in the caged battle arena watched helplessly as Duan Lingtian took Zheng Song and left, and they didn't dare make a single sound. Before Duan Lingtian, their caged battle arena's strongest manager and vice manager had either died or fled. How would they dare offend Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian opened the way in the front, and Zheng Song followed closely behind with an exceedingly complicated gaze. He never imagined that not even 3 years had passed, yet the little fellow from all those years ago had already grown to such an extent, and Duan Lingtian even had an extremely formidable demon beast that seemed to be at the void initiation stage by his side. With Duan Lingtian present, why should my 7-star sword sect be worried about not rising? Zheng Song's eyes were filled with burning flames of hope. Luo Zhang and Chen Xiaoshuai followed at the very back, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Squeak squeak. After leaving the caged battle arena, the little gold mouse that was originally in high spirits suddenly lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she weakly sent a voice transmission. Big brother Lingtian, I'm going to sleep. Okay, you take a rest. Duan Lingtian replied. He knew that executing the soul skill, Soul Shaker, and combining it with the spirit sword in her hand to kill the manager of the caged battle arena had almost completely emptied the little gold mouse's spiritual force. Earlier, she'd always been forcefully holding on. After all, she still had to deter the old man that was in charge of presiding over the arena. Although the old man was inferior to the manager of the caged battle arena, but he was still a first-level void initiation stage expert. The little gold mouse that was unable to execute her soul skill wasn't a match for him. Presently, the little gold mouse's cultivation had improved a step further when compared to before and had broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. Whereas her spiritual force had followed her cultivation to break through to the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. So long as a 2nd-level void initiation stage expert wasn't an inscription master, the expert's mind would be affected by her soul skill, Soul Shaker. Earlier, if the old man that presided over the arena wasn't afraid and had directly attacked instead, it would be impossible for Little Gold to stop him. After all, Little Gold's spiritual force had already been completely used up when she executed her soul skill to deal with the manager, and she would only be able to execute Soul Shaker once more after half a month. If she didn't possess her soul skill, it would be impossible for her to be a match for a void initiation stage martial artist, even if she had a grade 4 spirit sword. So when he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt slightly fortunate. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had found an inn and let Zheng Song go wash up, whereas he instead sat chatting in the guest room of the inn with Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai. Duan Lingtian, he is. Luo Zan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. He was rather curious towards Zheng Song's identity. Up until now, he only knew that Zheng Song was a 7-star sword sect disciple. He's the son of our 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master and has always been friends with me. That day when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, I thought that he was killed by the members of the Azure Forest Tri-sect as well, yet I never imagined that I would meet him in the Imperial City. Cold lights flickered in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Now it would seem that the members of the Azure Forest Tri-sect have shamed him by making him be reduced to a slave. The Azure Forest Tri-sect has indeed slightly gone too far. Luo Zan frowned. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. I presume Zheng Song didn't have a good time during these 2 years. He's already been reduced to a slave, how could he have had a good time? Duan Lingtian said with a low voice. Those fellows have indeed gone too far. Looks like I should find a time to make a declaration and completely cast of my relations to the Azure Forest Trisect. Chen Xiaoshui grunted coldly. Although since the moment the Origin Convergence sect joined the Azure Forest Trisect, he didn't admit that he was a disciple of the Azure Forest Trisect, but there weren't many outsiders who knew this. After all, he didn't make a declaration. I wonder if there are any survivors amongst the remaining disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and his eyes emitted slight worry. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian. Before long, Zheng Song had finished washing up and came out. He wore a mask on half of his face, and it covered his slave brand. Senior brother Zheng Song, I'll help you remove the brand on your face later. I'm confident in making your face return to normal, Duan Ling Tian said to Zheng Song. Presently, he was a grade 4 alchemist, and he was able to refine many healing medicinal pills that recovered injuries of the skin, and one of the grade 4 medicinal pills amongst them was even able to allow skin to regrow flawlessly. There's no need. However, Zheng Song instead refused Duan Ling Tian's good intentions. No need. Zheng Song's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. Whereas Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshui felt that Zheng Song's reply was inconceivable. There was someone who liked living with a slave brand. There's no need for now. Zheng Song spoke with a low voice. I won't touch it before the Azure Forest Trisect is annihilated. It is my disgrace, my lifelong disgrace. I want it to always remind me to never forget to avenge the sect. Zheng Song's tone was extremely heavy, and it caused the atmosphere in the room to become oppressive. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said, when the Azure Forest Trisect is annihilated and the Seven-Star Sword sect is rebuilt, I'll help senior brother Zheng Song remove the slave brand on your face. Thank you, junior brother Duan Ling Tian. Zheng Song nodded. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian introduced Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshui to Zheng Song. Luo Zan was still fine as Zheng Song greeted him in a friendly manner, but Chen Xiaoshui. Your sword young master, a member of the Origin Convergence sect. Rage and hostility appeared on Zheng Song's face as he looked at Chen Xiaoshui. The Origin Convergence sect was one of the culprits that annihilated the Seven-Star Sword sect. Zheng Song, after the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom appeared, it meant the Origin Convergence sect didn't exist any longer, and I'm not a member of the Origin Convergence sect any longer. As for that Azure Forest Trisect, I disdain to be in their company. Chen Xiaoshui explained. Meanwhile, Zheng Song's expression eased up. Senior brother Zheng Song, how did you survive? Exactly what happened after I was sent off that day? Why did Zhao Ming betray the sect and join the Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zheng Song and asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian had too many questions in his heart towards what happened that day. That day, besides Zhao Ming, practically all the higher-ups of our Seven-Star Sword sect passed away, and not many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples remained. Although we survived, we were held captive by the Azure Forest Trisect. After an unknown amount of time, we were branded with the brand of a slave and were reduced to becoming slaves before being sent to that caged battle arena. When he spoke up to hear, Zheng Song's body started trembling, and his face held boundless rage. Besides me, the other disciples that survived were all killed in the caged battle arena. Only I survived with difficulty all the way. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and he was enraged to the extreme. He suddenly raised his hand and shattered the table by his side. The entire table split into pieces and bits of wood swirled in the air. Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Ling Tian gnashed his teeth as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Originally, after you left that day, so long as Elder Peng returned, then the experts of our Seven-Star Sword sect might not have been unable to persist until the end and have a few survivors. But because of Zhao Ming's betrayal, it caused all our Seven-Star Sword sect experts to die not long after you left. Zheng Song said in a low voice. Zhao Ming first launched a sneak attack on Elder Zan and joined forces with the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill Elder Zan. After that, he attacked the sect leader with the members of the Azure Forest Trisect and killed the sect leader. When he spoke up to hear, Zheng Song had an expression of grief and resentment. Chapter 546, Prince Sheng. What? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Elder Zan and the sect leader were both killed by the joint forces of Zhao Ming and the members of the Azure Forest Trisect. That day in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, when he saw that Zhao Ming had actually become a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, he thought that Zhao Ming had betrayed the sect after he became a captive of the Azure Forest Trisect. So, Although Zhao Ming betrayed the Seven-Star Sword sect, everyone had their own aspirations, and he didn't hate Zhao Ming because of this. But now, when he heard Zheng Song's words, his eyes went completely red. Elder Zan was the strongest sword cultivator in our Seven-Star Sword sect, and he'd comprehended the 7th-level sword concept. With his strength, if it wasn't Zhao Ming launching a sneak attack, he might have been able to survive. Zheng Song said with anger, "Elder Zan." That day when the 7-Star Sword sect met with calamity, although it was the first time he'd seen Elder Zan, it was still difficult for him to forget Elder Zan's elegant demeanor. Elder Zan went against 3 great experts of the Azure Forest Tri-sect by himself. What superb heroic spirit he had. But an old man like this that caused respect in others was sneak attacked to death by Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming. Duan Ling Tian's body lightly trembled and the killing intent in his eyes had reached the limit. He'd already made a decision in his heart. Once he possessed sufficient strength, he would surely enter the inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire and kill Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming deserved death. After catching up with Zheng Song for some time, Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells and left with Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai when it was deep in the night. Before they left, he discussed with Zheng Song that the little gold mouse would send Zheng Song back to the 7-Star Sword sect tomorrow. Although the 7-Star Sword sect didn't exist any longer, the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Shang, and the sect leader's personal disciple, Mo Yu, were both cultivating inside the stalactite cave. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, he started getting busy. He was mainly refining some medicinal pills for Zheng Song, and he'd asked Little Gold to bring it over when she went to Zheng Song tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian silently refined medicinal pills in his room all through the night. He instead didn't know that practically everyone in the academy was discussing his actions in the caged battle arena today. Duan Ling Tian is too formidable. The manager of the caged battle arena, in existence at the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage, was killed by the demon beast by his side with a single move. I truly never imagined that the little mouse by Duan Ling Tian's side that only looks like a pet mouse is actually a Void Initiation stage demon beast. So, never judge a mouse by its appearance. I heard that Duan Ling Tian even made the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate, Zhang Heng, kowtow 10 times to him before the eyes of a few tens of thousands of people. It seems that it was Zhang Heng who was being overbearing at first, and Duan Ling Tian only gave him a taste of his own medicine. He can only consider himself unfortunate for offending Duan Ling Tian. The crowd of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students were filled with adoration towards Duan Ling Tian's natural talent and strength since the beginning. Now, when they heard of Duan Ling Tian's domineering actions, they felt their blood boil. Zhang Heng, after Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, received the news, he frowned. That fellow, of all the people, he actually went and offended Duan Ling Tian. But Duan Ling Tian actually caused Prince Sheng's estate to lose face so greatly. I wonder what my imperial uncle's reaction will be. Zhang Heng was Zhang Yan's cousin brother. Duan Ling Tian, in a quiet room, a beautiful woman that seemed like she'd come from a painting sighed lightly. Brother, Duan Ling Tian is now a 4th-level void-prying stage martial artist already. Only she was within the room, and she was speaking to the air. The atmosphere in the room was slightly strange. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize this woman. It was exactly the Flute Fairy, Ziyan. Whereas Flute Fairy's muttering was precisely towards Zither Young Master who was in a faraway place. Zither Young Master had taken Duan Ling Tian to be his lifelong enemy, and it caused her, his sister, to be extremely worried. Duan Ling Tian's improvement caused her to be shocked. An entire night's time quickly passed by. Duan Ling Tian stopped refining and put away the cauldron, and then he yawned. It's almost time. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile as he looked at the numerous bottles of medicinal pills before him. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's cry sounded out in a timely manner. After resting for a night's time, the little gold mouse was refreshed. Little Gold. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and said, I'll give you a mission today. Send senior brother Zheng Song back to the stalactite cave on Megrez Peak. Remember, don't cause trouble. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had a serious expression. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was instantly slightly excited when she heard she could leave the imperial city. When he saw the little gold mouse put away the medicinal pills in the spatial collar on her neck, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Go on. Come back early. I know, big brother Ling Tian. The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission before transforming into a gold light that left the room and left the academy, and in the blink of an eye, she'd entered beyond the clouds. Whereas outside the exquisite house between the inner hall and outer hall, an old man stood there and looked at the direction the little gold mouse left. I truly never imagined that this little gold mouse by Duan Ling Tian's side is even able to kill a second-level void initiation stage martial artist. The old man was precisely the vice dean of the academy, Kai Ming. With Prince Sheng's explosive temper, he's probably already entered the palace now, right? Kai Ming muttered, yet he seemed to not be worried in the slightest. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace was extremely vast, and it couldn't be compared to the Imperial Palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Presently, in a pavilion deep within the Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes that was in a hurry stood there and said respectfully, "Imperial brother, I seek an audience." Meanwhile, a eunuch walked out from the pavilion and looked at the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes, and then he said with a light smile, "Prince Sheng, His Majesty invites you in." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Sheng, the younger brother of a different mother of the Emperor. Prince Sheng nodded and walked in with large strides. After he walked into the pavilion, a beautifully decorated great hall appeared before his eyes. Presently, at the head of the hall, a middle-aged man in imperial robes with an extremely dignified bearing sat up straight there. Behind the dignified middle-aged man was an old man with a gaunt appearance who stood there like a shadow without an expression on his face, and the old man's aura was restrained. The identity of the middle-aged man was obvious: the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Imperial brother. Prince Sheng bowed respectfully to the Emperor. Imperial brother, there's no need for formality. The Emperor raised his hand and stopped Prince Sheng, then his eyes narrowed as he asked, "Is there an important matter that made Imperial brother rush into the palace to see me early in the morning?" "Imperial brother, you have to stand up for your nephew." Prince Sheng bowed and spoke with an enraged expression. The Emperor's gaze flashed as he asked slowly, "What happened exactly?" Prince Sheng said in a low voice, "Imperial brother, a student from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy caused trouble in my caged battle arena yesterday. Not only did he allow the demon beast by his side to kill a 9th-level void prying stage revered elder of my estate, it even killed a 2nd-level void initiation stage manager of my caged battle arena. Besides that, he also made Heng kowtow 10 times to him." When he spoke up to hear, Prince Sheng spoke with righteous indignation. "Imperial brother, no matter what fault Heng has, it's still the imperial family's blood that flows within him. Not only has this caused my Prince Sheng's estate to be humiliated, it had similarly caused the imperial family to be humiliated. So, I request that Imperial brother allows me to head to the academy and look for that student to denounce his crimes." Prince Sheng spoke in a resolute voice. Something like this happened. The Emperor's brows raised when he heard this, and then he asked, "Who is the student from Dragon and Phoenix Academy?" "Imperial brother, it's precisely the survivor of the 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian." As he finished speaking, Prince Sheng spoke word by word with extreme rage. "Duan Ling Tian." The Emperor's brows raised and exuded a dignified aura. "Are you sure it's him?" "Yes." Prince Sheng nodded. "Imperial brother, if it's anyone else, I can allow you to go get even with the student. But not Duan Ling Tian." The Emperor shook his head. "No." Prince Sheng was stunned, and he revealed an expression of being not resigned. "Imperial brother, why is this?" The Emperor said indifferently, "Imperial brother, I presume you've heard of Duan Ling Tian and know of his natural talent. Presently, the selection for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is imminent, and it has extraordinary meaning to my Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." Prince Sheng took a deep breath and spoke in a clear voice. "Imperial brother, could it be that my Prince Sheng's estate has to suffer this humiliation just like that?" "Prince Sheng." The Emperor's face sank slightly when he saw Prince Sheng being overbearing, and even the way that he addressed Prince Sheng had changed. "I temporarily don't know the whole story of this matter. But I understand that son of yours, and he always causes trouble. Just drop this matter, there's no need to say anything further. You can leave now." As the Emperor finished speaking, his attitude was resolute. "Yes, Imperial brother." Presently, Prince Sheng was able to feel the Emperor's firmness, and he took a deep breath before bidding his farewell and leaving. The instant he turned around, Prince Sheng's eyes flickered with extreme cold lights. "Duan Ling Tian, you killed experts of my estate, humiliated my son, and humiliated my estate. I'll surely make you die a graceless death. Imperial brother is able to protect you for some time, but he can't protect you forever. Boundless killing intent was brewing in Prince Sheng's heart. Perhaps it's time to look for the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect for a discussion. With me coordinating with them from within, it'll surely be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. An insane thought emerged in Prince Sheng's heart, and this thought was difficult to restrain any longer. After he left the Imperial Palace, Prince Sheng left the Imperial City and headed north. In the north, the former Snow Moon sect was situated within a cluster of mountains that snowed all year long, and it was a world of ice and snow. Today, an unexpected guest had arrived at this world of ice and snow. Sect leader Shui, a sonorous voice sounded out, and it shook the cluster of mountains to the point the white snow started shaking. A figure soared into the sky. It was a middle-aged man wearing a silk headdress and holding a feathered fan. Prince Sheng, the former sect leader of Snow Moon sect, Shui Rui, who was currently one of the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, saw the unexpected guest before him and was slightly surprised. Prince Sheng, Zhang Sheng, the younger brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, always had no relationship with him, and Prince Sheng coming to visit today was surprising to him. Sect leader Shui, aren't you going to invite me in? Zhang Sheng asked. Prince Sheng, please come in. Shui Rui lightly smiled as he invited Zhang Sheng in. Chapter 547. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill. The great hall that was suffused with warm air when compared with the icy cold world outside the hall was entirely like two extreme opposites. Presently, Shui Rui and Zhang Sheng sat facing each other within the great hall. Prince Sheng, did you make a special trip to see me? Shui Rui went straight to the point. Exactly. Zhang Sheng nodded, and flames of rage leapt about in his eyes as he said with a low voice, Sect Master Shui, I'll go straight to the point. I came to look for you this time mainly because I want to cooperate with your Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Cooperate? Shui Rui was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. Prince Sheng, according to my knowledge, our Azure Forest Tri-Sect has never had a relationship with your Prince Sheng's estate, so what cooperation are you speaking about? Sect leader Shui, I want to cooperate with your Azure Forest Tri-Sect in coordination from both the inside and the outside to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhang Sheng spoke word by word. Zhang Sheng's words caused Shui Rui's eyes to slightly squint. Prince Sheng, according to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian is a student of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, and to a certain extent, he's protected by your imperial family. Exactly. Zhang Sheng nodded as a trace of killing intent flashed within his eyes. It's precisely because that imperial brother of mine is protecting him that I thought of cooperating with your Azure Forest Tri-Sect to kill him. I wonder how Duan Lingtian ignorantly offend Prince Sheng. Shui Rui asked with interest. Zhang Sheng spoke of the sequence of events with rage. The mouse-type demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side is able to kill a second-level void parting stage martial artist. Shui Rui's brows raised. Prince Sheng, do you know the exact cultivation of that demon beast? I don't know that. Zhang Sheng shook his head, then he seemed to have thought of something and asked. Sect leader Shui, according to my knowledge, your Azure Forest Tri-Sect ought to wish for nothing more than to kill that Duan Lingtian and celebrate after. Yet I wonder why he's still living until today. With Duan Lingtian's natural talent, there might not be anyone who's a match for him in the Azure Forest Tri-Sect after 10 years. As he finished speaking, Zhang Sheng's eyes flickered with a bright light. This was something he was unable to wrap his head around all along. If he was a sect leader of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, once he found out that Duan Lingtian was at the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, he would surely spare no cost in killing Duan Lingtian. The threat Duan Lingtian posed was too great. Prince Sheng, I won't hide the truth from you. Almost 1 year ago, our Azure Forest Tri-Sect took action against Duan Lingtian. Flowing lights flickered within Shui Rui's eyes as he said slowly, at that time, our Azure Forest Tri-Sect had sent out 2 6th-level Void Initiation Stage Guardian Elders to head to the Imperial City and await an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. However, those 2 Guardian Elders instead vanished into thin air, and it was as if they'd evaporated from the world. It's precisely because of this that our Azure Forest Tri-Sect didn't dare rashly make another move. Shui Rui finished speaking in one go. When he spoke up to hear, Shui Rui's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Besides that, his personal disciple, Lu Yu, had now vanished without a trace. According to his guess, his disciple had probably met with disaster. What? Zhang Sheng's face went gloomy. 2 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts vanished without a trace. Could it be that it was done by the demon beast by Duan Ling Tian's side? Probably not. Shui Rui shook his head. If the demon beast by Duan Ling Tian's side had the strength to kill 2 6th-level void initiation stage experts, do you think he wouldn't come take revenge on our Azure Forest Tri-sect for the 7-star sword sect? Zhang Sheng came to a sudden understanding. Indeed, if the demon beast by Duan Ling Tian's side had the strength to kill 2 6th-level void initiation stage experts, Duan Ling Tian would surely not let the Azure Forest Tri-sect off. Could it be that until your Azure Forest Tri-sect finds those 2 guardian elders, your sect won't make a move against Duan Ling Tian? Zhang Sheng spoke out and guessed. According to my conjecture, perhaps the 2 guardian elders have temporarily concealed themselves because of something, and it's impossible for it to be related to Duan Ling Tian. I think so too, but the other 2 sect leaders instead advocate being on the safe side, said Shui Rui. Being on the safe side is indeed a necessity, but the act of letting Duan Ling Tian grow is inadvisable, said Zhang Sheng. Prince Sheng, you said earlier that you wanted to cooperate with us by coordinating from both the inside and the outside to deal with Duan Ling Tian. I presume you have a mature idea, and I'm willing to listen to the details. Shui Rui asked Zhang Sheng. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know that a great scheme was sneaking towards him now. Presently, he was silently cultivating in the academy as he waited for the arrival of the genius competition that was half a month away. The genius competition would decide the stronger 5 people in the end, and these 5 people would acquire the 5 spots to head to the Darkstone Empire. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it wasn't difficult to seize one of the 5 spots, but Duan Ling Tian's target now wasn't the spot from the genius competition. Obtaining that spot was without suspense to him, and he'd never even thought about it. His current target was to break through to the void initiation stage as soon as possible. At that time, he would be able to open the Sword Monarch's treasure with the other owners of the 8 Jade Swords. The Sword Monarch's treasure was a treasure left behind by a sword-cultivating martial monarch, and there might be things that are useful to him within it. Unfortunately, although the rebirth pill could be called heaven-defying, and is able to greatly improve my cultivation, I only have a core medicinal catalyst. Duan Ling Tian sighed. The most important material of the rebirth pill was the blood of a scarlet phoenix. However, besides the core medicinal catalyst, the blood of a scarlet phoenix, the rebirth pill still required another 2 more secondary medicinal catalysts. Although those 2 secondary medicinal catalysts couldn't be considered to be rare in the foreign lands, they'd be extremely difficult to come by in the territory of the Darken Dynasty. All those years ago, after the rebirth martial emperor consumed the rebirth pill, he'd experienced many years before completely absorbing the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill and breaking through from the 1st level of the martial emperor stage to the 4th level of the martial emperor stage in one go, and he crushed all the other martial emperors on Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian shuddered with fear when he thought of the terrifying medicinal strength contained within the rebirth pill. That medicinal strength could be called heaven-defying. Most importantly, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was extremely gentle. A human or demon beast of any cultivation was able to consume it. I can only wait until I arrive at the Darkstone Empire, then go look for it at the Darken Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. The other medicinal materials weren't anything great, as he'd already obtained the Scarlet Phoenix blood that was the most difficult to obtain, and he only lacked the 2 secondary medicinal catalysts. So long as he obtained those 2 types of secondary medicinal catalysts, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. Now, Duan Ling Tian only hoped that he would be able to find those 2 medicinal materials in the Darken Dynasty. Perhaps I can ask City Governor Feng for help after I arrive at the Darken Dynasty. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall Feng Wudao and the others he'd gotten acquainted with in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City all those years ago. Feng Wudao had said that Duan Ling Tian could go to the Feng clan to look for him once Duan Ling Tian had arrived in the Darken Dynasty in the future. Also, Tian Wu. She's a step closer to the age of 30 now. I hope that I'm able to find a way to help her before she's 30 years old. Feng Tianwu possessed the rare fire spirit body. If there was no way to deal with it before she became 30, then Feng Tianwu would surely explode from the pent-up energy in her body. Although the relationship between him and Feng Tianwu hadn't advanced to the extent of being love between man and woman, he always felt tender and protective towards that beautiful and warm young woman. If it was possible, Duan Ling Tian wasn't willing to see her pass away like this. During this period of time, Little Gold had sent Zheng Song to the stalactite cave on Megrez Peak and returned. Today, early in the morning after breakfast, the group of Dragon and Phoenix Academy students were all gathered together. Everyone, from today onwards, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy will be dissolved. All of you can return to the powers you belong to. Tomorrow, all of you can rely on the Dragon and Phoenix Academy student command token in your possessions to lead the seniors from the powers. All of you are from into the Imperial Palace to watch the genius competition. At that time, there will be someone to gather the command tokens in your possessions. Now, everyone can disperse. The Vice Dean, Kai Ming, spoke slowly. Instantly, the students present went silent. Especially some of the outer hall students, as they'd sown deep friendship between each other, and after today, all of them would go their separate ways. All of them felt unwilling. However, all good things must come to an end, and no matter how unwilling they were, they had to leave in the end. Vice Dean Kai, farewell. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Kai Ming, and then he turned around to leave with Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai. See you tomorrow. Kai Ming's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears as well. After Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 left, the group of academy students left successively. Zi Yan, Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan, thickened his face and followed behind Flute Fairy, Zi Yan. Zhang Yan, I'm warning you, don't follow me anymore. Flute Fairy's slanted brows tilted up, and she was like a female tiger that was demonstrating her might. But Zhang Yan utterly didn't allow himself to be pushed away. Perhaps, so long as Flute Fairy didn't get married, he wouldn't give up on chasing after Flute Fairy. After Duan Ling Tian, Luo Zan, and Chen Xiaoshuai left the academy, they went to have a meal together. After the meal, Duan Ling Tian, want to go to the spring night house with me? Chen Xiaoshuai looked at Duan Ling Tian with a dubious expression. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and his tone was resolute and decisive. Chen Xiaoshuai shook his head, then he glanced at Duan Ling Tian before looking in at Luo Zan, and he sighed. Truly boring. Sometime I even have doubts about whether you're interested in women. Sword Young Master, I'm more interested in sparring with you. Duan Ling Tian spoke word by word. Exactly, I'm interested in sparring with you, Sword Young Master, as well. Luo Zan looked at Chen Xiaoshuai, and the battle intent in his eyes surged. Chen Xiaoshuai rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan. I can't be bothered with the two of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly leapt out of the window and left to the spring night house to have fun. Whereas after Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan finished eating, they left the restaurant and headed to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. The Weapons Craftsman Guild had a total of 5 floors. The first floor was the main hall to publish and accept assignments. The second floor was the place to rest and verify the grade of a weapons craftsman and to distribute the weapons craftsman badge. The third floor was the weapons refinement room that was exclusive to the guild master, Luo Rong. The fourth floor was the place of rest for the workers of the Weapons Craftsman Guild. The fifth floor was Luo Rong's residence. When he heard that Duan Ling Tian wanted to stay for a night, Luo Rong instantly instructed the workers to tidy up a room in the fifth floor for Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to be Luo Rong's teacher, in Luo Rong's heart, he'd already taken Duan Ling Tian to be his teacher since long ago. Chapter 548, Sun Rui. Dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan left the Weapons Craftsman Guild and entered into a carriage. Another person followed by their side, the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild, Luo Rong. In the carriage, Duan Ling Tian sat a lot at one side, whereas Luo Rong and Luo Zan sat together at the other side. Because of Luo Rong's presence, Luo Zan didn't dare be as casual as he normally was. Squeak squeak. For a time, only the little gold mouse's cries remained within the carriage. Luo Rong's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. He's heard of the incident that occurred in the caged battle arena half a month ago, and he knew that this was a demon beast that was able to kill a second-level void initiation stage martial artist. Master, this demon beast by your side seems to not be a goldfur mouse. Luo Rong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked respectfully. Of course it isn't a goldfur mouse. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then said, have you seen a goldfur mouse step into the void initiation stage? Luo Rong smiled with slight embarrassment. Duan Ling Tian, what demon beast is Little Gold? Luo Zan curiously asked Duan Ling Tian. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he spoke. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Although Duan Ling Tian had spoken of the origins of the little gold mouse, Luo Rong and Luo Zan had obviously not heard of it. Although I don't know what demon beast a jade-eyed heavenly mouse is, just from this domineering name, it's surely not an ordinary demon beast. Luo Zan sighed. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder as she complacently nodded to Luo Zhan. It was as if she was saying, "At least you're insightful." It wasn't long before the carriage stopped, as they'd arrived at the imperial palace. Duan Ling Tian walked down from the carriage, and he was absent-minded for a moment as he looked at the grand and magnificent imperial palace. Before the imperial palace of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the imperial palace of the Crimson Sky Kingdom seemed to be slightly not grand enough. Meanwhile, Luo Zhan and Luo Rong had successively descended from the carriage. Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were many students of Dragon and Phoenix Academy in the distance who were heading towards the entrance of the imperial palace with their seniors. After they passed over their command tokens and registered themselves, they were able to bring others with them into the imperial palace. "Let's go over," Luo Zhan called out to Duan Ling Tian and Luo Rong. Duan Ling Tian nodded and walked over with large strides. When he arrived at the entrance to the imperial palace, his footsteps had stopped, because three figures that were moving towards the imperial palace from the distance had attracted his gaze. Luo Rong and Luo Zhan noticed something was off with Duan Ling Tian, and Luo Zhan asked, "Duan Ling Tian, what are you looking at?" Chai Jin. At the same time, Luo Zhan looked over to the place Duan Ling Tian was looking at. At that place, three black-colored figures were walking over with large strides. Chai Jin, who wore black clothes, was walking together with a middle-aged man who wore black clothes and had a hideous appearance, and in front of them was a black-clothed old man. Chai Jin and the middle-aged man by his side were respectful and reverent to the old man. Members of the Black Fiend sect. Luo Zhan knew Chai Jin's background, but he was extremely curious why Duan Ling Tian would lose his composure because of Chai Jin. Logically speaking, Chai Jin didn't have the ability to make Duan Ling Tian lose his composure like this. He vaguely guessed that there surely was some secrets hidden within. Luo Rong's gaze descended onto the black-clothed middle-aged man. He was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian's gaze had descended onto this person. "Let's go in." Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian spoke, and then he led the way towards the imperial palace. Luo Rong and Luo Zhan glanced at each other before following after. After Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zhan handed over their student command token, they started the registration. Duan Ling Tian, Luo Zhan. The person in charge of registration looked at Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zhan with a gaze filled with reverence. Duan Ling Tian's group of three entered the imperial palace and followed along the stream of people to arrive before a vast drill ground. "This is the place the imperial army normally carries out their drills," said Luo Zhan to Duan Ling Tian. "Looks like the genius competition will be held in the drill grounds." Meanwhile, the people that arrived at the drill grounds grew more and more. "Duan Ling Tian, Luo Zhan, you two are really early." Even Sword Young Master had arrived. But he came alone. He only noticed the nearby Luo Rong after he arrived before Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zhan, and he hurriedly smiled and bowed. "Greetings, Guild Master Luo. Sword Young Master, I hope you've been well." Luo Rong nodded to Chen Xiaoshuai, and he obviously knew Chen Xiaoshuai well. "Guild Master Luo, you know as well that since that old goat passed away, there's no one to supervise me anymore. I've lived these past few years extremely freely." Chen Xiaoshuai smiled. He naturally knew who the old goat Sword Young Master spoke of was. It was Sword Young Master's master, the former guardian elder of the Origin Convergence sect, and it was precisely him who had tricked Sword Young Master to join the Origin Convergence sect. But that guardian elder had died because of chi deviation later on. Since then, Sword Young Master had been lingering in the places of pleasure in the Imperial City all day long. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern, Sword Young Master still had some feelings towards that guardian elder of the former Origin Convergence sect. Not long after, the people at the drill grounds grew more and more, and many people took the initiative to come over and greet Duan Ling Tian, Luo Zhan, and Chen Xiaoshuai. Almost all these people were students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy and the seniors from the powers they belonged to. As expected for the number one genius of the former Seven-Star Sword sect, no matter where young Master Ling Tian goes, you're able to display extraordinary talents. Young Master Ling Tian, if you're free in the future, you can pay a visit to our clan, and we'll surely treat young Master Ling Tian as a distinguished guest. The reputation of crazy young master has been like thunder reverberating in my ears since long ago, and now that I've met you today, you live up to your reputation. Sword Young Master, I heard that your sword is swift like a bolt of lightning. It's impossible for this useless son of mine to compare with Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master, if you're free, I would like to spar with Sword Young Master. Waves of flattery entered into the ears of Duan Ling Tian's group of three. The three of them lightly smiled and replied one by one. It wasn't long before almost all the students of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy had gathered here, and amongst them was no lack of Z clan members that were following Flute Fairy. Z Yan, the flame young master, Zhang Yan, was chatting passionately with the higher-ups of the Z clan that were by Flute Fairy's side, yet his gaze never left Flute Fairy from the beginning until the end. He's truly in deep love. Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed two figures that flashed over from the high above in the distant sky. One of them was the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's vice dean, Kai Ming. As for the other old man, he'd never seen the old man before. He should be one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw Kai Ming chatting and laughing with the old man. HMPH. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed a cold gaze descend onto him. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed a familiar figure, Zhang Heng, the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate. Presently, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes followed by Zhang Heng's side. The middle-aged man had an imposing appearance, and people that wanted to curry favor with him stood all around him. He's Prince Sheng. Luo Rong's voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear. It's almost time, Duan Ling Tian muttered, and then his gaze descended into the distance. At that place stood 3 people in black clothes, the members of the Black Fiend sect. Right at this moment, all the members of the Black Fiend sect including Chai Jin noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Chai Jing's face sank, and he said a few words to the old man and middle-aged man by his side. These words caused the both of them to reveal surprised expressions. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian snorted in a low voice, and coldness appeared in his eyes. Then he brought along the little gold mouse as he walked over in large strides. Duan Ling Tian's actions shocked Chai Jin. What does Duan Ling Tian want to do? Chai Jin asked himself. Although he wished for nothing more than to completely return all the humiliation Duan Ling Tian gave him that day, because of the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian that grew larger and larger, it caused him to practically give up this thought. He knew that he was utterly not on the same level as Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he noticed that there was actually ghastly icy coldness flickering within Duan Ling Tian's gaze now. This caused his heart to jump. In next to no time, Chai Jin noticed that Duan Ling Tian's gaze wasn't on him, but was instead on the person by his side. Senior brother, you know Duan Ling Tian. Chai Jin looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man with a hideous appearance by his side, and he asked curiously. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian then shook his head. No, something's not right. Why do I feel that he's coming for you, senior brother? Chai Jin's face went grim. Whereas at this moment, within the world in the eyes of Duan Ling Tian who walked out in large strides, it seemed as if only the black-clothed middle-aged man remained there. This black-clothed middle-aged man with a hideous appearance was someone Duan Ling Tian was unable to forget in his entire life. 8 years ago, in the misty forest of Aurora City, the person from the Black Fiend sect that had used his formidable imposing manner to suppress Duan Ling Tian and humiliate Duan Ling Tian was precisely this person. Kid, remembers, you're only an ant before me. If I want to kill you, it's no different than stomping an ant to death. I disdain to kill you. Now, Duan Ling Tian still remembered what this person had said to him on that day. At that moment, it was as if he was able to survive because of that person's disdain. Sun Rui. Duan Ling Tian arrived before the 3 members of the Black Fiend sect, and his gaze stared fixedly at the black-clothed middle-aged man as he spoke slowly. Sun Rui. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Chai Jin's pupils constricted, and he looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man by his side with a bewildered expression. Duan Ling Tian even knows senior brother's name, how can senior brother not know Duan Ling Tian? You know me. Sun Rui frowned as he sized up the violet-clothed young man before him. Yet he didn't have any impression. Presently, he'd found out of the identity of the person before him from his junior brother, Chai Jin. This person was the #1 genius of the former 7-Star Sword sect, and had crushed all the figures that were called the 5 young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He'd heard of Duan Ling Tian, but he could be certain that he ought to have had no interaction with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to forget a genius martial artist like this. Hey! Duan Ling Tian noticed the confusion in Sun Rui's eyes, and he suddenly started laughing. Right, before the high and mighty you from before, I was only a lowly ant that could be overlooked. It isn't surprising that you don't remember me. Duan Ling Tian's voice contained slight ridicule mixed within. Duan Ling Tian didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and he'd even faintly spread his voice out with origin energy, causing it to spread throughout the entire drill grounds. Chapter 549, Don't Bully the Young for Being Weak, lowly. Ant, he said that about Duan Ling Tian. When the crowd on the drill grounds heard Duan Ling Tian's words, they were all dumbstruck. In next to no time, everyone recovered from their senses and surrounded them. Luo Rong, Luo Zan, and Chen Xiaoshui occupied the foremost position and stood behind Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, what's going on? Luo Zan frowned, and he looked with hostility towards the three people from the Black Fiend sect. It's nothing, I'm just meeting an old friend. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But no one believed Duan Ling Tian's words at this moment. This is meeting an old friend. It looks more like Duan Ling Tian has gone to denounce his crimes. I've heard my disciple, Chai Jin, mention you before, you're Duan Ling Tian. I wonder how his eldest disciple, Sun Rui, has offended you. The old man in black clothes possessed a conspicuous hawk nose, and his voice was hoarse to the point it caused coldness to emerge in one's heart. But Duan Ling Tian instead disregarded the old man and stared at Sun Rui. Duan Ling Tian, my master is talking to you. Don't go too far. When Chai Jin saw Duan Ling Tian disregard his master, he instantly burst into rage. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian didn't spare him a glance at all. What exactly do you want to do? Sun Rui's face sank as he glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian. What I want to do? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. A high and mighty void prying stage expert of the Black Fiend sect. What can a lowly ant like me do before a noble person like you? Yet your words are slightly laughable. What do you mean by this? We're complete strangers, so why are you going against me? Sun Rui spoke in a low voice, and his hideous features became slightly savage. Going against you? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was instantly withdrawn, and he said with a low voice. You said I'm going against you. Is a person like you worthy of it? Duan Ling Tian practically spoke word by word. Duan Ling Tian suddenly turning hostile was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. All the people present were in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be extremely hostile towards this person from the Black Fiend sect. Isn't this the Black Fiend sect elder, Sun Rui? And isn't that old man the Black Fiend sect supreme elder, Chu Cheng? This Chu Cheng seems to also be the master of Sun Rui. When did this members of the Black Fiend sect offend Duan Ling Tian? They're really ignorant. Right at this moment, 2 howls of the wind sounded out from the sky, and it successfully moved the attention of everyone present. It was precisely Kai Ming and the other revered elder of the imperial family. After the people present who knew Kai Ming and the old man greeted them respectfully, they withdrew their gazes and once again looked at Sun Rui and Duan Ling Tian with interest. They were able to perceive that the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Sun Rui would be triggered at any moment. Kai Ming noticed the atmosphere was off as well, and he asked Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian, you have a conflict with these members of the Black Fiend sect. Do you need my help? Kai Ming was a revered elder of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and he was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Presently, his strength was even more shocking after he possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon, and he could be considered to be the number 2 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. The number 1 expert was that 7th level Void Initiation stage expert that rarely showed himself. That expert was also called the number 1 expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it wasn't for the imperial family facing a disaster, or perhaps a top expert had arrived at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, otherwise, that person had already not shown himself for many years. Normally, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family was managed by the current emperor and the 5 great revered elders. Kai Ming was one of these 5 revered elders. It's just a small matter, and I won't trouble Vice Dean Kai for it. Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission politely declined Kai Ming's good intentions. Is a person like you worthy of it? Duan Ling Tian's words caused Sun Rui's face to go gloomy, and he said with a low voice, Duan Ling Tian, it's the first time that I've met you. Why are you being so overbearing? The first time. Sun Rui's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from roaring with laughter. He laughed to the point the surrounding spectators were stunned. Many people thought to themselves. Finally, Duan Ling Tian restrained his laughter and cold lights flickered within his eyes as he spoke word by word. High and mighty void prying stage expert of the Black Fiend sect, do you remember 8 years ago, at a forest that is twined in mist all year long at the south of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Sun Rui frowned as he thought back into the past. In the end, he recalled it. 8 years ago, he'd indeed gone to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At that time, he's received the orders of the sect leader to chase and kill the survivor of the Boundless sect and seize the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. But unfortunately, he'd failed that mission. A forest that's twined in mist all year long. Sun Rui thought back into the past, and for a time, he was unable to recall it. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian continued. Do you remember the pair of youth and young girl you encountered in that forest? Do you remember what kind of gaze you used to be disrespectful to that young girl? Do you remember how you used the origin energy at the void prying stage to condense your voice and injure and humiliate that youth? Duan Ling Tian spoke 3 sentences successively. If you've forgotten all this, then do you still remember what you said to that youth? Duan Ling Tian stared at Sun Rui, and his gaze suddenly became fierce. Kid, remember, you're an ant before me. If I want to kill you, it's no different than stomping an ant to death. I disdain to kill you. Duan Ling Tian spoke word for word and slowly spoke out the words that Sun Rui said to him all those years ago. The surrounding crowd of spectators went into an uproar once again. Now, they could be considered to have understood what exactly was going on. So it turned out that this Black Fiend sect Sun Rui had humiliated Duan Ling Tian 8 years ago. Moreover, he'd called Duan Ling Tian an ant and trampled on Duan Ling Tian's pride without restraint. In this world where the strong were respected, to a certain extent, pride was more important than one's life. If one person doesn't even have pride, then that person was as good as dead. Now, they could understand Duan Ling Tian's feelings. 8 years. That was a humiliation that pressed down on Duan Ling Tian's heart for 8 years. How many 8 years can one have in one's life? They could imagine that during these 8 years, Duan Ling Tian would surely be extremely ashamed and resentful every time he thought of this. This Sun Rui is really unfortunate. The seed of disaster that he planted 8 years ago has come to get even with him today. As the saying goes, life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the young for being weak. The youth from 8 years ago has already grown up now, and he's able to use his strength to refute the humiliation Sun Rui gave him all those years ago. This Sun Rui probably never dreamt that the youth he looked upon as an ant and even disdained to kill all those years ago would be able to grow to such an extent now. The surrounding crowd of spectators let out a wave of emotional sighs, and they all felt that Sun Rui was too lucky, but not everyone was able to bear this luck. You. Sun Rui shuddered when he was reminded by Duan Ling Tian in this way. His pupils constricted when he reacted, and it was as if he'd seen a ghost. You're that violet-clothed youth from all those years ago. Duan Ling Tian didn't answer Sun Rui. His gaze gradually became cold as killing intent flickered within. The humiliation Sun Rui gave him all those years ago was one of the sources of motivation that urged him to cultivate bitterly all these years. He's cultivated bitterly like that because he had the thoughts of looking for Sun Rui and washing away the humiliation from before. Today, he finally had the strength to do it. Sun Rui knew that this was Duan Ling Tian tacitly admitting it, and coldness couldn't help but emerge in his heart. Being reminded step by step by Duan Ling Tian allowed him to extremely easily recall the scene from all those years ago. At that time, he and another elder of the Black Fiend sect chased after the young sect leader of the Boundless sect into the forest that was twined by mist. In the forest, he'd encountered an extremely beautiful young girl and an arrogant and unyielding youth. At that time, he'd only taken a few extra glances at the youth girl when the youth stood out and blocked before the young girl, and had even blocked his gaze. The actions of the youth infuriated him. He's only casually condensed his origin energy into sound and grunted coldly, and it had injured the youth. As far as he was concerned, a youth from a remote little kingdom was only an ant and was not worth mentioning. At that time, he even disdained to kill the youth, and he'd quickly forgotten that incident. However, never had he imagined that the youth that was like an ant in his eyes, and he'd even disdained to kill all those years ago would actually grow to such an extent now. The monstrous genius that could be said to be unprecedented in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he knew earlier that this day would come, he would absolutely not have let Duan Ling Tian off that day. He could imagine that if he'd killed the youth that day, everything at this moment wouldn't happen. Earlier, he'd acquired a great deal of understanding towards the violet-clothed youth before him, Duan Ling Tian, from his junior brother, Chai Jin. He knew that Duan Ling Tian was extremely young and his cultivation had stepped into the 4th level of the void prying stage. Not only that, that little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder was even a formidable demon beast that was able to kill a second-level void initiation stage expert. He wasn't afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian had comprehended two types of half-step advanced force, as far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for him, a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. Whereas what he was afraid of now was instead the little gold mouse by Duan Ling Tian's side. This little gold mouse was able to kill a second-level void initiation stage martial artist. In other words, the strength of the little gold mouse was even on par with his master, the Black Fiend Sect's Supreme Elder. Duan Ling Tian, what do you want now? Sun Rui took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. What I want? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. It's naturally to kill you, trample on you, and make you my stepping stone. During these past 8 years, Sun Rui had always been a thorn in his heart. Only by completely removing it by the roots would his resentment of these 8 years dissipate. Duan Ling Tian's voice was extremely flat, yet the killing intent within it caused a chill to run down one's spine. Many people mourned silently for Sun Rui. Not to mention the network of relationships Duan Ling Tian possessed, like crazy young master, Luo Zan, and the background behind Luo Zan. Just that mouse-type demon beast by Duan Ling Tian's side was sufficient to crush the entire Black Fiend sect. The Black Fiend sect only had 3 void initiation stage experts, and the strongest of them all was the Black Fiend sect's Supreme Elder, Chu Cheng, who stood by Sun Rui's side and was a second-level void initiation stage martial artist. Chapter 550, Going Up Against Sun Rui. Duan Ling Tian had only just finished speaking when Sun Rui's face went gloomy. Chai Jin's face went gloomy as well, and he said angrily, Duan Ling Tian, my senior brother spared your life that day, but not only do you not try to repay his kindness, you return kindness with hatred. Spared my life, return kindness with hatred. Chai Jin's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from being stunned, and he couldn't help but start laughing. The surrounding crowd of spectators shot their gazes at Chai Jin, and it was as if they were looking at an idiot. Duan Ling Tian had clearly spoke of the matter between himself and Sun Rui earlier. It was obviously Sun Rui who'd relied on his formidable strength to use his power to bully Duan Ling Tian, and after he humiliated Duan Ling Tian many times, he disdained to kill Duan Ling Tian. What did this have to do with returning kindness with hatred? Chai Jin. Duan Ling Tian's fierce gaze stared at Chia Jin as he said with a cold voice. Then I'll break off your limbs for no reason now, and leave you with your life. When you're lying on the bed in the future, would you also be grateful to me, then thank me for showing mercy today and sparing your life? Duan Ling Tian asked word by word. Chai Jin instantly felt suffocated, and his face flushed red when he heard this, yet he was at a loss for what to say. If something like that really happened, would he be grateful to Duan Ling Tian? He would only hate Duan Ling Tian to the bone. When he saw Chai Jin shut up, Duan Ling Tian's gaze that was covered in killing intent once again descended onto Sun Rui, and it was filled with viciousness. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, the black-clothed old man by Sun Rui's side, the supreme elder of the Black Fiend sect, Chu Cheng, spoke out. The incident from all those years is because of the failure of mine as a teacher. I hope that you can give me face and spare my good-for-nothing disciple. Due to the fear of the network of relationships Duan Ling Tian possessed, and for fear of the terrifying strength of the little gold mouse by Duan Ling Tian's side, Chu Cheng had admitted his mistakes, right when everyone was curious if Duan Ling Tian would give Chu Cheng face. Give you face. Duan Ling Tian sized Chu Cheng up, and under the gazes of anticipation from the surrounding crowd of spectators, he said slowly, Do I know you? Why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? Duan Ling Tian's words caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to be stunned. These words are too vicious, right? You. Whereas Chu Cheng was instead to the point his face flushed red, and his eyes almost stared out of his sockets as his body trembled. As the supreme elder of the Black Fiend sect, an existence at the second level of the void initiation stage, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Duan Ling Tian, you dare humiliate my master. Chai Jin was an impetuous young man after all, and his figure flashed out to pounce towards Duan Ling Tian. Fuck off. But he hadn't even gotten close to Duan Ling Tian when he was kicked flying by Luo Zan and crashed onto the ground. You dare touch my disciple? Chu Cheng's face went grim, and his fierce eyes that shot at Luo Zan was covered in killing intent. The imposing manner of a void initiation stage expert swept out to press onto Luo Zan's body, causing Luo Zan's face to go grim. Right at this moment, So long as they knew Luo Zan, the surrounding spectators looked at Chu Cheng as if they were looking at an idiot. They knew that Chu Cheng was about to suffer. Was crazy young master, Luo Zan, someone he could bully? Right at this moment, a cold grunt that was ear-deafening sounded out abruptly, and it shook most of the people present to the point their vital energy and blood roiled. You dare touch my grandson? Subsequently, most of the people present felt a strong wind blow by, blowing to the point their faces ached. Accompanying an enormous bang, the Black Fiend sect's supreme elder, Chu Cheng, who was still using his imposing manner to bully others a moment ago, flew out like an arrow that had left the bow and fiercely collided onto a nearby stone steel. The stone steel broke into pieces, and it was on the verge of collapse. Whereas Chu Cheng's face was pale like a sheet as he successively spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After he consumed a healing medicinal pill, he was barely able to stand up. But his body that stood up was still shaky and unsteady. His gaze descended onto the old man in the distance that had attacked him, and there was slight terror in his eyes. You, who are you? You're not worthy to know my name. The old man glanced at Chu Cheng in disdain, then turned around and returned to Luo Zan's side. Luo Rong, you've come as well. Right at this moment, Kai Ming, who stood in the sky, seemed as if he'd discovered a new continent, and he descended at the side of the old man. Luo Rong. As soon as Kai Ming spoke, it caused Chu Cheng to be completely dumbstruck. Luo Rong, the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. Chu Cheng was greatly shocked in his heart. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Luo Zan. That young man is the top-ranked figure amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, crazy young master. Chu Cheng's face was covered in a bitter expression. If he knew that this was the crazy young master, Luo Zan, then no matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare use his imposing manner to bully Luo Zan. The members of the Black Fiend sect are truly formidable. Yea, like master like disciple. I can be considered to have comprehended the essence of these words. The elder offended Duan Ling Tian, the young offended crazy young master, and the old is even more formidable. He directly offended Guild Master Luo. Guild Master Luo is in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Supposedly, in terms of strength, he even isn't inferior to any one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family. The crowd of surrounding spectators sighed with emotion. When the 3 people from the Black Fiend sect heard this, it caused their expressions to go unsightly. Especially Chia Jing and Chu Cheng, who were already injured. They were even angered to the point they spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Ling Tian, when he saw his master being injured, Sun Rui knew that there was nothing his side could do about the situation now. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a cold voice, "You've said repeatedly that you want to kill me, you want to trample on me under your feet, and you want to make me your stepping stone. Do you dare to battle me without drawing on the assistance from the strength of others and prove that you're able to trample on me beneath your feet? If you don't dare, then you're still the ant from all those years ago to me." Sun Rui's words were filled with ridicule. At this moment, all the people present were able to perceive that Sun Rui was prodding Duan Ling Tian into action by means of ridicule. He wanted to enrage Duan Ling Tian, cause Duan Ling Tian to become rash and really intend to fight him by all alone. And Duan Ling Tian started laughing. "Sun Rui, do you think that I don't dare fight you by myself?" HMPH. Sun Rui grunted coldly. "Could it be that you dare? Since you want me to personally fight you, then I'll fulfill your wish. Little Gold, go to Luo Zan." Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression. Sun Rui was wildly delighted when he heard Duan Ling Tian agree. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Ling Tian agreed was because Duan Ling Tian didn't know of his cultivation. Otherwise, it was impossible that Duan Ling Tian would agree. He was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Prying stage. When they saw Duan Ling Tian falling to Sun Rui's prodding, many people shook their heads and sighed. Duan Ling Tian is too rash. Since Sun Rui dares to challenge him, Sun Rui naturally knows of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Exactly, Sun Rui knows of Duan Ling Tian's strength, whereas Duan Ling Tian doesn't know anything about Sun Rui's strength. Duan Ling Tian is probably going to take beating in this battle. Sun Rui is surely confident, and that's why he prodded Duan Ling Tian into fighting him. The surrounding crowd whispered in discussion. Many people shook their heads as they sighed, and they felt that Duan Ling Tian was too rash. Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, numerous voice transmissions that were filled with concern entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Most of them were persuading Duan Ling Tian, and the owners of these voice transmissions were respectively from Luo Rong, Luo Zan, Kai Ming, and Chen Xiaoshuai. As for the content of the voice transmissions, it was none other than saying that he didn't know Sun Rui's cultivation, whereas Sun Rui knew his cultivation, and he was at a disadvantage. Duan Ling Tian snickered in his heart towards this. He didn't know Sun Rui's cultivation. When he glanced at Sun Rui the first time outside the imperial palace, he'd relied on his acute spiritual force and the lifetime worth of experience of the rebirth martial emperor to confirm Sun Rui's cultivation. Sun Rui was at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Besides that, because Sun Rui didn't notice in the slightest that he'd used his spiritual force to detect Sun Rui's cultivation, Duan Ling Tian could conclude that Sun Rui wasn't an inscription master. Courting death. When there were worried about Duan Ling Tian, there naturally were people that wished for nothing more than for Duan Ling Tian to be killed by Sun Rui. Like Prince Sheng and his son, Zhang Heng. Now their gazes contained pleasure towards Duan Ling Tian's misfortune mixed within. Senior brother, Duan Ling Tian had once humiliated me many times. Since he's conceded to the point of daring to battle you by himself this time, you must avenge me. After Chai Jin consumed a healing medicinal pill, he hurriedly supported his master, Chu Cheng, and at the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Sun Rui. Don't worry junior brother, I'll surely make Duan Ling Tian die a graveless death. Not only can I take revenge for you, I can also get rid of a great calamity. Sun Rui looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with insane killing intent. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent caused him to feel terrified. That weak youth from 8 years ago had already possessed a cultivation that was catching up to him 8 years later. Now, he felt slightly fortunate. Fortunate that he'd encountered Duan Ling Tian now. Otherwise, if another few years passed, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Duan Ling Tian. No one had imagined that the genius competition held by the imperial family hadn't even started, yet there would be such a brilliant battle on the drill grounds. Duan Ling Tian versus Sun Rui. One was a peerless genius who had become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the recent years. The other was an elder of the Black Fiend sect. In next to no time, the surrounding crowd of spectators either retreated back or soared into the sky, and they looked from afar at Duan Ling Tian and Sun Rui who stood in confrontation. This fellow Duan Ling Tian actually disregarded me. Luo Zan frowned. Earlier, he'd sent a voice transmission to persuade Duan Ling Tian, and it was directly disregarded by Duan Ling Tian. I hope this fellow is really able to defeat Sun Rui. Luo Zan thought to himself. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse stood on Luo Zan's shoulder, and her pair of jade green eyes looked excitedly at Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Ling Tian, kill him, kill him. The voice of a young girl that was like a devil sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of the little gold mouse. Duan Ling Tian. Sun Rui looked at Duan Ling Tian, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If you have another lifetime, remember to have some brains. I'll send you on your way today. Obviously, Sun Rui felt that Duan Ling Tian had agreed to his challenge because of rashness and because of his prodding. I'll give you the exact same words. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he spoke indifferently. Chapter 551, Killing with a Single Blow. Bullshit. Sun Rui glanced at Duan Ling Tian in disdain, and then he sneered. One move, I only need one move and I'll be able to send you to hell. As soon as Sun Rui finished speaking, his body flashed out as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning. He flashed past like a bolt of lightning, and it gave rise to a wave of sounds of air exploding that were like thunderclaps, and the sounds swept towards Duan Ling Tian. A spirit sword appeared out of thin air in Sun Rui's hand, and it shot straight out with raging origin energy, seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that had gone berserk and fiercely bit towards Duan Ling Tian. Around the venomous snake's body was fierce and swift azure energy that followed it like a shadow. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and flashed out, whereas beside the ancient horned dragon silhouette was another 740 ancient mammoth silhouettes that followed out behind the ancient horned dragon silhouette. 6th level of the void prying stage. In practically an instant, Luo Rong and Kai Ming were the first to react, and their faces paled. They were able to discern that Sun Rui's cultivation was at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Whereas the spirit sword in Sun Rui's hand was a grade 7 spirit sword. As for the force Sun Rui had comprehended, it was the half-step advanced wind force. Die. Zhang Heng's face revealed a frenzied smile, and his eyes were filled with extreme hatred. The humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him at the caged battle arena half a month ago was something he wouldn't be able to forget for his entire lifetime, and seeing Duan Lingtian being killed with his own two eyes was undoubtedly the happiest thing in his entire life. Duan Lingtian. Whereas Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai, who were concerned about Duan Lingtian, both had expressions that were grim. Both of them had never imagined that the Black Fiend sect Sun Rui would actually be a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. If they knew earlier, they would have spared no cost in persuading Duan Lingtian to avoid the battle. After all, a wise man knows when to retreat. But unfortunately, it was already spilled milk. But they weren't worried about Duan Lingtian's safety, because they knew that if Duan Lingtian's life was in danger, Luo Rong would absolutely not stand idly by. In Luo Rong's herd, Duan Lingtian was his teacher in the Tao of weapons refinement, and Duan Lingtian's status in his heart was extraordinary. The facts were indeed like this. At this moment, Luo Rong's eyes had already squinted, the origin energy in his entire body was being accumulated, and he was prepared to make a move at any time. To him, so long as he was able to save Duan Lingtian, then any other thing wasn't important. But he was quickly struck dumb. What did I see? Luo Rong saw that when Sun Rui's sword that flashed out and transformed into a venomous snake that bit towards Duan Lingtian was very close to Duan Lingtian. Sun Rui abruptly changed his direction, and the sword in his hand dragged out a gorgeous streak in the air as it actually flashed towards the air at the Duan Lingtian's side. His sword struck out and pierced into the air. This scene caused all the people present to be dumbstruck. As far as they were concerned, Sun Rui seemed as if he intentionally avoided Duan Lingtian and pierced towards the air. Why did Sun Rui show mercy to Duan Lingtian? Many people were puzzled. Amongst them included the Black Fiend sects Chu Cheng and Chai Jin. What is senior brother doing? Chai Jin's face went gloomy. Why didn't he directly kill Duan Lingtian? With his strength, that sword strike from before was sufficient to kill Duan Lingtian. Chu Cheng frowned. He naturally hoped that his disciple was able to kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian staying alive was undoubtedly a latent threat for the Black Fiend sect. This threat couldn't perhaps be considered to be nothing now, but after another few years, then even if Duan Lingtian didn't rely on the assistance of the strength of others, just Duan Lingtian alone would probably be sufficient to annihilate the Black Fiend sect, right when everyone thought that Sun Rui had showed mercy. Ha 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 ha. After Sun Rui's sword flashed out and pierced the air by Duan Lingtian's side, he stood on the spot and stared at the ground by Duan Lingtian's side as he laughed loudly and arrogantly. Duan Lingtian, I've said it before, I only need a single move to kill you. You can't even withstand a single strike of mine, you're truly useless. In the eyes of the spectators, Sun Rui was talking to the air, and this scene caused all the people present felt their skin creep. Has Sun Rui gone mad? Many people were stunned. Could it be that Duan Lingtian utilized his demonic technique? There were also some Dragon and Phoenix Academy students that couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts, and they guessed in their hearts. Demonic technique. Flute Fairy, Ziyan's beautiful face instantly went pale. She'd always deeply believed that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques, because her brother, Zither Young Master, was a victim, and she was a victim as well. I almost forgot this fellow knows demonic techniques. Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. What's going on? Prince Sheng and the little prince both had dumbstruck expressions as they utterly didn't know what had happened before them. Senior brother, Sun Rui. Whereas Chai Jin and Chu Cheng of the Black Fiend sect send their voice transmissions to pierce into Sun Rui's ears, wanting to awaken Sun Rui. However, it was as if Sun Rui had been possessed, and he remained unmoved. HMPH. You escaped calamity 8 years ago. Now that I've killed you today, the ending is still the same. Sun Rui looked at the empty ground with a chilly expression. This scene caused most people present to be speechless. Has Sun Rui lost his mind? Many people had strange gazes. Presently, amongst the people present, it was probably only Duan Lingtian that knew what was going on. Early on when Sun Rui attacked him, he'd successfully executed his soul skill, Thousand Illusion, through the soul brand at the depths of his soul. Now, Sun Rui was within the illusory space that he'd created and had killed him, in the illusory space. Whereas when Sun Rui was enjoying the delight of killing him, Duan Lingtian made his move and instantly arrived by Sun Rui's side. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the intention to use a spirit weapon, and with a raise of his hand, he pointed out towards Sun Rui's throat. The point force flashed out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, it caused a wave of piercing howls that were ear-deafening, and it was as if his point force was assisted by the gods. Sun Rui, when the supreme elder of the Black Fiend sect, Chu Cheng, saw that his voice transmission was unable to awaken Sun Rui, his face went gloomy and he hurriedly shouted out. He wanted to use this to awaken Sun Rui. However, the present Sun Rui still remained unmoved. Under the gazes of disbelief of the surrounding crowd of spectators, Duan Ling Tian's pure origin energy point force that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths easily pierced through Sun Rui's throat. Fresh blood sprayed out. A hideous bloody hole appeared on Sun Rui's neck. Subsequently, Sun Rui's eyes that were originally dim had recovered their luster at this moment. At this moment, the effect of the soul skill, Thousand Illusion, that Duan Ling Tian utilized had vanished completely. After Sun Rui left the illusory space, the first thing that entered his eyes was Duan Ling Tian, who stood before him, and his pupils abruptly constricted. At the instant before his death, Sun Rui was still unable to wrap his head around it. How did a person that had obviously died at his hand suddenly come back to life? Sun Rui fell to the ground as blood gushed out like a pillar from his throat. His eyes that contained everlasting regret were glared wide open, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Sun Rui, a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, was killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single blow. No matter what happened in between, Sun Rui had indeed died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. The scene before their eyes gave them a feeling as if they were dreaming. Senior brother. The expressions of the Black Fiend sect's Chai Jin and Chu Cheng went gloomy when they saw Sun Rui was killed, and their eyes were instantly tainted with a bloody red color. They were enraged to the point their bodies trembled intensely, yet they didn't dare take action. It was only because they knew that if they dared make a move, they would die without a doubt. This place wasn't their Black Fiend sect. Duan Ling Tian stood there with a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Sun Rui's corpse. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The resentment because of Sun Rui that had accumulated bit by bit over these past 8 years had completely vanished. That person that had once wantonly trampled on his pride was dead. Completely dead. At this moment, it was as if an enormous stone that was pressing down on his heart was shattered by him. The surroundings were deathly silent. Silent to the point it was terrifying. The gazes of everyone had descended onto Sun Rui's corpse. Even if it was Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai, who knew that Duan Ling Tian knew demonic techniques. Although they were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian, when they saw Sun Rui really being killed by Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This was a 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist. A 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist was killed by Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. The people who didn't know of Duan Ling Tian's abilities were shocked even more. Of course, even more people felt that it was Duan Ling Tian's luck. After all, the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, was too difficult to understand for them. Duan Ling Tian's luck is really good, he just happened to encounter Sun Rui losing his mind. Yes, this luck is simply heaven-defying. Sun Rui is unfortunate as well, he just had to lose his mind at the most critical moment and give away his life. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. HMPH, I never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's luck was actually so good. Zhang Heng's face was extremely gloomy. He originally thought that Sun Rui would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. Unexpectedly, Sun Rui actually lost his mind and was killed by Duan Ling Tian instead. This caused the delight in Zhang Heng's heart to vanish completely. Sun Rui was truly useless. Prince Sheng's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Since the moment that Duan Ling Tian had offended the Prince Sheng's estate, he'd wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian and celebrate after. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard the whispered discussions that came from the surroundings. He didn't have any reaction towards this, and he had no intention of explaining. Presently, my cultivation is at the 4th level of the void-prying stage, and my spiritual force has been pushed to the 6th level of the void-prying stage. So long as it isn't a 6th level void-prying stage inscription master, or a martial artist at the 7th level of the void-prying stage or above, it would be difficult for my opponent to withstand the soul skill I execute. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Almost 1 year ago, during the first experience mission of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Duan Ling Tian had obtained a soul pearl from a bandit leader in Blackwind Ridge, and his spiritual force had advanced to the extent it was 2 levels higher than his cultivation. At that time, his cultivation was at the 1st level of the void-prying stage, and his spiritual force had been pushed to the 3rd level of the void-prying stage. It could be said that it was all thanks to the contribution of the soul pearl that he was able to kill Sun Rui today. Sun Rui's cultivation was at the 6th level of the void prying stage, and Sun Rui wasn't an inscription master. All this was also the reason he dared to agree to Sun Rui's challenge, and this was something he'd concluded since long ago. Chapter 552, Red-Clothed Young Man. Demonic Technique. Demonic Technique. In his sudden realization, Chai Jin couldn't help but recall how Flute Fairy, Ziyan, lost her composure in the Dragon and Phoenix Academy 1 year ago. At that time, Flute Fairy said repeatedly that Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques. But the crowd of people, including him, didn't believe it. When he thought back to it now, all of this just happened to fit. Lost his mind. He naturally knew his senior brother didn't lose his mind, and it was precisely because of this that when he looked at Duan Lingtian once again, his gaze was filled with terror. Demonic Technique. The expression of the Supreme Elder of the Black Fiend sect, Chu Cheng, went grim when he heard the words of Chai Jin, who was supporting him, and he hurriedly asked in a low voice. "Jin, what exactly is going on?" Chai Jin told Chu Cheng of his guess in a low voice. Chu Cheng's pupils constricted. "Looks like Sun Rui didn't die unjustly." Chu Cheng let out a mouthful of cold air, and the gaze he shot at the violet-clothed young man in the distance was filled with fear. "Unfortunately, disciple is useless, and I'm probably unable to avenge senior brother," Chai Jin said bitterly. "Jin." Chu Cheng's gaze suddenly became fierce, and he shouted in a low voice. "You must completely forget the incident from today. You must not offend Duan Lingtian in the future. Otherwise, it will only bring a calamity to you and the Black Fiend sect." Chu Cheng's voice contained boundless fear mixed within. Chai Jin's figure stiffened, and although he had a belly full of unwillingness, he still nodded obediently. He knew that his master wasn't exaggerating things just to frighten him. Duan Lingtian was indeed that terrifying. As expected of master, Luo Rong looked at the faraway Duan Lingtian with a gaze of burning fervor. He originally intended that when Duan Lingtian wasn't a match for the Black Fiend sect's Sun Rui, then even if he had to risk losing face, he would still save Duan Lingtian. Yet he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually kill Sun Rui so easily. Of course, he didn't think that Sun Rui was killed by Duan Lingtian because he lost his mind. Duan Lingtian's carefree expression from the beginning until the end allowed him to discern a trace of an inkling. This master had abilities that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Duan Lingtian, you've really given me a pleasant surprise." Kai Ming glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. After that, he announced the beginning of the genius competition. For a time, it caused the attention of everyone present to move away. The genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was the selection process to head all the way to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It belonged to the selection at the Imperial Kingdom level. As long as one was able to obtain the first 5 positions in the genius competition, one would be able to advance to the selections at the Empire level. Today, the most outstanding young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has gathered exactly for the sake of those 5 positions. Duan Lingtian will surely occupy one of the 5 positions. Besides him, there's also Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master. In other words, there's only one position for us. Many people whispered in discussion. Fortunately, Zither Young Master and Saber Young Master aren't present. Otherwise, we'd probably not even have the chance to compete for the last position. HMPH. Even if Zither Young Master and Saber Young Master aren't present, do you think you can compete and obtain that position? Don't forget that there's still Chai Jin, Ji Feng, and Sima Yong. Besides those 3 people, there's also the little prince of Prince Sheng's estate, Zhang Heng, and Flute Fairy, Ziyan. They're both void-prying stage martial artists as well. Looks like so long as it's a person that hasn't stepped into the void-prying stage, then the person practically has no need to join the competition. It's indeed so. The group of young geniuses couldn't help but sigh. "Never mind, we'll just take it as we're watching a show." His words quickly aroused the same feelings within most of the people present. "Jin, you must do your best to obtain the last position." The Black Fiend Sect's Supreme Elder, Chu Cheng, looked at Chai Jin, who was beside him, and said with a serious expression, "If you're able to obtain this position, then as the one that recommended you, the Black Fiend Sect will be able to obtain the rewards from the Imperial family. Don't worry, Master, so long as Sword Young Master and Zither Young Master don't come. Then I'm confident." Chai Jin hurriedly nodded with a confident expression. For the sake of efficiency, young geniuses below the void-prying stage will be considered to be automatically eliminated. If someone has objections, that person may challenge a void-prying stage martial artist. So long as the person is able to defeat his opponent, the person can continue in the following selections. Kai Ming's gaze swept past the crowd of young geniuses one by one. No one had objections towards what Kai Ming said. Martial artists below the void-prying stage indeed didn't have the need to participate. Even if they participated, it would be impossible for them to obtain one of the 5 positions. Very good. When he saw no one had objections, Kai Ming nodded and said, young geniuses at the void-prying stage, fall out. Instantly, the few void-prying stage young geniuses including Duan Ling Tian walked forward. There were a total of 9 of them. Duan Ling Tian, Luo Zan, Chen Xiaoshuai, Zhang Yan, Chai Jin, Ziyan, Ji Feng, Sima Yong, Zhang Heng. Kai Ming stood before the 9 people and spoke slowly. Now, all. Kai Ming never finished speaking in the end, because the attention of the people present were now drawn by the whistling of the wind that sounded out high above in the air. The whistling of the wind was extremely ear-piercing, and accompanying it was a swift figure that stepped down from the air. This was a young man, and his entire body emitted a wave of fierce and peerless aura. It's Saber Young Master. In next to no time, there was someone that exclaimed in surprise. It's really Saber Young Master, Long Yun. He actually rushed over now. Subsequently, many people recognized him. Long Yun. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shot at the person that had arrived, and his gaze was fierce. Besides being one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Saber Young Master, Long Yun was the foster son of the sect leader of the former demonic Lotusblade sect, whereas the demonic Lotusblade sect was one of the culprits that annihilated the 7-star sword sect, although Long Yun wasn't present when the former 7-star sword sect was annihilated. Because of the relationship with Long Yun and the sect leader of the former demonic Lotusblade sect, Duan Ling Tian didn't have the slightest good impression of him. Long Yun stepped on the sky as he descended, and he firmly descended on an empty space at the side. After a few years since they met the last time, Long Yun was much more mature when compared to before, and his sharp eyes contained a slight feeling of experience. In next to no time, when Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force enveloped onto Long Yun, Duan Ling Tian's face instantly went grim, and it was as if Duan Ling Tian had seen something unbelievable. I'm not late, right? Long Yun looked at Kai Ming and spoke indifferently. Kai Ming shook his head. Saber Young Master. Meanwhile, Luo Zan, Chen Xiaoshuai, and Zhang Yan's gazes descended onto Long Yun. But Long Yun seemed to not have the slightest interest towards these 3 people. His sharp gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I lost at your hand all those years ago. Today, I'll wash away that shame. Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Yun and he said indifferently, looks like Saber Young Master has acquired a fortuitous encounter during these past few years. Long Yun frowned and his heart sank. Could it be that this Duan Ling Tian has noticed something? Saber Young Master. Chai Jin's expression was unsightly to the extreme when he saw Long Yun. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the last position today, but the arrival of Saber Young Master caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Chai Jin took a deep breath and his eyes emitted a confident luster. Saber Young Master is only a person ranked at the end of the 5 great young masters. He might not be a match for me. Saber Young Master has come as well. Looks like there's no suspense towards the 5 positions to head towards the Darkstone Empire. Many people sighed with emotion. Yeah, these 5 positions will surely be obtained by Duan Ling Tian and these 4 of the 5 great young masters. Many people agreed to this. But in next to no time, the people present couldn't help but raise their heads. High above in the air, another ear-piercing howl of the wind swept out. This was a red-colored figure. The person that had arrived was fully covered in red clothes, and he stepped on the air as he descended. The person was a handsome young man with starry eyes and sword-shaped brows, and as he stood there, he was like a sharp sword with oppressive sword energy. Looks like I'm not late. The red-clothed young man that was around the age of 27 muttered to himself. Who's he? I don't know. I've never seen him before. The people present were dumbstruck when they saw the young man that suddenly descended. There was such a figure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A void-prying stage martial artist at such an age. In terms of natural talent, his was probably only inferior to Duan Ling Tian in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Sword. Chen Xiaoshuai looked at the red-clothed young man with eyes that emitted crazy battle intent. He was able to discern that the red-clothed young man was a sword cultivator as well. Moreover, the attainments of the young man in sword force was great. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the young man to reveal such shocking sword energy. Whereas expressions of the experts of the older generation that were present became serious. they'd discerned that the red-clothed young man wasn't simple. In terms of strength, this red-clothed young man is probably no inferior to the 5 great young masters. Many people thought to themselves, another young expert has arrived. Chai Jin's face sank. Whereas the expressions of Zhang Heng and the others weren't slightly as well. After all, Duan Ling Tian and the 4 people of the 5 great young masters were already existences that were difficult to surpass to them. Now, another young expert with shocking strength had arrived. Moreover, in terms of natural talent and comprehension, he seemed to not be inferior to the 5 great young masters. It's you. Right at this moment, Saber young master looked at the red-clothed young man, and he frowned. Martial Uncle Sword asked you to come here. The people present burst into an uproar when Long Yun said this. Saber young master knows him. Martial Uncle Sword, could it be that it's a member of the Azure Forest Tri-sect? No, I've never heard of a figure in the Azure Forest Tri-sect who uses the name Sword. Who exactly is he? Most of the people present were unable to wrap their heads around it. The red-clothed young man looked at Long Yun and said indifferently, didn't Martial Uncle Saber ask you to come as well? Junior brother Long. The way the red-clothed young man addressed Sword young master caused the people present to be astounded. He's the senior brother of Saber young master. His age is obviously younger than Saber young master by a few years. Why is he? Many people were astonished. In next to no time, everyone noticed that the gaze of the red-clothed young man descended onto Duan Ling Tian. The originally emotionless face of the red-clothed young man revealed a wisp of a rare smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, and it seemed as if he'd seen a friend. Duan Ling Tian, long time no see. The red-clothed young man's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Chapter 553, Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Emperor. Yeah, long time no see. Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock, and although his expression was calm, his eyes contained traces of excitement mixed within. Su Li, I truly never imagined that the place we meet again would be here. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian sighed faintly. Su Li. The red-clothed young man that had appeared now was none other than the friend Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian still remembered that when he saw Su Li for the first time, it was at the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's campsite. At that time, Su Li could be said to be the strongest young genius after him. Later on, Su Li had entered the Paladin Academy that was at the Imperial City of the Crimson Sky Kingdom with him, and they'd formed a deep friendship. Further on after that, Su Li was forced to leave by the Grand Elder of the Su clan, and from then on, he was never heard of again. Duan Ling Tian had never imagined that when he saw Su Li again, it would actually be in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Moreover, Su Li actually possessed a shocking cultivation now. This was something Duan Ling Tian had never expected. Duan Ling Tian could guess that Su Li had surely encountered a great fortuitous encounter during these past few years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a great change to occur on Su Li. Su Li, when they saw Duan Ling Tian, was extremely familiar with this red-clothed young man and both of them seemed to have a good relationship. The people present were astonished. At the same time, he found out the name of the red-clothed young man. It turned out that this young expert was called Su Li. Su Li, have all of you heard of this figure? No, I've never heard of him before today. When did such a figure appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Not only does Saber young master know him, even Duan Ling Tian knows him. Duan Ling Tian seems to be extremely familiar with him. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussions. Subsequently, the people present saw to their astonishment that with a raise of his hand, a gold bill with a denomination of 10,000 had appeared in Su Li's hand. Along with the raising of Su Li's hand, the gold bill flashed out to descend towards Duan Ling Tian. What is this Su Li doing? All the people present were stunned. Why is Su Li giving Duan Ling Tian money? Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he received the gold bill, then put it away before sighing with emotion. Su Li, so many years have passed, yet I never imagined that you'd still remember. At that time, before Su Li left under the pressure from the Grand Elder of the Su clan, he'd once borrowed 1 million silver from Duan Ling Tian. 1 million silver was equivalent to 10,000 gold. Now, Su Li was precisely returning what he owed from that day. I naturally remember, Su Li said with a smile. There seemed to be slight excitement deep within his eyes as he said, Duan Ling Tian, have you been well during all these years? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. What about you? I'm extremely well. Su Li nodded as well before sighing. I guessed that I might be able to encounter you in the genius competition at the Imperial Palace of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom today. As expected, Duan Ling Tian smiled. Your appearance has indeed slightly exceeded my expectations. Duan Ling Tian, this is. Kai Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in wonder. For a time, numerous gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Even if it was the saber young master, Long Yun, he frowned as he looked at Duan Ling Tian now. How does this Duan Ling Tian know this fellow, Su Li? In the eyes of Long Yun, Su Li had always been extremely arrogant. Even if it was when facing him, Su Li had always regarded him as beneath his notice. But before Duan Ling Tian, this cold expression Su Li seemed as if he was a different person. Vice Dean Kai, this is my friend, and he's from the same kingdom as me, said Duan Ling Tian to Kai Ming. So that's how it is. Kai Ming came to a sudden understanding, and a bright light flashed within his eyes as he said, I never imagined that besides the 5 great young masters, there was still such a genius figure in the territory of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're too kind. Su Li nodded to Kai Ming, and his face returned to his cold appearance from before. This Su Li is actually a genius from the same kingdom as Duan Ling Tian. Looks like many talented people are concealed within the territory of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yeah, this person's natural talent feels to be not inferior to the 5 great young masters. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. Of course, the expressions of many people were extremely unsightly. These people were precisely Chai Jin and the others who were intending to compete for the final position. However, the appearance of Long Yun and Su Li caused them to feel a wave of powerlessness in their hearts. Damn it, Zhang Heng's expression was extremely gloomy. He's actually a friend of Duan Ling Tian's. Isn't he intentionally making trouble by coming at this time? Also that saber young master, he didn't come earlier or later, but just had to appear at this moment. Originally, Zhang Heng had hope in his heart towards himself being able to obtain a position. But after Su Li and Long Yun appeared, he knew that he was bound to not have any fate with that 5th position. I never imagined that saber young master would hurry over in time. I presume the genius competition today ought to be slightly worth seeing. That's Su Li as well. Amongst the group of void-prying stage martial artists, his age is only older than Duan Ling Tian and is younger than the rest. Most importantly, he's the senior brother of Saber Young Master. I'm able to discern that Saber Young Master seems to be slightly afraid of this Su Li, and he's obviously afraid of Su Li's strength. This Su Li isn't simple. I originally thought that Duan Ling Tian, Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master would firmly occupy 4 positions. Now that there's an extra 2 variables, Saber Young Master and Su Li, there will probably be some change in these positions. Only like this would it be spectacular. Those young geniuses of the various powers that were below the void-prying stage desired to see an intense battle. To them, no matter if Saber Young Master and Su Li appeared or not, they weren't fated to obtain any of those 5 positions. Now, the appearance of Saber Young Master and Su Li fitted exactly with their wishes, and it caused them to be even more delighted. Because in this way, the genius competition today would surely be even more spectacular. This was something they were happy to see. Revered Elder Kai. Suddenly, Prince Shen took a step forward and looked at Kai Ming as he said in a low voice, this Saber Young Master and Su Li haven't passed the threshold that is the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I'm afraid it's improper for them to directly participate in the genius competition now, right? Prince Sheng's words caused Chai Jin and the others to heave a sigh of relief. Whereas those young geniuses that wanted to watch the show frowned and were slightly worried. They were really worried that the imperial family would drive Su Li and Saber Young Master out, and disallow them from participating in the genius competition. In that way, they were undoubtedly going to be disappointed. For a time, the gazes of everyone shot at Kai Ming. Chen Si, what do you think? Kai Ming looked at the old man by his side and asked. This old man had come here with Kai Ming and had always been silently standing by Kai Ming's side with his eyes closed, and he didn't speak a word. Now, when Kai Ming spoke, it caused the old man to slowly open his eyes. The old man glanced at Prince Sheng indifferently before saying, the Dragon and Phoenix Academy is actually only a format. The genius competition this time intends to unearth the most outstanding young geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to fight on the road towards the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This is also the original intention of the genius competition. So long as the 2 of them have the ability to seize those 5 positions, then I presume even His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't say anything about it. The old man's words were spoken reasonably and justifiably, and I caused most of the people present to gasp in admiration." Prince Sheng frowned. "Revered Elder Kai, shouldn't we ask Imperial Brother's opinion on this matter?" "There's no need." At almost the instant that Prince Sheng finished speaking, a sonorous voice suddenly sounded out from the distance. Everyone present saw that high above in the distant sky, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe was controlling the air to move over here. Behind the middle-aged man in a dragon robe was an old man that followed him like a shadow, and when the old man stood there, he gave out an unfathomable aura. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. His spiritual force had discovered the cultivation of the two people at the first possible moment. The middle-aged man in the lead who wore a dragon robe was a martial artist at the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. The old man behind him was instead in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Presumably, he was one of the 5 great revered elders of the imperial family. As for the middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe, "Greeting your majesty." The people present bowed to the middle-aged in a dragon robe, and many people even groveled to the point their heads were about to touch the floor. Only Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Luo Rong stood ramrod straight, and they stood out in the crowd. The Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian sized up the middle-aged man in a dragon robe before him, and a flowing light flickered within his eyes. He was slightly curious towards the Emperor of the dignified Imperial Kingdom. In terms of strength, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom is much inferior to this Emperor. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor was only an ordinary void-prying stage martial artist, whereas the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was instead a formidable existence at the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between the heaven and the earth. Audacious. It was at this moment that a voice that was like a thunderclap sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear. It was that Prince Sheng who glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian and Su Li as he said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, why do you not bow in greeting when you see the Emperor? Could it be that both of you think the Emperor doesn't have the qualifications to make the two of you bow in greeting?" Needless to say, Prince Sheng bringing such an accusation onto Duan Ling Tian and Su Li was indeed ruthless. Duan Ling Tian frowned, then said indifferently, "Prince Sheng, His Majesty hasn't said anything, yet you're crying and yelling here. Aren't you slightly disrespecting His Majesty?" "You." Prince Sheng's face sank as he shouted angrily. "Duan Ling Tian, don't change the subject." "I'm changing the subject." Duan Ling Tian started laughing and was about to continue refuting him. Right at this moment, the nearby Luo Rong spoke out. "Prince Sheng, I think Brother Ling Tian is right. His Majesty the Emperor hasn't said anything. Why are you getting anxious for? Is it because you want to seek personal vengeance in the name of the Emperor?" Because Duan Ling Tian had instructed him beforehand, Luo Rong didn't call Duan Ling Tian as master before outsiders. Luo Rong speaking to protect Duan Ling Tian was beyond Prince Sheng's expectations. He was afraid and reverent towards Luo Rong. Now he didn't dare continue. "Guild Master Luo." The middle-aged man in a dragon robe, the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom looked at Luo Rong and lightly smiled. "Long time no see, your body is still strong as always." Chapter 554, Genius Competition. "Your Majesty, you're too kind." Luo Rong nodded casually. Even if he was facing the Emperor, Luo Rong still remained unmoved, whereas the Emperor wasn't dissatisfied in the slightest. Even if it was him, he had to be slightly afraid of the old man's status. Subsequently, the Emperor's gaze shot at Duan Ling Tian, and he nodded with a smile to Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I started paying attention to you when you defeated Saber Young Master in the martial competition of the 5 great sects all those years ago and won first place, to become well known throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." Duan Ling Tian nodded, his face was still calm like an old well that had no ripples. It was as if the person standing in the air before him wasn't the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but was instead an ordinary person. Not only did the Emperor not become infuriated when he saw Duan Ling Tian having such a reaction, he instead nodded with satisfaction. Neither arrogant nor humble, he's indeed extraordinary. In next to no time, the Emperor's gaze shot onto Su Li, and he said with a light smile, "Although I've never heard of you in the past, since you're Duan Ling Tian's friend and the senior brother of Saber Young Master, I presume you aren't a simple figure. The arrival of you and Sword Young Master today has allowed the genius competition to become much more interesting. Even I was drawn over by the both of you. Originally, as far as the Emperor was concerned, Duan Ling Tian, Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master would surely occupy one of the positions each. The remaining position would instead be born from the other people. In other words, Duan Ling Tian and the others were existences that were almost unshakable. So he lacked interest towards the genius competition. But now, because of the appearance of Su Li and Saber Young Master, it was as if he'd seen the spectacular scenes that were about to occur. 4 of the 5 young masters, coupled with Duan Ling Tian and Su Li. 6 people competing for 5 positions. Amongst the 6 people, every one of them were geniuses in the martial Tao that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The competition between the 6 of them would surely be extremely spectacular. Even he felt interested. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking. Looks like His Majesty the Emperor wants to allow Saber Young Master and Su Li participate in the genius competition as well. His Majesty the Emperor is truly wise and knows how to decide on the most outstanding 5. Looks like it's very likely that a young expert that is able to advance in the Darkstone Empire will appear in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom this time. The people present intentionally suppressed their voices as they whispered in discussion. Your Majesty. Right at this moment, the Supreme Elder of the Black Fiend sect, Chu Cheng, bowed respectfully to the Emperor. The Emperor glanced indifferently at Chu Cheng. Who are you? Chu Cheng said hurriedly. Your Majesty, I'm the Supreme Elder of the Black Fiend sect, Chu Cheng. Do you need something? The Emperor asked with a tone that contained slight impatience mixed within. As the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Emperor who controlled the strongest power, the Imperial family, not to mention a second-rate sect like the Black Fiend sect, even if it's the 3 great sects that have combined together, the present Azure Forest Tri-sect. He didn't take them seriously. The strength of the Imperial family stood proudly and matchlessly in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Otherwise, it would be insufficient to rule the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In this world where the strong were respected, even if it was the Imperial Kingdom, if they wanted to rule a kingdom, Imperial Kingdom, or even empire or dynasty, they had to possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, they would have been overthrown long ago. Your Majesty, there are still matters to be attended to in the Black Fiend sect. I want to bring my disciple along and leave first, said Chu Cheng. Obviously, now that he'd seen the appearance of Saber Young Master and Su Li, Chu Cheng didn't place his hopes on Chai Jin any longer. He was extremely clear of Chai Jin's strength. It was impossible for Chai Jin to compare with Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and the 4 people from the 5 great young masters. Go ahead, the Emperor nodded. To him, the Black Fiend sect's members were not essential. Yes, Chu Cheng nodded respectfully, then instructed Chai Jin to carry Sun Rui's body before hastily leaving the Imperial Palace. His disappearing figure seemed to be solitary and in a sorry state. The Black Fiend sect's Chai Jin officially withdrew from the genius competition. As soon as Chai Jin left, the remaining void-prying stage students were slightly uneasy. All withdraw. Ji Feng knew his own limitations and withdrew to the side. All withdraw as well. Sima Yong withdrew right after Ji Feng. Although the 2 of them had broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage now, they didn't completely comprehend force yet. So they knew their limitations and withdrew. As far as they were concerned, if they were to stay behind, it would purely be looking for a beating. All withdraw. The little prince of Prince Sheng's estate, Zhang Heng, had a gloomy expression as he spoke. For a time, besides Duan Ling Tian and the other 5, only Flute Fairy remained. Flute Fairy didn't say anything, but she instead withdrew to a side. She used her actions to explain everything. She had withdrawn as well. Big brother, will you return? Flute Fairy saw that even Saber Young Master had appeared and she looked high above in the sky with slight anticipation. But even until Kai Ming announced that the genius competition begun, she didn't see the figure of Zither Young Master. The genius competition today will decide the strongest 5 people from the 6 of you, and those 5 people will obtain the positions to head to the Darkstone Empire. Kai Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others as he spoke slowly. This is a chance for all of you, a chance to make a name for yourselves in the Darkstone Empire. I hope that all of you won't miss this chance. Subsequently, Kai Ming announced the rules. Every one of the 6 of you will face 5 battles. Now, all of you can obtain your numbers via drawing lots. As Kai Ming spoke, a paper box that had a small gap had appeared in his hand. Whereas the small gap on the paper box was only able to allow the arm of an adult to stretch through, it was precisely a lot box. There's the number 1 to 6 within it. The person that draws number 1 can choose anyone behind his number to become his first target and undergo the first battle in the genius competition. Besides being unable to choose the person who holds lot number 1 and the person challenged by the possessor of lot number 1, the person that draws number 2 can choose any one of the remaining 3 people. Besides being unable to choose the person who holds lot number 2 and the person challenged by the possessor of lot number 2, the person that draws number 3 can choose any one of the remaining 3 people. The following sequence can be deduced from this. The specific rules is that one isn't allowed to challenge the 2 people that have just undergone a battle and allow the 2 people to have some room to rest. Kai Ming slowly finished speaking. These rules weren't complicated, and Duan Ling Tian's group of 6 quickly understood it clearly in their hearts. Subsequently, it was the drawing of lots. Duan Ling Tian drew number 3. Chen Xiaoshuai drew number 1. Zhang Yan drew number 2. Long Yun drew number 4. Luo Zan drew number 5. Su Li drew number 6. The first battle would be initiated by the possessor of the number 1 lot, Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshuai. Under numerous focused gazes, Chen Xiaoshuai's gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian and the others. His gaze didn't stop on Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan, and in the end, Chen Xiaoshuai chose a target. I challenge the possessor of lot number 2, Flame Young Master. Chen Xiaoshuai's gaze descended onto Zhang Yan, and his body was filled with killing intent. Flame Young Master, the person that was ranked number 2 amongst the 5 great young masters, and he was also the other person that was ranked above Chen Xiaoshuai besides Luo Zan amongst the 4 of the 5 great young masters that were present. HMPH, Sword Young Master, wanting to step on me and climb up isn't an easy thing. Zhang Yan grunted coldly. Whether it's an easy thing or not is something we'll only know after I try. Chen Xiaoshuai glanced indifferently at Zhang Yan, and his tone was calm as he spoke. Since you want to invite humiliation, then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Yan took a step forward. As the origin energy on his body raged, and he stood out to confront Chen Xiaoshuai. For a time, the gazes of everyone present descended onto the 2 of them. Sword Young Master versus Flame Young Master. Most of the people held their breaths. Along with his origin energy skyrocketed, 6,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes had condensed into form in the sky above Zhang Yan. 4th level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He still remembered that he'd once used his spiritual force to detect Zhang Yan's cultivation half a month ago. At that time, Zhang Yan was only at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Only half a month has passed and Zhang Yan has broken through. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that even if it was the emperor, the imperial father of Zhang Yan, he had a surprised expression now. Obviously, he'd just found out now that his son had broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage. 4th level of the void prying stage. Luo Zan's face went slightly serious as his heart shook. Sword Young Master is in danger. Sword Young Master, I'll let you know that even if you've comprehended half-step advanced sword force, whereas I haven't comprehended half-step advanced water force, I'm still able to crush a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist like you with my cultivation that's at the 4th level of the void prying stage. Zhang Yan's words were extremely arrogant. Obviously, he knew Chen Xiaoshuai through and through. 3rd level of the void prying stage. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiaoshuai laughed instead when he heard Zhang Yan. Along with Chen Xiaoshuai's laugh, the origin energy on his body raged. In the sky, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared similarly. Sword Young Master has broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage as well. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators burst into an uproar. This fellow, Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan were slightly dazed when they saw this scene. They never imagined that Sword Young Master had actually broken through. He was still at the 3rd level of the void prying stage yesterday. Could it be that he broke through overnight? Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked. He still remembered that his spiritual force had imperceptibly flashed past Chen Xiaoshuai yesterday, and he'd confirmed that Chen Xiaoshuai was still a 3rd level void prying stage martial artist. Only a night had passed and Chen Xiaoshuai had already broken through to the 4th level of the void prying stage, and it was shocking. You've actually broken through. Zhang Yan had a surprised expression. Sword Young Master's breakthrough also meant that he was unable to use origin energy to suppress Sword Young Master anymore. Not only that, Sword Young Master had comprehended half-step advanced sword force since long ago. In terms of the comprehension of force, he was inferior to Sword Young Master. Sword Young Master didn't care about how unsightly Zhang Yan's expression was, and in the end, he took the initiative to attack first and seize the upper hand. His figure flashed like the wind and arrived before Zhang Yan in the blink of an eye. his sword stabbed out as if it was assisted by the gods, and it bore down menacingly towards Zhang Yan. HMPH. Zhang Yan grunted angrily, and he already had a decision in his heart. He would use a grade 5 spirit weapon and defeat Sword Young Master. As far as he was concerned, the formidable strength bestowed upon him by the grade 5 spirit weapon was sufficient to crush the total strength of Sword Young Master's spirit sword and half-step advanced sword force. Chapter 555, Two Types of Medicinal Materials, along with a spirit weapon glove that appeared out of thin air on Zhang Yan's right hand and origin energy raging atop it. Another 2,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared at the side of the existing 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. Instantly, Zhang Yan pointed out, and his origin energy condensed into a point force that shot out. A piercing howl deafened the ear. A strand of strange aura faintly appeared on the surroundings of the origin energy point force. That was the aura of elementary force. Meanwhile, another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Zhang Yan. This finger contained the strength of 8,400 ancient mammoths. Zhang Yan's point force instantly obliterated the origin energy on the spirit sword in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand, and a terrifying energy gushed into the spirit sword. Instantly, the hand Chen Xiaoshuai used to grasp the sword trembled as his palm split open, and fresh blood dripped down. Even if he'd comprehended half-step advanced sword force, the spirit sword in his hand was only a grade 6 spirit sword after all, and it was inferior by an amplification of an entire 10% when compared with the grade 5 spirit weapon in Zhang Yan's hand. When a 4th level void-prying stage martial artist exploded out with his full strength, it was comparable to the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths, and 10% of strength was equivalent to the strength of 600 ancient mammoths. Flame Young Master relied on his grade 5 spirit weapon, elementary force, and his strength surpassed the entire strength of Sword Young Master. Of course, all of this was because Zhang Yan had an advantage in terms of spirit weapon, otherwise, it wouldn't be Sword Young Master who lost. Sword Young Master, it was a good fight. Zhang Yan smiled indifferently. As far as he was concerned, unless Chen Xiaoshuai had a grade 5 spirit weapon as well, otherwise, it was impossible for Chen Xiaoshuai to be a match for him. Chen Xiaoshuai had a gloomy expression, and although he was unwilling, he was prepared to withdraw. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to lend his sword to Chen Xiaoshuai. Sword Young Master. With a raise of his hand, a spirit sword flew out from Luo Rong's hand and flashed straight towards Chen Xiaoshuai. Chen Xiaoshuai stretched his hand out to accept it, then he looked at Luo Rong with a bewildered expression. Guild Manager Luo, this is a grade 5 spirit sword, it's my second creation since becoming a grade 5 weapons craftsman. It's yours. Luo Rong's tone was casual, and it was as if he'd given out an unimportant thing, grade 5 weapons craftsman. As soon as Luo Rong said this, it caused an uproar as expected. Besides Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan who knew of it since long ago, besides Su Li who was comparatively composed, the other people all had dumbstruck expressions. Guild Master Luo, you're a grade 5 weapons craftsman now. The Emperor slightly lost his composure as he asked. Luo Rong nodded indifferently. I broke through not long ago. Congratulations, Guild Master Luo. The Emperor hurriedly congratulated when he heard Luo Rong confirm it. Congratulations, Guild Master Luo. The other people followed to congratulate. A grade 5 weapons craftsman that belonged to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had finally been born. Some people emitted burning gazes as they looked at Luo Rong, and it seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to swallow Luo Rong. They knew clearly what a grade 5 weapons craftsman meant. So long as a grade 5 weapons craftsman was willing, he was able to refine numerous grade 5 spirit weapons. Thank you, Guild Master Luo. Chen Xiaoshuai's gaze lit up when he realized that it was a grade 5 spirit sword that Luo Rong gave him, and his feelings surged. Whereas Zhang Yan's face went gloomy, Zhang Yan's figure flashed out, seeming to transform into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Chen Xiaoshuai. Another origin energy point force whistled out, and it caused a piercing howl to sound out in the air. Zhang Yan had exerted all his strength in this point. Obviously, Zhang Yan wanted to catch Chen Xiaoshuai off guard and heavily injure him before he could react. Only in this way would he have a chance to seize victory. Otherwise, Sword Young Master who possessed a grade 5 spirit sword to rely on was absolutely not someone he was able to go against. A wisp of worry flashed past Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he saw this scene. HMPH. Practically at the instant that Zhang Yan attacked, Chen Xiaoshuai snorted lightly before his figure moved instantly. His figure shot to the side. Zhang Yan's origin energy point force flashed past Chen Xiaoshuai's sleeve, and left behind a hole on it. The origin energy point force didn't lose momentum in the slightest to fiercely smash onto the ground, and it caused the limestone bricks on the ground to shatter, shooting chips of stone whirling out. Zhang Yan's reaction was extremely swift, and at almost the same instant that Chen Xiaoshuai dodged, he pointed out once more. The origin energy point force flashed out once more, and he seemed as if he wouldn't stop until he crushed Chen Xiaoshuai. Zhang Yan, I'll let you try the might of a grade 5 spirit weapon as well. Chen Xiaoshuai shouted out coldly, and the grade 5 spirit sword in his hand instantly swung out. Instantly, another 2,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air at the side of the existing 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. The strength of amplification even surpassed the strength of the amplification of Zhang Yan's grade 5 spirit weapon. Coupled with the fact that he'd comprehended half-step advanced sword force. So not to mention his strength in the amplification of his spirit weapon. Just in terms of force, he already surpassed Zhang Yan by the strength of 300 ancient mammoths. Presently, coupled with the difference in amplification of their spirit weapons that was at the strength of 100 ancient mammoths, the strength on the sword in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand surpassed the strength of Chen Xiaoshuai's point by an entire 400 ancient mammoths worth of strength, a difference of the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. This difference was like a chasm. The combat experience of the two were on par, and the difference in their strength caused the battle to not have the slightest suspense. Sword Young Master relied on a strength that surpassed Flame Young Master to defeat Flame Young Master, turning defeat into victory. The might of the grade 5 spirit sword was completely visible. I've lost. Zhang Yan was slightly out of sorts. The attention of the other people were instead not on the outcome of this battle. Besides Duan Ling Tian, Luo Rong, and Luo Zan, the gaze of everyone else including the Emperor had shot onto the grade 5 spirit sword in Chen Xiaoshuai's hand in unison. Sword Young Master's grade 5 spirit sword seems to be able to amplify strength by 49%. Someone suddenly shouted out in astonishment. This voice caused everyone who was absent-minded to return to their senses. A grade 5 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 49%, it's undoubtedly top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 5 spirit weapons. This grade 5 spirit sword was refined by Guild Master Luo, even if it's the Darkstone Empire, or even the grade 5 weapons craftsmen of the Darken Dynasty, they might not be able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon with such formidable amplification. The attainments of Guild Master Luo in the Tao of weapons refinement is truly terrifying. He has only just become a grade 5 weapons craftsman, and he's already able to refine such an outstanding grade 5 spirit sword. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Luo Rong as expected. This was a grade 5 weapons craftsman that was able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon that provided a 49% amplification. Guild Master Luo, even if it was the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd slightly lost his composure now. As he felt the numerous respectful gazes that came from the surroundings, Luo Rong unintentionally glanced at Duan Ling Tian, and his gaze was complicated. Who would be able to imagine the reason he was able to become a grade 5 weapons craftsman in such a short amount of time, and even possess great certainty of refining a grade 5 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 49% was all because of this young man. Before this young man, he felt guilty when receiving the respectful gazes from the surrounding people. Guild Master Luo, Arhi clan wants to ask you to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for us. In the future, so long as Guild Master Luo requires any help, Arhi clan will surely not hesitate to lay down our lives if need be. Our Tong clan as well. Our Wu clan as well. For a time, the drill ground was in a complete uproar. For the sake of making Luo Rong help them refine a grade 5 spirit weapon, the various powers were willing to pay extremely great prices. But Luo Rong completely paid no attention to all this. As the guild master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild, would he lack errand boys? Everyone. Suddenly, Luo Rong said, so long as all of you are able to find any one of these two medicinal materials, I'm willing to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon as repayment. Luo Rong rose his hand as he spoke, and in the sky, Luo Rong's origin energy formed into numerous milky white strands that weaved into two pictures in the end. This first picture was an oval-shaped leaf. The surroundings of the leaf were lines that were extremely distinct from each other, and they were extremely alike to the wings of the divine beast of legend, the phoenix. This is a phoenix wing herb, and it's an extremely rare medicinal material. Luo Rong introduced. Subsequently, Luo Rong introduced the second type of medicinal material. This is ageless root, It seems alike to the sharp claws of the legendary phoenix. The other picture was like a tree root that was alike to a phoenix claw. Guild Master Luo, you're really willing to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon for us as long as we find any one of these two medicinal materials? A patriarch of a reputed clan in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom asked with slight excitement. Of course, my promise is like gold. Luo Rong nodded. Instantly, the gazes of many people present lit up. Guild Master Luo, I wonder what use these two medicinal materials you're looking for possess? The Emperor asked curiously. The others looked at Luo Rong as well. These two medicinal materials were something that even the dignified Guild Master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild wasn't able to find, and they were obviously unordinary items. I've only been entrusted by someone to do this, Luo Rong said indifferently. Entrusted by someone? Many people were dumbstruck when they heard Luo Rong, who had such great face to make the dignified Guild Master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild not spared to use grade 5 spirit weapons as the price to exchange for those two medicinal materials. Presently, even Luo Zan had a bewildered expression as he didn't know of this matter. At the moment, amongst the people present, only Duan Ling Tian maintained his composure and had a carefree expression, because it was precisely him who'd asked Luo Rong to look for the Phoenix Wing Herb and Ageless Root. The Phoenix Wing Herb and Ageless Root were the two secondary medicinal catalysts that were required to refine the rebirth pill. But Luo Rong saying this out at this place was something that had exceeded his expectations. With a quick thought, he guessed Luo Rong's intentions. Today, Luo Rong had made such a promise before the members of the various great powers of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom here, and it probably wouldn't be long before this matter would spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there would be a group of people that would search madly for these two medicinal materials for the sake of obtaining a grade 5 spirit weapon. As expected, the old have more wisdom than the young. Duan Ling Tian was utterly convinced of this. Next, because the possessor of lot number 2 has been challenged, it's the turn of the possessor of lot number 3. Kai Ming's voice suddenly sounded out. The possessor of lot number 2 was precisely Zhang Yan, and he'd just battled Chen Xiaoshuai. It was exactly Duan Ling Tian who was the possessor of lot number 3. Duan Ling Tian stood out and became the center of attention. Who will Duan Ling Tian challenge? All the people present were slightly curious. Chapter 556, Saber Young Master, 5th level Void Prying Stage. Duan Ling Tian stood there and became the center of attention of the entire audience. Everyone was curious about who would Duan Ling Tian choose as his opponent. Finally, Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed past Su Li, Long Yun, and Luo Zan. Luo Zan. In the end, his gaze fixed onto Luo Zan. Duan Ling Tian is challenging Luo Zan. Many people were dumbstruck. They never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would challenge Luo Zan, especially the group of young geniuses from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, as they knew of the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Luo Zan. Luo Zan and Duan Ling Tian were friends. Unlike the surprise of the others, Luo Zan wasn't surprised in the slightest, along with the numerous gazes moving from Luo Zan onto Duan Ling Tian. I admit defeat. Luo Zan spoke indifferently with a calm expression on his face. It was as if admitting defeat was nothing to him. In reality, during the genius competition this time, so long as any one of them were able to win a battle, they would be able to obtain the position to head towards the Darkstone Empire. After all, there were only 6 people competing for 5 positions. When they saw Luo Zan admit defeat, it caused most of the people present to be slightly surprised. These people were the people that thought the reason the Black Fiend sect Sun Rui had died at Duan Ling Tian's hand earlier was because Sun Rui had lost his mind, whereas the others that knew of Duan Ling Tian's abilities weren't surprised. As far as they were concerned, even the 6th level Void Prying Stage Sun Rui had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian, so it was impossible for Crazy Young Master to be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Since it's like this, the possessor of lot number 3, Duan Ling Tian, is considered to have won this round. Kai Ming nodded then said, "Now, the possessor of lot number 4, please enter the battlefield. You may choose anyone." Anyone. Kai Ming's words were extremely clear. The possessor of lot number 4 was able to challenge Duan Ling Tian or Luo Zan. After all, the two of them didn't fight and had no consumption of strength. The possessor of lot number 4 was precisely Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Long Yun took a step out, and his gaze that was fierce like a saber almost didn't look at anyone as it shot directly at Duan Ling Tian, and he said with a grim voice, "Duan Ling Tian, you ought to return what you owe me from all those years ago." Duan Ling Tian smiled as he shrugged, then he said indifferently, if you're confident, then come. At me, HMPH, intentionally trying to mislead others. Long Yun's gaze went slightly cold as he took a step forward, and his imposing manner shot out like a rainbow. At the instant he stepped out, the origin energy on his body rages and emitted a peerless and fierce aura. At this moment, Long Yun seemed to have transformed into an enormous saber that was matchlessly sharp. Right at this moment, 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Long Yun. Fifth level of the void prying stage. This scene caused most of the people present to have shocked expressions. No one had imagined that Saber Young Master would have actually already broken through to the fifth level of the void prying stage now. He was the existence that was ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters. The faces of Luo Zan, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master sank. Never had they imagined that the Saber Young Master that they squashed down beneath them had actually surpassed them now. Especially Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. As the second ranked amongst the 5 great young master, first he was defeated by Sword Young Master who was ranked the 4th, and now he saw that Saber Young Master had revealed a cultivation at the 5th level of the void prying stage. Embarrassment arose within his heart. That zither young master, Zi Shang, has a mysterious and unfathomable master. His accomplishments now are surely not inferior to mine. Could it be that I'm bound to be the existence at the bottom of the 5 great young masters? Zhang Yan shook his head endlessly as he was unwilling to believe that all this was real. He was the 3rd prince of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a genius. He was the person with the strongest natural talent in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. He carried the glory of the imperial family on his back, and he wasn't someone that anyone could step on. Unknowingly, Zhang Yan's fists clenched together tightly, and strands of faint blue-colored strong energy flickered on his body. Suddenly, the blue-colored energy trembled and a fine change occurred on it. It was this fine change that caused Zhang Yan to suddenly awaken, and his eyes lit up with a dazzling bright light. My force has stepped into the stage of half-step advanced force. Zhang Yan's heart shook as he revealed a violently delighted expression. But unfortunately, the attention of most of the people present were on the Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Very few people noticed the 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed in the sky above Zhang Yan. Half-step advanced force. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. His acute spiritual force caused his to notice the changes in Zhang Yan at the first possible. This flame young master has some ability. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As for the fact that Saber Young Master was a 5th level void prying stage martial artist, he wasn't surprised by it. Early on when Saber Young Master had just made an appearance, his spiritual force had already detected Saber Young Master's cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian saw a spirit saber suddenly appear in the hands of Saber Young Master, and Saber Young Master's origin energy skyrocket, causing a little over 9,600 ancient mammoth silhouettes to condense into form above him before accumulating strength while waiting to be deployed. At practically the exact same instant, a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. His spiritual force fused into the soul brand that was deep within his soul. Duan Ling Tian executed his soul skill at the first possible moment. Saber Young Master has actually broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Looks like Duan Ling Tian is going to suffer. Yeah, unless Saber Young Master loses his mind like that Black Fiend sect Sun Rui. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian will lose for sure. HMPH. It was only luck that Duan Ling Tian won in the battle against Sun Rui. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Of course, there were also people that knew of Duan Ling Tian's ability and felt this battle was without suspense. It's truly surprising that Saber Young Master has broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. However, he can only consider himself to be unfortunate for encountering Duan Ling Tian. Luo Zan and Chen Xiaoshuai looked each other in the eye as they spoke via voice transmission. I truly never imagined that amongst our 5 great young masters, it actually the person that was ranked at the end that broke through to the 5th level of the void prying stage first. Chen Xiaoshuai had an extremely complicated gaze. Duan Ling Tian, along with Saber Young Master's explosive shout, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that rushed towards Duan Ling Tian in full fury. The origin energy on Spirit Saber in his hand revolved out, transforming into a demonic lotus that had strands of fierce and peerless aura on it. That was the aura of force. Right at this moment, another 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Long Yun. Half-step advanced saber force. At almost an instant, The 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just appeared fused into one with the other 9,000 over ancient mammoth silhouettes, transforming into an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Obviously, this saber strike of Long Yun contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Half-step advanced saber force. At the instant that Long Yun attacked, the pupils of the people that saw through the stage of the saber force Long Yun executed couldn't help but constrict. Not only has this saber young master's cultivation surpassed Crazy Young Master, Sword Young Master, and Flame Young Master, even the force he has comprehended isn't inferior to them. I originally thought that Saber Young Master had acquired a fortuitous encounter and might have obtained something like a spirit fruit to possess his shocking cultivation, and his comprehension of force ought to be far inferior to Crazy Young Master and the others. Now it would seem like I've underestimated Saber Young Master. Saber Young Master had once lost at the hands of Duan Ling Tian many years ago. He ought to be able to wash away his shame today. Many people sighed with emotion. But in next to no time, their expressions changed. They became dumbstruck. At almost an instant, the pupils of everyone present had constricted. The saber in Long Yun's hand carried along the might to split a mountain as it descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Long Yun suddenly held his sword as he changed direction, and his figure flashed towards another side. Origin energy abruptly skyrocketed atop the grade 6 spirit saber Long Yun held in his hand, and when looked at from afar, the entire spirit saber seemed to have expanded to transform into an enormous saber. Demonic Lotus Blade Technique. The enormous saber left his hand, transforming into an enormous lotus that flashed out to collide onto the block of stone at the side of the drill ground. Instantly, the block of stone was directly shattered, and only stone fragments that covered the sky remained. The people present were completely dumbstruck when they saw the scene before them, and they were at a complete loss for words. Within their field of vision, Saber Young Master was no different than the Black Fiend sect Sun Rui from before. Both of them had avoided Duan Ling Tian of their own accord and attacked an empty place. Could it be that Saber Young Master has lost his mind as well? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The surrounding spectators looked at each other and had expressions of astonishment. Everything before their eyes caused them to feel as if they were dreaming. Not to mention that Black Fiend sect Sun Rui had lost his mind, even Saber Young Master lost his mind now as well. Was there such a coincidental thing in the world? I remember now. Suddenly, a Dragon and Phoenix Academy student exclaimed in shock. After he successfully attracted the gazes of many people, he said with a terrified expression, "According to my knowledge, Flute Fairy had once said that Duan Ling Tian knew demonic techniques 1 year ago. At that time, it was as if Flute Fairy was lost within Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique and was unable to free herself from it. But, at that time, all of us thought that Flute Fairy was working together with Duan Ling Tian to put on an act, and we didn't take it seriously. Now that I think of this, perhaps all of these have connected greatly." As soon as this person finished speaking, it aroused the same feelings in the numerous students from the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. I remember it now as well. Demonic technique. Duan Ling Tian has surely utilized his demonic technique. This demonic technique is too terrifying. Even if it was Sun Rui, in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage, he was actually unable to escape from being affected by it. Even a 6th level void prying stage martial artist was affected by Duan Ling Tian. Saber Young Master is only at the 5th level of the void prying stage, so he's naturally unable to escape it. Under the focused gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides and easily stood behind Long Yun. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian casually swung his entire arm. His arm smashed out, and he only used less than half his strength to fiercely blast Flying Sword Young Master, who was completely unguarded. Subsequently, Long Yun fell to the ground in a sorry state, and his face was covered in dust and dirt. Meanwhile, he returned to his senses, and his face had an expression of shock when he saw Duan Ling Tian standing completely unharmed before him. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.